Who could possibly enlighten me on how I woke up to find myself traversing into the enchanting realm of Harry Potter? As a devoted fan, my heart is aflame with joy. Yet, why must I exist in the era of the main story, entangled with Harry's godfather? He is undeniably handsome. I simply must win him over. Chapter 80. The conclusion of third year. The Hogwarts Express puffed out steam as it slowly departed from the Hogsmeade platform. Sunlight streamed through the carriage windows, casting a warm glow within. Ilia leaned against Sirius's shoulder, listening to her brother James animatedly recount his holiday plans. Father has secured a visit to the Romanian Dragon Reserve. James exclaimed, enthusiastically tapping the armrest of his seat, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. I heard they just hatched a nest of Chinese fireballs, and we might even witness a dragon tamer feeding baby dragons. How splendid! Peter interjected immediately, his small eyes widening in excitement. I've never seen a fire dragon in person, only read about them in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Remus smiled as he flipped through the pages of his book. I hope Mr. Potter has prepared ample fireproof gloves. Of course, James replied, proudly lifting his chin. Father has arranged a full set of protective gear, and even Mother has agreed to join, though I suspect she is more worried about Father singeing his eyebrows. Laughter erupted in the compartment. Ilia discreetly pinched Sirius's fingers, and he understood, lowering his head so she could whisper, Shall we step into the corridor for some fresh air? Sirius's gray eyes instantly brightened. He exaggeratedly yawned. You all continue your discussion on how not to be roasted by dragons while Ilia and I explore other compartments. Off again. James raised an eyebrow, though a teasing smile played on his lips. All right, but let's hope you don't get caught by the prefects like last time. James. Ilia blushed, grabbing a chocolate frog and hurling it at her brother before swiftly pulling Sirius out of the compartment in the corridor. Sirius led her to a secluded corner between the compartments, a place seldom traversed. He pressed his hands against the walls on either side of Ilia, effectively cornering her between himself and the window. At last, it's just the two of us, he murmured, his breath caressing Ilia's ear. That sharp-tongued fork seems to be a perpetual motion machine. It hasn't ceased talking since we boarded. Ilia chuckled softly, her fingers entwining with a lock of Sirius's dark hair. You know, James is just like that, but... Her voice lowered. I am also quite pleased to spend some time alone with you. Especially since I won't see you all holiday. Sirius's expression dimmed slightly. He rested his forehead against hers. 6 whole weeks without you? I might just perish. Don't be ridiculous. Ilia gently patted his cheek, then retrieved a small deep blue velvet pouch embroidered with golden stars from her robe pocket. I prepared this for you. Sirius took the pouch, curiously squeezing it. Why is it so soft? It's a stretchable pouch, Ilia explained, watching his astonished expression as he opened it. I cast a concealment expansion charm. It's filled with snacks, chocolate frogs, fizzing whizbees, licorice wands, and your favorite blood-flavored lollipops. Sirius peered into the pouch, marveling at the surprisingly vast interior neatly stocked with various candies and snacks. He whistled. This could last an entire school year. However, he leaned closer with a mischievous grin. I am more curious about when my girlfriend mastered such advanced magic. The concealment expansion charm is at the Newt's level. Ilia's heart skipped a beat. I consulted Professor Flitwick. She hastily concocted a reason, and mentioned I wanted to surprise you. Sirius seemed to accept her explanation, gently kissing the tip of her nose. A gift from my genius girlfriend. I shall treasure it dearly. But, he shook the stretchable pouch. Why the sudden abundance of snacks? Afraid I might starve at home? Ilia bit her lip. She could not directly say, I know you are often grounded at home, so she replied subtly, just in case. You know, your mother. Sirius's expression immediately cooled. He was silent for a moment before suddenly pulling Ilia tightly into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head. Sometimes I truly wish I were a Potter. Ilia felt a pang in her heart as she returned his embrace, her fingers sinking into his robe. It will be all right soon, she whispered, more to herself than him. Everything will change. They held each other, listening to the rhythmic clacking of the train wheels until the announcement echoed that they were approaching King's Cross in London. The platform was bustling with noise, the cheers of students reuniting with their families ringing out. Ilia watched as Sirius helped her with her luggage, suddenly feeling a chill creep up her spine. She turned to see Walburga Black, impeccably dressed in her black robes, standing nearby, her sharp gaze slicing through Sirius. It seems my dear mother has grown impatient, Sirius whispered in her ear, his tone feigning nonchalance. Remember to write to me during the holidays. Ilia nodded, noticing Regulus quietly standing a few steps behind their mother, in stark contrast to Sirius's flamboyance. Regulus appeared pale and reserved, his black curls neatly combed back. When Ilia's gaze met his, he quickly averted his eyes, as if burned serious. Walburga's voice cracked like a cold whip. Stop dawdling. We have important matters to attend to. Sirius rolled his eyes, but as he turned to face his mother, Ilia noticed the tension in his jawline. He squeezed Elia's hand one last time. See you in 6 weeks, my dear. Elia watched Sirius walk toward the Black family, noticing the flicker of disdain in Walburga's eyes as she observed her son mingling with the Potters. Even more peculiar was Regulus's reaction. He seemed to be actively avoiding Elia's gaze, and as Sirius approached, Regulus whispered something before vanishing with a flick of apparition. Strange. Elia murmured to herself. Elia. James's voice interrupted her thoughts. Mum and Dad are waiting for us over there. Why are you daydreaming? Nothing, Elia shook her head, stealing one last glance at the departing figures of the Blacks. Just contemplating. Holiday plans. James threw an arm around her shoulders. Forget about that for now. We are off to see the dragons. By the way, did Sirius receive your gift? The snack-filled pouch? Elia nodded, suddenly realizing something. Wait, how do you know what I gave Sirius? James winked proudly. The stretchable pouch is one of our family spells. Dad taught it to you, right? I had a hunch you. His words were abruptly cut off as Elia suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around him. What's wrong? James asked, puzzled, patting his sister's back. Feeling sentimental all of a sudden? Elia buried her face in her brother's shoulder, concealing her reddening eyes. Nothing. Just suddenly realized how fortunate I am to have you all. James burst into laughter, ruffling her hair. Silly sister. We are family. Come on, Mum says she wants to take us to Diagon Alley to buy new robes. Yours are all frayed at the cuffs. Elia followed her family toward the exit, yet her thoughts had already soared to the towers of Nurmengard. Regulus's unusual behavior only solidified her belief. Something was changing beneath the surface, and she must find Grindelwald before it was too late. Chapter 81. A Secret Departure. The aroma of freshly baked scones wafted through the kitchen of the Potter residence, as sunlight poured through the lattice windows, casting a warm glow upon the wooden dining table. Alicia dipped her finger into the raspberry jam that clung to the edge of the plate, absently spreading it onto a slice of bread, while the excited voice of James filled the air. So we need completely fireproof dragonhide gloves. Dad mentioned that Romania would provide protective robes, but I think it's wiser to bring my own set. As he spoke, James stuffed a third piece of bacon into his mouth, glancing at the parchment before him, which was filled with a detailed list of equipment. Alicia, do you think I should bring binoculars to record the behavior of the fire dragons? Oh, of course. Alicia snapped back to reality, setting down the slice of bread and wiping her fingertips on the napkin. James, actually I might not be able to go. An immediate silence enveloped the table. 3 pairs of eyes fixated on her. Euphemia's teaspoon hovered mid-air, a drop of red tea falling onto the tablecloth, creating a dark stain. What? James's fork clattered against his plate, bacon bouncing onto the table. You must be joking. We've been planning this for an entire month. Even a reporter from the Daily Prophet has arranged to interview us about the Potter family dragon observation diary. Fleamon adjusted his round spectacles, his brow slightly furrowing. Is something the matter, dear? Alicia took a deep breath, the rehearsed lie flowing smoothly from her lips. Professor McGonagall approached me yesterday and said that if I could complete an advanced paper on interspecies transformation during this holiday, I could skip the basic courses and directly enter the advanced transfiguration class next term. She displayed just the right amount of regret, her fingers twisting a corner of the napkin. This opportunity is too rare to pass up. Euphemia set down the teapot with a soft clink against the wooden surface. Her gaze filled with concern as she looked at her daughter. But you'll be home alone. Bubbles will take care of me, Alicia quickly replied, just as their house elf appeared at the kitchen door, balancing a tray of steaming muffins. Its large ears perked up at the sound of its name. Right, Bubbles? The little elf's ears twitched, its tennis ball-sized eyes glistening with emotion. Bubbles will take good care of Miss. Making Mrs. favorite syrup-filled pies, cleaning the room, ironing robes. It grew increasingly animated, the tray beginning to tilt precariously. Careful. James flicked his wand, a levitation charm catching the muffins just in time. The golden pastries spinning gracefully in the air before settling into the plate, before Alicia. Fleamon stroked his chin thoughtfully. Professor McGonagall has indeed always held Alicia's transfiguration talent in high regard. He turned to his wife, tapping the table with his fingers. Dear, if this is an important opportunity for our daughter. Euphemia sighed, smoothing a stray lock of hair from Alicia's forehead. A lock that mirrored her father's own unruly strands. Are you certain, sweetheart? Fire dragons are not something one sees every day. A pang of pain surged within Alicia, yet she nodded resolutely, forcing a bright smile onto her face. James can take plenty of pictures for me. Besides, she added playfully with a wink, who knows, maybe next time I can persuade Professor McGonagall to take us to the Dragon Reserve at Hogwarts for a field study. This response elicited laughter from the entire family. Fleamon's hearty chuckle resonated throughout the kitchen, while James exaggeratedly rolled his eyes. Only you would associate dragon reserve with learning opportunity. Normal people just want to see fire dragons breathe fire and tear things apart, alright? After breakfast, the Potter household shifted into its final stages of preparation. Euphemia orchestrated the automatic packing of luggage, continually adding essentials to the already filled trunks. From emergency potions to waterproof matches. Alicia assisted in checking the list, occasionally stealthily removing some clearly excessive items. Mom, I think 3 fireproof cloaks might be a bit much. Alicia cautiously suggested, holding a vibrant red cloak embroidered with a golden snitch. Romania will provide. But those are Romania's cloaks, Euphemia insisted, retrieving a jar of homemade biscuits to stuff into the gaps of the trunk. Who knows if their safety standards are adequate? Meanwhile, James paced back and forth in the living room, repeatedly checking if his new magical camera had enough film loaded. At least 300 shots. He exclaimed excitedly to his father. I want to document every trait of the fire dragons. Alicia watched her brother's sparkling eyes, a wave of wistfulness washing over her. She should be experiencing this adventure alongside him. Don't forget to water the venomous tentacula in the greenhouse every 2 hours, Euphemia reminded. As she stuffed a 5th pair of wool socks into the trunk, her voice slightly muffled from bending over. And the boggart in the attic, for heaven's sake. Don't open that wardrobe. Mom, I'm 14, Alicia exclaimed, amused yet exasperated, as she stealthily returned the socks her mother had handed her back into the drawer. I'm not about to provoke a monster that transforms into my greatest fear. Euphemia suddenly halted, cupping Alicia's face in her hands, her eyes locking onto her daughter's. In my eyes, you will always be that little girl who broke the vase the first time you rode a toy broom. Her thumb gently brushed over Alicia's cheek. Promise me you will take good care of yourself? Alicia felt her throat tighten. I promise. When Alicia returned to her room to organize her transfiguration notes, Fleamon quietly entered, slipping her a bag of the latest Honeyduke sweets. Don't tell your mother. I bought them secretly. He winked, his bushy eyebrows bouncing. Remember to share some with Bubbles. It has developed a fondness for sour lollipops lately. As night fell, a blend of excitement and a touch of melancholy enveloped the Potter household. The dinner table was laden with Alicia's favorite dishes, creamy mushroom soup, herb-roasted chicken, and Euphemia's special blueberry pie. James regaled the family with tales of fire dragons during dinner, while Alicia quietly savored this cherished family meal. I heard there's a special dragonfire whiskey at the Romanian sanctuary, James said, his mouth full of mashed potatoes, mumbling. I'll bring back a bottle, so we can taste it together when we're of age. James Potter. Euphemia sternly interrupted him. You have 4 more years until you come of age. Fleamon made a silly face behind his wife's back, causing Alicia to burst into laughter. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the Potter household buzzed with activity. Suitcases bounced down the stairs. James's camera bag snagged on the doorknob, and Fleamon struggled to untangle it with a spell. Protective goggles? Packed. Fireproof potion? Packed. Quick notation quill? James patted his various pockets, resembling an overly excited Kneazle. Here you go. Son. Fleamon chuckled, pulling a deep blue quill from the nape of James's collar, and ruffling his already tousled hair. Finally, Euphemia surveyed the scene, tapping her wand lightly. A few silver protective charms flickered like a spider's web across the doors and windows before vanishing from sight. The safety charms will last for 2 weeks, she informed Alicia. If anything unusual occurs, the ministry's alarm will notify us immediately. I'll be fine, Alicia embraced Euphemia, wishing them a joyous trip. James suddenly turned back at the door, pulling Alicia into a firm hug that nearly knocked her over. I'll bring you back a piece of dragon scale as a Christmas gift. As long as it's not a singed eyebrow, Alicia laughed, returning his embrace, striving to ignore the bittersweet ache in her chest. James's hugs were always so strong, as if he wanted to pour all his enthusiasm into that moment. When the front door finally closed, the green flames in the fireplace engulfed the 3 figures, and Alicia let out a long breath, her shoulders relaxing slightly. Bubbles wept at her feet, her large ears drooping forlornly on either side of her head. Miss, do not miss Mr. and Mrs. Potter and Master James too much. Bubbles will take good care of you. Thank you, Bubbles, Elia replied, crouching down to meet the gaze of the house elf, whose tear-filled eyes glistened with concern. However, in the coming days, I may require considerable personal time to write my thesis. Unless I call for you, please refrain from disturbing me if you will. Bubbles' ears drooped further, her slender fingers twisting anxiously. But Miss, Bubbles must prepare nutritious meals for you, 3 times a day. You may leave the food at my door, Elia said gently yet firmly. I shall eat on time. It's merely that this thesis demands my utmost concentration. Reluctantly, Bubbles bowed deeply, As you wish, Mississippi Bubbles will prepare delicious meals and place them at your door. Elia hastened up the staircase and returned to her bedroom, waving her wand to lock the door behind her, casting several silencing charms. She knelt beside her bed, dragging out a dragonhide backpack she had prepared long ago, her fingers trembling slightly in nervous anticipation. "All right, checklist," Elia murmured to herself as she began to fill her bag. A stretchable pouch, containing 3 potions of polyjuice, 1 veritaserum, 2 vials of essence of dittany, and a small bottle of Felix Felicis, an invisibility cloak folded neatly, dragonhide gloves reinforced with a strengthening charm, a map of the German Ministry of Magic, borrowed from the Hogwarts library, a terrain map of Nurmengard also borrowed, and a waterproof notebook, chronicling all her research on Grindelwald and the Deathly Hallows. Lastly, she retrieved a delicate gold chain from beneath her pillow, upon which dangled a miniature hourglass time-turner. This had been secretly given to her by Dumbledore during her 2nd year, despite the ministry's strict prohibition against students possessing such items. "I hope I shan't need you," Elia whispered softly, fastening the chain around her neck and carefully concealing it beneath her shirt collar. The sunlight outside had brightened, illuminating the family photograph on her nightstand, where James was making a face at her, while Euphemia and Fleamont smiled helplessly in the background. Elia picked up the frame, her fingers gently caressing the glass surface. For the sake of changing that future, she told herself, her voice barely above a whisper, for everyone. Bubbles' footsteps halted outside the door, followed by the soft sound of a tray being placed on the ground. Elia waited until the sound faded away before picking up her backpack, casting a final glance around her bedroom adorned with Gryffindor banners, parchment scattered across her desk, and the well-worn Advanced Transfiguration theory resting at her bedside. Everything appeared so ordinary, as if she were merely staying behind to write a paper. Elia gently opened the window, mounting the broomstick she had prepared, which was not her usual Nimbus 2000, but rather an old unregistered Clean Sweep 7, making it difficult to trace. Disillusionment charm. With a flick of her wand, she and the broom became transparent, only a slight ripple in the air betraying her presence. In the next moment, she sped towards the clouds, heading east, towards Nurmengard. Chapter 82. The Tower of Nurmengard. On the night of the 3rd full moon in July, the silhouette of the Nurmengard Tower loomed in the silvery moonlight like a black dagger thrust into the sky. Elia crouched in the underbrush surrounding the prison, her fingers tightly gripping the note that had become damp with sweat. On the 3rd full moon of July, the guard change at Nurmengard occurs every 11 minutes. At long last, the day had come. She exhaled a cloud of vapor that dissipated in the frigid night air, her eyes gleaming with determination beneath her hood. Over the past 2 weeks, she had disguised herself as an exchange student from Durmstrang, gathering intelligence in the nearby village. Each morning, she would casually stroll past the prison's perimeter, using the two-way mirror concealed beneath her necklace to document the guard's patrol routes. Every evening, she would organize this information in her own room, mapping out a comprehensive layout of the prison. The sound of iron gates creaking open echoed in the distance. Elia squinted, spotting 2 guards in dark gray uniforms exchanging shifts at the tower's side door. Just as the intel had indicated, the entire changeover took a full 11 minutes, ample time. When one of the guards began to walk back to the barracks alone, Elia followed him like a shadow, the tip of her wand glowing faintly. Stupefy. The guard collapsed before he could even turn around. Elia swiftly dragged him into the bushes, her movements precise and efficient. She relieved him of his keyring and wand, carefully plucking a strand of hair, before retrieving a bottle of murky liquid from her stretchable pouch. The potion's odor was reminiscent of rotten eggs, but she drank it without hesitation. The bone-twisting pain made her grit her teeth. Moments later, she transformed into the likeness of the square-jawed, stubbled guard. Elia donned his uniform, bound the unconscious true guard with a binding curse, gagged him, and cast a 12-hour sleeping charm. "I hope you enjoy your dreams," she murmured, concealing the invisibility cloak beneath the uniform, and striding confidently towards the side door. "Hoffman?" The guard on duty frowned at her. "Weren't you just off duty?" Elia lowered her voice, mimicking the guard's accent. "Damn it, I left the duty roster in the break room. I need it for tomorrow's morning shift." The guard shook his head, stepping aside. "You old-timers are getting worse at remembering." Her heart raced within her chest as Elia forced herself to maintain a steady pace through the dim corridor. The moment she turned a corner, she slipped into an alcove, swiftly donning the invisibility cloak. The effects of the polyjuice potion began to wane, and she could feel her bones reverting to their original form. "Lux," she whispered, using the confiscated guard's wand to cast a faint light. The interior of Nurmengard was far colder than she had anticipated. Condensation beaded on the walls, and the air was thick with a musty scent and an indescribable aura of despair. Elia descended the spiral staircase, the temperature dropping with each step. Her breath formed white clouds before her, and her fingers began to stiffen. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept up her spine. Dementors. 3 ragged shadows draped in tattered rags floated toward her from the end of the corridor, decayed fingers reaching from beneath their cloaks. Elia's mind was instantly flooded with the most harrowing memories. James and Lily lying lifeless, their eyes devoid of life, Sirius falling into the drapes, Dumbledore plummeting from the astronomy tower. No! She shook her head violently, raising her wand. Expecto Patronum. A silvery ferret leapt from the tip of her wand, gracefully charging toward the Dementors. The creatures emitted silent screams and recoiled. Seizing the opportunity, Elia dashed forward, the Patronus prancing around her, dispelling more and more of the dark entities. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy iron door, adorned with intricate locks and runes. Elia pulled out a multifunctional unlocking tool, which she had purchased at a dubious shop in Diagon Alley for a hefty sum. Alohomora. In conjunction with the incantation, the unlocking tool clicked softly. The iron door creaked open, emitting an ear-piercing groan. The lowest cell in the tower was more spacious than she had imagined, yet equally cold. A tall, gaunt figure stood with his back to the door, gazing out the window, the moonlight outlining his still imposing silhouette. Even after decades of imprisonment, Gellert Grindelwald exuded an unsettling presence. I am quite curious, his deep voice echoed in the stone chamber, thick with a German accent. Which brave, or shall I say foolish, soul dares to intrude upon my cell? Grindelwald slowly turned, the passage of time and the weight of confinement etched into his face. Yet his mismatched eyes, one deep blue, the other nearly white, remained sharp as an eagle's. Upon seeing the empty doorway, a cold smirk crept across his lips. Invisibility cloak? A rather old-fashioned trick. Elia took a deep breath, lifting the invisibility cloak, and Grindelwald's brows arched slightly. A little girl? He spoke softly, his voice infused with a blend of astonishment and a peculiar delight. What has Albus sent you here for? To deliver a birthday card? Elia met his unsettling gaze, her voice steadier than she had anticipated. I am here to show you something. Without hesitation, she extended the confiscated wand towards Grindelwald. You can use the Cruciatus curse. For the first time, a genuine ripple of emotion crossed Grindelwald's countenance as he accepted the wand, his movements graceful, not at all befitting a man imprisoned for years. You possess remarkable audacity, young lady. Few dare to invite me into their minds. I am aware. Elia focused her thoughts, reinforcing the barriers of her mind, leaving only the memory she wished to unveil. As the wand's tip touched her temple, a jolt of icy pain surged through her. Grindelwald closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them to witness Dumbledore standing at the edge of the astronomy tower, his gaunt arms poised under Draco Malfoy's wand. Severus Snape appearing suddenly, a flash of green light illuminating the scene. The elderly man tumbling backward, his white robes billowing in the night breeze, his body plummeting like a shattered doll, finally resting upon the stone floor of the castle below. Grindelwald's hand trembled, the wand slipping from his fingers and rolling across the ground. When did this occur? His voice suddenly aged by a decade. In the future. Elia retrieved the wand, unless we alter it. Grindelwald turned to face the window, and after a prolonged silence he suddenly inquired, why do you wish to save him? Because if he perishes, many more will follow suit. Elia stepped forward, including my family, my friends, and your final chance for redemption. Grindelwald's shoulders tensed. What do you know? I know of your summer in Godric's Hollow, the blood pact you forged, and who inadvertently caused Ariana's death. With each revelation, Grindelwald's posture stiffened. I also know that despite everything that has transpired, Professor Dumbledore's desk drawer still contains every letter you exchanged. Grindelwald whirled around, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Impossible, those letters should have been burned. Elia shook her head. He only incinerated your last correspondence. The others are protected by a charm, safely tucked away in a tin box. The air in the cell seemed to thicken. Grindelwald's chest heaved violently, his mismatched eyes gleaming unnaturally bright in the moonlight. Time is of the essence, she murmured, producing a small vial from her pocket. This is a polyjuice potion. It will aid you in disguising yourself as a guard. Follow me, and we can change that future. Grindelwald's gaze shifted from the potion to Elia's face, scrutinizing her. You risk so much merely to save an old man's life? No, Elia locked eyes with him. I aim to save everyone, and you hold the key. A distant bell tolled, marking the end of the shift. Grindelwald suddenly laughed. A smile that reminded Elia of the dangerously captivating youth described in books. Intriguing. He took the vial. Let us see if time can indeed be deceived, young lady. As the polyjuice potion began to take effect, Elia donned the invisibility cloak once more. Grindelwald now appeared as an ordinary guard, moving his new limbs with a spark of long-lost vitality. "Stay close," he whispered, his voice adopting the gruff timbre of a guard. "There are more secret passages in Nurmengard than you might imagine." The pair slipped silently from the cell, advancing through the shadows. Dementors began to gather again. But this time, Grindelwald merely raised his hand, a silvery flame bursting forth from his fingertips, not a Patronus, yet equally effective in dispersing the dark creatures. Elia gazed at him in astonishment. "An old trick," the disguised Grindelwald said softly, a smirk tugging at his lips. "Albus has never favored this." When they finally passed through the last iron gate and stepped into the cool night air, Elia realized she had just altered the course of history. Yet, a greater challenge loomed ahead. How to persuade Grindelwald to genuinely assist her rather than repeat past mistakes. Chapter 83. The Bargain of Stars and Shadows. The hunter's cabin deep within the forest exuded an aroma of mildew and dust. Elia lit an oil lamp with her wand, its dim glow illuminating the cobweb-laden corners. Grindelwald stood by the window, his mismatched eyes shimmering with a dangerous light in the moonlight. So his voice rough as sandpaper. "You wish me to destroy a Horcrux belonging to a dark wizard of whom I have never heard?" Elia placed the oil lamp on a rickety wooden table, which groaned under the weight. "Not for you to do, but I hope you can teach me how to destroy it. The ring is cursed with formidable magic, beyond the reach of ordinary spells." "Absurd." Grindelwald abruptly turned, his tattered cloak sweeping behind him. "A half-blood infant, claiming the title of Dark Lord, maintaining existence through the crude trick of soul-splitting? In my time, such filth would not even meet the threshold of my followers." Elia bit her lip, suppressing the urge to retort. The lamp's flickering light cast dancing shadows upon her face, highlighting her taut jawline. Grindelwald stepped closer, suddenly leaning down, their faces mere inches apart. "Tell me, young lady, why can the fools of the wizarding world not deal with such a half-baked notion? What is Albus doing? Planting lemon snowdrops? Professor Dumbledore has his own plans." Elia met his unsettling gaze, "but time is running short. Furthermore, that ring tempts its wearers to don it. I need a means to destroy it from a distance, a dark magic potent enough to break any curse." Grindelwald straightened, emitting a short laugh. "You wish for me to teach you dark magic? After you have just liberated me from prison?" His voice turned suddenly menacing. "Do you know how many lives I have taken with dark magic, young lady?" The temperature in the room seemed to plummet, and Elia's fingers stealthily slid toward her wand concealed in her sleeve, but Grindelwald was swifter. He snatched her wand from her grasp without even a wave of his arm. Too slow, he idly toyed with the wand, but commendable courage. He tossed the wand back to her. "Now tell me, why me? Why not your esteemed Professor Dumbledore?" Elia caught the wand and took a deep breath. "Because destroying a Horcrux requires an extreme mastery of dark magic, and Professor Dumbledore is reluctant to delve into such arts. More importantly," she lifted her gaze, "the place where the ring resides is bound by blood protection. Only a descendant of the Gaunt family can safely enter. But you, through sheer power rather than bloodline, can bypass such limitations, correct?" A flicker of surprise crossed Grindelwald's eyes, quickly transforming into admiration. "You are astute, smarter than I had anticipated." He walked toward the fireplace, gazing into the cold ashes. "But I lack a wand, young lady. My heart is willing, yet my abilities are insufficient." Elia bit her lip and suddenly spoke up. "Then will you teach me?" Silence enveloped the room. Grindelwald slowly turned, his mismatched eyes narrowing slightly. "You wish for Gellert Grindelwald to teach you dark magic?" "Not dark magic," Elia corrected, "but knowledge on how to combat it. To destroy a Horcrux requires not malevolence, but strength and understanding." Grindelwald erupted into laughter, the sound echoing through the empty cabin. "Merlin, Albus will loathe this idea." He wiped tears of mirth from his eyes. "I like you, young lady. You possess a certain audacity, along with a purity I have not encountered in quite some time." He paced before Alicia, scrutinizing her from his elevated vantage point. "I shall acquiesce to your request, but not in this place." He cast a disdainful glance at the drafty roof above. "We require a more suitable locale, one replete with respectable tomes and ample space for experimentation." Alicia's eyes sparkled with realization. "I know of a place," she began, hesitating briefly, though its location may be somewhat sensitive. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. "More sensitive than Nurmengard?" "The Potter Manor." Upon uttering the name, Alicia noted the shift in Grindelwald's expression. "My family is currently away observing the fire dragon, and will not return for 2 weeks. Our house elf, Bubbles, can attend to us," but she gestured toward Grindelwald. "You will need to conceal your, dark wizard aura. The ministry may still be monitoring." Grindelwald flashed a nearly mischievous smile. "A trivial matter." He interlaced his fingers before his chest, murmuring a series of ancient incantations. A soft golden light emanated from his fingertips, enveloping him before vanishing entirely. There. Even Albus's phoenix would not detect my true nature. Satisfied, my dear girl? Alicia cautiously employed a detection spell. Astonished to find that Grindelwald's magical signature had entirely transformed into that of an ordinary wizard scholar. Just as she reached for her broomstick from her enchanted bag, Grindelwald seized her arm firmly. Hold tight, he whispered, and before Alicia could react, the world spun violently, contorting around them. Gagging. Alicia found herself kneeling on the lawn of the Potter Manor, retching. The disorientation from the apparition was tenfold more intense than usual. Grindelwald stood nearby, leisurely adjusting his cuffs. How could you manage without a wand? Alicia gasped. Grindelwald winked mysteriously. A secret. Some powers require no mere stick for guidance. Miss. A piercing scream erupted from the porch as Bubbles, wide-eyed, clutched a fallen tea tray. The miss has brought a strange wizard with her apparition. A dark wizard. Bubbles must protect the miss. Wait, Bubbles. Alicia quickly intercepted the frantic house elf. This is, my dark arts defense instructor, Professor Grindelwald. He will be staying here for a few days to conduct research. Bubbles eyed Grindelwald with suspicion, to which he responded with a carefully calculated gentle smile. It is an honor, dear house elf. I have heard remarkable things about the Potter family's refreshments. The flattery evidently had an effect, as Bubbles' ears perked up. Her ire diminishing by half. Bubbles shall prepare a guest room for Professor Grindelwald. But she suddenly grew wary. If Professor Grindelwald harms the miss, Bubbles will turn him into a tea towel. A fair exchange. Grindelwald bowed elegantly, following Alicia into the foyer. The sitting room of the Potter Manor was spacious and bright, standing in stark contrast to the gloom of Nurmengard. Grindelwald surveyed the family portraits and Quidditch trophies with keen interest, his fingers lightly brushing the gilded spines of the books on the shelves. A cozy little nook, he remarked, his gaze lingering on a photograph of James and Alicia. So, when shall we commence our lessons, my dear girl? Alicia was about to respond when a sudden thought struck her. Why did you agree so readily? Grindelwald approached the floor-to-ceiling window, moonlight cascading over his now unmasked silver hair. Because you shine like a star in the night, my dear girl. Bright, resolute, guiding the lost. Much like Albus. He turned to face her, his mismatched eyes glittering with a perilous light, yet also distant and cold, burning with an energy incomprehensible to ordinary souls. Alicia felt a shiver traverse her spine. The intensity of Grindelwald's gaze seemed to pierce through all facades, directly into her soul as a traveler from another realm. Starting tomorrow, she quickly changed the subject. You should rest tonight. Bubbles has prepared the guest room. Grindelwald nodded gracefully, but abruptly halted at the staircase. One final question. Your audacious act of rescuing me. Is it truly solely for the purpose of learning how to destroy Horcruxes? Alicia tightened her grip on the time turner in her pocket. Not entirely. I also need your assistance in rescuing someone. Grindelwald replied. His expression shifting to one of realization. Regulus Black, is it not? That boy from Slytherin who willingly faced death. Alicia's blood ran cold. How do you know? Fragments seen during legilimency, Grindelwald said nonchalantly. Do not fret, your occlumency is quite adept. I only glimpsed what you wished me to see. He ascended the staircase. His voice fading as he continued, after breakfast tomorrow, be prepared with your wand and nerves. My lessons are not suited for the faint of heart. Once Grindelwald's figure vanished around the staircase corner, Alicia exhaled deeply, collapsing into an armchair. She had just brought home the most dangerous dark wizard of the 20th century, and now she was to learn dark arts from him. If James were to find out, he would surely summon the fire dragon in a fit of rage. Outside, the full moon hung high. Alicia toyed with the Gallian communicator, contemplating whether to contact Sirius. Ultimately, she set aside certain secrets, realizing that even a lover could not be privy to all, at least not for now. From upstairs came the sound of Grindelwald humming an unfamiliar, ancient, and melancholic melody. Alicia closed her eyes, conjuring images from the mirror of Ariste. Everyone standing together in peace and happiness, willing to dance with the devil for that future. Chapter 84. A Pact with the Devil. The morning sun streamed through the dining room's large windows, casting light upon the mahogany table. Alicia gently tapped her fingers against the edge of her teacup, her gaze frequently darting toward the staircase. The scrambled eggs that Bubbles had just brought were already beginning to cool, the edges of the bacon glistening with tiny beads of oil. I had thought the contemporary youth slept until well past noon. A low voice suddenly emerged from behind her, causing Alicia to nearly topple her teacup. Grindelwald appeared at the doorway of the dining room, his hair neatly tied back, now donned in a deep blue traveling cloak, Fleamont's attire, yet somehow it suited him perfectly. The morning light cast a golden outline around his sharply defined profile, utterly unbefitting of one who had languished in a dim prison for decades. Early to bed. Early to rise is a commendable habit. Alicia steadied her breath, especially when one has a particularly special mentor. Grindelwald took his seat with grace, his dual-colored eyes sweeping over the lavish breakfast spread. Your house elf possesses commendable culinary skills. He sampled a bite of scrambled egg, his brow arching slightly, far superior to the fare at Nermengard. Bubbles peeked from the kitchen, her ears flushing at the compliment before quickly retreating. What shall we learn today? Alicia inquired eagerly, her fingers unconsciously caressing her wand. Grindelwald leisurely swallowed a mouthful of tea. Impatience is the enemy of magic, my dear girl. He set down his teacup. However, since you asked, we shall delve into the Fiendfyre curse. Alicia's pupils dilated slightly. The Fiendfyre curse was one of the most perilous dark magics known, capable of conjuring uncontrollable magical flames that could even obliterate Horcruxes. I had thought such magic required a high level of dark arts proficiency. Indeed. Grindelwald's lips curled into a dangerous smile, but you possess two advantages. First, your soul is more resilient than that of your peers. Second, he locked eyes with Alicia, you have a teacher like me. After breakfast, the two proceeded to the training grounds behind Potter Manor, a circular clearing reinforced with protective spells, encircled by towering oak trees. James and his father often practiced their Quidditch skills here, but today, this very spot would witness a more perilous magic. Grindelwald stood at the center of the arena, his hands clasped behind his back. The Fiendfyre differs fundamentally from ordinary fire spells. It possesses life, capable of thought, growth, and even backlash. His voice deepened, conveying the gravity of the task. To master it, one must be either stronger or craftier than the flame itself. Elia nodded, her wand firmly in hand. The incantation was Fiendfyre, yet the essence lay not in pronunciation but in intent. Grindelwald paced around her, emphasizing the necessity to reveal her inner darkness to the fire, while maintaining a delicate balance, resisting total submission. Elia inhaled deeply, recalling the dark memories of Voldemort's resurrection. The moment Sirius fell into the veil, and the image of Dumbledore's fall. With a flick of her wand, she declared Fiendfyre. A burst of deep purple flames erupted from the tip, twisting into a serpentine form before dissipating into nothingness. The direction is correct, Grindelwald remarked, yet you remain too restrained. Dark magic demands liberation, not control. She attempted once more, and this time, the flame sustained for several seconds, morphing into a vague avian shape, only to abruptly turn and lunge toward her. With a flick of his hand, Grindelwald dispelled the flames with a silver flash. Interesting, he mused, your Patronus is a raccoon. Yet the Fiendfyre yearns to transform into a bird. A subconscious symbol, perhaps? On her third attempt, Elia closed her eyes, no longer suppressing the voice deep within her, the one that had persistently reminded her since her arrival that she knew what the future held. Her wand traced a complex path. Fiendfyre. A dragon-like plume of violet flames roared forth, spiraling upward, the heat forcing Elia to step back. The flames gradually coalesced into the form of a magnificent phoenix, each feather distinctly visible, shimmering with an otherworldly glow in the sunlight. Beautiful, Grindelwald exclaimed, his voice unusually elevated. With swift wand movements, he inscribed runes to contain the fire within safe bounds. Now retract it. Elia gritted her teeth, focusing all her will. The phoenix-shaped Fiendfyre struggled against her control, as beads of sweat trickled down her temples, and the tip of her wand began to tremble. Do not command it. Grindelwald's voice suddenly drew near, standing just behind her, a hand resting atop hers, guiding her in negotiation. His palm was chillingly cold, yet imbued with an extraordinary power. Elia felt an unfamiliar magic coursing through her arm, resonating with her own. She ceased her attempts to suppress the flames and instead began to guide them. The phoenix emitted a silent cry, gradually folding its wings, transforming into a wisp of smoke that vanished. Gasping for breath, her legs trembling, a smile involuntarily crept upon her lips. I did it. Barely passing, Grindelwald released her hand, yet his eyes sparkled with rare approval. You learn swiftly, swifter than most of my followers. He suddenly locked eyes with her. Have you ever considered changing mentors, young lady? What? Become my apprentice, Grindelwald's voice dripped with temptation. I can teach you knowledge that even Albus dares not approach. Time magic, soul mysteries, even the secrets of immortality. Elia's throat constricted. This was precisely the power she sought to alter the future. But at what cost? I am honored, she replied cautiously. But I wish to focus on the matter of Horcruxes first. Grindelwald scoffed, a feeble excuse. He stepped closer. You are afraid, are you not? Afraid of the darkness. Afraid of becoming like me. Elia's back pressed against an oak tree. With no retreat possible, Grindelwald's mismatched eyes seemed to pierce her very soul. I have a better proposition, Elia suddenly declared. If you teach me to fully master the Fiendfyre, I will divulge the location of Professor Dumbledore's old residence in Godric's Hollow. Elia silently apologized to Dumbledore 1,000 times in her heart. The air thickened instantly. Grindelwald's expression turned inscrutable. You are playing a dangerous game, little one. Is it enough to pique your interest? Elia feigned calmness, her heartbeat thunderous. Grindelwald remained silent for a long moment before abruptly turning toward the training ground center. Continue practicing. By sunset today, I want to see you summon and retract at least 3 forms of Fiendfyre. The ensuing days felt like an intense dream. As Elia battled with perilous magic from dawn until dusk, Grindelwald was a demanding mentor, allowing no margin for error. Yet every glimmer of approval in his eyes made Elia feel that the burns and magical exhaustion were worth it. On the evening of the 7th day, when Elia successfully conjured a unicorn composed of Fiendfyre that transformed into smoke at her fingertips, Grindelwald gently applauded. Satisfactory, he rarely smiled, a commendable performance for an amateur. Elia collapsed onto the grass, her body aching yet her heart content. James and her parents were returning tomorrow. The timing was just right. So Grindelwald crouched beside her. Our agreement? Elia retrieved a folded piece of parchment from her pocket. Here is the address. Grindelwald took the note, his fingers trembling slightly. He stood up, suddenly asking, Do you know why I agreed to teach you, little one? Elia shook her head. Because of your eyes, he said softly. They burn with that absurd idealism akin to Albus's. Yet you possess the wisdom to know when to make a deal with the devil. By the way, I have cast a magic circle here, and in a nearby abandoned farmland for you to practice. Fear not, those old fossils won't discover it. He tucked the note away and turned to leave. You are leaving? Elia rose. I have arranged a safe house near the German border. No need, Grindelwald interrupted. I have my own resources. He winked mysteriously. Tell Albus that next time we meet, I will return his feather quill. Before Elia could inquire about the meaning of his words, Grindelwald retreated a step, his figure beginning to shimmer with transparency. Without waving his wand or uttering an incantation, he seemed to dissolve into the air. Wait! Elia shouted at the empty training ground. You haven't told me how to apparate without a wand. Only the rustling of the wind through the oak leaves answered her. Elia stood frozen, clutching the key to the safe house she had prepared for Grindelwald. He had left just like that? No farewell, no further plans? She gazed down at her wand, reflecting on the knowledge she had gained over the past few days. Far more dangerous and powerful than anything Hogwarts could teach in 7 years. Grindelwald was right. She had indeed made a deal with the devil. Yet it was a price worth paying to save those she loved. As the sunset painted the training ground in crimson hues, Elia turned toward the manor. Tomorrow, her family would return, and she needed to prepare her smile and lies, feigning the role of a dutiful witch writing essays at home. Tonight, however, she would begin planning her next step. How to use the newly learned Fiendfyre to destroy the Horcrux ring hidden in the Gunther estate. As for Grindelwald and Dumbledore, that was another tale altogether. Elia could only hope that when the 2 legendary wizards reunited, Dumbledore would understand her choice. After all, sometimes saving the world requires a touch of assistance from the shadows. Chapter 85, A Double Life. And then that Hungarian horntail suddenly unleashed a 20-foot-long jet of flames. Dad nearly singed his eyebrows off. James animatedly gestured, nearly knocking over the pepper shaker. Merlin, Elia, you should have seen the spectacle. The warmth of the Potter household's dining room filled the air, mingling with the aroma of roasted chicken. Elia listened with a smile as James recounted his adventures in Romania, her fingers unconsciously caressing the edge of the napkin. James's excitement seemed to radiate from every pore. His sun-kissed skin bore a slight flush, and a trace of volcanic ash adorned his spectacles. We brought you this, Fleamont declared, extracting a delicate wooden box from the luggage. The dragon keeper mentioned that these scales from a fireball dragon naturally shed during molting, making them suitable for high-grade potion ingredients. Elia accepted the box and lifted the lid. Nestled on the velvet interior was a palm-sized golden scale, shimmering with a rainbow sheen under the light. It's exquisite, she murmured. Thank you, Father. Euphemia reached out to smooth a stray lock of hair from Elia's forehead. Dear, don't be too disheartened about the paper. Professor McGonagall is notoriously strict. A sudden knot tightened in Elia's stomach as she nearly forgot the fabricated lie she had spun. It's all right, she replied, lowering her gaze to fiddle with the scale. Perhaps I simply haven't prepared adequately. Nonsense, James exclaimed, his mouth full of mashed potatoes. Your transfiguration skills surpass those of most in our year. Professor McGonagall must be suffering another migraine. He quickly amended his statement, retracting his neck under their mother's warning glare. Fleamont raised his glass regardless. Our family reunion is the true cause for celebration. Cheers to the Potters. Cheers. The 4 glasses clinked together with a crisp sound. Elia sipped her pumpkin juice. Yet the lump in her throat refused to dissipate. Would their smiles remain so warm if they knew she had been secretly learning the Fiendfyre curse from the most dangerous dark wizard in history instead of diligently working on her paper? After dinner, Elia assisted in clearing the table, while James was ordered to take a bath. The sulphurous smell clinging to you could faint a garden gnome, Euphemia remarked disdainfully. The young lady has hardly eaten these past few days, Bubotuber said, wiping the dishes with a worried expression. Is my cooking not to her liking? Of course not, Elia replied, placing a stack of plates into the cupboard. I simply lack an appetite. In truth, since practicing the Fiendfyre curse, her magical energy had been excessively drained, leaving her often feeling nauseous. Bubotuber's large eyes filled with tears. The young lady must be studying too hard. Tomorrow, I shall make her favorite chocolate cake. Elia managed a weak smile, patting the little elf's large ears. Thank you, Bubotuber. In the dead of night, after confirming that her family had fallen asleep, Elia quietly donned her invisibility cloak and slipped out through the window. She soared on her broomstick toward a deserted field far from the manor, her secret training ground for the past few days. Under the moonlight, the charred earth bore witness to the power of the Fiendfyre curse. Elia drew her wand and took a deep breath. Fiendfyre, blaze. A violet and blue phoenix erupted from the tip of her wand, swirling gracefully in the air. Unlike her initial attempts, the flames now appeared more solid and stable. With a flick of her wrist, the phoenix split into 3 smaller firebirds, dancing around her. Dissipate, she commanded softly. The firebirds reluctantly converged before finally transforming into a wisp of smoke that vanished into the night sky. Elia wiped the sweat from her forehead and took a few sips of water, reflecting that her progress was evident, yet still insufficient. To destroy the Horcrux, she required more precise control. She practiced several more times until her magical energy was depleted, and the first light of dawn peeked over the horizon. The following days unfolded like a meticulously choreographed ballet. By day, Elia played the role of a diligent student, buried in holiday assignments alongside James in the study. By night, she transformed into a dark magic apprentice, honing her dangerous spells beneath the starlit sky. So why does Professor Sprout want us to compare the cultivation methods of Bubotuber pods and bouncing bulbs? It's so obvious. James sprawled on the study carpet, a quill clenched between his teeth. I bet even Peter could answer that question. Elia continued to write her potion essay without looking up. If you spent the time complaining on your assignments, you'd have finished by now. But you write 3 times faster than I do. James lamented, flipping over. Help me with the herbology section just this once. I'll clean your cauldron for a month. No, Elia said, tapping James's forehead with her wand, leaving an ink mark. Unless you want Professor Sprout to discover our handwriting is identical. James let out an exaggerated sigh and reluctantly got back to work. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his tousled hair, merging with Elia's memories of Harry. Her fingers tightened slightly, leaving an ink smudge on the parchment. For the sake of this foolish brother living to see his children grow, any amount of dark magic was worth it. On the final day of the holiday, when they finally completed all their assignments, James excitedly tossed a stack of parchment into the air. Freedom. Keep it down, Elia laughed. Using a levitation charm to catch the scattered papers, Mother's taking a nap. Suddenly, James leaned in closer, narrowing his eyes. You've been acting strange lately. Elia's heart skipped a beat. What? Sneaking out at midnight, James lowered his voice. Don't think I haven't noticed. The window creaks open precisely at 3:17 every time. He grinned triumphantly. You must be going to see Sirius, right? I should have guessed. No. Elia's face flushed instantly. I just couldn't sleep and went for a fly. James raised an eyebrow. With your wand? Wearing the invisibility cloak? He patted his sister's shoulder. Relax. I want to tell Mum and Dad. Though I suspect they already know. Mum asked me yesterday if Sirius is a good boy. Elia buried her burning face in her hands. Merlin. But seriously, James suddenly turned serious. If that bloke dares to bully you, I'll make sure he knows what it feels like to be chased by a jinx. Elia lifted her head to meet her brother's rare serious expression, warmth swelling in her chest. She reached to smooth James's perpetually messy hair. I know you would, but Sirius is really nice. James made a face. TSK, lovebirds are so mushy. He jumped up to dodge the cushion Elia threw at him. Time to pack. Back to Hogwarts tomorrow. As James's footsteps faded down the stairs, Elia let out a sigh of relief, gazing out at the sunset. Tomorrow, she would return to Hogwarts, back to Sirius. Back to what seemed like an ordinary student life. Chapter 86. A fiery reunion on the train. The Hogwarts Express puffed steam as it prepared to depart from King's Cross Station. Elia watched the hurried parents waving goodbye from outside, her fingers unconsciously drumming on her knee. The compartment door slid open once again, this time revealing Peter, breathless as he squeezed inside. "Sorry I'm late. Mum insisted on stuffing me with 5 boxes of sweets before letting me go." Peter shoved the boxes under the seat, wiping the sweat from his brow. Remus looked up from his book. "No worries, we just..." "Where's Sirius?" Elia suddenly interrupted, scanning the faces in the compartment. "Did anyone see him when you boarded?" Lily shook her head. "I got on with Mary, didn't he see Black?" "I didn't notice either." Remus frowned. "He should have arrived before us." Elia sprang to her feet, nearly knocking over the chocolate frog in James's hands. "I'll go find him." "Wait, Elia." James's words trailed off as his sister dashed out of the compartment, leaving a gust of wind that ruffled the cards in his hand. The train let out its final whistle and began to move slowly. As Elia navigated the crowded corridor, her heart racing in sync with the wheels, a dreadful thought spiraled through her mind. Had Sirius been detained by the Black family? Was it possible that he had been confined again due to some act of defiance during the summer? "Excuse me." She squeezed past the gaggle of giggling first years, her gaze sweeping across the windows of each compartment. There was none in the Gryffindor carriage, none in the Ravenclaw carriage, and even the head boy's private compartment was empty when she dared to peek. By the time Aaliyah reached the last carriage, her fingers had grown icy. This section was predominantly occupied by older students, the air thick with an overwhelming scent of perfume and hairspray. Yet still, there was no sign of that familiar tall figure. "This can't be happening," Aaliyah murmured, her chest tightening. She turned to head back, when she suddenly collided with a solid chest. "I'm sorry," she began, looking up to apologize, but her voice faltered. Sirius gazed down at her, a familiar mischievous smile playing on his lips, yet the fatigue in his gray eyes was unmistakable. A summer had passed, and he seemed to have grown half a foot taller, his shoulders broader, and his jawline more defined. His black hair was slightly longer than before, carelessly tied back, with a few rebellious strands cascading down either side of his face. But what pained Aaliyah the most were the dark circles beneath his eyes and his somewhat pallid complexion. "Looking for me, my beautiful lady?" Sirius's voice was deeper than she remembered. Without a second thought, Aaliyah leapt into his embrace, her arms wrapping tightly around his waist. He carried a faint scent of citrus, mingled with a hint of sweet, sickly blood pop. His heartbeat resonated through his shirt, steady and strong. "Merlin," Sirius chuckled softly, pulling her closer as if to envelop her completely. "Should I go missing more often?" Aaliyah buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled. "That's not funny at all." Sirius gently rubbed his chin against the top of her head. "I know, I'm sorry." They lingered in silence, wrapped in each other's warmth, until a jolt from the train caused Aaliyah to stumble. Sirius instinctively tightened his grip around her waist. "Come with me." He led Aaliyah into a nearby empty compartment, swiftly drawing the curtains shut. Sunlight filtered through the deep red fabric, casting an intimate crimson glow over everything. As Sirius turned, Aaliyah found herself pressed against the door, his palm cradling the back of her head to prevent any bump. "I've missed you terribly," Sirius murmured, his breath brushing her lips. "Every day I could only communicate through the communicator, yet I couldn't touch you." Aaliyah rose on her tiptoes, initiating a kiss. Sirius's lips felt drier and rougher than she remembered, but the warmth remained familiar. He let out a satisfied sigh, one hand tightening around her waist while the other tangled in her hair. Their kiss swiftly transformed from tender to fervent, and Aaliyah could feel the vibrations of his chest and the quickening of his heartbeat. "Your hair has grown," Sirius whispered between breaths, his fingers entwined in her locks. "It smells like mint and sunlight." Aaliyah chuckled softly. "And you smell like someone who hasn't had enough sleep." Sirius cut her off before she could finish, capturing her lips once more. This time his kiss bore an irresistible intensity, his tongue seeking entry. Aaliyah obediently parted her lips, her fingers clutching the fabric of his shirt. She sensed a shift in Sirius that transcended mere height and physique. There was a more perilous aura, akin to a beast that had long been restrained finally breaking free from its chains. Just as their kiss deepened, the compartment door swung open abruptly. "Aaliyah, there you are." Merlin's stinky socks. James's voice crashed over them like a bucket of cold water, prompting Aaliyah and Sirius to quickly separate. Sirius instinctively positioning himself protectively in front of her. "James," Aaliyah peered out from behind Sirius, her voice tinged with evident annoyance. "What do you want?" Her brother stood at the threshold, his glasses askew, his expression a blend of awkwardness and amusement. I just came to find you. Didn't he expect," he gestured vaguely, "to interrupt your reunion?" Sirius lounged lazily against the seat. "Perfect timing, prongs as always." James scratched his head awkwardly, his already tousled black hair now resembling a bird's nest. Should I just head back? Not necessary, Aaliyah sighed, straightening her disheveled collar that Sirius had mussed. We were just about to return. The three of them walked back to the original compartment in silence. Remus and Lily exchanged knowing glances, while Peter curiously scrutinized Sirius. Merlin, mate, you look like you've been trampled by a giant. Sirius shrugged and sat beside Aaliyah. Just the summer traditions of the Black family. He turned to Aaliyah, his tone suddenly softening. Thanks to the snacks you prepared. I might have actually starved in that attic. Aaliyah gazed at his gaunt cheeks with concern. How long were they keeping you? The last 2 weeks. Sirius replied nonchalantly, though his fingers subtly entwined with hers, because I accidentally lost Regulus's Death Eater handbook. James exaggeratedly covered his ears. I'm not listening. Why must I sit here and listen to my sister flirt with my best mate? Lily tossed a chocolate frog at him. Pipe down, Potter. No one asked you to tag along. Sirius seized the moment to whisper in Aaliyah's ear, meet me at the Astronomy Tower tonight? I have so much to tell you in private. Aaliyah nodded, her fingertips tracing circles in his palm, causing Sirius's eyes to darken momentarily, his throat bobbing. Remus suddenly cleared his throat. So, has anyone finished the history of magic essay yet? Laughter erupted in the compartment, and even Sirius relaxed, resting his head on Aaliyah's shoulder. Aaliyah quietly observed the contours of Sirius's face. The signs of fatigue were more pronounced when his eyes were closed. She resolved to find an opportunity to inquire about his summer experiences in detail, but for now, she would let him rest against her for a while. James tooted beside them, but his gaze was gentle. After all, witnessing his best mate and sister happy, even if it was at his expense, was worth it. Chapter 87. The Triwizard Tournament. Candles flickered on the Gryffindor table as Aaliyah had just stuffed a piece of Yorkshire pudding into her mouth when James elbowed her in the ribs. Look. We've got a new defense against the dark arts professor, he mumbled around a mouthful of food. I bet this won't last a year either. Aaliyah lifted her gaze to the staff table, scanning the familiar faces of the professors. Professor McGonagall's stern demeanor, Professor Flitwick's diminutive figure, Professor Slughorn's portly belly, when suddenly, her fork clattered loudly onto her plate. The new professor occupied the usual seat for the defense against the dark arts position, his silver-gray hair neatly slicked back. With a well-groomed beard, appearing to be in his early 50s. He donned a deep purple robe, with an inconspicuous silver brooch pinned at the collar. On the surface, he was a complete stranger. But those eyes. Aaliyah's breath hitched, though the color had been magically disguised to an ordinary dark brown. The slightly upturned corners and the keen glint in his gaze were unmistakable. Welcome, new students, and welcome back to the returning ones. Dumbledore's voice echoed through the hall. Yet Aaliyah felt as if she were pinned to her seat. Before the feast begins, allow me to introduce our defense against the dark arts professor for this year, Mr. Eberus Green. As applause erupted, Professor Green gracefully stood, performing a standard bow. When he raised his head, his gaze inadvertently swept over the Gryffindor table, lingering on Aaliyah's face for less than half a second. But in that fleeting moment, she distinctly saw the spark of pride flicker in his eyes. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Headmaster Dumbledore for his introduction. Professor Green's voice, more mellifluous than I remembered, still bore that ineffable rhythm, and I felt immensely privileged to explore the intricate art of defense against the dark arts alongside my peers at Hogwarts. By Merlin's beard. Alia's fingers clenched tightly around the fabric of her robe, her knuckles paling. This was undoubtedly Grindelwald, the dark wizard she had rescued from Nurmengard over the summer, who had taught her the Fiendfyre curse before mysteriously vanishing. Now he brazenly masqueraded as a professor, seated prominently at the staff table? And Dumbledore introduced him with such serene composure? Did he know? Surely he did. The blue eyes behind that crescent-shaped pair of spectacles concealed too many secrets. But why would he permit Grindelwald to enter Hogwarts, let alone assume a teaching position? This year, we shall not host a Quidditch tournament. Instead, we will revive a long-abandoned traditional event. Dumbledore's voice pulled Alia from her tumultuous thoughts. I am delighted to announce that the Triwizard Tournament will be held at Hogwarts. With a sudden burst, Alia spewed pumpkin juice all over James's face. Laughter erupted from the entire Gryffindor long table. Sirius was doubled over, slapping the table, while Remus kindly offered a handkerchief to the coughing James. I'm so sorry. Alia hastily employed a cleaning charm on James's glasses. I was just so astonished. James shook his damp hair, feigning annoyance. My dear sister, your spittle assault skills have greatly improved. Alia managed a strained smile, yet her heart was in disarray. The Triwizard Tournament? Wasn't that the event reinstated during Harry's 4th year? According to the original timeline, this tournament should not be occurring now. Had her act of saving Grindelwald triggered such a monumental butterfly effect? I know you are all eager, Dumbledore continued, his silvery beard quivering gently as he spoke. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang have arrived. Please welcome our esteemed guests. The great hall's doors swung open, and a group of girls clad in pale blue silk uniforms elegantly entered, led by an impressively tall witch, Madame Maxime. Following them were the Durmstrang students, marching in unison, their deep crimson cloaks billowing behind them. Yet, Alia's gaze remained fixated on the staff table. Professor Green, no Grindelwald, was intently observing the Durmstrang students, his expression inscrutable. As Karkaroff bowed to the staff table with his signature insincere smile, Grindelwald's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. That's Karkaroff, Sirius whispered conspiratorially in Alia's ear. I hear he is a Death Eater, and now the headmaster of Durmstrang. I bet he and Slughorn are acquainted, those two greasy old bats. Alia nodded absently, her mind racing. What could Grindelwald's motive be for masquerading as a professor? Why was the Triwizard Tournament being held prematurely? What was Dumbledore orchestrating? Regarding the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore's voice resonated throughout the hall, suppressing the students' excited murmurs. After discussions among the three school heads, this year's competition will adopt a new rule. Alia unconsciously tightened her grip on her napkin as Dumbledore paused, the entire hall falling into hushed silence. The age limit has been removed. After a second of stunned silence, the hall erupted. What? James leapt to his feet, nearly toppling the pumpkin juice over the long table. His eyes wide as saucers. Could younger students now participate? A group of third-year Ravenclaw students began to cheer, while a few short second-year Hufflepuffs climbed onto their benches, hollering in excitement. At the staff table, Professor McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line, her expression rigid as if petrified. Dumbledore had to conjure several purple fireworks to quell the uproar. Please quiet down. Although the age limit has been lifted, the Goblet of Fire will only select the most qualified champions to represent their respective schools. I must emphasize that this is an exceedingly perilous competition. His warning was drowned out by another wave of cheers. Sirius let out a sharp whistle, draping an arm around James's shoulder. Pointy fork, our chance has arrived. Indeed. James's glasses reflected the candlelight, his face brimming with determination. Just think of it. Dueling against foreign wizards, perhaps even a dragon. And a hefty prize. Sirius added, his eyes sparkling. Enough to buy an entire storefront in Diagon Alley after we graduate. Remus shook his head but couldn't suppress a smile. You two should temper your enthusiasm regarding the prize. Traditionally, only one champion is chosen from each school. Yet Alia felt as if she had been struck by a freezing charm, rooted to the spot. In her recollection, the Triwizard Tournament had a strict age limit, with only upper-year students permitted to submit their names to the Goblet of Fire. It was precisely this restriction that had prompted Barty Crouch Jr. to aid Harry in cheating to enter. And now the rules had changed. Her gaze involuntarily drifted back to the staff table. At that moment, Professor Green was elegantly sipping a glass of red wine, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. When his eyes met Alia's, he raised his glass almost imperceptibly, a glint of mischief in his gaze. Alia's blood ran cold. This had to be his doing. Only Grindelwald would have the audacity to propose such a radical alteration, shattering centuries of tradition. Only he could persuade or manipulate the other headmasters to acquiesce to this change. Are you not pleased? Lily's voice pulled Alia back to reality, the redhead studying her curiously. This is an unprecedented opportunity. I heard past events included dragon taming and mermaid tasks. Alia opened her mouth, but found herself voiceless. How could she explain that such an opportunity might conceal deadly traps? I'm merely taken aback, she finally managed to say, her fingers unconsciously brushing the time turner around her neck. The removal of the age limit signifies greater dangers. Don't worry, sis, James tousled her hair confidently. Your brother is the finest seeker and prankster at Hogwarts. What competition could possibly daunt me? Sirius nodded in agreement. And we will look out for each other, right, Moony? Remus smiled gently. Provided you two aren't eliminated outright by the goblet. Their optimism pierced Alia's heart like a dagger. How she longed to reveal the truth to them. Yet, as the words hovered on her lips, they transformed into a feeble smile. Just be cautious. Her gaze once more swept to the staff table. Dumbledore was conversing with Madame Maxime, his demeanor calm and revealing no signs of distress. Grindelwald, however, had already vacated his seat, standing in the shadows of the hall, contemplatively observing the exuberant students. When the Beauxbatons students began performing their trick of transforming napkins into little birds, Alia quietly slipped off the bench. I'm heading to the restroom. She needed solitude, she needed to think. What kind of chain reaction would this rule change incite? With the age limit lifted, Who would replace Harry as the additional champion? The gargoyle statues in the corridor cast eerie shadows in the moonlight as Alia leaned against the cold castle wall, attempting to sort through her thoughts. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from behind her. It seems my little suggestion has been heeded. Alia whirled around. Grindelwald leaned against a nearby stone pillar, the moonlight casting a bluish sheen over his silvery hair. Was it you who proposed the removal of the age limit? Elia lowered her voice and scanned the surroundings warily. Why? Grindelwald let out a soft chuckle, his mismatched eyes still captivating beneath their disguise. For amusement, and for the promise of greater possibilities. He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a mere whisper. Imagine the spectacle when the Goblet of Fire selects an unexpected champion. Elia's breath hitched. You intend to manipulate the tournament? Me. Grindelwald feigned a dramatic clutch at his chest. How could a law-abiding professor engage in such antics? His gaze sharpened suddenly. Yet history teaches us that when rules shift, serpents invariably find their way into the garden. Footsteps echoed in the distance, prompting Grindelwald to instantly revert to his amiable professor demeanor. Miss Potter, you ought to return to the Great Hall. The post-ceremony desserts are the house elf's specialty. As Professor McGonagall appeared at the end of the corridor, Grindelwald had transformed into a courteous middle-aged teacher, nodding respectfully before departing at a leisurely pace. Elia touched the time-turner around her neck, a sudden clarity washing over her. This academic year, Hogwarts would not merely be a battleground for the three schools, but a covert arena for the clash between two generations of dark wizards. And she, perhaps unwittingly, was a pawn in this game. With her head bowed, Elia returned to her seat. Are you all right? Sirius squeezed her hand, noting her distraction since the earlier conversation. Elia realized her palm was clammy with sweat. I was just taken aback. The Triwizard Tournament, and so many foreign students. Sirius raised an eyebrow. You look as if you've seen a ghost. More dreadful than that, Elia thought. I have encountered a dangerous individual who ought to be confined in Nurmengard, and now he is my professor. As students from Beauxbatons passed the Gryffindor table, a silver-haired girl drew everyone's attention. Towering over her peers, she moved with an innate grace. That must be Beauxbaton's champion candidate. James whistled. I wager she has some Vila blood in her. Elia suddenly realized that if the Triwizard Tournament were to be held sooner, then the Goblet of Fire, the maze, and that dreadful trophy's key could all potentially emerge. Grindelwald was conversing with Professor McGonagall, his face adorned with a polite smile, betraying no signs of his recent incarceration in a dark cell. Dumbledore, seated at the high table, occasionally surveyed the hall, his gaze lingering on Elia for a fleeting moment before shifting away nonchalantly. This is bad, Elia muttered under her breath, forking a piece of now-cold pie into her mouth. This is truly disastrous. Sirius looked at her quizzically. What is disastrous? Elia forced a smile. I was merely contemplating how extraordinary this year's defense against the dark arts class will be. Extraordinary enough to make her reconsider using the time-turner to return to the past, and prevent herself from rescuing that troublemaker from Nurmengard. When dessert suddenly appeared on the golden platter, Elia found herself devoid of appetite. She stared at the flickering flames atop the chocolate cauldron cake, while her thoughts drifted toward far more perilous flames, such as the Fiendfyre that Grindelwald wielded so adeptly. This academic year was destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 88. The Destruction of the Third Horcrux. In the Gryffindor common room, the fire crackled merrily as James stood atop the coffee table, wielding a silver fork as if it were a wand. I dare say, the Goblet of Fire would leap at the chance to select me. Who in Hogwarts is more deserving of being a champion than I? Aside from myself, Sirius replied languidly, reclining on the sofa with his long legs draped over the edge, perfectly obstructing James' path. Lily rolled her eyes, dropping a stack of books heavily onto the table, compelling Sirius to retract his legs. Have you two colossal idiots forgotten how perilous the Triwizard Tournament is? Do you recall how many perished during the last one? Specifically, 2 champions died during the 1876 tournament, Remus stated without looking up from his book, mainly due to the Merfolk chief unexpectedly altering the task's rules. Elia curled up in a chair by the window, her fingers unconsciously twisting around a strand of her hair. The lively atmosphere of the common room felt as though it were separated from her by a veil of frosted glass, with only Grindelwald's words echoing in her mind. When rules change, serpents always find a way into the garden. Elia? Sirius waved a hand in front of her face. You've been absent-minded since you returned from the feast. Huh. Elia jolted back to reality. Sorry, I was just pondering some things. She suddenly stood up. I need to step out for a moment. Sirius immediately rose. I'll accompany you. Are you really going to follow me to the girls' restroom? Elia raised an eyebrow, watching as Sirius' face flushed crimson. Leaning closer, she whispered mischievously in his ear, "Meet me at the Astronomy Tower tonight." She gently kissed his earlobe, relishing the sight of his pupils dilating in response, before slipping swiftly out of the portrait hole. The castle corridors were eerily silent in the night, Elia's footsteps echoing against the stone walls. She sought answers regarding Grindelwald's presence at Hogwarts, the true purpose behind the Triwizard Tournament, and what Dumbledore was scheming. "Roachpile," she whispered to the stone gargoyle, and the spiral staircase began to ascend slowly. The office door was ajar, a sliver of golden light spilling out, and just as Elia was about to knock, she overheard low voices arguing within. "You always do this, Albus, treating everyone as mere pawns on your chessboard." It was Grindelwald's voice, more dangerous and authentic than in class. "And you, Gellert?" Dumbledore's retort was laced with an unusual sharpness. "You appear at Hogwarts, altering the rules of the Triwizard Tournament. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions?" Elia held her breath, her fingers hovering in midair. She shouldn't be eavesdropping, yet her feet felt rooted to the spot. "My intentions?" Grindelwald scoffed. "Perhaps I have grown weary of watching you combat the darkness alone." The sound of fabric rustling followed by a dull thud against the bookshelf reached Elia's ears. Before she fully comprehended the implications of these sounds, her hand pushed the door open. What she beheld was the most astonishing sight of her life. Grindelwald had Dumbledore pinned between the bookshelf and his own body, one hand bracing against the shelf beside Dumbledore's ear, the other gripping the headmaster's chin. The space between them was so intimate they could share breath. Dumbledore's crescent-shaped glasses askew, his silver beard nearly entwined with Grindelwald's wig. Time seemed to freeze. Elia's gasp lodged in her throat. She ought to turn and flee, pretend she were blind, or cast a forgetfulness charm to erase her memory. But her body was completely paralyzed. Grindelwald slowly turned his head, his mismatched eyes sharp as knives beneath their disguise. "Stop!" The word washed over Elia like ice water down her spine. It was over, she would be silenced. The secret affair between the greatest white wizard in magical history and the most dangerous dark wizard was a scandal that could cost her 10 lives. "Elia." Dumbledore hastily adjusted his glasses, a suspicious flush still adorning his cheeks. "Is there something you need?" Elia's gaze flitted nervously between the two legendary wizards. Grindelwald's wig was slightly askew from their earlier tussle, while Dumbledore's collar was wrinkled. Every question she had prepared now morphed into a muddled mess. The Triwizard Tournament." She stammered. Why the sudden change of rules? Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged a glance. Ultimately, Dumbledore sighed. "In order to draw out the informants within the Ministry of Magic, we suspect that Voldemort's followers have infiltrated the Department of International Magical Cooperation. This we have executed with considerable subtlety." Elia furtively glanced at Grindelwald, who was regarding her with a newfound, evaluative gaze, as if he were truly seeing the girl for the first time. "You have divulged everything to her?" Grindelwald's voice was laced with a mixture of astonishment and a peculiar delight. "How intriguing." Dumbledore remained silent, merely gazing gently at Elia. "Are there any further inquiries?" "Indeed. Far too many. For instance, when will you reconcile? Are you aware that he escaped from Nurmengard for your sake? What were you two just engaged in?" Yet Elia's instinct for self-preservation prompted her to select the safest topic. "I have discovered a method to destroy the ring." The air in the room instantly solidified. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened as they fixed on Grindelwald, who raised an eyebrow, revealing a smirk that was both amused and enigmatic. "I see," Dumbledore murmured softly. "I believe we need to retire to a more private locale." 10 minutes later, the trio found themselves in the chamber where Elia had previously destroyed the diary. Dumbledore retrieved a black velvet pouch from his robes and carefully unveiled it, revealing the gaunt ring resting in the center, its black gemstone emanating an ominous glow. "Are you certain, Elia?" Dumbledore inquired gravely. "The Fiendfyre curse is exceedingly perilous, particularly against such a level of dark magical artifact." Elia nodded. Drawing her wand from her robes, she could feel Grindelwald's gaze, tangible and expectant, upon her back. Fiendfyre. The violet-blue flames erupted from the tip of her wand, coalescing in the air into a fiery phoenix, identical to the one she had practiced with at Potter Manor. The phoenix emitted a silent cry as it dove toward the ring. The black gemstone shrieked piercingly upon contact with the flames, a plume of black smoke rising as it attempted to resist, but the Fiendfyre mercilessly consumed it. Moments later, only a small mound of ash and a glowing red gold ring remained on the ground. "Beautiful incantation," Grindelwald murmured, his eyes alight with pride. "Far more precise than when I departed. How many times have you practiced?" "Every night," Elia replied, stowing her wand away, suddenly realizing she had let something slip. I meant." Dumbledore cleared his throat, his gaze flitting between Elia and Grindelwald over the crescent-shaped glasses. I believe Elia should return. Curfew is approaching. Wait. Grindelwald stepped forward. My previous proposal still stands, given your talent. Good night, Elia. Dumbledore raised his voice to interrupt him while subtly positioning himself between the two. We shall discuss this another day. Elia required no further prompting, dashing toward the door with the speed of a golden snitch. Good night, Professor Dumbledore. Good night, Professor Grindelwald. The last word she nearly shouted. As the chamber door closed behind her, Elia finally dared to breathe deeply. Merlin's socks. Not only had she witnessed the intimate moment between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, but she had also showcased dark magic before them, and almost became an apprentice to Grindelwald on the spot. This evening had proven far more exhilarating than she had anticipated. The cool breeze of the corridor tempered the heat in Elia's cheeks. Glancing at her pocket watch, she noted that she had 20 minutes until her rendezvous with Remus and Sirius at the Astronomy Tower. Enough time to gather her thoughts and contemplate how to share tonight's astonishing revelation with her boyfriend without divulging state secrets. Elia couldn't help but grin. At the very least, she was certain of one thing. Regardless of what Dumbledore and Grindelwald were plotting, the plan to destroy the Horcruxes was progressing steadily. The image of Sirius's jaw dropping upon hearing this story would undoubtedly be worth preserving with a memory charm. Elia bounded up the stairs to the Astronomy Tower, her robes fluttering joyfully behind her. After tonight, she would likely view her defense against the dark arts class with an entirely new perspective. Chapter 89. Sweetness in the Astronomy Tower. The night breeze in the Astronomy Tower carried the crispness of early autumn, dispelling the warmth from Elia's cheeks. She leaned against the stone railing, gazing up at the multitude of stars, her fingers unconsciously tracing her wand. A faint sound of footsteps emerged from behind her, and Elia's lips curled into a subtle smile, feigning ignorance. Suddenly, a pair of warm hands covered her eyes. Guess who I am? The warm palms enveloped her eyes, the intentionally lowered voice brimming with uncontainable mirth. Elia inhaled deeply, the scent of parchment pine, and that uniquely refreshing aroma reminiscent of Sirius, akin to grass after rain, filled her nostrils. She fought to suppress her laughter, deliberately elongating her tone. Peeves? How hurtful. Sirius released his grip, playfully biting her neck in retaliation. Do I smell like that noisy ghost? Elia turned to face him, the moonlight outlining Sirius's chiseled features. After a summer's passage, his jawline appeared even more defined, his collarbone subtly visible beneath his open neckline. But what captivated her most were his eyes, which sparkled with starlight even in darkness. I don't know, she blinked, feigning confusion. Perhaps some lost Hufflepuff? Sirius raised an eyebrow, suddenly leaning down to kiss her, a kiss filled with irresistible fervor, his palm resting on her lower back as he pressed her against him. Elia's fingers instinctively tangled in his dark hair, the familiar sensation rendering her weak-kneed. When they finally parted, both were breathless. Now do you know who I am? Sirius's voice was low and husky. Elia licked her tingling lips, her eyes shimmering with mischief. Oh dear, I do have a boyfriend. Does this count as infidelity? Sirius's expression shifted to one of danger as he wrapped his arms around Elia's waist, lifting her onto the stone railing while he positioned himself between her legs, his hands bracing against the sides of the stone barrier. Is that so? He leaned closer, their noses almost touching. Then I suppose I'll just have to silently eliminate Miss Potter's current boyfriend and take his place. Elia couldn't help but burst into laughter, resting her forehead against his shoulder. How terrifying, Mr. Black. Sirius tightened his embrace, enveloping her completely. Elia buried her face in the crook of his neck, inhaling deeply, as if she intended to etch his essence into her memory. So Sirius's chin brushed against her hair. You hurried out just now. It surely wasn't merely to use the restroom, was it? Elia lifted her head, her eyes sparkling in the moonlight. You absolutely won't believe what I witnessed. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. I went to Dumbledore's office and ended up seeing Professor Grindelwald pinning him against the bookshelf. Sirius's eyes widened in astonishment. Our new defense against the dark arts professor? With Dumbledore? He suddenly erupted into laughter. Merlin's knickers. I knew that Grindelwald's gaze toward Dumbledore was amiss. So, Elia covered his mouth anxiously, glancing around. Do you want the whole castle to hear? Sirius grasped her wrist, planting a kiss on her palm. This is far more explosive than Peeves hurling dung bombs into Filch's office. He squinted. Wait, what were you doing in Dumbledore's office? Elia smiled. I was inquiring about the Triwizard Tournament. I found the sudden cancellation of the age limit rather strange. This was not a lie, merely an incomplete truth. Sirius nodded thoughtfully, his fingers unconsciously twisting a lock of Elia's hair. Speaking of which, are you planning to enter the Triwizard Tournament? I think I'm still considering. Elia hesitated, her voice sounding soft and uncertain. I must confess, I would rather witness you shine brilliantly in the competition. However, should the Goblet of Fire select me, I shall be the first to rush forth and offer my congratulations. Sirius interrupted her, gently lifting her chin with his finger, and then vowed to train her daily until she could vanquish all her adversaries. The night breeze caressed them, intertwining Elia's crimson locks with Sirius's dark tresses. Elia gazed out the window, pointing towards the sky. Look! A shooting star! A silver streak darted across the night sky, fleeting in its brilliance. Sirius wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin atop her head. Did you make a wish? Elia leaned against his chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat. Tell me. If you utter it, it shall not come true. Sirius chuckled softly, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Then let me guess. Your wish is to be with Sirius every day? Narcissist. Elia elbowed him lightly in the abdomen, only to have him seize her wrist. Then Sirius suddenly grew serious, his gray eyes glinting like tempered silver in the moonlight. I wish for everyone to be safe, James, Lily, Remus and me. Elia's breath caught in her throat. How could he know? As if reading her thoughts, Sirius playfully pinched the tip of her nose. Whenever you lie, your eyes always look downward. I know you well, my dear. Ever since summer ended, you've been studying the dark arts defense, and you've been plagued by nightmares at night. Suddenly, Sirius swept Elia off her feet, carrying her amidst her startled cries toward a pile of soft cushions in the corner of the astronomy tower. Sirius, put me down. I'm seeking a better stargazing spot. He carefully sat down, allowing Elia to perch beside him on his lap. Look, now the entire sky belongs to us. Elia relaxed against his chest, basking in his warmth. From this height, the lights of Hogwarts sprawled beneath them, while the Black Lake appeared as a vast slab of ink, mirroring the multitude of stars above. It's beautiful, she whispered. Sirius did not admire the scenery but focused intently on her profile. Indeed, truly beautiful. Elia turned her head, realizing he was not gazing at the stars at all. Her face flushed. I meant the scenery. So did I. Sirius grinned mischievously, leaning closer, but suddenly paused just before their lips met. Wait, does this count as cheating? Would your boyfriend be upset? Elia, incensed, grasped his collar. My boyfriend is an arrogant fool. He deserves it. Sirius laughed heartily and kissed her. The two entwined beneath the starlight until the castle bells tolled midnight. We should return, she finally murmured. For tomorrow we must attend the Great Hall to witness the Goblet of Fire. The two stealthily descended the spiral staircase, exchanging fleeting kisses in every shadow. Upon reaching the common room, Sirius caught Elia, who was about to head back to her dormitory. Good night, my dear. He lightly kissed her forehead, his gaze so tender it made Elia's heart ache. As she turned to leave, she paused, contemplating for a moment, then faced him. Sirius, if I were to say, hypothetically, that one day I must undertake a perilous task. Sirius's fingers tightened suddenly. Then I shall accompany you. His voice brooked no argument. You will never rid yourself of me, Miss Potter. Elia nodded in a daze, ultimately whispering, Good night, Sirius, before she turned and returned to her dormitory. After all, her shooting star had never been a fleeting wish, but rather the boy who could always find her in the dark. Chapter 90, Dark Arts Defense Class. Elia, wake up. The sun is shining on your backside. A cold hand pressed against Elia's cheek, startling her into an upright position, nearly colliding her forehead with Lily's chin. Merlin's beard. Elia squinted at the window, the dawn barely breaking. What time is it? Enough for you to wash up and have breakfast. Lily had already dressed, her red hair neatly tied back in a ponytail. Today marks the first class with the new professor. We must arrive early to secure a good spot. Elia's mind still lingered in the sweet memories of the astronomy tower from the previous night, until the mention of the new professor felt like a bucket of icy water had been poured over her. She instantly sobered, her fingers gripping the sheets tightly. Dark Arts Defense Class? On the first day of school? Her voice pitched an octave higher than usual. Lily shot her a curious glance. That is how the schedule is arranged. Hurry up, I've already packed your textbooks. Elia mechanically donned her robes. Flashes of Grindelwald's predatory gaze from the Chamber of Secrets invading her mind. Her hands trembled slightly as she struggled to tie her tie, having to redo it thrice before it resembled anything proper. Breakfast in the Great Hall was as sumptuous as ever, yet Elia could barely swallow a few spoonfuls of oatmeal. Whenever laughter erupted from the staff table, her shoulders involuntarily tensed. You seem a bit off today, Sirius whispered from behind, his warm breath making her ears flush. Did last night tire you out? Elia nearly choked on her pumpkin juice. Cough, cough, cough. Shut up, Sirius. She glared at him, her cheeks rosy. while discreetly squeezing his fingers beneath the table. James rushed over, his hair even more disheveled than usual. Mooney said the new professor used to teach at Durmstrang. I heard he specializes in practical magic. You're as excited as if you received a new broom. Lily rolled her eyes. But it's true. It's rare to have a professor who genuinely understands dark arts defense. Elia internally sighed. The classroom for dark arts defense had been rearranged, with desks and chairs set up in a semicircle, and a massive blackboard behind the podium inscribed with the words, "The art of defense is the wisdom of prediction." Lily dragged Elia to a central seat in the front row. "Wait," Elia protested, her heels digging into the floor. "I think the back row has a better view." "Don't be foolish," Lily insisted, pushing her into the seat. "The front row will leave a good impression on the new professor." Elia felt like a prisoner nailed to a powder keg. As the classroom gradually filled with students, amidst the lively chatter, she overheard numerous speculations regarding the new professor. "I heard he single-handedly repelled a dozen dark wizards. My dad said he met him in the International Magical Law Office. Look at those eyes. I bet he can perform legilimency." When the classroom door silently slid open, all conversation ceased abruptly. Grindelwald, now Professor Abernathy, entered with an elegant stride, his black robes billowing behind him. "Good morning, class." His voice was even softer than it had been in the Chamber of Secrets. "Welcome to Dark Arts Defense. In my class, you will learn truly practical defense techniques, rather than rote memorization." Elia shrank into her seat, wishing to become invisible. As Grindelwald's gaze swept over the front row, she distinctly felt his eyes linger on her for a fraction longer, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "But before we delve into defense," he waved his wand, causing a stack of parchment to float and distribute to each student. "I need to understand your foundations. Please write down your most proficient defensive spells, and the dark creatures you fear the most." Elia bit the end of her quill, hesitating over how detailed to be. She glanced at Lily's answer. Armored Charm and Dementor quite standard. Ultimately, she penned Disarming Charm and Infurious, deliberately downplaying her abilities. Grindelwald collected the questionnaires and, after a cursory glance, revealed a mysterious smile. "Interesting answers, especially yours, Miss Potter." He paused deliberately, his voice gliding silkily through the classroom. "Inferi are indeed unsettling beings, but compared to some darker creatures that are more familiar to us, at least they do not disguise themselves as our friends, do they?" A chill ran down Elia's spine, and Remus abruptly looked up, his face paling. The atmosphere in the classroom abruptly solidified, as several students exchanged anxious glances. "Professor," Lily exclaimed, raising her hand, her voice clear and resolute. "According to the classification guide of dark creatures, the Infurious is a product of necromancy, not a living being. Should we not distinguish between the two?" "A keen observation, Miss Evans." Grindelwald gracefully interjected, with a flick of his wand conjuring an illusion of an Infurious in the center of the classroom. "Yet it is precisely this non-living nature that renders them the most loyal minions of dark wizards." Elia quietly exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance at Lily. Remus's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, though his fingers continued to unconsciously tug at the threads of his robe beneath the desk. The subsequent lesson unfolded surprisingly normally, even impressively. Grindelwald demonstrated how to combat the Infurious using the Incendio and Lumos spells, his teaching style vibrant and inspirational. When Sirius successfully made the Infurious illusion retreat 3 steps with the techniques he had been taught, Grindelwald even nodded in approval. "Excellent control, Mr. Black. It seems certain familial talents should not be underestimated." As the class bell rang, Elia had filled 3 pages with notes. Just as she packed her books in preparation to leave, Grindelwald's voice resonated once more. "Miss Potter, please stay a moment." Elia's previously relaxed nerves instantly tensed again. Lily sympathetically patted her shoulder. "He probably wants to learn more about your defensive magic fundamentals. Don't worry, you performed admirably." With that, she departed, clutching her textbooks. The classroom soon emptied. Grindelwald, his disguise flawless even at close range, with skin texture and subtle wrinkles impeccable, approached her desk with deliberate steps, his gaze still sharp. "Your way of protecting your friends is quite touching," he murmured, his fingertip tracing the word Infurious on her parchment. "But true power requires no such futile compassion." Elia met his gaze unwaveringly. "That is not compassion, Professor. It is loyalty." Grindelwald appeared intrigued by her response, a dangerous smile curving his lips. "Loyalty is indeed a precious quality. Alas, in the face of absolute power, it often becomes the first sacrificial offering." He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Consider this. If you possess sufficient power, perhaps you could free your werewolf friend from the curse of the moon forever." Elia's heart raced. He was tempting her with one of her deepest desires. Every form of magic comes at a cost. She forced herself to remain calm. especially when it concerns the gifts of dark magic. Grindelwald straightened suddenly, bursting into laughter. Well said. Albus has certainly taught you quite a bit. His expression shifted to one of danger. But do you truly believe that with those gentle defensive spells, you can alter the future you envision? My proposal from yesterday still stands, he continued. His voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. With your talent, coupled with my guidance, you shall become the most powerful witch of this century. Remember, the most powerful witch. Elia's throat tightened. How could she refuse him without inciting the wrath of this perilous figure? I am honored. But I am a student of Professor Dumbledore. Grindelwald chuckled softly. Albus has taught you nothing but trifles. I can show you the true power to change your destiny. Elia. The classroom door suddenly swung open and James peeked in. Professor McGonagall is looking for you. She says it's about the Transfiguration advanced class. Thank Merlin for James's impulsiveness. Elia had never been more grateful for her brother's unexpected arrival. I'll be right there. She nearly leaped up, hastily grabbing her bag. Sorry, Professor Grindelwald. We can discuss this another day? Grindelwald's expression was inscrutable. Of course, Miss Potter. We have all the time in the world. Elia hurried toward the door, her heart fervently thanking every deity she could conceive. James wrapped an arm around her shoulders, lowering his voice. What's wrong? Is that strange professor giving you trouble? No. Just course suggestions, Elia replied vaguely, glancing back to see Grindelwald standing at the podium, contemplatively observing their departure. Around the corner in the hallway, Elia suddenly embraced James. Thank you, my dear brother. James froze for a moment, then laughed, tousling her hair. Wow, just because I interrupted your conversation with the professor? How dull can he be? You wouldn't understand. Elia released him, half-jokingly saying, You've interrupted Sirius and me so many times. This time was perfectly timed. James smirked. All right then. Elia's eyes widened, and she burst into laughter, linking her arm with her brother's. Come on, I'll treat you to a chocolate frog. The siblings chattered as they made their way to the great hall. Elia's breathing gradually steadied, yet Grindelwald's temptation of true power to change destiny echoed in her mind. She gripped her wand tightly, silently resolving, no matter what conditions Grindelwald proposed, she would not become his disciple. However, rejecting a dark wizard, especially one of the most dangerous in history, required not just courage but a greater wisdom. And wisdom was precisely what Hogwarts excelled in. Chapter 91. The Fiery Choice. The goblet of fire spun in the center of the great hall, its crimson flames licking the air, casting flickering shadows upon the faces of the surrounding students. Elia sat at the Gryffindor table, watching it, the flames possessing a strange vitality as if they could see into the souls of those who approached. I bet it prefers the brave Gryffindors. James had adjusted his collar for the third time, his eyes shining as if filled with golden snitches. He turned to Elia, suddenly lowering his voice. Elia, what's wrong? You've been acting strangely ever since Professor Grindelwald spoke to you. Elia's fingers paused. She hadn't anticipated James would notice such details. It was just coarse suggestions, she feigned nonchalance. He praised my talent in defensive magic. Sirius lounged lazily against the long table, his gray eyes sharp as they scanned the professor's table. That new professor looks at you like a vulture eyeing its prey. His long fingers subtly hooked Elia's pinky. I've checked. There is no Professor Eberus Green at Durmstrang. Elia's heart skipped a beat. She should have known Sirius wouldn't remain indifferent. Perhaps he is using an alias? She ventured. Perhaps he isn't a professor at all, Sirius replied coldly. Suddenly, a gasp erupted in the great hall. The Durmstrang students lined up to approach the goblet of fire. And as the leader, Solson, tossed his name into the flames surged high, transforming into the shape of a soaring eagle. Karkaroff applauded from the professor's table, his face adorned with exaggerated pride. Showy, Sirius scoffed. Lily squeezed through the crowd of books to Elia's side. Madame Maxime said Beauxbatons won't register until tomorrow. Following Elia's gaze, she suddenly lowered her voice. You wouldn't actually be considering? Of course I am. James, appearing from nowhere, threw an arm around Elia's shoulders. Just think about it. Competing with the best wizards in Europe. There might even be dragons. Or you could end up dead, Lily retorted coldly, her red hair swaying like angry flames. Modern magical history states that during the 1792 Triwizard Tournament, a chimera injured 3 judges. Elia? Lily worriedly touched her arm. You look so pale. I'm fine. Elia forced a smile, then took a deep breath, drawing her wand. Indeed, parchment flew from her bag, unfolding in mid-air. Her hawthorn wand lightly tapped the parchment, and the 5 characters spelling Elia Potter materialized alongside the incantation, the ink shimmering like molten gold. This was a charming trick she had learned from Grindelwald over the summer. Infusing magic into her penmanship, transforming a mere signature into a miniature magical contract. Merlin. Peter had somehow edged closer, his small eyes wide with curiosity, inquiring what spell this was. A variant of the silent writing charm, Elia softly explained, flicking her wrist. The parchment instantly folded into 1,000 origami cranes, which then took flight, her signature faintly visible on their wings. The entire hall was captivated, the cranes tracing an elegant arc in the air before soaring towards the goblet of fire. The crimson flame surged abruptly, forming a gaping maw that devoured them. In that moment, the fire transformed into a brilliant gold-red hue, and the faint outline of a phoenix spread its wings within the flames. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor echoed from the professor's table, and Elia looked up to see Dumbledore rising, his blue eyes glinting with an unusual light behind his half-moon spectacles. Grindelwald retained his poised demeanor, yet the deepening curve of his smile resembled that of a hunter witnessing prey step into a trap. "My sister," James exclaimed, scooping Elia up and twirling her around, his voice sharp with excitement. "Hogwarts' bravest witch." The surrounding Gryffindors erupted into cheers and applause, while Sirius refrained from joining in the celebration, instead fixating intently on Elia's eyes, a turbulent emotion swirling in his gray irises that she could not decipher. "Why?" he murmured quietly as the cheers subsided, his fingers gently brushing the still warm wand in her hand. "Last night you said." "I've changed my mind." Elia met his gaze, her voice a hushed promise meant for only them. "Some battles must be faced personally." Lily offered her a piece of pumpkin pie, worry glimmering in her eyes. "You need to replenish your energy if you decide to compete." She emphasized the last few words deliberately, as if still hoping Elia might reconsider. Elia took a bite, the sweet, rich flavor of pumpkin melting on her tongue, yet an inexplicable bitterness lingered. She understood Lily's concern. The Triwizard Tournament was indeed perilous. But now everything had changed. The Goblet of Fire had appeared prematurely, the rules altered, and she was no longer the naive bystander. "But this time will be different," she whispered, almost as if making a vow to herself. Suddenly, the hall's ceiling erupted with golden fireworks, illuminating Dumbledore's raised wand. The headmaster did not employ the sonorous charm, yet the entire hall fell silent in an instant. "Registration will continue until this time tomorrow." His blue eyes scanned each student's face, lingering on Elia for a moment. "The Goblet of Fire will select 3 champions on Halloween Eve. Remember, once chosen you must see it through to the end. This is the power of a magical contract." As Dumbledore mentioned the magical contract, Elia felt the hairs on her arms stand on end. She glanced at her right wrist, where an almost imperceptible silver mark lingered, the very imprint left by her signing charm. From the moment the parchment fell into the flames, she was no longer just a Gryffindor champion, but a sharp blade in Dumbledore's game, aimed directly at the darkness of the Ministry of Magic. Suddenly, Sirius grasped her wrist, his thumb resting on that silver mark. "Whatever you decide to do," his voice was deep and resolute, "remember I will always be on your side." Elia felt her eyes warm, and before she could respond, James squeezed between them. "Enough already. At this rate, I might be sick." He made a dramatic face. "Come on, warrior sister. It's time for class unless you want to use that cool signing charm to help me with my history of magic essay too." Amidst the laughter, Elia was surrounded by her friends as they left the hall. Passing the professor's table, she felt 2 distinctly different gazes upon her, one sharp as an icy blade, the other warm as the sun. In this impending game of danger, she was both a pawn and a player. Chapter 92. The Slytherin Provocation. The corridor was bathed in morning sunlight as Elia walked alongside Lily, followed by the raucous trio behind them. James animatedly described the dream he had last night about riding a fire dragon to victory in the Triwizard Tournament, while Sirius occasionally interjected with exaggerated embellishments. And then that Swedish short snout suddenly sneezed, scorching Karkaroff's bald head. James gestured dramatically, nearly colliding with a group of Slytherin students who appeared unexpectedly around the corner. The atmosphere instantly thickened. Avery stood at the forefront of the Slytherin ranks, his pale face adorned with his customary sneer, flanked by Mulciber and Rosier, with a few fifth-year Slytherins forming a protective entourage around them. "Look who it is." Avery's voice slithered like a serpent. "Hogwarts' little warrior and her entourage." Elia narrowed her eyes, unwilling to engage in idle banter with them, as their charms class was imminent. "Step aside." Avery. Sirius stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Elia, casually twirling his wand. "Your hair gel stench is suffocating us." A few Slytherins immediately drew their wands, but Avery raised a hand to halt them. His gaze was fixed on Elia, a malicious smile twisting his lips. "I heard our little warrior tossed her name into the Goblet of Fire yesterday? Quite the display of courage, or perhaps sheer folly." James immediately aimed his wand at Avery's nose. Shut your foul mouth, or I'll let you experience the taste of a hex. At least some cowards don't even dare to throw their names in. Sirius taunted, a dangerous glint in his gray eyes. Afraid the goblet will swallow your wig? The gathering students erupted in suppressed laughter. Avery's ears turned crimson, yet he maintained his gaze on Elia. How does a girl even have the courage to compete in the Triwizard Tournament? Has the Potter family run out of options, sending out the little sister as a substitute? Elia suddenly laughed. A laugh that was neither James' bright, sunny guffaw nor Lily's gentle smile, but a chilling one that seemed to lower the temperature around them. Her eyes glinted in the sunlight, nearly translucent, akin to a frozen lake. Avery involuntarily took a step back, his throat constricting, but quickly straightened his posture. He began. But suddenly it was as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, his eyes widening in shock. His knees began to tremble, his wand clattering to the ground, and he crumpled to the floor, clutching his abdomen and emitting pained groans. The entire corridor fell silent. Everyone witnessed that Elia had not even drawn her wand. She had merely flicked her right index finger. She approached Avery, the sound of her dragonhide boots echoing on the tiles, and then leaned down to gaze at the boy writhing on the ground. Avery, her voice was barely audible, meant for just a few nearby. You can't even overpower a girl. Next time you speak in my presence, you'd best consider whether your life is worth enough. With that, she straightened up and, in full view of everyone, raised her middle finger at the writhing Slytherin. This muggle gesture held equal insult in the wizarding world. Elia walked past him towards her followers. Would you not clear a path, or do you wish to try your luck as well? She said, lifting her right hand. Several of them hurriedly cleared away, some even tumbling to the floor. Elia looked at those who had fallen and remarked, TSK, you all look rather ungraceful in your falls. Then she turned to her astonished friends and said, let us go, we'll be late. Her tone was as casual as if they had just discussed the weather. Lily and James gaped, their mouths opening and closing in shock. Sirius raised an eyebrow at Elia, his expression a blend of astonishment and admiration. Remus stroked his chin thoughtfully, as if unraveling the intricacies of the spell they had just witnessed. James was evidently the first to react. Merlin's foul socks. He erupted into a fit of laughter that echoed through the corridor. That was my sister. Did you see that? That's my sister, James Potter. He bounded after Elia, enveloping her shoulders in an exuberant embrace, his excitement boundless. Silently and without a wand. Professor Flitwick should award you points. Elia let her brother shake her, finally revealing a familiar smile at the corners of her mouth. Behind them, Sirius's languid voice drifted over. Do you need me to help you pick up your wand? Avery? Oh wait, you seem incapable of standing. A few scrambling Slytherins hastily assisted the still convulsing Avery, while Mulciber glared menacingly at the backs of the Gryffindors. Yet no one dared utter a harsh word until they rounded the corner. As they approached the door to the Charms classroom, Lily finally regained her voice. What was that spell? I've never seen it before. An enhanced version of the Jelly Legs Jinx, Elia replied nonchalantly. It merely amplifies the sensation of tingling by tenfold. It won't cause any permanent harm. She paused, observing her friend's astonished expressions. What's wrong? Nothing, Sirius drawled slowly, a glint of mischief flashing in his gray eyes. I just suddenly thought, if you were chosen by the Goblet of Fire, I should pray for the champions from other schools. Remus pondered. Professor Flitwick taught us the silencing charm just last year, and wandless magic is a rather advanced skill. My sister is a genius, James declared loudly. Just as the diminutive Professor Flitwick, standing atop a pile of books, overheard him. What genius, Mr. Potter? The tiny professor inquired curiously. Elia just performed wandless and silent magic. James's mouth was promptly covered by Sirius. Elia perfectly executed the pre-study of the nonverbal levitation charm. Sirius smoothly fabricated. Without a wand. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands in delight. Splendid. 5 points to Gryffindor. All right, class. Today we shall continue to learn the nonverbal charm of the happiness spell. As everyone moved toward their seats, Lily quietly tugged at Elia's sleeve. Are you all right? You didn't seem quite yourself just now. Elia squeezed Lily's hand reassuringly. I'm perfectly fine. I just needed to communicate in a language some people could understand. Lily hesitated, ultimately sighing. Next time. At least let me start with a bat bogey hex. How did you perform that spell without a wand? Sirius's lowered voice emerged from the right, laced with unmistakable curiosity. Elia turned to see his eyes shining under the sunlight. James and Remus immediately leaned in from the left, while even Lily in the front slightly tilted her head. Her ears perked up. Elia lightly circled her quill on the parchment, lowering her voice. It was taught to me by Professor Green. Professor Green? Sirius's voice shot up an octave, prompting several nearby Ravenclaw students to glance over. He quickly feigned a cough, hiding his face behind his textbook. James adjusted his glasses, which had slipped down to the tip of his nose. That's the defense against the dark arts professor. Shh. Lily shot them a glare, her red hair shimmering like flames in the sunlight. Professor Flitwick is coming over. The group immediately feigned practice of the happiness spell, until the little professor was satisfied, and turned to correct another student. Can you teach me? James eagerly leaned in, his eyes sparkling with excitement. You were absolutely brilliant just now. 10 times cooler than Sirius's last bat bogey hex. Aaliyah rolled her eyes. You want to learn? James nodded vigorously, his hair sticking up as if charged with electricity. Of course. Just imagine in the next Quidditch match. I could cast a prank spell on Slytherin's broom without a wand. You can, Aaliyah interrupted his daydream, a cunning smile tugging at her lips. But only if you get an O in potions. What? James's expression fell instantly. That's impossible. Professor Slughorn said my draft of peace resembled troll snot. Serious, Remus? And Lily erupted into laughter. Even the usually gentle Remus shook with suppressed mirth. Quiet. Quiet. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands while standing on his stack of books. Mr. Potter. Mr. Black, your laughter has summoned Peeves. Indeed, a ghost in a ridiculous outfit was hanging upside down from the ceiling, making faces at them. The group quickly pretended to focus on their spell practice, until Professor Flitwick was satisfied, and turned away. Aaliyah seized the opportunity to lean close to Sirius's ear, her lips nearly brushing against his earlobe. Meet me at the Astronomy Tower tonight. I'll teach you. Sirius abruptly turned his head, nearly bumping noses with her. His eyes widened in surprise, and he flashed a smile that could make half of Hogwarts girls' hearts race. Thank you, dear. His voice was deep and warm, imbued with a closeness only they understood. Aaliyah felt her ears warm slightly, hastily looking down to feign interest in the spell diagrams in her textbook. What are you two whispering about? James scrutinized them. I want to hear. Nothing. Sirius lazily stretched. Just discussing tonight's celestial events. Lying. James narrowed his eyes. You're definitely planning some prank. Count me in. Be quiet, Mr. Potter. Professor Flitwick finally lost his patience. Since you're so energetic, why don't you come up and demonstrate the nonverbal happiness spell? James ruffled his hair in frustration, striding toward the podium under the gaze of the entire class. As he passed by Aaliyah, he muttered, You better not be on a date. Aaliyah and Sirius exchanged a glance, both lowering their heads to hide their amusement. Aaliyah casually glanced behind her, catching a fleeting glimpse of Grindelwald at the classroom door, his dual eyes glimmering with a hint of approval. It seemed someone had already graded the performance of the first lesson in advance. Chapter 93, The Goblet's Choice. The Great Hall on the eve of Halloween was illuminated by thousands of floating pumpkin lanterns, while the enchanted ceiling displayed an eerie shade of crimson. Aaliyah sat at the head of the Gryffindor table, her fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of her teacup. I bet the Goblet of Fire will choose me, James mumbled, stuffing a third slice of pumpkin pie into his mouth. Yesterday when I passed by it, it suddenly shot a burst of sparks at me. That was because you kicked the dung bomb next to it, Sirius languidly countered, drumming an anxious rhythm on the table. But seriously, that wretched cup better choose me. I don't want to see a pitchfork combing a dragon's hair. Remus suddenly looked up from Fantastic Beasts, and where to find them. Hungarian horntails have poor eyesight. They primarily rely on their hearing. Moonface. James and Sirius simultaneously hurled bread rolls at him. Aaliyah, meanwhile, nervously sliced her steak, the silver knife making faint sounds against the plate. Don't be anxious. James suddenly leaned over from across the table, nearly jabbing Aaliyah's nose with a forkful of roasted potatoes. Even if you're not chosen, you've already become a legend in Gryffindor. Lily viciously stepped on James's foot under the table. If you can't speak sensibly, then shut up, Potter. The doors of the Great Hall swung open with a thunderous crash, and students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons filed in. The Durmstrang boys marched in perfect formation, sparks of blue erupting from the tips of their wands, while the Beauxbatons girls fluttered in like a swarm of elegant butterflies, their silver-threaded uniforms glistening under the lights. Silence. Dumbledore's voice, though not loud, commanded instant quiet throughout the hall. The headmaster stood beside the Goblet of Fire, his silver-white beard almost merging with the blue and white flames within the chalice, which was on the verge of making its selection. Elia gazed at the goblet, her eyes traversing the flickering flames until they met the piercing gaze of Grindelwald, who leaned against a stone pillar at the back of the hall. His mismatched eyes glimmered in the dim light, and a near-provocative smile played upon his lips, as if to say, Are you ready to face the challenge I have designed for you, little girl? In that moment Elia understood. She was destined to be the champion chosen by Hogwarts. Suddenly, the flames of the goblet transformed into a blinding scarlet, erupting with a fiery tongue. The first scorched parchment flew into Dumbledore's hands. The champion of Durmstrang, he proclaimed in a booming voice, is Egil Solson. A thunderous applause and stomping erupted from the Durmstrang table. Solson rose with calm assurance, his muscular frame resembling a moving mountain. As he approached the staff table, a few younger girls nearly fainted in excitement. Elia whispered, "Is it really that exaggerated? I don't think he's as handsome as Sirius." Lily observed carefully. "He's not bad-looking. It's just that beauty is in the eye of the beholder." Sirius tossed his hair with pride. "Come on, I'm already quite handsome, all right?" Elia chuckled at Sirius's pretentiousness. His exaggerated demeanor always managed to amuse her. James feigned disdain as he glanced at Solson. "He's just okay, second only to me." Elia was unsure whether James's remark referred to Sirius or Solson, but she couldn't help but giggle beneath the table. When Lydia Morozova from Beauxbatons was announced as the second champion, the atmosphere in the hall tightened to its peak. Lydia rose gracefully, her silver hair flowing like liquid moonlight under the lights, as the Beauxbatons girls conjured crystalline butterflies with their wands to send her off. All eyes were fixed on the goblet, awaiting the final name. Elia felt Sirius's hand quietly grasp hers beneath the table, his palm clammy with sweat yet firmly encasing her fingers. The goblet suddenly trembled violently, a blue-white pillar of fire shooting skyward, and a parchment edged with golden light slowly floated out. As Dumbledore caught the paper, his gaze swiftly swept across Elia's face before addressing the entire hall. "The champion of Hogwarts is..." Time seemed to freeze. "Elia Potter." James's fork clattered to the plate, and Sirius stood frozen as if petrified. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor table erupted in chaos. "What?" James leapt to his feet, nearly spilling an entire jug of pumpkin juice. "My sister?" His expression shifted from shock to unbridled joy. "Did you hear that? The goblet chose my sister." Lily excitedly embraced Elia, whispering something in her ear, but her words were drowned out by the surrounding noise. Sirius did not join in the cheers. Instead, he tightened his grip on her hand, his eyes brimming with a complex blend of pride, concern, and an indescribable unease. Elia smiled reassuringly at Sirius, softly saying, "It's all right." She then stood and walked toward the goblet. As she passed James, her brother suddenly enveloped her in a tight embrace, exclaiming, "Go knock those dragons down. Show Durmstrang what the Potter's flying skills look like." James let go. "I can't breathe," Elia gasped, struggling against his hold. Only then did James release her, still sporting a silly grin. "My sister is a champion. Did you all hear that? My sister." As Elia made her way to the goblet, she could hear whispers from the Hufflepuff table. "She is only in her 4th year. She must have used some trick." They murmured until Professor McGonagall's stern glare silenced the chatter. Standing alongside the other two champions, Elia sensed Solson's assessing gaze and Lydia's polite yet distant smile. Solson towered over her by at least 2 heads, his muscular arms nearly twice the size of hers, while Lydia resembled a delicate ice sculpture, beautiful yet cold. Dumbledore raised his hands to signal for silence. "The 3 champions have been selected. The first task will take place next Monday." His blue eyes swept over the trio. "You will need to summon all your courage and wit to retrieve the golden egg from the dragon's nest." The hall erupted once more in gasps and murmurs. James's voice pierced through the noise. "Dragons! I knew it. How cool." "The golden egg contains the clues for the next task," Dumbledore continued. "Solving it will require intelligence and keen hearing." He winked at Elia, a small gesture only she noticed. "Good luck to you all." Elia straightened her back, meeting the envious and jealous gazes of the entire hall. Behind the staff table, Grindelwald's figure had vanished, leaving only a wisp of golden smoke. This was merely the beginning. At this moment, she was entirely prepared to face the impending challenge. Chapter 94. The Champions Encounter in the Headmaster's Office. On the spiral staircase of Gryffindor Tower, Lily was counting the protective gear they needed to prepare. Dragonhide gloves, a spell-repelling cloak, and that small bag that had been enchanted for expansion. "Oh right. My uncle knows a dragon tamer from Romania. He might be able to get us some fireproof potion." "Calm down, Evans," James said, walking backward on the stairs and nearly tripping over a step. "My sister is capable of taking down Slytherin with a silent spell. That's exactly why it's more dangerous," Sirius said, unusually serious, his gray eyes appearing particularly deep in the torchlight. "The better you perform, the more likely you are to become a target." Remus quietly pulled out a silver talisman from his pocket. "This is something I made in the Defense Against the Dark Arts Club. It can withstand a medium-strength curse." Peter hurriedly followed behind, panting as he interjected, "I borrowed common dragon species illustrated from the library. The tail of the Hungarian horntail is venomous, and the Chinese fireball will attack moving objects first." Elia felt a warm surge of affection as her friends surrounded her. Just then, a silver phoenix Patronus gracefully glided through the wall and landed on her shoulder. Dumbledore's voice resonated gently, "Elia, Please come to my office. After the Patronus dissipated, 5 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on her. It's probably about the Triwizard Tournament briefing, Elia said nonchalantly, shrugging. You all head back to the common room. I'll be back soon. Leaving behind her friends' worried gazes, Elia hurried through the castle. The night corridors were empty, and the shadows of the armor stretched long against the walls. As she uttered the password for the stone gargoyle, it swung open to reveal voices from within. You knew full well the goblet would choose her. Dumbledore's tone carried a rare severity. Was it because her signature bore the essence of ancient runes? Or because she is indeed 10 times stronger than those little trolls? Grindelwald's tone remained irreverent. Admit it, Albus. You are eager to see her performance. Elia deliberately made her footsteps echo on the stairs, silencing the conversation inside. Upon entering, she found Grindelwald leaning against Dumbledore's desk, their proximity deviating from the norms of teacher-student decorum. Ah, our little champion has arrived. Grindelwald straightened, his mismatched eyes glimmering in the firelight. I didn't misjudge you after all. Elia forced a smile, her gaze shifting to Dumbledore. The headmaster's beard appeared particularly disheveled today, and his glasses were askew, as if he had just emerged from an intense discussion. Elia, Dumbledore gestured for her to sit, his eyes serious. This endeavor is far more perilous than anticipated. The Ministry's spies may have already caught wind of the unusual arrangements for the Triwizard Tournament. The matter concerning a certain old fellow, who was supposed to escape from his home in Nurmengard, must remain confidential. Dumbledore shot a fierce glare at Grindelwald, who was innocently toying with a silver instrument on the headmaster's desk, blinking innocently in response to the admonition. Elia's gaze darted back and forth between the two. The way Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore reminded her of Sirius's intense stare at her in the Astronomy Tower, as if she were the only person in existence. However, Grindelwald's eyes held a more perilous glint, akin to a ravenous wolf fixated on its hard-won prey. I understand. Elia endeavored to refocus her thoughts. I shall be cautious not to reveal, Professor Grindelwald's true identity. Good child. Dumbledore seemed to exhale in relief. You may return now. Wait, Elia suddenly narrowed her eyes. A bold idea surfacing in her mind. It just occurred to me. The name Ebbs. She deliberately elongated the syllable. Is it a phonetic inversion of Albus? Or perhaps an abbreviation for I love Albus? The office fell into a silence so profound that the sound of Fawkes preening his feathers could be distinctly heard. Grindelwald's expression froze. Dumbledore's glasses slipped to the tip of his nose, revealing his wide blue eyes, which were now round with shock, while the skin beneath his silver beard reddened visibly. Merlin. The old headmaster groaned weakly, covering his face with his hands. Grindelwald suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter, his mirth so robust that he nearly doubled over. What a sharp little imp you are. He wiped away tears of laughter and turned to Dumbledore, uttering something in German that made the headmaster's ears flush a vibrant red. Seizing the opportunity, Elia tiptoed toward the door, adding as she departed, Rest assured, I shall keep your secret, though you might need to refine your, appearances. She pointedly indicated Dumbledore's crooked collar and Grindelwald's disheveled braid. At the moment she closed the door, she caught a glimpse of Grindelwald leaning in close to the now crimson-faced headmaster, his fingers brushing against Dumbledore's silver beard. Alive and well, confirmation complete. Elia skipped down the spiral staircase, a tremendous weight finally lifted from her heart. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, she had at least altered Dumbledore's fate of solitary twilight. As for the developments between the two elderly gentlemen, Merlin, she needed to hasten to share this astonishing gossip with Sirius. As she turned the corner, she nearly collided with a wall of flesh. Sirius was leaning against the stone wall. What took so long? He asked, frowning, only to notice the barely contained laughter on Elia's face. What did you see? Elia beckoned him with a mysterious finger. As Sirius leaned in, she whispered a few words in his ear. His expression shifted from confusion to shock and then to unrestrained joy, culminating in a suppressed cheer. I must tell Prongs. No. Elia seized his robe. This is top secret. Sirius grinned mischievously, wrapping an arm around her waist. That depends on what you might offer as hush money, brave warrior. Chapter 95. Magical Trials and Joyful Routine. The oak door of the room of requirement closed silently behind her as Elia rubbed her aching shoulders. 3 continuous hours of training had left the back of her robe soaked, with sweat stains marking the grip of her wand. The entire room had been expanded to the size of a Quidditch pitch, with dozens of Golden Snitch replicas floating from the ceiling and movable targets adorning the walls. Remus was crouched in a corner, poring over a tome thicker than a brick titled Advanced Protective Charms, while Lily practiced the stunning spell on a dummied ironclad figure. Late by 3 minutes and 27 seconds, Sirius's voice suddenly rang in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Adhering to the rules of the Marauders training camp, He purposely elongated his tone, gently tilting Elia's chin to the right. James was suspended in midair, using his wand to etch scratch marks on the wall as a record. 10 extra silent levitation spells for you. Elia turned in exasperation, nearly bumping her nose against his chin. Sirius had tied his black hair into a small tuft today, revealing his chiseled jawline and eyes brimming with mischief. He was tossing 3 squealing gnome fluff balls in the air, clearly having been bored for quite some time. Professor McGonagall kept me to discuss my transfiguration paper. She brushed aside Sirius's hand that reached out to pinch her cheek, flicking her wand to conjure a small biting rose that nestled behind his ear. And what rules are you following? My rules. James suddenly swung down from the ceiling, his hair resembling a bird's nest from repeated use of the hanging charm. His glasses were askew. As your most dashing and charming brother and temporary coach, I declare today's lesson is, ouch! A quill struck James precisely on the tip of his nose, while Remus continued to flip through the pages of his hefty Advanced Protective Charms book, without looking up. The actual syllabus is a combination of the silent spell and the ironclad charm, with Lily handling potion knowledge, while I study the habits of dragons. His long fingers traced an illustration on the page, frowning slightly. The Hungarian horntail's scales exhibit natural resistance to fire spells, and I'm here to make training less tedious. Sirius produced a handful of buzzing honeybee candies, and scattered them into the air. With a flick of his wand, the candies transformed into miniature golden snitches darting about, a few deliberately burrowing into James's collar. Elia chuckled as she watched James flail about trying to catch the sweets. An idea struck her. With a flick of her wrist, the silent levitation spell allowed 3 candies to hover in midair, followed by an almost invisible silver beam shooting from the tip of her wand. The candies abruptly split into dozens, forming a dragon shape in the air, charging towards James. Merlin! James performed a backflip to the ground, his wand hastily emitting red sparks, but only scattering a portion of the dragon's tail candy. The remaining dragon pursued him relentlessly, while Sirius laughed so hard he nearly knocked over Remus's inkpot. Double charms? Lily exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. That's already at Newt's level. Remus closed his book and approached, his eyes gleaming with professional admiration. What's more astonishing is that you didn't even utter the incantation, and the second transfiguration spell was nearly instantaneous. He pulled out his notebook, already filled with various wand trajectory sketches on parchment. How did you achieve that? Elia twirled her wand, gathering the candies back into a ball. It's akin to the stirring technique when concocting a calming draft. 7 clockwise circles followed by a sudden half-circle counterclockwise. She demonstrated the special wand movement. Leaving silver-blue trails in the air, the magic will form a whirlpool at the turning point, at which point you infuse the second spell. Remus jotted down notes swiftly. The quill scratching on the paper. Elia, would you teach me? This technique would be immensely beneficial for protective measures during a full moon. Of course, but first, Elia suddenly turned, her wand aimed at James, who was attempting to pilfer candy from her bag. Silencio. In an instant, James's feet left the ground as if an invisible hand had grasped him by the scruff of his neck, leaving him suspended in midair. His bag slipped from his grasp, caught deftly by Sirius. Traitor! James flailed, resembling a cat caught by the scruff. I'm your brother, which is precisely why I'm practicing on you. Elia grinned wickedly, amplifying her magical output, causing James to spin like a top. Dragons 1T, just stand still while I collect golden eggs. Sirius whistled. If you spin any faster, we could sell you as a top. Lily conjured an apple and stuffed it in James's mouth. Quiet down. We're studying serious tactics. She unfurled a sketch of a dragon, the parchment's edge still sticky from being carefully torn from the library's Fantastic Beasts compendium. The Hungarian horntail's blind spot is at a 45-degree angle to the left rear, but we first need to divert its attention. The training continued until curfew, as Arya successfully levitated the dummy golden egg through the fire ring for the 13th time. Her wand traced intricate sigils in the air, while she silently recited the modified freezing charm she had longed to experiment with after reading about it in Innovations in Advanced Charms. The surface of the golden egg instantly crystallized with ice, yet a faint crimson glow pulsated within, reminiscent of a flickering flame. Merlin! Remus suddenly sprang to his feet, his book clattering to the ground. Are you attempting elemental layering? That's exceedingly perilous. Last year, the Daily Prophet reported on a wizard who blew up half his laboratory because of this. But it's highly effective. Arya allowed the egg, entwined in ice and fire, to hover before the group, the ice crystals refracting a spectrum of colors under the fiery glow, in case of an emergency during the competition. Before she could finish her thought, the golden egg began to tremble violently, emitting ominous cracking sounds. Sirius swiftly pulled Arya behind him, while James had already cast a protective charm over everyone. With a thunderous bang, the egg erupted into a dazzling display of intertwined ice and fire, briefly forming the emblem of the Gryffindor lion on the ceiling, sparks scattering in all directions. After 3 seconds of stunned silence, Peter, huddled in the corner, weakly raised his hand. Should we consider that a success? Sirius, laughing, wrapped an arm around Arya's shoulders, disregarding the shards of ice adorning her hair. Arya has invented a new spell. Let us call it Potter's Ice Flame. Shall we? How about troll bait? James chimed in, brushing the smoking ice off his hair, his glasses coated in frost, ensuring it could divert a dragon for a good 10 miles. However, Lily firmly grasped Arya's wrist, her fingertips brushing against the reddened skin of her palm. The marks of magical backlash. She retrieved a vial of soothing balm from her pocket, gently applying it to the burn. Please, let us conduct the next experiment while we are present, all right? Arya felt a warmth in her heart, about to express her gratitude when suddenly, Sirius swept her up in his arms. Training is over, he declared, striding toward the exit, completely ignoring Arya's protests. The injured require the Duke of Honey's special care, including but not limited to chocolate frogs, blood pops, and put me down, Arya exclaimed. Her face flushed as she pounded his shoulder, only to hear James cheering from behind. My sister has invented a new spell. The youngest spell inventor in Hogwarts history. James's voice echoed throughout the room. Just wait and see. The Triwizard champion will undoubtedly be you. Chapter 96. The Golden Egg Heist. The arena for the Triwizard Tournament had been transformed into an ancient coliseum, towering stone walls enclosing a scorched earth. Arya stood within the contestant tent, her fingertips caressing the intricate designs on her wand, the wand itself warming slightly, as if sensing the impending battle. Outside the tent, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted. Sorrelson had just successfully acquired his golden egg, and the Durmstrang students in the stand sang their war songs in unison. Miss Potter, it's your turn. Mr. Bagman lifted the tent flap, his round face flushed with excitement. Merlin above, they've prepared a Hungarian horntail for you. The fiercest one. Arya took a deep breath, her chest heaving with trepidation. The image of Lydia being carried out on a stretcher, her arm charred black, flashed before her eyes. She tightened her dragonhide bracers, ensuring her extension pouch and wand were within reach. Arya, James's voice suddenly boomed from the stands, cutting through the cacophony. Roast that big lizard for dinner. Amidst the laughter, Arya stepped into the arena. The blinding sunlight made her squint, and her pupils constricted as she beheld, at the center of the field, a Hungarian horntail towering 3 stories high, agitatedly whipping its spiked tail, its brass-colored scales glinting coldly in the sunlight. Beneath it lay a nest of dragon eggs, with the golden egg gleaming under the sun. The timer starts. Bagman's voice resonated through the amplification charm. The horntail suddenly raised its head, its amber-slit pupils locking onto Arya, nostrils flaring as it exhaled a plume of sulphurous black smoke. Instinctively, Arya rolled to the right, a searing jet of dragon fire narrowly missing her robe, scorching the ground she had just occupied into a lava-like state. Down, down. She tentatively shot a red beam, the charm striking the dragon's neck scales, but only igniting a shower of sparks. The dragon's tail swept violently past the edge of the stands, causing the students in the front row to shriek and retreat. Useless, Potter. Rogier mocked from the stands. The scales of the Hungarian horntail can deflect most basic spells. Arya paid no heed. Like a nimble mongoose, she dashed around the edge of the arena, occasionally casting obstacle charms to redirect the dragon's breath. The horntail's attention was entirely captivated by her, its massive body clumsily turning in circles, gradually distancing itself from the nest of eggs. She is exhausting the dragon's stamina, Remus explained to Lily. A rather clever tactic. 15 minutes passed, and the frequency of the dragon's fire breathing noticeably diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Arya suddenly halted and pivoted, her wand drawing a perfect arc in the air. Levi Corpus. The golden egg rose as if cradled by an invisible hand, steadily flying toward Arya. Just as she was about to catch it, an abrupt change occurred. The horntail unleashed a deafening roar, its eyes glowing ominously with a blood-red light, its neck twisting at an impossible angle of 180 degrees, unleashing a jet of dragon fire 3 times more ferocious than before directly at Arya. The heat wave scorched her cheeks even before the flames reached her. Something is amiss. Dumbledore abruptly stood from the judges' table, the elder wand firmly in his grasp. The stands erupted into panicked screams. Sirius leaped over the railing, intent on jumping down, but James and Remus held him back with all their might. Lily covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. In that critical moment, Arya caught the golden egg with her left hand, while her right hand wielded her wand in a duel-like flourish. Frost wall. A 3-meter-thick ice wall shot up instantaneously, crystalline and translucent, ancient runes swirling within. The dragon fire collided with it, exploding into a conflagration of sparks. The ice wall shattering with a thunderous crash, but it bought Arya precious moments to breathe. Misty veil. She raised her wand high, dense white fog instantly enveloping half the arena. The horntail, losing its target, rampaged and spewed fire in all directions, yet only scorched the air. As the mist was dispersed by a sudden gust of wind, the audience beheld a sight that left them astonished. Arya knelt at the edge of the safe zone, cradling the golden egg intact in her arms. She slowly rose, the tip of her wand still shimmering with icy blue magical residue. Sunlight pierced through the dissipating fog, the singed hem of her robe fluttering in the wind. "The competition is over," Bagman exclaimed, his voice cracking with excitement. Hogwarts Arya Potter has set a new record, completing the task in 19 minutes and 37 seconds. The stands of Hogwarts erupted into a frenzy. Gryffindor students wildly waved scarlet banners, tossing their lion hats into the air. James leapt onto his seat, nearly colliding with Snape. Lily, Mary, and Dorcas embraced each other, laughing and crying. Arya looked up at the judges' table. Dumbledore nodded slightly, the blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped glasses glimmering with approval, while Grindelwald regarded her with an expression akin to pride, his lips silently moving as if forming the words "good girl." The golden egg concealed clues for the next task, Dumbledore's voice rising above the cheers. "You must unravel the riddle by February 24th. The second task will take place in the Black Lake, testing your adaptability." Arya caressed the surface of the golden egg, realizing that the underwater challenge would necessitate practicing the bubblehead charm and merfolk language. OCxSirius was the first to rush before her, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he swept her up and spun her around, whispering in her ear. "You scared me to death." James squeezed in, ruffling her hair. "My sister, the youngest spell inventor in history. Did you see that ice wall? That was my teaching. You can't even manage a simple Aguamenti charm." Lily glared at him with reddened eyes but tightly embraced Elia. "Merlin, when the fire dragon went berserk, I had thought." Remus observed the still-raging acromantula in the arena with a contemplative expression. It was indeed peculiar, as if it had been subjected to a frenzy curse. Just as Elia was about to respond, a piercing round of applause interrupted them. Karkaroff approached with Solson, the headmaster of Durmstrang, wearing an uncomfortably insincere smile. "A splendid performance, Miss Potter, though the second task will not be quite so simple." Solson nodded in silence, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Nothing could compare to some individuals circling on their brooms for 20 minutes. Sirius lazily positioned himself in front of Elia. "Right, Elia?" As the tension thickened, Dumbledore appeared at the opportune moment. "The champions require a respite. The celebration feast is already prepared in the Great Hall." On their way back to the castle, Elia frequently glanced back. The Hungarian horntail was being subdued by a dozen dragon tamers with calming spells, its crimson glare still not entirely abated. What a coincidence that it spiraled out of control just as she was about to succeed. "Enough of that." Sirius squeezed her hand. "Tonight, you are the hero." With a flourish, he produced a gold and crimson badge from his pocket, inscribed with Ice Flame Queen, a limited edition, the only one of its kind. James immediately protested. "Hey, I want one too." Amidst the laughter, Elia temporarily cast aside her doubts. Whether that incident was a coincidence or a conspiracy, at least for tonight, she would relish this hard-won victory. Chapter 97, Sweet Traps and Hidden Crises. The dome of the Great Hall was bewitched, countless golden phoenixes swirling above, occasionally showering down glimmering streamers. Just as Elia took a bite of honey-roasted chicken, James tapped her forehead with his butterbeer cup. "To the bravest witch of Hogwarts." James' voice had grown hoarse, clearly from shouting too many times. "Next time, any spell I invent must include my name. How about Potter sibling Thunderfire?" Sirius lazily stacked his cup atop James's. "To Merlin's most formidable witch." His eyes sparkled brightly in the candlelight. "By the way, didn't that ice wall spell reference my teachings? I taught you the silencing charm first," protested Lily, her face flushed, nearly spilling her pumpkin juice on the golden egg that Remus was studying. Elia smiled as she watched her friends bicker over credit, her gaze inadvertently falling on the golden egg, its surface cool and smooth, yet as her fingertips grazed over it, she could feel a faint vibration within, as if a tiny heart were beating. "Miss Potter," Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts from behind. "The headmaster would like to speak with you." At the staff table, Dumbledore was prodding a grape with his silver fork, his gaze directed towards her. Grindelwald sat beside him, leisurely cutting into his steak, but Elia sensed his peripheral attention was firmly fixed on her. "Don't keep the headmaster waiting too long." McGonagall subtly glanced at Sirius, whose hand was draped over the back of Elia's chair, prompting him to immediately withdraw it in a gesture of surrender. The staff table was considerably quieter than the rest of the hall. Karkaroff and Madame Maxime sat at their respective house tables, while most of the other professors had joined the celebration, creating a peculiar bubble of privacy around Dumbledore. Congratulations, Elia. Dumbledore pushed a plate of syrup-filled pies towards her. A brilliant tactical application, especially that ice wall spell. He paused meaningfully, very creative. Elia unapologetically took a piece, deftly swiping a few pristine grapes from the headmaster's side. You called me here to discuss the fire dragon's sudden rampage, didn't you? The grapes burst with a sweet and sour juice in her mouth, and she noticed Dumbledore exchanging a glance with Grindelwald. See, Grindelwald set down his knife, his mismatched eyes glimmering with delight. I told you this girl is quite astute. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a small box of chocolate cauldron cakes and pushed it towards Elia. As a reward, you outpaced Solson by a full 6 minutes. Elia's eyes lit up. This was the latest limited edition from Honeydukes, which would emit real fire whiskey. She quickly stashed the box into her robe pocket. Thank you, Professor. Her movements were so practiced it was as if she had rehearsed them 100 times before. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. I remember someone trembling in fear back at Nurmengard. He mimicked an exaggerated shivering motion. And now you dare to pilfer grapes in my presence? That's different. Elia slyly snatched a lemon sherbet. You are wearing the professor's mask now. And with a cheeky wink, with Professor Dumbledore here, you wouldn't he dare do anything to me. Dumbledore suddenly coughed, pretending to adjust his beard to hide the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Grindelwald burst into laughter, drawing curious glances from several Ravenclaw students in the distance. Back to business. Dumbledore gently tapped the table, lowering his voice. The fire dragon's aberration is no mere coincidence. We suspect someone has cast a soul siphon curse. Elia's hand froze around the grape. The implication of the soul siphon curse meant that the Triwizard Tournament had indeed been infiltrated by dark forces. She instinctively glanced towards the Slytherin table, where Avery was glaring darkly in their direction. Do not raise an alarm. Grindelwald suddenly spoke in German, then realizing, switched back to English. Continue your regular training. We will handle the rats lurking in the shadows. Elia nodded, seizing the opportunity to pocket a few more grapes. Shall I return to celebrate then? My friends must be waiting eagerly. One last question. Dumbledore leaned forward, his blue eyes sharp as an eagle's. You could have simply used the armored charm for defense. Why choose to display the ice wall? The noise of the great hall seemed to fade away. Elia noticed Grindelwald also sitting up a bit straighter. They both recognized the shadow of dark magic within that spell. Because Elia revealed an innocent smile, Professor Karkaroff's expression was well worth the risk. Before the two elders could react, she had already jumped down from the staff table. Taking a few steps back, she turned and mouthed a thank you for your guidance to Grindelwald, causing his fork to clatter onto his plate. The Gryffindor table erupted in another round of cheers to welcome her return. Sirius stretched out his arm to pull her back into her seat, casually retrieving the chocolate cauldron from her pocket. Staff table exclusive? He raised an eyebrow. I presume it was a certain Professor Grindelwald who provided it? Elia smiled without answering, merely reclaiming the chocolate box and breaking off a piece to shove into Sirius's mouth. The explosive flavor of fire whiskey made him cough, tears streaming down his cheeks, while James seized the opportunity to snatch the box and pour its contents into his own mouth. So, what did Professor Dumbledore want with you? Lily leaned in, whispering. Nothing much, Elia replied, glancing towards the staff table where Grindelwald was leaning in to whisper something to Dumbledore, causing the old headmaster to shake his head repeatedly. He was just praising my use of the ice wall spell. Remus, deep in thought, glanced at the golden egg. That's what matters. I did some research. And the golden eggs from past tournaments usually conceal. Remus, James interrupted, shoving a piece of chocolate into his mouth. Celebration time. No studying allowed. Remus, clearly choking on the sudden fire whiskey chocolate, clutched his mouth and began to cough violently. Peter hurriedly patted his back, but with too much force, nearly shoving Remus's face into the pumpkin pie. Merlin's beard. Lily quickly handed a glass of water. James Potter, how could you just hand something like that to someone? James feigned innocence, raising his hands. How was I to know Moony couldn't handle it? Last time, Bigfoot drank an entire bottle of fire whiskey without a hitch. That's because I was prepared. Sirius, with a triumphant snap of his fingers, conjured a small cluster of blue flames at his fingertips, eliciting gasps of astonishment from several younger students nearby. Seizing the moment, Elia discreetly stowed the remaining chocolate cauldrons into the pocket of her robe. These were rare delicacies sourced from Grindelwald, and she intended to savor them judiciously. Chapter 98. The Christmas Ball Operation. The corridors of Hogwarts had become remarkably crowded of late. Whenever Elia passed by with a stack of books in her arms, younger students would often leap out from around corners, flushed with excitement as they presented her with handmade badges or crookedly drawn banners of encouragement. Today, she even received a scarlet scarf embroidered with Hogwarts' strongest seeker and champion, its stitches coarse yet brimming with sincerity. It was even more exaggerated than the second-year incident. Elia wrapped the scarf around Sirius's neck, recalling a time when they could only point from a distance and whisper, "That's the one who thrashed the Slytherin team." Sirius toyed with the scarf's golden tassels. Now they would add, "That's the one who invented the ice flame spell, and that's the one whose boyfriend is devastatingly handsome." He smirked, dodging the book bag Elia hurled at him. "So, Miss Champion, how do you intend to tackle the opening dance at the ball?" Elia abruptly halted, realization dawning upon her. Oh, the Christmas ball. As a tradition of the Triwizard Tournament, the 3 champions were required to perform the opening dance. She stiffly turned to Sirius. "I can't dance." "What?" Sirius exclaimed dramatically, clutching his chest. How could the Seeker, capable of executing a 360-degree spin on a broomstick, not be able to perform a simple waltz? Quidditch and dancing are 2 entirely different matters. Elia retorted, her cheeks aflame. "And when have you ever seen me dance?" Sirius pretended to cough lightly, elegantly bowing as if he were a gentleman. "Well then, Sirius's Dance Academy is now in session. The tuition fee." He swiftly stole a kiss from Elia's lips, "is now prepaid." For the following 2 weeks, the room of requirement transformed into a clandestine ballroom. Each evening, 2 hours before curfew, Sirius would take Elia's hand and sneak into the mirror-clad room. House elves secretly delivered a gramophone and records, while floating candles cast their shadows upon the walls, sometimes intertwining, sometimes separating. "Step back with your left foot, no, your right foot, Merlin. You've stepped on my toes for the 3rd time. Your tie is in the way. That's because you're pulling too hard." Their playful bickering would often be interrupted by the sudden onset of music. Surprisingly, Sirius proved to be a strict instructor. Yet each time Elia executed a flawless spin, the pride in his eyes shone brighter than the candlelight. A week before Christmas, a package adorned with silver stars was dropped into Elia's cereal bowl by an owl. When she unfolded the gown sent by Euphemia on her dormitory bed, even Lily gasped in awe. The deep blue silk flowed like the night sky, the hem embroidered with constellations that shimmered with the light, while the cuffs and neckline were embellished with real diamond chips. The accompanying note read, "Your father insisted on adding protective charms to the embroidery. I hope it's not too over the top." On the night of the ball, the girls' dormitory was a whirlwind of activity. Lily, Mary, and Dorcas meticulously styled Elia at the vanity, treating her as the most precious transfiguration model. "Don't move," Lily commanded, lightly tapping Elia's eyelashes with her wand, dusting them with a layer of golden glitter. "Merlin, your eyes are sparkling." Dorcas elegantly twisted Elia's red locks into an exquisite updo, leaving a few tendrils to cascade gracefully around her neck. "Blake will faint when he sees you." Mary diligently applied a shimmering powder to her collarbone. "I bet even that Beauxbatons champion will envy your beauty." When Elia was finally permitted to gaze into the mirror, the girl reflected back at her took her breath away. The constellations on her gown seemed to swirl in reality, the diamonds scattering light like stars, and her eyes, enhanced by Lily's magic, resembled the depths of the Black Lake. "I look like the embodiment of the Andromeda Galaxy," Mary concluded. Suddenly, a chorus of whistles erupted from the common room below. The 3 girls exchanged glances and, with a collective effort, propelled Elia out of the dormitory door. At the foot of the spiraling staircase stood the Marauders, clad in matching dark dress robes. James was adjusting his bow tie before the mirror above the fireplace, Peter fidgeting nervously with his overly tight collar. While Remus helped Sirius tidy his cuffs, Sirius stood with his back to the staircase, his black hair unusually neatly tied back. "Merlin's lace underwear," Peter exclaimed as Elia descended the staircase in her glowing silver heels, her gown swirling like the night sky. His eyes widened in astonishment, nearly spilling his pumpkin juice onto his pristine dress robes. James, who had been adjusting his bow tie, turned impatiently at Peter's exclamation. "Peter, how many times have I told you not to compare him to Merlin's underwear?" His voice trailed off as the bow tie snapped open, flailing like a startled eel as it retreated back into his collar. "Is this my sister?" James's voice suddenly soared an octave. Remus looked up from his book, his gentle eyes widening in surprise. He cleared his throat and shielded his slightly flushed cheeks with the book. "Elia, you look absolutely stunning." Peter regained his composure, bouncing in place with excitement, like a cover model for Which Weekly. "No, 10 times more beautiful." Elia couldn't help but laugh, the deep blue of her gown shimmering with starlit ripples as she moved, The dress from her mother was truly a magical marvel. Dorcas had adorned her updo with several singing ice crystal roses, which at that moment were softly humming the waltz of love. And where is Sirius? Elia twirled around, her skirt billowing like a night sky. Upstairs for the 108th hairstyle makeover, James said with a hint of jealousy. Finally managed to tame that rebellious bow tie. Merlin knows why a dog is so concerned about his fur. As if on cue, a languid voice floated down the stairs. I heard that, Forkfoot. All eyes turned toward the staircase. Sirius sauntered down, his black dress robes clinging to his tall figure like liquid. Wow, Peter murmured, and this time, pumpkin juice truly spilled everywhere. Sirius's gaze swept past everyone, his eyes locking onto Elia. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, uncharacteristically rendered silent. Speak, you big-footed dunderhead. James elbowed him, grinning as he mimicked Sirius's usual suave tone. Darling, you look as radiant as a golden snitch under the moonlight, or Merlin. Let me be a star on your gown. Sirius finally regained his voice, executing an exaggerated bow. My dearest champion, may I have the honor of accompanying you to this? Speak plainly, Elia interrupted with a smile. Shall we dance together? Sirius straightened, the corners of his mouth curling into that mischievous grin that made all the girls at school swoon. I assure you, I can dance 10 times better than a Forkfoot. Hey, James protested, I practiced diligently for an entire week. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the portrait hole. Lily stood there, her emerald gown accentuating her fiery red hair, and linked to her arm was the very presence that rendered the entire hall silent, allowing one to hear the poltergeist on the 5th floor. Snevelis. James's voice cracked as if he were being choked. Sirius let out a long whistle, while Remus wisely closed his book, and Peter promptly hid behind Remus. Snape, as usual, donned his greasy black robes, though at least they appeared to have been washed. With a scowl, he stood beside Lily, resembling a moving gravestone. Have fun, Elia murmured softly, squeezing Lily's hand. After Lily and Snape departed, James slumped on the sofa as if his very bones had been extracted. I should have anticipated the snotty little brat. Sirius had resumed his usual demeanor, elegantly extending his hand to Elia. Come, my princess. Elia looped her arm through his, glancing back at her unfortunate brother. Care to join us, James? James let out a lament, burying his face in the cushion. You go ahead. I need a moment to mourn my lost love. Buck up, Pointy Fork. Sirius patted his shoulder, casually snagging a mug of butterbeer from a passing house elf's tray. At least your hairstyle surpasses that of the snotty brat. He doesn't need a hairstyle. James moaned, burying his face in his palms. The way Lily looked at him was akin to, like the way you stare at a boggart? Elia attempted to console him. Worse, it was akin to the expression you wear when Bigfoot invents a new prank. Sirius suddenly choked on his drink, and Elia hastily changed the subject. We ought to head to the hall. The warriors are about to perform the opening dance. The hall was adorned with magically enchanted ice crystals, creating a dreamlike spectacle. Thousands of translucent roses floated in the air, gently swirling to the music. As Elia entered, arm in arm with Sirius, the applause nearly reverberated off the dome. Warriors, please take your positions, came Professor McGonagall's voice. She was resplendent in a stunning deep crimson robe, her hair styled in an intricate updo, appearing at least a decade younger. Elia suddenly felt a wave of dizziness as she spotted Grindelwald leaning in to whisper something to Dumbledore, the headmaster's silver beard suspiciously tinged with pink. Even more alarming, Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick were sharing the same bubbling pink drink. Don't fret. Sirius squeezed her hand, treating it like a practice in the room of requirement. As the music commenced, Elia's mind went blank. She felt the weight of hundreds of eyes upon her, the temperature in the hall seemingly rising by 10 degrees. When the first spin arrived, she inadvertently stepped on Sirius's foot. Ouch! Sirius exaggeratedly yelped, eliciting giggles from nearby Ravenclaw girls. Was it intentional? Shut up, Elia whispered, her face flushed. Yet the subsequent steps flowed miraculously smoothly. Her body seemed to recall all the practiced movements. Sirius's hand steady on her waist as he guided her through one spin after another. The constellations on her skirt shimmered with their movements. The position of Sirius always aligned with her direction. Look at me, Sirius murmured during a close moment, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. You're not afraid of the Hungarian horntail, so why fear this? Elia looked up to find the entire hall's gaze focused on them. Sorrelson danced impeccably yet rigidly. Lydia moved with elegance but aloofness. Only she and Sirius seemed not to be performing, but rather savoring a moment that belonged solely to them. As the final note resonated, Sirius suddenly supported Elia's waist to execute an exaggerated dip, prompting a thunderous round of applause from the hall. How was that, Professor Black? Elia gasped. Sirius pulled her up, their foreheads touching. Perfect score, Miss Elia. Now, with the flourish of a magician, he produced an ice rose from his sleeve and tucked it into her hair. You ought to comfort your poor brother. He glanced toward James, who was slumped beside the champagne tower, mechanically shoving chocolate cauldrons into his mouth. His eyes fixed on the dance floor where Lily's red hair glimmered like a rose amidst the flames of Snape's black robes, the two waltzing in an eerie harmony. That's the 7th time. James gritted through his teeth. That's the 7th time I've stepped on Lily's foot tonight. That snotty brat can't even tell left from right. Elia accepted the butterbeer from Sirius, casting a sympathetic glance at her brother. James's bow tie was askew, and his meticulously styled hair had erupted into a bird's nest, evidently suffering a significant blow. Cheer up, Sirius lazily kicked James's chair. Elia and Sirius exchanged a knowing glance. A bold plan began to take shape in her mind. Here. She thrust the drink into Sirius's hands and abruptly stood to adjust her skirt. What are you up to? Sirius's question was left hanging as Elia strode confidently toward the center of the dance floor. The music concluded just as she reached her destination. Elia politely curtsied to Lily, who turned to Snape. Snape's black eyes scanned the Gryffindor table, lingering on James for a moment, a barely perceptible cold smirk gracing his lips. Lily! Elia exclaimed, performing an exaggerated curtsy, her deep blue skirt spreading on the ground like the night sky. Would you do me the honor of a dance? Lily blinked in surprise, glancing at Snape. Snape's expression was akin to one who had just tasted a mouthful of spoiled toadstool. Yet under Lily's questioning gaze, he stiffly nodded, his black robe swirling as he retreated to the sidelines. What on earth are you doing? Lily whispered, yet she placed her hand on Elia's shoulder. Save my brother's poor heart. Elia winked mischievously, leading Lily into a spin. The two girls' dance instantly captured everyone's attention. Lily's red hair contrasted beautifully with the starlight on Elia's skirt. Their movements, though not technically perfect, radiated a unique vitality. Seizing the opportunity, Elia glanced at Sirius, who was leaning down to whisper something in James's ear. Suddenly, James sat up straight, energized, as if he had caught the scent of the Golden Snitch. What are you plotting? Lily keenly sensed something amiss, but it was too late. Unbeknownst to them, Sirius had glided onto the dance floor with James. As their dance partners brushed past each other in the whirl, Elia deftly stepped aside, swapping places with Sirius. In an instant, Lily found herself in James's embrace, while Elia was twirled to the opposite end of the floor by Sirius. You two. Lily glared angrily at Elia, who clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture. James's palms were clammy, and he stammered, Evans, I swear this isn't my idea, though I'm delighted, I mean. Unexpectedly, Lily did not pull away. She sighed and placed her hand back on James's shoulder. Since we've already changed partners, let us finish this dance, but don't step on my feet, Potter. James's eyes lit up as if illuminated by a spell. At your service, Miss Evans. Meanwhile, Sirius held Elia's waist, chuckling softly. Cunning witch, your brother owes you a favor. Elia raised her chin with pride. He better remember. The constellations on her skirt sparkled as they twirled. Speaking of which, Professor Grubblyplank's steps were quite precise. Focus. Miss Warrior. Sirius suddenly pulled her close, their noses nearly touching. Your dance partner is right here. As the last notes faded, James was attempting to persuade Lily for another dance, while Lily poked his chest with her finger, but the corners of her mouth were lifted in a smile. Snape had departed unnoticed, his shadow disappearing into the gloom of the entrance hall. Did we succeed? Elia whispered to Sirius. 50-50, he shrugged. At least the snotty brat has scampered off. As the night deepened, the atmosphere of the ball grew increasingly lively. Elia leaned against Sirius's shoulder, observing Dumbledore stealthily adding lemon sherbet to Grindelwald's teacup. In that moment, there was no pressure from the Triwizard Tournament, no lurking danger. Elia quietly tightened her grip on Sirius's fingers, etching that warmth firmly into her memory. Just as this tender moment unfolded, an incongruous sound erupted. Peeves suddenly swung down from the ceiling, brandishing a massive water balloon. Take that, dear little warrior. The water balloon soared directly towards Elia, and Sirius reacted swiftly, drawing his wand. Protego. The water balloon burst midair, drenching Karkaroff from head to toe. My dragonhide coat. The headmaster of Durmstrang shrieked. The mischievous poltergeist cackled as it performed acrobatics in the air. Oops. Wrong target. It produced another water balloon, determined this time. Peeves. A commanding voice echoed, and the specter of Barty Crouch emerged from the wall, his icy gaze freezing the troublemaker in place. Alright fine, I won't play anymore, Peeves grumbled, discarding the water balloon, only to suddenly reveal a sly grin. But someone asked me to deliver a message to Miss Warrior. The second task reveals the truth. With that, he darted into the chandelier. Alia and Sirius exchanged glances, both frowning simultaneously. The joyful atmosphere of the ball seemed to be suddenly shrouded in a shadow. Chapter 99. The Confrontation with Snape. The Christmas holiday at Hogwarts was always remarkably quiet. Most students had returned home, leaving only a handful in the castle. James and Sirius were tinkering with prank items in the Gryffindor Tower, while Alia, wrapped in a thick scarf, wandered through the empty corridors alone. She had just returned from the library, cradling advanced spell-breaking in her arms, preparing for the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. As she turned the corner on the 7th floor, a figure in black robes suddenly flashed into her view. Snape glided through the corridor like a wraith. Was it not peculiar that Snape hadn't gone home for Christmas? Alia stealthily followed him, her dragonhide boots making no sound on the stone floor. Snape traversed the abandoned West Tower, ultimately entering a classroom marked as under maintenance. Just as Alia leaned in to discern what he was doing, the classroom door swung open abruptly, and an unseen force yanked her inside. The door slammed shut behind her. The sound of 12 locks clicking into place echoed in the empty classroom. Your tracking skills are appallingly inept, Potter. Snape stood by the window, his sallow face illuminated by the snowlight. It appears your brother's giant genes have indeed taken precedence. Alia quickly drew her wand. And what do you call your deliberate act of luring me here, Snape? His dark eyes narrowed to slits. Slowly, he extracted a tattered notebook from his robe, flipping to a page that detailed her use of the Frost Wall spell during her battle with the dragon. Densely annotated with analyses. The structure of this spell, Snape's voice slithered like a serpent across moss, clearly borrows the magical transition techniques from Chapter 37 of the Darkest Arts. A fourth-year student could not possibly access restricted section materials. Alia's heart raced, but she feigned calmness. Shrugging, perhaps I am simply more adept at innovation? Innovation? Snape scoffed, more like someone has been coaching you. He suddenly stepped closer, Professor Green. Your gaze towards me does not resemble that of a typical student-teacher relationship. The temperature in the classroom seemed to plummet. Alia tightened her grip on her wand, suddenly realizing this was an opportunity. She stared directly into Snape's eyes, a flicker of pity crossing her own. Severus, she rarely used his first name if one day Lily were to sever ties with you due to your obsession with dark magic. Snape appeared frozen, as though struck by a jinx, his form trembling slightly beneath the black robes. If it is because you called her a mudblood, or because you joined a group bent on eradicating people like her, Alia locked eyes with him, would you regret it? The tip of her wand sparked dangerously. Legilimency? Only a reasonable assumption. Alia glanced at the open origins of dark magic on the table. You see, dark magic corrupts the soul, and what you cherish the most. She paused. Might be destroyed by your own hand. A gust of wind turned the pages, revealing a sketch of the dark mark tucked within. Snape suddenly erupted, his wand leveled at Alia's throat. You know nothing. The glory of pure blood. Glory? Alia scoffed, her wand still lowered. My brother is pure blood, Sirius is pure blood. Yet they would never judge a person based on bloodline. She pointed to her heart. Lily chooses friends based on this, then gestured to her arm, precisely where Snape had tattooed the dark mark. Snape's wand trembled slightly. For a fleeting moment, Alia envisioned the shadow of that double agent decades hence, a soul torn by hatred and regret. Stay away from Lily, he finally rasped, or else. Or else what? Alia calmly tucked away her wand. Will you attack me with a spell you learned from the Dark Arts book? Let Lily see what her childhood friend has become? She turned toward the door, the 12 locks clicking open in response. Before exiting, Alia cast one last glance at Snape. Sometimes the deepest darkness begins with a choice believed to be right. The warm air of the corridor enveloped her. It was not until she had distanced herself that she heard something crash against the wall in the classroom, followed by the sound of shattering glass. She did not look back. This conversation might not change anything, but at least she had made the attempt. As Dumbledore often said, before darkness spreads, someone must light the first candle. As she rounded the corner, a familiar silhouette nearly made her cry out. Grindelwald leaned against the statue of the Fountain of Magical Brethren. A moving speech, young warrior, he softly applauded. Too bad you missed the most crucial part. Alia tensed. What? Hatred is more cohesive than love. Grindelwald's mismatched eyes glimmered in the shadows, especially for a soul riddled with insecurity. With a flourish, he produced a gold galleon from his sleeve. Tossing it into the air, the coin spun and fell, landing in Alia's hands, inscribed with a line, Midnight, Astronomer's Tower. Bring your golden egg. Grindelwald's figure had already vanished at the end of the corridor, yet his voice resonated clearly. Atop the astronomer's tower, the biting wind cut through. As Alia ascended the final stair with the golden egg in hand, Grindelwald and Dumbledore awaited her. Time is of the essence. Grindelwald waved his wand, conjuring 3 crystal vials filled with a pearlescent liquid, an improved version of the gillyweed solution, allowing one to breathe underwater for 4 hours. Dumbledore added, however, it comes with a side effect. Your fingers will temporarily develop webbing. Grindelwald impatiently interrupted, as cute as a duckling, now drink. The moment the liquid slid down her throat, Alia felt as though her lungs had been pierced by ice shards. She collapsed to the ground as slits opened along her neck, allowing the frigid air to surge through new channels. Breathe, Grindelwald commanded sharply. Once Alia acclimated, Dumbledore opened the golden egg. A piercing scream transformed into an ethereal song under the spell's influence. Find us where our voices resonate. The merfolk village beneath the Black Lake. Alia blurted out. The 2 elders exchanged a glance. Grindelwald suddenly waved his wand. Lesson 1. Underwater Combat. A colossal column of water erupted from the tip of his wand, propelling Alia to the edge of the tower. Flames roared. Her spell morphed into bubbles in the water. Wrong. Grindelwald rebuked. Water can extinguish flames, but what can it not stop? Alia suddenly realized. Light. A superlative version of Lumos. Her wand erupted with sunlight-like brilliance, vaporizing the water in its radiant glow. Excellent. Grindelwald beamed with satisfaction. Now let us try this. Chapter 100. The morning after the Christmas training. The training at the Astronomer's tower stretched until the dawn broke. As the first rays of morning light pierced through the clouds, Alia had already mastered the ability to create lightning-like vacuum channels in the water, and even invented a technique combining the bubblehead charm with offensive spells. Not bad, little one. Grindelwald conducted a final inspection of her gills, a rare glimmer of approval flickering in his heterochromatic eyes. Remember, the true peril never lies within the competition itself. Dumbledore presented Alia with a box of sizzling honeybee sweets. Go rest now, and don't forget about next week's regular tutoring. As he spoke, Grindelwald was idly twisting his silver-white wig with his fingers. Alia trudged back to Gryffindor Tower, exhaustion weighing heavily upon her. Just as the fat lady's portrait yawned and prepared to greet her, Alia preemptively uttered the password, chilled lemon juice. The portrait swung open, revealing the warm glow of the common room fire. To her surprise, Sirius and James were curled up on the sofa by the fireplace, heads together, poring over a yellowed parchment, with several copies of advanced spell illustrations and half-eaten pumpkin pasties scattered around them. You two pulled an all-night too? Elia's voice was so hoarse it startled even her. Sirius shot up, his eyes narrowing instantly at the sight of her weary visage. He rushed over in a few swift strides, his warm palm cradling her icy cheek. Merlin's beard. You look as though a troll has trampled you. I was under special training from Professor Grindelwald and Professor Dumbledore all night. Alia allowed him to inspect the gill marks on her neck, offering a weary smile. For the second task, James let out an enthusiastic whistle, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. My sister is truly exceptional. The headmaster and the defense against the dark arts professor tutoring her in the dead of night. He proudly elbowed Sirius. See Bigfoot? I told you she is better than us. Sirius retracted his foot aimed at James, carefully guiding Alia to the edge of the sofa with an astonishing gentleness. As if handling a fragile treasure. What did they give you? Gillyweed enhancer? Yes, Alia nestled into his embrace, inhaling the familiar scent of pine that enveloped him. They added pearl powder and moonflower. Professor Grindelwald said it would help resist the dark creatures of the deep. Her eyelids grew heavy, her gaze blurring over the parchment that depicted the contours of Hogwarts, with a few tiny ink blots moving about, annotated with names like Filch and Madame Loris. What is this? She mumbled. James immediately lowered his voice in excitement. A secret weapon. With this, we'll never get caught during our night escapades again. He tapped his wand lightly against the parchment. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The ink lines suddenly twisted and extended, revealing more details. Hidden passages, secret doors, and even the current position of Peeves. Elia's lips curved into a slight smile. She should have guessed the rudimentary form of the Marauders map. Impressive, isn't it? James raised an eyebrow with pride. Once we add the tracking charm and the anti-eavesdropping spell, it will be perfect. Sirius's fingers gently combed through Elia's hair. Hearing this, he chuckled softly. Oh, come on, who was it last night that labeled the girls' bathroom as a secret passage? Almost went the wrong way. That was an accident. James's face flushed red. And I didn't go in, did I? Their playful banter drifted further away as Elia's consciousness sank into a warm, buttery beer haze. Sirius's chest pressed against her back, his heartbeat steady and strong, while the firelight cast a warm orange glow on her eyelids. Just before she succumbed to slumber, she felt a gentle kiss placed atop her head and heard Sirius's low murmur. Sleep well, my dear. Chapter 101. In the dappled morning light. When Elia groggily awoke, a large black coat was draped over her, the familiar scent of pine faintly lingering in the air. She shifted slightly and discovered Sirius seated beside her on the sofa, his head tilted, breathing evenly and deeply in slumber. Morning light streamed through the ancient stained glass window, casting delicate shards of color onto Sirius's handsome profile. His lashes were long and dense, creating a soft shadow beneath his eyes. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Elia reached out, gently brushing her fingertip against his lashes. "So long," she murmured softly, her voice barely audible, as if fearing to disturb the tranquility of the room or shatter the delicate, beautiful atmosphere of the moment. Sirius's lashes fluttered slightly, as if sensing something amiss, before he gradually opened his eyes. His gray orbs resembled deep, serene waters, unexpectedly locking gazes with Elia. The air thickened instantly, as if the gentle morning light had become somehow constrained in that moment. Elia's face flushed hot, her cheeks ablaze, and she hastily attempted to retract her hand. However, before she could act, Sirius swiftly grasped her wrist. "Trying to sneak a peek?" he murmured, his voice low and gravelly from sleep, a teasing smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Yet his gaze held an imperceptible warmth and playfulness. Elia's face reddened further, and she opened her mouth to protest. But her throat felt constricted, rendering her momentarily speechless. Just as she floundered in her confusion, Sirius leaned in, his other hand cradling the nape of her neck, the motion both decisive and natural, before he kissed her without hesitation. His lips were warm and soft, imbued with a hint of mint, igniting her senses like a flame on a winter's day. Elia's mind blanked, her fingers instinctively clutching at his shirt. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, leaving only their shared breaths and heartbeats. After what felt like an eternity, Sirius pulled back slightly, his forehead resting against hers as he chuckled softly, "A good morning kiss." Elia's ears burned and she muttered that was rather sudden. Sirius did not respond to her words, but merely drew her closer into his embrace, resting his chin gently atop her head. "You seem burdened with thoughts lately," he remarked, his tone laced with concern, warming her heart. Elia paused, then relaxed against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "I'm just exhausted," she whispered. "It will be better once this period passes." Sirius fell silent for a moment, his fingers delicately tracing her hair, as if pondering something profound. Finally, he sighed, leaning down to plant another kiss on her forehead. "All right then," he said lazily. "But next time you're tired, remember to seek me out." Elia looked up at him. "Seek you out for what?" Sirius raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously. "For a recharge." Elia couldn't help but laugh, playfully shoving him. "You narcissist." Sirius seized her hand in response, their fingers intertwining, gently caressing the back of her hand, his gaze turning serious. "I'm being earnest, Elia. Whatever is troubling you, I will be here." Elia's heart warmed, and she bit her lip, nodding softly. Oh. Outside, the snow had ceased, and the common room was enveloped in a serene silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the firewood and their intertwined breaths. As Elia guided Sirius toward the dormitory door, his eyes still sparkled with lingering laughter, his fingertips tracing her sleeve with reluctant fondness. "May I stay with you a little longer?" He tilted his head, the tips of his hair brushing against her fingers like a playful puppy. "I promise not to say a word, I'll just watch you." "No. You didn't sleep at all last night." Elia feigned seriousness, but her resolve faltered momentarily as she noticed the shadows beneath his eyes. She tiptoed up to plant a soft kiss at the corner of his lips, seizing the moment to push the door shut as he stood momentarily dazed. After bidding farewell to Sirius, Elia returned to her dormitory, gently closing the door behind her. She felt as if all her strength had been sapped away, collapsing onto her bed in a state of utter fatigue. The tension and candor shared during their heartfelt exchange transformed into an overwhelming fatigue, leading her into a deep slumber. Chapter 102. James's light bulb observation log. Elia rubbed her sleepy eyes, noticing the sunlight outside had shifted from the pale golden hue of morning to the amber glow of evening. Her stomach protested with a growl, awakening her to the realization of her hunger. After hastily arranging her tousled hair, she donned her school robe and set off toward the hall in search of sustenance. As she passed the common room, a yellowed piece of parchment lay quietly on the coffee table, glimmering faintly in the sunlight. Upon closer inspection, she sighed at the sight of the Marauders map sprawled open, flecked with a few drops of pumpkin juice. "These two careless fellows," she muttered under her breath, rolling up the map and tucking it into the inner pocket of her robe, thinking she would have a word with them later. The dining hall had already passed the dinner rush, with remnants of roast beef sandwiches and raspberry tarts scattered across the long table. Elia devoured 3 sandwiches in quick succession, and washed them down with a sizable cup of pumpkin juice, finally feeling replenished. In the room of requirement, she practiced underwater spells for half an hour, imagining a mermaid as her audience. When the magical clock on the wall indicated that it was 8 o'clock, she surmised that the two sleepyheads should be awake by now, so she headed to the kitchen to fetch some freshly baked meat pies and fruit tarts, wrapping them in oiled paper. The spiral staircase leading to the boys' dormitory creaked as usual. Standing before the familiar oak door, she gently tapped her knuckles against it. "Sirius? James." There was no response. She knocked again, this time with more force, yet silence prevailed. Frowning, Elia pulled out the Marauders map from her pocket, unfolding it to reveal the names James Potter and Sirius Black clearly marked within the dormitory, motionless. Curious, she bit her lip, a flicker of concern surfacing. Could something have happened? After glancing around to ensure the corridor was empty, she drew her wand and whispered, "Alohamara." The lock clicked open, and she cautiously pushed the door ajar. The room was dimly lit, with only a magical candle at the bedside casting a faint glow. James's bed was a mess, and he lay sprawled on his back, his glasses askew and mouth slightly open, clearly in a deep slumber. On the other side of the room, a soft light seeped through the crack of the bathroom door, accompanied by the sound of splashing water. Sirius was evidently showering. Elia breathed a sigh of relief, placing the food she had brought on the table. A few sandwiches, pies, and 2 bottles of pumpkin juice. Yet, a sudden awkwardness washed over her as she quickly approached James's bedside and nudged his shoulder. "James, wake up." "Ha, who's there?" He mumbled groggily, adjusting his glasses and squinting at her. "Elia, you left your Marauders map in the common room, so I brought it back, along with some food." She handed him the parchment, turning to leave. "All right, go back to sleep, but remember to take off your glasses." James rubbed his eyes, about to respond when suddenly, click. The bathroom door swung open. A cloud of steam rushed out, and Sirius emerged shirtless, his dark hair clinging to his forehead, droplets of water cascading down his neck. His skin glistened in the candlelight, his well-defined abs accentuated, with a towel loosely secured around his waist. Elia's gaze froze uncontrollably for a brief moment. Then boom. Her face flushed instantly, as if scalded, and she spun around abruptly, nearly colliding with the nearby wardrobe. Sirius, evidently taken aback by her presence in such a state, paused momentarily before hastily grabbing the shirt draped over the chair, slipping it on while raising an eyebrow. "Elia? I should go," she stammered, tossing out the words before bolting towards the door. "Wait." Sirius reached out to stop her, but Elia had already darted out like a startled rabbit, slamming the door behind her, her footsteps echoing rapidly down the corridor. Inside the room, silence reigned, only interrupted by the sound of water droplets cascading from Sirius's hair. James yawned lazily, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. "Looks like my sister is in for a nightmare tonight." Sirius fastened the last button of his shirt, droplets from his hair landing on his collarbone, casting a knowing glance at James. "Nightmare? I rather think otherwise." Elia rushed back to her dormitory, slamming the door shut, diving into her 4-poster bed, drawing the curtains closed, and burying her face in the pillow, letting out a silent scream. Merlin's beard. The images replayed uncontrollably in her mind. Sirius's wet black hair, the glistening droplets tracing his chest, and his startled yet swift dressing. This was a disaster. She flipped onto her back, staring at the fabric of the canopy, her heart racing uncontrollably. Elia's fingers unconsciously clenched the pillowcase, the silk crumpling in her grasp. Outside, the sound of an owl's wings brushing past the tower synchronized eerily with her heartbeat, each flap sending waves of heat through her chest. She abruptly sat up, grabbing a glass of cold water from her bedside, but the icy liquid did little to extinguish the burning sensation at the back of her neck. "Calm down. It's not a big deal," she muttered to the air, yet Sirius's teasing words, "Nightmare? I rather think otherwise," echoed in her ears like a spell. She covered her face, a muffled sob escaping between her fingers. "He must think I'm a clumsy fool." Meanwhile, behind the oak door, Sirius was using his wand to dry his hair, water splattering onto James's bed curtains, prompting James to toss a pillow at him in protest. "Are you doing this on purpose?" James squinted with a smile tugging at his lips. Honestly, Elia's expression just now was like she had been hit by a bludger. Sirius casually tucked the hem of his shirt into his trousers, pausing at James's words. The candlelight cast shadows on his sharply defined jawline, concealing the fleeting emotion that flickered in his eyes. "She always is like this," he replied nonchalantly, shrugging, though the way his fingertips fidgeted with his wand betrayed his otherwise relaxed demeanor. James leaned in closer, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. "Merlin, you two are quite the pair. You're already together, yet it feels like a secret affair." He exaggeratedly clutched his chest, as an older brother, I can hardly withstand such excitement. Shut it, you pointy fork, Sirius shot back, tossing a pillow at him. But this time he could not conceal the smile creeping onto his lips, his eyes brimming with delight. Your sister's bashfulness is far cuter than yours. Ugh. James mimicked a gagging motion. Yet he couldn't help but chuckle. Honestly, just tell her next time that you look more handsome after a shower, so she doesn't jump at every little thing. Sirius raised an eyebrow, casually tossing the towel he had used to dry his hair into James's face. Would you dare say that in front of her? I wouldn't. He. James laughed heartily, dodging away. I don't want to be subjected to your dual curses. Chapter 103. The Gryffindor Chase. Elia, sporting faint dark circles under her eyes, mechanically stuffed toast into her mouth. She had tossed and turned in bed all night. Her mind fixated on Sirius's wet black hair, and the glistening muscles illuminated by candlelight. Merlin's beard, she groaned, rubbing her temples, casting guilty glances toward the entrance of the dining hall. It wasn't until James and Sirius entered, one after the other, that she snapped out of her daze. James plopped down across from her, grabbing a piece of bacon and immediately launching into complaints. Elia, do you have any idea that your little scene last night kept me awake for the latter half of the night? He exaggerated a yawn. My feet were tossing and turning all night like I was under a Quidditch bludger, the bed creaking incessantly. Elia nearly choked on her pumpkin juice, forcing herself to maintain composure as she shot him a glare. What does that have to do with me? You usually sleep like a troll. James grinned widely, about to retort when Sirius lazily settled down beside her. Alia froze momentarily, nearly dropping the fork in her hand. Sirius propped his chin on his hand, his gray eyes fixed intently upon her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Good morning, my dear. Alia's ears flushed crimson. She abruptly averted her gaze, feigning immense interest in the scrambled eggs on her plate. Good morning. Sirius chuckled softly, his fingers lightly tapping the table, his gaze never leaving her face. Alia felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles, unable to withstand the heat of his stare any longer. She leapt to her feet. Em fool. She turned to flee, only to collide clumsily with a passing Ravenclaw student. I'm sorry, she blurted out in a panic, rushing out of the hall without a backward glance, oblivious to Sirius's amused raised eyebrow and James's mocking laughter behind her. For the next half-day, Alia encountered Sirius at every turn. In the library, he leaned against the forbidden section's bookshelf, winking at her. By the Black Lake, he deliberately sat diagonally behind her, allowing her to hear his low chuckle clearly. Even when she went to the Ollery to send a letter, she found him leaning by the window, playfully toying with the Marauders map, flashing her a knowing smile. Damn it, he is undoubtedly tracking me with that map. Alia fumed, deciding to retreat to her dormitory. She hurried through the corridor and burst into the Gryffindor common room, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a long hand grasped her wrist from behind. Got you. Sirius's deep voice whispered in her ear, laced with a hint of triumph. Before Alia could react, he pulled her into the room of requirement. The door closed silently behind her, and Alia surveyed the room, her eyes widening in shock. The space contained only a bed and a sofa, the warm yellow candlelight casting an intimate glow throughout. What on earth is wrong with you? Alia exclaimed, her face turning beet red as she spun around to flee. Sirius, quick as lightning, pressed his hand against the wall beside her, trapping her between himself and the wall. Where do you think you're going? He asked, gazing down at her, his gray eyes twinkling with amusement. Weren't you quite serious last night? Alia's heart raced, threatening to burst from her chest. She averted her gaze in a fluster, only to have him gently grasp her chin and turn her back to him. Look at me, Alia. His voice was deep and tender, laced with an enticing charm that was impossible to refuse. Compelled to meet his gaze, Alia found his usually rebellious gray eyes focused intensely, as though they might swallow her whole. Merlin, she thought silently. How could anyone be so handsome and so beguiling? Her mind blanked, instinctively seeking to mask her embarrassment. And then bang! A cloud of white smoke erupted, and a silvery tabby cat landed at Sirius's feet, its fluffy tail raised high, completely obscuring its face. Sirius paused momentarily, then chuckled. Transformed into your animagus form again? He crouched down, gently stroking the cat's head. Did you think you could escape this way? The little cat's ears twitched, and its tail flicked nervously, refusing to lift its head. Sirius sighed and scooped her up, settling onto the sofa with her curled up in his lap. Very well, he said lazily, stroking the cat's soft fur, his fingertips deliberately grazing her most sensitive spot behind her ears. I have all the time in the world to wait for you to turn back. Alia stiffened, her fluffy tail bristling. This is really the end. Curled up in Sirius's warm embrace, her silvery fur rose and fell with her rapid breaths. Sirius's long fingers gently combed through her fur, occasionally brushing against her sensitive ears, causing her to involuntarily twitch. You know, Sirius remarked with a lazy chuckle. The heartbeat in your animagus form is far more pronounced than in your human form. His thumb pressed against her furry chest. At least 200 beats per minute now. Merlin's foul socks. Alia buried her face deeper into her paws, but the tip of her tail truthfully curled around Sirius's wrist. Change back, Alia. His thumb caressed her ear, his voice like melted honey. Or should I resort to more extreme measures? Before he could finish, he suddenly lowered his head, his nose brushing against her furry neck. The warmth of his breath sent shivers through her, and she instantly transformed back into her human form, landing directly in his lap. The distance between them was so close they could count each other's eyelashes. Alia instinctively pressed her palm against his chest, feeling the firm contours that had kept her awake all night. You cheated, she accused, embarrassment and anger welling within her, but she was silenced by the sudden darkness in his gaze. Sirius's hand firmly clasped her waist, while the other tenderly caressed her flushed cheek, his thumb gently brushing over her lower lip. Didn't you consider the consequences when you spied on me last night? He asked hoarsely, his gray eyes locking onto her every flicker of panic. The candlelight cast shadows beneath his lashes, concealing his aggressive intent within a lazy tease. Alia opened her mouth to respond, but was interrupted by his suddenly close breath. Sirius hovered just an inch from her lips, their almost touch lingering like an unbroken spell. I'll give you 3 seconds to run, he teased, or else before he could finish, Alia, almost against her will, closed her eyes and tilted her head back. His kiss was softer than she had anticipated, first teasing her lips at the corners, then deepening abruptly upon sensing her trembling consent. Sirius's hand wove into her hair, pulling her closer, while the other firmly held her waist, as if he intended to melt her into his very being. Alia gripped the fabric of his shirt, her knuckles whitening, but when their tongues met, a soft whimper escaped her, the passionate entanglement laced with restrained tenderness, much like him, contradictory and utterly captivating. When Sirius finally pulled back, Alia gasped for air, resting against his shoulder, hearing his hoarse teasing remark. It seems someone is more honest than the Marauders map. She bit his collarbone in embarrassment and frustration, only to be captured by his grip on her chin once more, drawing her into another kiss. This time, it was a lingering entanglement. As their lips met, he mumbled, next time just come to me, my dear, to spare you the clumsiness of colliding with the walls of Hogwarts. In the flickering candlelight, their two uncontrolled heartbeats resonated in unison. Chapter 104. The Choice by the Black Lake. The Christmas decorations had yet to be fully taken down, yet the morning at Hogwarts Castle had returned to its usual tranquility. Alia wrapped her cloak tighter around herself as she walked toward the edge of the Black Lake, her breath forming white clouds in the frigid air. You're 30 seconds late. A deep voice echoed from the lake's surface. Alia looked up to see Grindelwald standing upon the frozen lake, his mismatched eyes sharp in the morning light. Beside him, Dumbledore cheerfully popped a lemon drop into his mouth, his eyes twinkling with delight. Apologies, Professor. Alia quickened her pace. Sir Cadogan in the portrait insisted on a duel before he would let me pass. Dumbledore chuckled lightly. Ah, Cadogan, ever so enthusiastic. With a flourish, he produced a small vial of silvery ointment from his sleeve. Today, we shall practice defensive measures against the merfolk's song. This mixture of moonstone powder and mandrake juice can counteract most sound magic. Grindelwald impatiently waved his wand, conjuring a blackthorn wand from seemingly nowhere, presenting it before Alia. Don't waste time, lass. Underwater magic is entirely different from land magic. With a flick of his wrist, the lake split open with a neat seam. The pressure of the water is not about brute force, but rather the precise control of fluid magic. Alia grasped the wand, attempting to mimic Grindelwald's movements, but only managed to create a small splash. Your wrist is too stiff, Grindelwald frowned. Imagine your magic as part of the water flow, not as an attempt to force it. Dumbledore gently added, just like conducting a symphony, Alia. It's not about brute force. It's about guidance. For the ensuing 2 hours, Alia diligently practiced under the watchful eyes of 2 legendary wizards. Grindelwald was stern and precise, keen to point out every misstep with his sharp critique, whereas Dumbledore focused more on the theoretical aspects, occasionally interjecting amusing anecdotes from the annals of magical history. When Alia finally succeeded in conjuring a swirling vortex of water, Grindelwald rarely offered a nod of approval. Indeed, it appears my time has not been squandered, he remarked, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, popped another sweet into his mouth, saying, before we commence the second task, we must borrow your treasure. He winked playfully at Alia, hoping that Mr. Black would not take offense. Alia felt a flush of warmth creep to her cheeks but swiftly retorted, "Isn't your treasure standing right beside you, Professor?" With that, She turned on her heel and departed, leaving behind the sound of Grindelwald's deep laughter and Dumbledore's choking on a candy. The Black Lake shimmered with a biting cold light in February. The stands filled with students and professors alike. On the judges' platform, Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and other adjudicators were already in position. Elia stood at the lake's edge, flanked by her fellow champions, Lydia Morozova from Durmstrang and Gabriel Solson from Beauxbatons. The second task was designed to test the champions' courage and judgment. Dumbledore's voice resonated clearly through the amplification charm, announcing that each champion's treasure had been placed in the Merfolk village at the bottom of the Black Lake. Elia gazed at the lake's surface, her heart pounding like a drum. Sirius awaited her rescue somewhere beneath that dark water. At the sound of the whistle, Elia uncorked the crystal vial and swallowed the pearlescent-modified gillyweed solution in one gulp. As the liquid slid down her throat, a chilling sensation surged from within. She felt a sharp sting along her neck, her gill slits opening, and webbing sprouted between her fingers and toes. Without hesitation, she dove into the frigid lake. The world suddenly transformed into a realm of silence and blur. Elia waved her wand, its tip glowing with an ethereal blue light, illuminating the murky depths ahead. As she descended further, the pressure intensified, causing her eardrums to ache. She cast the pressure-balancing charm that Dumbledore had taught her, and the discomfort subsided immediately. Approaching the lake's bottom, the rough stone structures of the Merfolk village gradually came into view. In the village's center, 3 pearl-inlaid stone pillars stood proudly in the square, each bound with a captive. Sirius was tied to the central pillar, his dark hair flowing like seaweed in the water, silver bubbles escaping his lips. His eyes were tightly shut, yet his chest still rose and fell rhythmically, clearly under the effects of a sleeping charm. To the left, a blonde girl named Elena was bound to another pillar, her eyes wide with terror as she released a flurry of tiny bubbles. On the right stood Solson's partner, Yas, who had already lapsed into a semi-conscious state. Just as Elia was about to swim toward Sirius, a violent disturbance in the water erupted above her. Lydia Morozova's gillyweed seemed to malfunction. She clutched her throat in agony, her face turning ashen. After casting a final desperate glance at her sister, she was forced to swim toward the surface. Elia's heart clenched. The rules of the competition clearly stated that one could only rescue their own treasure. Yet Elena appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Rules or life? Grindelwald had once challenged her during training, asserting that a true wizard knows when to break the rules. Without a moment's hesitation, Elia swam to Sirius and severed his bindings with her wand. He immediately sank, and she quickly grasped him. His eyes flew open, first in confusion, then realization dawned upon him. Elia pointed toward Elena, and Sirius instantly understood. Together, they swam toward the little girl, but a dozen merfolk wielding spears swiftly surrounded them. You can only take your own treasure, the leader snarled, baring his sharp teeth. I'm afraid, Elia replied, crossing her wand over her chest, that today I shall take too. In an instant, as the merfolk lunged forward, Elia swung her wand with fierce determination. Water pressure impact. The incantation formed a high-pressure water ring at the lake's bottom, toppling the first 3 merfolk that charged at them. Yet more merfolk surged forth. A red-scaled mermaid seized the opportunity to slash at Elia's robe with a spear, blood blooming in the water. Sirius snatched a coral spear and began to retaliate with deft movements. Seeing Elena on the verge of drowning, Elia made a swift decision. She raised her wand above her head, its tip bursting forth with sunlight-like brilliance. Luminous flash. The blinding white light created a shockwave in the water, causing the merfolk to recoil in pain. Seizing the moment, Elia severed Elena's bindings, while Sirius instinctively caught the unconscious girl. The return journey proved more arduous than anticipated. Elena struggled against them, slowing their ascent. To make matters worse, the scent of blood had attracted a pack of Grindylows. Sirius fought them off with the coral spear, while Elia continuously cast the water propulsion charm to hasten their rise. In the final 50 meters, Elia felt her gill slits beginning to close. Her lungs burned fiercely, and the lake water ahead turned black. She pressed the gem on her brooch, forming a single bubble, but it was only sufficient for one to breathe. Without hesitation, Sirius pushed the bubble toward Elena, then grasped Elia's wrist tightly, his eyes filled with resolve. Together, they fought against the darkness encroaching on Elia's vision. Just as she was about to lose consciousness, a powerful arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her toward the surface. The biting cold wind jolted Elia back to awareness. She coughed violently, expelling several mouthfuls of lake water, only to realize she was lying on a wooden board at the shore. Sirius knelt beside her, his drenched black hair clinging to his face, worry etched in his eyes. Breathe, Elia, breathe, he urged, his voice taut. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Yet all Elia could hear was the heavy sound of her own gasps, and the rapid beating of her heart. Elena was whisked away by Madame Pomfrey for treatment, appearing to be relatively unharmed. On the judge's platform, Dumbledore's cerulean eyes sparkled with pride. Meanwhile, Grindelwald merely curled the corners of his mouth, a knowing look in his mismatched eyes. As if all of this had been anticipated. In light of Elia Potter's extraordinary courage and noble character, Bagman's booming voice rang out by the lakeside. The judging panel has unanimously decided to award additional points. The gems on the scoreboard pulsated, causing Hogwarts' score to leap to the forefront. Yet, before Elia could revel in the triumph, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Pain radiated from her left arm, and beneath her tattered robe, a wound oozed blood. Elia. Sirius's voice suddenly turned tense. He grasped her arm, his expression darkening. "You're hurt." Without waiting for her response, Sirius turned and shouted, "Madame Pomfrey, we need healing here." Madame Pomfrey rushed over, and with a flick of her wand, Elia's wound began to mend. Sirius watched the process intently, brow furrowed, and only relaxed slightly when Elia's pale complexion regained its color. "It's just a minor injury," Elia attempted to soothe him. "A minor injury?" Sirius's voice was low and dangerous. "Do you realize those Grindylows' claws are poisonous?" His fingers brushed gently against the edge of her recently healed wound. Madame Pomfrey stowed her wand, casting a stern glance at the pair. "Miss Potter needs to rest, Mr. Black. Ensure she refrains from any vigorous activity tonight." "As you wish, madam," Sirius replied solemnly. But as the nurse turned away, he winked at Elia. "Did you hear that? Medical advice." Elia couldn't help but chuckle. But the movement triggered a cough from her still sore lungs. Sirius immediately adopted a serious demeanor, carefully supporting her shoulder. "Let us return to the castle," he said softly. "You need hot chocolate and the warmth of a fire." Behind them, Grindelwald whispered to Dumbledore, "I told you she would do just that." Dumbledore smiled as he popped another lemon drop into his mouth. "You are always right, Gellert." Grindelwald remarked with a hint of irritation, "Consume fewer sweets, Albus." Meanwhile, Dumbledore surreptitiously tucked the remaining lemon sherbet into his pocket, a mischievous glint dancing in his eyes. The two elderly gentlemen observed the retreating figures of the young ones, a satisfied smile unconsciously gracing their faces. Chapter 105. The Warm Return. Sirius half-encircled Aliana as they traversed the castle's grand entrance. Aliana's robes were still damp from the Black Lake, her steps slightly unsteady, yet her spine remained erect until the students of Hogwarts surged from all directions, their cheers enveloping her like a tidal wave. "Merlin! Aliana!" James was the first to rush over, his tousled hair adorned with streamers that had fallen from the stands, his glasses askew on his nose, clearly having sprinted from the Triwizard Tournament audience. He opened his arms to embrace his sister, only to be firmly blocked by Sirius's arm. "Easy there, sharp fork," Sirius cautioned, his voice lower than usual, his gray eyes sweeping over the muddy hem of James's robes, his left arm still bearing the fresh wound that had just stopped bleeding. His arm remained protectively around Aliana's waist, a silent pillar of support. Lily immediately squeezed to the front, her eyes brimming with concern. The tip of her wand glimmered with the faint light of a healing charm, a technique she had pilfered from Madame Pomfrey the previous month. "How do you feel?" she inquired softly, gently brushing Aliana's damp hair from her forehead. Aliana shook her head, a weary yet bright smile gracing her lips. "I feel quite well. Just a bit tired." "Speak less," Sirius's voice was astonishingly gentle. "You need to rest now." The crowd continued to swell, as Remus and Peter struggled to forge a path in front. The group was thus enveloped as they made their way toward Gryffindor Tower. With every few steps, new classmates joined the escort, some offering dry shawls, others casting drying charms, while younger students reverently reached out to touch the hem of Aliana's robes, as if hoping to imbibe a measure of her courage. By the time Aliana and Sirius finally arrived at the fat lady's portrait, James turned to the other students and raised his hands. "Listen, my sister needs to rest. All celebrations can wait until tomorrow." Lily seamlessly chimed in, turning to Sirius and nodding, "Take good care of her." The fat lady was particularly accommodating that night, swinging open without requiring the password. Sirius carefully settled Aliana in the softest armchair by the fireplace and, as if by magic, produced a thick woolen blanket from his pocket. "When did you?" "The house elves provided this," Sirius declared proudly, unfurling the blanket, his fingertips brushing against her icy wrist. "I told them it was a special supply for the madwoman who faced the Black Lake." Aliana let out a light laugh, though it triggered a cough from her lungs. Sirius immediately knelt, his wand lightly tapping her chest. "Breathe easy." A wave of warmth surged into her chest, alleviating the suffocating sensation. The comforting glow of the fire dusted Aliana's pale cheeks with a golden hue. and the common room was filled solely with the soft crackle of the firewood and the distant whispers of portraits. Sirius gently rolled up her damp sleeves, using a drying charm to gradually absorb the moisture from the fabric. "Are you still cold?" he murmured, his voice nearly blending into the popping of the firewood. Aliana shook her head, suddenly noticing that the tips of Sirius's own hair were still dripping, his robe collar soaked with lake water, clinging to his collarbone and delineating its contours. "You should be the one to change." She reached out to brush away the droplets from his eyelashes, her fingertips grazing his cool skin. "Be careful not to catch a cold." Sirius shook his head, droplets from his dark hair flicking onto the stone of the fireplace with a faint hiss. "I'm fine. Right now you are the priority." Aliana furrowed her brow, her fingers gripping his soaked tie. "Listen, you change your clothes before coming down." Sirius paused, suddenly grasping her wrist, and placing a gentle kiss in the palm of her hand. "At your command, my lady." "Who is your lady?" Aliana recoiled as if shocked, her cheeks reddening more than the fire itself. "How shameless." Sirius grinned widely, rising to face the door. "Sharp fork. Come take care of your sister. I'll be upstairs for a moment." James was busy keeping a throng of eager first-years from bursting into the room when he turned back, bewildered. "Oh, all right. Are you sure you're all right?" James clumsily touched Aliana's forehead, as if checking for fever. Madame Pomfrey said Grindelwald venom might cause a low-grade fever. "I'm fine," Aliana reassured, patting her brother's hand. "I'm just a bit tired." James suddenly grew serious, his eyes unusually grave. "You know, when you brought that girl up from the water, Karkaroff from Durmstrang looked absolutely dreadful." He mimicked Karkaroff's contorted expression. "This isn't fair," he shouted, demanding to disqualify you until Dumbledore pointed out that the rules only prohibited the use of potions as aids, and never stated anything about saving multiple lives. Aliana's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" "Absolutely," James declared with pride. "Professor Grubblyplank even spoke on your behalf. Though he said, even trolls know that saving lives doesn't violate the rules." Aliana couldn't help but laugh, though it prompted another bout of coughing. James immediately panicked, patting her back with such force that he nearly knocked her from her chair. "Easy." Lily rushed over to intervene. "Do you want to knock her lungs out?" Footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Sirius returned, now dressed in dry clothes. His black hair still slightly damp but no longer dripping. He held a steaming cup, wafting the rich aroma of chocolate. He handed the cup to Aliana. "I added a bit of invigorating potion." Aliana cautiously sipped, the hot chocolate gliding down her throat, warmth radiating to her fingertips. Sirius naturally perched on the armrest of her chair, his fingers unconsciously twirling a strand of her hair. Remus and Peter finally freed themselves from the enthusiastic classmates and returned to the common room. Remus held an open book. "I checked. And Grindelwald venom can indeed cause temporary pulmonary edema, but Madame Pomfrey's treatment should have." "Moonface," Sirius interrupted helplessly, "it's time for rest." Remus sheepishly closed the book. "Apologies, it's a habit." Peter, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Aliana, you were simply amazing." The mermaids surfaced later to sing. Even though we couldn't understand the lyrics, Professor Flitwick said they were praising your bravery. "Really?" Aliana's eyes sparkled with delight. "Of course." Peter gesticulated animatedly. "They called you Starlight Hero and such." Sirius's fingers gently squeezed Aliana's shoulder, his gray eyes brimming with pride. "I told you that you would win." Aliana quietly grasped Sirius's hand, feeling the warmth of his palm. Chapter 106, Midnight Conversations. The Gryffindor Tower lay in tranquil silence under the cloak of night, save for the occasional soft crackle of the fire. Aliana gently rose from her four-poster bed and, by the light of the moon, gazed at the slumbering Lily. Her red hair sprawled across the pillow, breathing steady and serene. Aliana donned her invisibility cloak, tiptoeing through the dormitory door. The castle corridors glimmered with a ghostly blue hue under the moonlight, the portraits on the stone walls ensconced in slumber. The fat friar was unusually quiet tonight, with only a few floating candles swaying at the corridor's end. Aliana cautiously evaded the patrolling Filch, and the keen senses of Mrs. Norris compelled her to take a longer route. By the time she reached the statue of the troll, her forehead was beaded with fine sweat. "Lemon sherbet," she whispered. Strangely, as the statue leapt aside, the door to the headmaster's office swung open on its own accord. The warm orange glow seeped through the crack of the door, casting the silhouettes of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who appeared to be waiting for her. "Am I arriving at an inopportune moment?" Elia hesitated at the threshold. The fireplace in the headmaster's office blazed brightly. Fawkes was preening his feathers on his perch, while the chessboard before the two legendary wizards remained only partially played. Conversely, Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled behind his crescent-shaped glasses, We anticipated your arrival this evening. Grindelwald leaned against the hearth, his silver-gray hair almost translucent in the firelight. He toyed with a golden chess piece, his mismatched eyes scanning Elia. What did I tell you, Albus? This young one is quite astute. He set down the piece, a near-admiring smile gracing his lips. How do you feel? Completely recovered, Elia replied as she stepped into the room, her invisibility cloak slipping from her shoulders. She noticed some changes in the headmaster's office. The shelf that once held silverware was now adorned with several German tomes. And beside Dumbledore's beloved jar of lemon sherbet, sat a box of exquisitely crafted Austrian chocolates. Did you know I would come? Yes. Dumbledore gestured for her to take a seat, conjuring a steaming cup of honey tea. Because the third task has encountered complications, Grindelwald impatiently interrupted. The Ministry's mole Lestrange tampered with the Goblet of Fire. Although I have dealt with her, the alterations have already been made. Elia's teacup paused mid-air. Lestrange? A relative of Bellatrix? Her mind raced, connecting all the clues. The sudden rampage of the dragon and now the interference with the third task, to draw out Dumbledore's meaningful glance towards Elia. To draw me out. Elia's voice was calm, yet her fingers, gripping the teacup, turned pale. Because I destroyed 3 of his Horcruxes. The tray beneath her teacup suddenly clinked sharply. Grindelwald looked up suddenly, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his mismatched eyes. Albus. This young one is even more clever than I anticipated. Dumbledore gently continued, his gaze resting on Elia's pocket, where a slight bulge hinted at the presence of a time-turner. But you need not fear, I am not afraid. Elia lifted her head, her eyes shining with determination. I know I must confront him eventually. A brief silence enveloped the room. Fawkes chirped softly on his perch, his golden tail feathers brushing against Dumbledore's shoulder. Grindelwald paced toward the window, the moonlight outlining his tall silhouette. Even while masquerading as Professor Grindelwald, the dangerous aura surrounding him remained unmistakable. Grindelwald initially intended to prevent the tampering, Dumbledore finally said, tapping his fingers gently on the table. Yet some destinies seem unavoidable. Destiny? Grindelwald abruptly turned, his hair almost transparent in the moonlight. Albus, we have discussed this. If destiny truly cannot be altered, I should still be in Nurmengard. Counting bricks. Dumbledore did not respond immediately, merely gazing at Elia over the rim of his crescent glasses. The third task will take place in 1 week. The maze has been enchanted to read the deepest fears of the champions, and that half-blood little one will ensure you face him, Grindelwald added, his voice deep and resonant like the hum of a cello. But remember, little one, fear is merely a tool. Use it, rather than being used by it. Elia stood, donning her invisibility cloak once more. I understand what I must do. As she turned towards the door, Grindelwald suddenly called out. Wait! He conjured a small silver pendant box. Its antique design etched with runes. Wear this. It will shield you from a single killing curse as a reward for your progress. The pendant box felt cool in Elia's hand, and she sensed the powerful magic contained within. She carefully hung it around her neck, concealing it beneath her collar. Dumbledore hesitated, then softly stated, May Merlin bless you, child. After Elia departed, the door to the headmaster's office slowly closed. Grindelwald gazed at the flickering flames. Do not wear that expression, Albus. That little one is stronger than you realize. I know, Dumbledore sighed, removing his crescent glasses to polish them. But to place such burdens on a child, she is no ordinary child. A knowing smile crept upon Grindelwald's lips. I have a feeling this will yield unexpected rewards. He moved to the chessboard, advancing the golden queen. Check, Albus. Sometimes, the smallest piece can determine the outcome of the entire game. Dumbledore did not glance at the chessboard, his gaze drifting through the window towards the Forbidden Forest. I hope you are right. Gellert Chapter 107. The Eve of Courage. The morning sun poured through the high windows of the great hall, casting a golden hue over the Gryffindor table. Elia's breakfast plate lay untouched, piled with congealed eggs and roasted tomatoes, the yolks having solidified into pale yellow membranes. Her wand spun rapidly between her fingers, the tip tracing obscure incantation patterns on the tablecloth, the draft of a spatial anchoring spell she had discovered in advanced charms the previous night. Sirius sat beside Elia, feigning concentration as he sliced through sausages, the silver knife clinking against the porcelain plate. Yet his gaze remained glued to her furrowed brow, watching as she bit down on the end of her wand, the wax leaving a bitter residue on her teeth. If you frown any harder, you might squash a mosquito, James remarked, adding a third lump of sugar to her coffee cup, the clink of the sugar cube finally prompting Elia to lift her head. Now is not the time for jokes, James. Elia extricated her wand, the waxy taste lingering unpleasantly. She instinctively licked her incisors, continuing to sketch intricate magical runes on the tablecloth. Lily pushed a glass of pumpkin juice toward her. The third task is a maze. Who knows what lurks within? A giant spider? A basilisk? Dumbledore wouldn't let you fall into real danger, Remus offered, sliding a steaming bowl of oatmeal toward her. A smiley face drawn with honey on the surface. Dark circles under his eyes indicated he had been up late studying in the library once more. Sirius took the bowl of oatmeal, lightly tapping his silver spoon against the edge. Stop practicing for a moment and eat breakfast. His voice was soft yet carried an undeniable firmness. Elia kept her gaze down. Just a moment, Sirius. I need to finish this spell. The tip of her wand glowed anew, tracing a half-formed rune in the air. Sirius suddenly grasped her wrist, just firm enough to prevent her from escaping without causing pain. Are you expecting me to feed you? His eyes sparkled in the morning light, and a mischievous grin spread across his face, the kind that made every girl in the school swoon. Elia's wand finally stilled. She blinked, as if awakening from a trance. Obediently accepting the bowl of oatmeal. That's more like it. Sirius watched with satisfaction as she scooped up her first spoonful. James raised his thumb toward Sirius. Well done, Bigfoot. You are his expression exaggerated, as if witnessing a historic moment. Sirius raised an eyebrow in triumph, casually snatching a piece of bacon from Elia's plate. She pretended not to notice, though the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, her first hint of a smile that morning. On the eve of the competition, Elia slipped out of the castle cloaked in invisibility. The setting sun bathed the black lake in a blood-red hue, the distant outline of the forbidden forest appearing particularly ominous in the twilight. She removed her cloak, ascending the spiral staircase to the astronomy tower, her heartbeat quickening with each step. Sirius was already waiting there, his dark hair tousled by the evening breeze. You came indeed. Alicia approached his side, the two of them standing shoulder to shoulder, gazing at the distant castle lights that gradually flickered to life. Suddenly Sirius turned to her. What is it? Why do you keep looking at me? Alicia offered no reply. Instead, she abruptly flung herself into Sirius's embrace, her arms tightly encircling his waist, her face buried against his chest. What's wrong, my dear? Sirius gently stroked her long hair, his voice softer than ever. Are you too anxious? Alicia subtly shook her head, her voice muffled within his robes. I'm just afraid that I might not return this time. Sirius's arms instantly tightened around her. He cradled her face, the mirth in his eyes vanishing. What foolishness are you speaking? His thumb brushed against the damp corner of her eye. You are Alicia Potter, capable of single-handedly confronting a swarm of mermaids at the bottom of the Black Lake, and rescuing two individuals. This time is different. Alicia bit her lip. The labyrinth will read my inner fears, and I might witness them. Hush. Sirius interrupted her with a gentle kiss. Listen, whatever lurks within the labyrinth, it is merely an illusion. He retrieved a slender gold chain from his pocket, the pendant a miniature replica of the Gryffindor sword. Wear this, and whenever you miss me, grasp it. I will sense it. Alicia carefully accepted the chain, the blade engraved with delicate runes until the very end. Suddenly recalling something, she pulled out the pendant box Grindelwald had given her from her collar. I already have a talisman, then consider it double protection. Sirius stubbornly fastened the necklace around her neck, his movements tender as if handling something fragile. Tomorrow, before the competition, we will wait for you at the labyrinth's entrance. Alicia nodded, then unexpectedly rose on her tiptoes to kiss him. This kiss was more fervent than usual, imbued with a sense of resolve. Sirius reciprocated, his fingers weaving through her hair, as if wishing to etch this moment into eternity. The next day, the immense labyrinth at the edge of the forbidden forest was bathed in a crimson hue by the setting sun. The 20-foot-high hedges rustled in the evening breeze, resembling the breath of some colossal beast. Alicia stood at the entrance, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the time-turner in her pocket. The patterns on the metal surface had etched into her fingertips, akin to a hidden vow. Dumbledore's voice echoed distantly as he announced the commencement of the competition. At the center of the labyrinth lies the Triwizard Cup. The first champion to touch it will achieve ultimate victory. His gaze swept over the three champions, lingering on Alicia for an extra second. Sirius stood beside her, his eyes darker than usual. He opened and closed his mouth several times, his throat bobbing, and finally, he merely squeezed her fingers gently. Beware of the moving hedges. His fingertips were cold, a stark contrast to his usual warm and dry touch. Just as Alicia was about to speak, James suddenly leapt from behind, enveloping her in a sturdy embrace. Remember, if you can't win, run away. There's no shame in it. James's voice exploded in her ear, reverberating against her eardrum. His glasses reflected the sunset, cleverly concealing the redness around his eyes. Alicia sensed his arms trembling slightly, not from fear, but from some suppressed emotion. Lily squeezed through the crowd, pressing a charm embroidered with golden patterns into her palm. 4-leaf clover and unicorn hair, sent by my mother. Her eyes brimmed with concern, her fingers tightly gripping Alicia's sleeve before releasing. Be careful. Remus handed her a beautifully wrapped chocolate, his eyes filled with understanding. For energy. The chocolate bore a finely carved lion design, its edges slightly melted, evidently having been held in his palm for too long. Peter nervously tugged at the hem of her robe, his round face flushed. You must return. Alicia took a deep breath, imprinting the faces of everyone into her memory. Then she fixed her gaze on Sirius, rising on her tiptoes amidst the astonished stares, cradling his face in her hands as she kissed him. Sirius was momentarily taken aback. Then he responded to the kiss, his fingers threading through her hair, as if to immortalize this moment forever. Wow! James exclaimed, dramatically covering his eyes while peeking through his fingers. Lily turned away, a blush adorning her cheeks, though the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Remus cleared his throat, pretending to study the labyrinth map, while Peter stood frozen, his mouth agape as if he could fit an entire chocolate frog inside. After what felt like an eternity, they reluctantly parted. Sirius rested his forehead against hers, his voice low and steadfast. I will wait for your return. Alicia's tears brimmed in her eyes. She nodded vigorously, fearful that speaking would unleash her tears. Before turning away, she cast one last glance at the judge's table, where Dumbledore gave a nearly imperceptible nod. Grindelwald's mismatched eyes glimmered in the twilight. She seemed to see Dumbledore's lips move, as if uttering something, but the wind howled too loudly to discern. Champions, prepare. Bagman's booming voice resonated. Sorsen had already shed his outer robe, revealing his sturdy arms. Lydia had swept her silver hair into a high ponytail, resembling a sword drawn from its sheath. Alicia donned Lily's talisman around her neck, alongside Sirius's gold chain and Grindelwald's pendant box. The three different metals pressed against her skin. Cold and heavy. The competition begins. The labyrinth's entrance yawned open before her, the shadows of the hedges stretching like claws, ominous whispers echoing from deep within the passage. Alicia inhaled deeply, gripping her wand tightly as she stepped into the shadowy corridor of the hedges. Chapter 108. The Rift in Time. The labyrinth was darker than she had anticipated. The towering hedges obscured nearly all light, the glow from her wand tip barely illuminating a few steps ahead. Alicia's breath resonated sharply in the silence, with each inhalation carrying the bitter scent emanating from the hedges. Eerie rustling sounds arose from all directions, as if something were traversing through the foliage. Directional guidance. She murmured the spell, a silver light manifesting at the tip of her wand, pointing towards the labyrinth's center. However, after only a few steps, the silver light abruptly twisted and extinguished. A disruption charm. Alicia frowned. It appeared the labyrinth had been ensorcelled with anti-navigation magic. She would have to rely solely on herself. Suddenly, the hedge ahead quivered, a thick vine shot forth like a venomous serpent. Alicia sidestepped, her wand tracing an arc. Incendio. The fiery orange flames engulfed the vine, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred vegetation. Yet, more vines surged from all directions, writhing like living creatures. Alicia swiftly retreated, pressing her back against the hedge, and traced a complete circle with her wand. Fire shield. A wall of flames formed around her, causing the vines to recoil from the intense heat. But Alicia knew this would not last long. Her magical energy was depleting too quickly. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the silence. It was Lydia. Alicia's heart clenched tightly. She extinguished the flames and dashed towards the source of the sound. After 3 sharp turns, she beheld a horrifying sight. Lydia was ensnared by countless vines, suspended in midair, her face already turning purple. Severus. Alicia's spell precisely severed the main vine. Lydia plummeted to the ground, coughing violently, deep purple marks encircling her pale neck. Thank you. Lydia gasped, her eyes filled with pain and despair. But I have been attacked too many times. I have already been eliminated. A flash of red light surged, and Lydia was transported out of the labyrinth. In the stands, Sirius shot to his feet, his face draining of color, his eyes fixed on the labyrinth entrance. Sit down, you oaf. James tugged at his brother's sleeve, though his own fingers trembled slightly. Lily sat beside them, her green eyes brimming with worry. She will be fine. Dumbledore and Grindelwald sat side by side at the judges' table, their expressions composed. Yet upon closer inspection, Grindelwald's knuckles had turned white from gripping the armrest tightly. Within the labyrinth, Alicia pressed onward, suddenly feeling a bone-chilling cold. The hedges ahead were encrusted with frost, a testament to Solsen's battle scars. She quickened her pace, keenly scanning her surroundings. The frost-laden area expanded ominously, and the air was suffused with the lingering echoes of magic. After traversing a suddenly materialized fog, Alicia finally beheld the clearing at the heart of the labyrinth. The goblet of fire rested upon a stone pedestal, its blue flames dancing eerily in the twilight. Solson burst forth from a neighboring corridor, his face alight with fervor. The glory of Durmstrang. No. Alicia's warning was drowned out by a thunderous crack. The moment Solson's fingers brushed the goblet's handle, he was engulfed by the warp space. Without hesitation, Alicia lunged forward, seizing Solson's ankle at the last moment. In the midst of the chaotic spin, she glimpsed Dumbledore rising abruptly and Grindelwald's countenance shifting dramatically, before the world shattered into countless fragments. Bang! They crashed heavily onto a graveyard. Alicia's knee collided painfully with the hard stone slab, agony surging like electricity up her spine. Solson groaned in distress, his left leg bent at a grotesque angle. Just as Alicia intended to cast a healing spell, a slick voice froze her blood. "Welcome, my dear warriors." A tall, gaunt figure emerged from the shadows, his pallid face contorted like molten wax. "Especially you, Alicia Potter." Voldemort slowly raised his wand. "At last we meet." Clenching her teeth, Alicia struggled to rise from the muddy ground. The wound on her knee throbbed painfully, warm blood trickling down her calf, soaking her shoes and socks. The moonlight cast a dim glow over the graveyard, outlining the tall, gaunt figure of Voldemort, whose waxen visage appeared grotesquely melted. Behind him stood 4 Death Eaters adorned with silver masks, hauntingly silent like phantoms. The enormous serpent Nagini coiled at his feet, its scarlet tongue flicking in and out, emitting a chilling hiss. Lestrange, Voldemort's hoarse voice sliced through the stillness, his wand elegantly twirling in his fingers. "You've done well this time." One of the silver-masked Death Eaters stepped forward from behind Alicia, his voice dripping with obsequiousness. "It is my honor to serve my master." Alicia's pupils dilated. This was wrong. Lestrange had been vanquished by Grindelwald. Her thoughts were abruptly shattered by the looming threat. Without warning, Voldemort raised his hand, a blinding green light erupting from the tip of his wand. Avada Kedavra! Alicia's body reacted before her mind could catch up. She hurled herself to the right, the killing curse grazing her hair, shattering a nearby tombstone into debris. Shards flew, slicing her left arm. Dizziness engulfed her. Alicia retaliated in her tumble, a crimson bolt streaking towards Voldemort. He contemptuously waved his wand to deflect it, only to watch in astonishment as the spell inexplicably curved in midair, grazing his hand and leaving a narrow wound. Dark red droplets emerged, stark against his pallid skin. Interesting. Voldemort's gaze fixated on the cut on his hand, his serpentine pupils narrowing slightly. Such control over a spell. Had you not destroyed so many of my Horcruxes, I might have considered taking you as my apprentice. Take me as your apprentice? Alicia spat blood, her eyes ignited with scornful flames. You, a wretched creature unable to preserve your own nose? A pitiful soul who knows nothing of love? The air stiffened instantaneously. Voldemort's visage twisted into an even more terrifying mask, the temperature around them plummeting sharply. The Death Eaters instinctively recoiled, even Nagini coiling tighter. Pain beyond measure. A searing agony swept through every nerve in Alicia's body. She felt her bones grinding, each nerve ablaze. She collapsed, convulsing violently, her nails digging into the earth as she bit down on her lip to stifle her cries of torment. Cold sweat drenched her back, and darkness threatened to engulf her vision. Boring, Voldemort suddenly ceased the incantation, kicking her wand towards her. "Let us duel like true wizards. I wish to see how capable Dumbledore's prized pupil truly is." At that moment, Solson emitted a faint groan. Voldemort grimaced in disgust. As if the sound were a vile nuisance. "Lestrange, dispose of that noise." "No." Alicia struggled to intervene. The silver-masked Death Eater approached Solson, his wand flicking lightly. The warrior of Durmstrang would forever close his eyes. Alicia forced herself to look away, burying the surging anger and sorrow deep within her heart. She trembled as she grasped her wand, memories of Grindelwald's intense training flashing through her mind. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort struck first. Protego. Alicia's silver shield formed just in time. The green light collided with the shield, erupting in blinding sparks. The shockwave reverberated through the surrounding tombstones, sending a cacophony of cawing crows into the night sky, shatter into fragments. Seizing the opportunity, Alicia counterattacked. An invisible blade sliced through the air, ripping the hem of Voldemort's robe, but he merely sidestepped, evading a fatal blow. A commendable attempt, but still insufficient. Bone break, muscle tear. A sharp crack echoed from Alicia's right leg. The excruciating pain obscured her vision as she collapsed once more, her wand slipping from her feeble grasp, rolling several paces away. Voldemort approached slowly, his wand aimed at her forehead. "Do you have any final words, little warrior?" In the grip of agony, Alicia's fingers brushed against something hard in her pocket. Dumbledore's whispered words suddenly crystallized in her mind. The Time Turner. Avada Kedavra. In the instant the green light was about to touch her forehead, Alicia summoned her remaining strength to turn the time turner. The world abruptly froze. The falling leaves hung suspended in midair, the splattered mud crystallized into glimmering sculptures, and the deadly green light hovered mere inches from her brow, unable to move forward. Alicia realized she could think and move. Yet everything around her had succumbed to an eternal silence. Voldemort's contorted face was frozen in that moment, and the Death Eaters stood as if petrified. Time paused. Chapter 109, Echoes of Time. Alicia staggered to regain her footing, the golden grains of the time turner still glimmering between her fingers. The familiar corridors of Hogwarts appeared particularly ethereal at this moment. Though her wounds had healed, the piercing pain lingered as if etched into her very marrow. "What time is this?" she murmured softly, her fingers grazing a scratch on the stone wall. A remnant from her first year when she had frolicked with Sirius. Yet, some details felt amiss. The light outside was wrong, inconsistent with the twilight she remembered when she departed. A pair of footsteps interrupted her reverie. Alicia instinctively pressed against the wall, holding her breath. Around the corner came two pairs of footsteps. One was Grindelwald's languid stride, every step imbued with graceful rhythm. The other was unfamiliar and heavy, akin to ill-fitting boots. "Too late." A chilling voice resonated, its tone imbued with an unsettling slickness. "The alteration has been completed." Alicia cautiously peered around the corner. In the shadows, the goblet of fire rested upon a stone pedestal, emanating a soft blue glow. Grindelwald stood with his back to her, his silver hair nearly translucent in the light filtering through the window. Opposite him stood a figure in a black robe adorned with a silver mask, the outline of the dark mark faintly visible at the cuffs. The robed figure seemed poised to speak, but Grindelwald abruptly raised his hand. Without a spell's glow, without a flick of his wand, the cloaked figure appeared to be grasped by an invisible giant's hand around the throat, the face beneath the mask rapidly flushing crimson. And then, crack! The crisp sound of a neck snapping echoed piercingly through the silent corridor, as the figure clad in black robes crumpled to the ground like a rag doll, the mask slipping halfway to reveal a grotesque visage. "I hope Albus will not hold it against me." Grindelwald flicked the hem of his robe, and, as he turned to depart, his mismatched eyes glimmered with a fleeting red light in the shadows. Elia bit down hard on her lower lip until the metallic taste of blood spread in her mouth. She had never witnessed Grindelwald kill with such ruthless efficiency. Only when the footsteps had completely faded did Elia tremble as she approached the corpse. Carefully, she lifted the mask to reveal an unfamiliar face, yet the prominent dark mark on the left cheek confirmed her suspicions. If this was Lestrange, Elia murmured to the body, then who lay in the graveyard? A bold idea suddenly emerged. She swiftly retrieved a small vial from her robe, carefully preserving a strand of the deceased's hair, and took the mask and black robe. Just as she was about to leave, distant footsteps echoed once more. Elia hurriedly concealed herself behind a nearby suit of armor, watching as Dumbledore and Grindelwald approached side by side, their expressions grave. Dumbledore's crescent-shaped glasses reflected a cold light, while Grindelwald furrowed his brow in an unusual display of concern. They entered the headmaster's office, the stone door closing silently behind them. Elia hesitated, contemplating the risk of eavesdropping, when another figure appeared at the end of the corridor, herself. Time seemed to stand still, pressed against the frigid stone wall. Elia listened intently as faint voices drifted through the crack of the door. The other her bore a heavy expression she had never seen before, a chain now adorning her neck. Once everyone had departed, Elia quietly slipped into the headmaster's office. Moonlight filtered through the arched window, casting a glow upon Fox's perch. The phoenix was nowhere to be seen, and the office's decor matched her memories almost perfectly. Elia thought, "So I have returned to that time. Ah, another Potter." The Sorting Hat suddenly spoke, startling Elia into near flight. She turned towards the corner where the tattered hat grinned at her, as if a patch could be considered a mouth. "Do you remember me?" Elia cautiously inquired. "Of course." The Sorting Hat's voice was mischievous, taking 4 minutes to determine that you belonged in Gryffindor, a perfect balance of courage and wisdom. It suddenly lowered its voice. "Listen. Little girl, a true Gryffindor knows when to break the rules." The hat began to tremble violently, and a shimmering silver sword slid out from within. The hilt was adorned with a ruby the size of an egg, radiating a blood-red glow in the moonlight. The Sword of Gryffindor. Elia gasped. She had only ever touched a replica, never imagining she would hold the real one. "Just borrowing it for a while," the Sorting Hat winked. "Remember to clean it when you return. Dumbledore used it to slice cheese last time, and it hasn't been properly cared for since." Elia grasped the hilt carefully, a warm sensation coursing through her body. The blade was surprisingly light, yet it emanated an aura of invincibility. Inscribed upon the blade were tiny runes, barely visible in the moonlight. Only a true Gryffindor can draw this sword from the hat. She solemnly bowed to the sorting hat. Thank you. Best be off, the hat yawned, while those two old geezers are still oblivious. By the way, you are far cuter than the other you. Elia concealed the sword beneath her robe, and as she turned, caught a glimpse of the portraits of former headmasters feigning sleep on the walls. Yet Phineas Black's portrait discreetly gave her a thumbs up. The ancestor of the Black family winked at her, a sly smile playing on his lips. Elia returned the smile before quietly leaving the office. In the corridor's shadows, she caressed the blade, a wild plan taking shape. If time could be distorted, if identity could be disguised, then perhaps she could surprise Voldemort. Chapter 110, The Twin Flowers of Time. Elia curled up in the innermost stall of the Myrtle's washroom, the tip of her wand sustaining a faint blue flame. The potion in the cauldron bubbled with strange froth, each bursting bubble releasing a pungent sulfuric odor. Sweat dampened the strands of hair on her forehead, clinging to her pale skin. What dangerous endeavor are you up to this time? Myrtle emerged, suspended upside down from the toilet, her translucent face marked with morbid curiosity. The last time you came here was to borrow the basin with Dumbledore and the others. What is it this time? Elia focused intently on the potion's color changes. I am brewing a polyjuice potion. The rustling footsteps and familiar whispers from outside interrupted her. Elia quickly extinguished the magical flame, and used a levitation charm to hide the cauldron behind the ceiling's plumbing. Through the crack in the door, she spotted James and Sirius tiptoeing in, the Marauders map floating between them, the ink lines shimmering faintly in the dim light. It's definitely down here, James exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the map's depiction of the girls' restroom, his glasses reflecting an eager gleam. Peter said this secret passage leads straight to the house elf pantry in the kitchen. Just think, endless supplies of raspberry tarts. Sirius suddenly looked up, his gray eyes scanning the stalls with the sharpness of a predator. Elia held her breath, feeling a cold sweat trickle down her spine. What's wrong? James asked, reaching for his wand. Nothing, Sirius replied casually, yet discreetly cast a silent spell toward the farthest stall, propelling a stink bomb. After a muffled explosion, a nauseating stench immediately filled the air. Let us go, forked tongue. I smell Myrtle's perfume. Once the boy's footsteps had completely faded, Elia released a sigh of relief. Myrtle was wailing, overwhelmed by the stink bomb, banging against the stall door. Stop crying. Elia conjured a piece of peppermint and tossed it into the toilet. Keep watch for me. All these sweets are yours. Myrtle sobbed as she fished out the candy, stuffing it into her translucent mouth. You're much better than those two brats. At least you don't throw dung bombs in my toilet. Elia retrieved the cauldron again, the potion now a muddy deep brown. Carefully, she added the final ingredient, a strand of hair taken from the deceased Death Eater. The potion immediately began to bubble violently before stabilizing into an unsettling yellow-green hue. Perfect. Elia murmured softly, pouring the potion into a crystal vial. Through the murky liquid, she could almost see Lestrange's gaunt face. On the day of the tournament, at dusk, Elia had infiltrated the arena 2 hours early. She crouched behind a patch of biting devil's snare, observing the platform not far ahead where Dumbledore conversed with Bagman, while Grindelwald's mismatched eyes scanned the maze with a contemplative gaze. As the hour hand pointed to 6, the whistle blew. Elia watched as another version of herself dashed into the maze's entrance alongside Corbin and Lydia Morozova. She swiftly pulled out the crystal vial and swallowed the polyjuice potion in one gulp. The moment the potion slid down her throat, Elia felt her bones being violently tugged by an invisible hand. She bit down on her scarf to stifle her scream, her nails clawing deep into the hedge. Muscles twisted, skin tore and healed, each second stretched into an eternity. When the excruciating pain subsided, her body beneath the robe had transformed into a tall and imposing figure, the ghastly dark mark appearing on her left arm. Elia, now Lestrange, touched her hollow cheeks, her voice gravelly like sandpaper. How revolting. She donned the silver mask, navigating through the hedges with the sword of Gryffindor pressed against her back, the ruby hilt radiating a faint warmth. When the distant sound of her other self's exclamation reached her ears, Elia knew the moment had come. She dashed towards the clearing, just in time to witness Corbin and Elia touch the Triwizard Cup. In the final moment of spatial distortion, she leapt into the vortex. The putrid scent of decaying earth assailed the senses. Elia, Lestrange version, knelt on one knee, her eyes hidden beneath the mask, swiftly scanning the surroundings where several Death Eaters stood in a fan-like formation. Nagini coiled at Voldemort's feet, while Solson and another version of herself lay unconscious on the stone pedestal. Lestrange, Voldemort's voice rasped more hoarsely than she remembered. This time, you have done well. Elia bowed her head to conceal the hatred in her eyes. Serving my master is my honor. She deliberately mimicked the obsequious tone of the Death Eaters from her memories, all the while feeling the weight of the sword behind her. Suddenly, Voldemort erupted in rage, brandishing his wand. Crucio! The green light struck the other Elia, causing her to convulse in agony amidst her unconsciousness. Elia's nails dug deeply into her palm, blood seeping through her fingers. Yet she must endure, waiting for the opportune moment to eliminate that noise. Voldemort gestured towards Solson's direction. Elia advanced slowly, the tip of her wand quivering slightly. She recalled Grindelwald's teachings. The most perfect disguise is a lie one believes oneself. A silent stunning spell struck Solson's chest with enough realism to avoid causing him true harm. His body jolted violently before going limp, his chest no longer rising and falling. Well done, Lestrange, praised the Death Eater wearing a silver mask. As Voldemort began to duel with the awakening Elia, she stealthily retreated near Nagini. The great serpent raised its head alertly, its scarlet tongue nearly brushing against her mask. Avada Kedavra! Voldemort's roar reverberated, causing the gravestones to tremble. Now is the moment. Elia drew the Gryffindor sword with a swift motion, its silver gleam streaking like a meteor. Awe! Nagini's shriek harmonized with Voldemort's wail. The serpent's body split in two, black smoke billowing from the wound. Voldemort staggered back, his skin cracking like a parched riverbed. Traitor! One Death Eater was the first to react. Elia spun around, wielding her sword, the ruby gemstone bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. For approaching Death Eaters were swept away by the shockwave, and she seized the opportunity to rush towards the pedestal. The goblet is coming. Grasping the cup's handle, the polyjuice potion began to wear off. Elia felt her facial bones constrict violently as she charged towards the Elia, and Solson struck by the killing curse. The final image she beheld was of another version of herself, a silver pendant box given by Grindelwald shimmering around her neck, absorbing the curse's energy. As night descended, a piercing blue light suddenly tore through the darkness on the lawn at the edge of the forbidden forest. The air twisted as if under an invisible force, erupting with a deafening roar. Two blood-soaked figures fell from the void, crashing heavily onto the grass. Sirius's pupils dilated in shock. His legs reacted before his mind, almost instantaneously propelling him to the center of the lawn. In the moonlight, Elia's pale face was devoid of color. The bloodstain snaking across her ghostly skin stood out starkly. No, Sirius's voice broke, as he lifted Elia from the cold ground, his other hand caressing her cheek. That hand which was always warm now felt as cold as ice. Look at me, Elia, I beg you. James nearly collapsed on the other side, his glasses askew on his nose. He futilely wiped the blood from his sister's face with his sleeve, only to find the wounds unnaturally writhing, healing and reopening, as if invisible blades were repeatedly cutting her. Madame Pomfrey! His anguish cry tore through the air. Quick, summon Madame Pomfrey! Lily's wand tip erupted in a blinding red light, the diagnostic spell outlining a distorted cocoon of light around Elia. Her soul is unstable. Lily's voice trembled. Merlin, her soul is in turmoil. Not far away, Solson suddenly awoke, coughing violently. The warrior from Durmstrang, terrified, felt his unscathed neck, his fingers leaving trails of blood on his skin. But I was hit by that Death Eater's killing curse. The commotion on the lawn attracted more students and faculty. Just as the crowd began to converge, two figures flickered like phantoms. Dumbledore's blue robes rustled in the night breeze, his eyes behind crescent-shaped glasses rare to exhibit panic. Without a word, he bent down and lifted Elia, the girl's slender arms hanging weakly. The hospital wing now? The old headmaster's voice echoed from a distance. Sirius clutched Elia's cold fingers tightly. I must go too. In his gray eyes swirled an almost frenzied obsession, as if the moment he let go she would dissipate into smoke. Grindelwald suddenly pressed his wand against Sirius's chest with enough force to nearly pierce the skin. Let go! His mismatched pupils constricted to thin lines in the darkness, his voice as cold as ice. Unless you wish for her to be torn apart by the maelstrom of time and space. Sirius, let go. The still rational Remus approached Sirius's side, pointing to the shimmering pendant box around Elia's neck. That is the amulet Grindelwald gave her. It is currently emitting a soft silver light enveloping her body. The professors will surely be able to awaken Elia. At that moment, James came to Sirius's side, hoarsely saying, Bigfoot, we should hurry and follow them. Only then did Sirius react. Yes, let us go quickly. The group set off in the direction Dumbledore had departed. Chapter 111. The Awakening Joke. The doors to the hospital wing stood firmly closed, magical pulses emanating from within. Sirius paced restlessly in the corridor like a caged beast. The blood on his black robes dried to a dark brown. James leaned against the wall, his complexion paler than the wall itself. Lily and Remus attempted to comfort them, but their words felt painfully inadequate in that moment. 3 hours had already passed, and Sirius's voice was hoarse and barely recognizable. Suddenly, the door opened a crack. Madame Pomfrey's weary face appearing in the gap. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Black, you may come in. But you must remain silent." Inside the hospital wing, Elia was enveloped in a golden magical shield, countless silver threads swirling around her. Dumbledore and Grindelwald stood on either side of the bed, their wands continuously channeling magical energy. Elia's complexion remained pale, yet at least the bizarre wounds no longer tore apart. "Her soul has been jolted by the paradox of time," Dumbledore explained softly. "We have stabilized the situation for now, but what?" Sirius's voice was taut like a drawn bowstring. "Grindelwald took over, but she may not remember certain things. Time magic has its price." Sirius approached the bed, cautiously grasping Elia's hand. That hand was still cold, but at least it no longer felt lifeless. "It's all right," he whispered, determination filling his gray eyes. "I remember enough. I will tell her everything, over and over, until she recalls it all." Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged a glance, quietly exiting the ward to give the young man space. Outside, the darkness before dawn began to dissipate. The first rays of morning light pierced through the clouds, falling upon Elia's pale face. Sirius leaned down, gently kissing her cold forehead. "Come back, Elia," he whispered. "I am here waiting for you." As if responding to his call, Elia's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Sirius's heartbeat nearly ceased. He held his breath, waiting and hoping. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains of the hospital wing, casting a warm golden hue over everything. Sirius had not slept all night, still maintaining the same position as the previous day, tightly holding Elia's hand, his gray eyes bloodshot. His knuckles had turned white from the prolonged grip, as if relinquishing his hold for even a second would cause the person in the bed to vanish. Footsteps approached from outside, and Dumbledore and Grindelwald entered side by side. Grindelwald gazed at Sirius by Elia's bedside, his mismatched eyes narrowing slightly. "Young man, would you kindly step outside for a moment? We need to assess Elia's current condition." Reluctantly, Sirius stirred, his fingers gently sliding from Elia's palm. At that moment, Elia suddenly grasped his wrist. Sirius, taken aback, looked down to meet her slowly opening eyes. Though dimmed by weakness, they were undeniably awake, vibrant with life. "Elia." Sirius's voice caught in his throat as he leaned closer, his other hand trembling as it brushed against her cheek. "You're awake?" Yet Elia's gaze remained vacant and bewildered. She glanced at the hand that held Sirius's, then surveyed her surroundings, her voice frail and confused. "Where is this?" A heaviness settled in Sirius's heart. "This is the infirmary. How are you feeling?" His tone was cautious, as if addressing a fragile treasure. Elia gradually released his hand, pressing her fingers to her temple. "My head hurts." A flicker of concern passed through Dumbledore's blue eyes, visible behind his crescent-shaped glasses. "Sirius, would you mind stepping outside for a moment? We need to conduct an examination on Elia." Nodding, Sirius's gaze remained glued to Elia, unwilling to look away. It was only when Grindelwald clicked his tongue in impatience that Sirius reluctantly made his way to the door, glancing back repeatedly. Once the door closed, Dumbledore waved his wand, and a series of diagnostic spells entwined around Elia like golden threads. "You are recovering well, Elia," he said gently. "How do you feel?" Elia blinked in confusion. "Who are you?" The air in the room froze instantly. Dumbledore appeared momentarily stunned, exchanging a glance with Grindelwald. The old headmaster's brow furrowed ever so slightly, revealing an expression of rare astonishment. Grindelwald stepped forward, his mismatched eyes fixed intently on Elia's face. "Allow me to examine you once more." The tip of his wand glowed with a dangerous red light, tracing intricate patterns before Elia. Upon completing his examination, Grindelwald suddenly raised his wand, pointing it directly at Elia's forehead, his voice chilling as ice. "Since you remember nothing." His lips moved silently as he began to cast a spell. No. Elia's eyes widened, her hands raised in a gesture of surrender. "I was just joking." A smirk tugged at Grindelwald's lips, yet his wand remained trained on her. "I knew it was your little ruse." Dumbledore shook his head, his eyes behind the crescent glasses sparkling with a hint of amusement. "Very well. Since you seem to be all right, we shall take our leave. Rest well." Elia nodded obediently, but as the two professors turned to depart, she mischievously made a face at Grindelwald. The former Dark Lord pretended not to notice, yet when Sirius re-entered, he caught a glimpse of the lingering smile on Grindelwald's lips. Sirius rushed to Elia's side, seizing her hand. "My dear, how are you?" Elia licked her cracked lips. "I would like some water." Without hesitation, Sirius turned and filled a cup, his movements so swift he nearly toppled the jug. He carefully propped Elia up, allowing her to lean against his arm, then brought the cup to her lips. Here, take your time and sip slowly. As Elia drank, her eyes remained fixed on Sirius's face. He appeared haggard. Dark circles beneath his eyes, stubble adorning his chin, his usually tidy black hair disheveled as if ruffled by a griffin. Yet in this moment, Elia found him more handsome than ever. After finishing her drink, Elia attempted to speak, only to be suddenly enveloped in Sirius's embrace. His arms tightened around her ribs, his trembling breaths brushing against her neck. You scared me to death, he murmured into her shoulder. When you returned, you were covered in blood. I thought. Elia gently patted his back. Sirius, you're squeezing me too tightly. Reluctantly, he loosened his grip but continued to hold her hands firmly. Elia inhaled deeply, half-jokingly remarking, Goodness, I finally wake up, and almost die twice. Twice. Sirius frowned in confusion. Elia nodded. Yes, I pretended to have amnesia just now, and almost fell victim to one of Professor Grindelwald's curses. She mimicked Grindelwald's stern expression, saying, Since you remember nothing. A smile finally broke through on Sirius's face. The first in days. He shook his head, his fingers gently untangling Elia's tousled red hair. You. Suddenly, the hospital room door burst open, and in rushed James. Lily, Remus, and Peter. James's glasses were askew, his hair more disheveled than usual. I heard Elia woke up. Let me see her. Elia feigned confusion, adopting a blank expression. Who are you? James froze in place, his lips trembling, eyes wide behind his glasses. I'm your brother, Elia. How could you not remember me? His voice cracked with disbelief. Sirius turned his head away, his shoulders shaking suspiciously. Tears streamed down James's face as he wailed, Merlin. Professor Pomfrey. My sister has lost her memory. Lily quickly noticed Sirius's suppressed laughter, and the mischief glimmering in Elia's eyes. She placed her hands on her hips. Potter, calm down. But James had already thrown himself at the bedside, snot and tears flowing as he recounted memories. Remember? When you were 3, I turned you into a canary. And Mum punished me by making me wash dishes for a month. When you were 5, we put frogs in Vernon's pants. Last year, you turned me into a hedgehog for a whole week. Elia realized she had taken the joke too far, and quickly raised her hands in surrender. Stop, stop, stop. I was just kidding. Don't cry. James's tears ceased abruptly. He blinked, then suddenly pinched Elia's cheeks, pulling them to the sides. Little rascal. Have you gone bad? Scaring your brother. Ow, ow, ow. I'm injured. Elia protested, swatting at his wrist. Lily swiftly pulled James away. She just woke up. Don't bother her. Then she gently touched Elia's forehead. Are you truly all right? You looked terrible when you returned. Elia grasped Lily's hand. I'm fine, truly just a bit tired. Remus stepped forward, concern etched in his gentle eyes. Your soul has been impacted by a temporal paradox. Dumbledore mentioned you might experience some memory confusion. I remember everything important, Elia replied, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Sirius. He was focused intently on her, the tenderness in his eyes causing her cheeks to flush. Peter, standing at the back, tiptoed. We were so worried. You were unconscious for 2 whole days. 2 days. Elia's eyes widened in astonishment. What about the match? It was cancelled. Sirius interjected immediately. After you and Sorsen were transported away, Dumbledore announced a suspension of the Triwizard Tournament. Sorsen broke a leg but is not in danger. James interjected. He kept mumbling about a Death Eater saving him, but no one believes him. Cough, cough. Professor Pomfrey strode in with authority. Visiting hours are over. The patient needs rest. Under the Queen's undeniable gaze, the group reluctantly began to move toward the door. Sirius lingered at the back, frequently glancing back at Elia. Mr. Black. Professor Pomfrey's voice rang out sharply. Sirius hastened his pace, only to hear Elia softly calling Sirius. He immediately turned, striding back to her side in a few swift steps. Elia entwined her fingers with his, her voice barely above a whisper, meant only for him. Will you stay with me? Professor Pomfrey was about to protest. But Elia blinked her large eyes, adopting her most pitiful expression. Please, madam, I'm afraid of having nightmares. Sirius silently awarded Elia full marks for her performance. The Queen of the Infirmary let out a huff, yet her demeanor softened noticeably. Just half an hour. No talking, no noise, no disturbances. Thank you, madam. Elia replied sweetly. Madame Pomfrey shook her head as she departed, muttering that all members of the Potter family were the same. Once the door closed, Sirius cautiously settled at the edge of the bed. Elia immediately shifted to make room for him. As he lay down, he tried his best not to jostle her injury, but Elia, unperturbed, burrowed into his embrace, burying her face against his chest. Hey, Sirius gently stroked her hair. Are you really all right? Elia nodded, then suddenly exclaimed, I saw. Saw what? You cried. She looked up at him with a mischievous smile. When I was pretending to be amnesiac. Sirius's ears flushed crimson. I did not. You did. Elijah poked his chest playfully. Tears dripped onto my hand. Sirius seized her fidgeting fingers, pressing them to his lips in a tender kiss. All right, I confess. I truly thought I was going to lose you. Elijah's smile softened as she leaned closer to Sirius, resting her forehead against his. Never, remember? We promised. When they parted, Elijah was already half asleep, and Sirius gently patted her back, humming a vague lullaby. Outside, Madame Pomfrey glanced at her pocket watch, then at the two nestled together within the partially ajar door, ultimately shaking her head and tiptoeing away. Chapter 112. The light of Hogwarts. A week of recuperation in the infirmary imparted to Elijah a profound understanding of the phrase bitter medicine. Madame Pomfrey's specially concocted soul stabilizer was delivered thrice daily, its flavor reminiscent of putrid socks steeped in toad's bile, enhanced with a double dose of wormwood. Each time she swallowed the viscous, dark green liquid, Elijah felt her taste buds scream in protest. Your final dose, Miss Potter. Madame Pomfrey approached with a crystal goblet, the liquid within bubbling ominously with purple froth. Elijah harbored reasonable suspicion that this was a formula devised by Grindelwald as a jest for her amnesia. Pinching her nose, she downed it in one gulp, instantly choking and coughing as her throat felt as if it had been scorched by fire lizards. No vigorous activity for 3 days post-discharge. With weekly checkups, Madame Pomfrey maintained a stern expression while documenting her medical records, but Elijah noticed a flicker of tenderness in her gaze. Your soul's wounds require time to heal completely. On the day of her release, Elijah nearly fled the infirmary, scarcely pausing to utter farewells. The fresh air of the corridor flooded her lungs, making her feel truly alive once more. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, illuminating the stone walls as students hurried to their respective classes. Everything felt so familiar and delightful. Senior Potter, congratulations on your discharge. Several younger Hufflepuff students excitedly waved at her. Thank you, Elijah smiled and nodded, but did not slow her pace. She headed directly to the headmaster's office, her mind already made up. Lemon drop, Elijah announced to the gargoyle statue, and the spiral staircase slowly unfurled. Inside the office, Dumbledore was engrossed in studying a luminous astrolabe, while Grindelwald sat by the window, perusing a hefty tome, his silvery hair gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Ah, our little hero has arrived, Grindelwald remarked without looking up, his long fingers turning a page of parchment. Dumbledore straightened, his blue eyes sparkling with encouragement behind his crescent-shaped glasses. How well has the soul stabilizer worked? Madame Pomfrey's potion, though unpalatable, is comparable to the Cruciatus curse. Elijah replied dryly, simultaneously retrieving the time turner from her pocket and placing it on Dumbledore's desk. I believe this should be returned to its rightful owner. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, a glint of amusement flashing in his heterochromatic eyes. A wise choice. Time magic is no toy. Taking a seat in an armchair, Elijah got straight to the point. I have destroyed Nagini, Voldemort's fourth Horcrux. You see, I told you this girl would yield unexpected results. Grindelwald smiled knowingly, admiration gleaming in his eyes. He stepped closer to Elijah. I find myself increasingly appreciating you, my dear. Elijah smiled slightly, drawing forth the sword of Gryffindor from her robes, the silver blade shimmering within the office. This success was also thanks to the Sorting Hat's assistance. Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled with delight behind his crescent glasses. Only a true Gryffindor can extract the sword from the Sorting Hat. He gently caressed the ruby embedded in the sword's hilt, his voice warm yet firm. This time, we have eradicated the Ministry's infiltrator. We must hasten our pace. The Hufflepuff Cup must be dealt with swiftly, lest we afford Voldemort the opportunity to relocate his Horcruxes. Elijah nodded solemnly as she returned the sword to Dumbledore. Time is running short. Dumbledore suddenly looked up at the magical clock on the wall. It's time to announce the champion of this Triwizard Tournament in the Great Hall. The three proceeded toward the Great Hall, and Grindelwald suddenly slowed his pace, walking alongside Elijah. Have you considered my offer to become my apprentice? His voice was low, his heterochromatic eyes fixed ahead. Elijah blinked, showing no signs of fear. I'm afraid to be your apprentice. If you become displeased, you might cast a curse on me. That frightens me. With that, she abruptly quickened her pace, darting towards Dumbledore in search of protection. Grindelwald snorted softly, though the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Little imp. As the grand doors of the Great Hall swung open, hundreds of eyes turned simultaneously towards them. During lunch, nearly all students from the four houses were present. At the Gryffindor table, James suddenly stood up, causing his fork to clatter onto his plate. Sirius's gray eyes instantly lit up, and Remus's book thudded to the ground. Elijah. The 5 nearly leapt from their seats, rushing towards the entrance. Elia ran towards them, her eyes immediately brimming with tears. James was the first to reach her, enveloping her in a tight embrace, his voice choking with emotion. By Merlin's beard, you're finally out. Lily's red hair brushed against her cheek, carrying a faint scent of lilies. We were so worried. Remus gently patted her shoulder. You look so much better. Peter babbled excitedly. You are amazing. Sirius was the last to approach, cradling Elia's face in his palm, his gray eyes filled with unspoken emotions. Under the gaze of all, he leaned down and pressed his lips against Elia's. The hall erupted into a cacophony of cheers and whistles. Peeves seemed to materialize from nowhere, showering the scene with pink heart-shaped confetti, forming the words "True love is eternal" in the air. Youth is a splendid thing, Dumbledore whispered to Grindelwald, who for once refrained from retorting, merely humming in agreement. As Elia passed the Durmstrang table, Solson abruptly stood. This tall Nordic boy bowed deeply to her, his voice resonant. Thank you for saving my life, Miss Potter. James immediately interjected, his glasses askew. Wait. What do you mean by saving? Shut it, Pointy Fork. Sirius yanked him back, though curiosity flickered in his eyes as well. Elia cast a resigned glance at James and nodded at Solson. No need to thank me. It was the right thing to do. Upon returning to the Gryffindor table, Dumbledore ascended the dais, and the hall gradually quieted. By unanimous decision of the judges. The old headmaster's voice resonated through the hall. The champion of this Triwizard Tournament is Elia Potter. The Gryffindor table erupted into thunderous applause, the red and gold banners fluttering beneath the dome. But Dumbledore raised his hand to silence the crowd. Not only that, but Elia has accomplished an even greater feat. He surveyed the room, his voice suddenly taking on a solemn tone. As Hogwarts' most formidable champion, she not only triumphed over the myriad challenges of the tournament but also, in a moment of dire peril, repelled the Dark Lord and rescued her fellow classmates. Dumbledore paused momentarily, and thus, after consultations with the Ministry of Magic, we have decided to confer upon Elia Potter the second-class Merlin Medal. The entire hall fell into a brief silence, only to erupt into a cacophony of applause that was tenfold more fervent than before. My sister has received the Merlin Medal, James exclaimed in a flurry of excitement, shaking Sirius's shoulders vigorously. The Merlin Medal. Did you hear that? The Merlin Medal. Sirius appeared more composed than James, yet the tremor in his fingers betrayed his inner exhilaration. Calm down, sharp-nosed fork, you're acting like a Randy Niffler. Lily embraced Elia tightly, tears cascading onto her shoulder. I am so proud of you. Remus smiled gently, a well-deserved honor. Under the gaze of students and faculty from the 3 schools, Elia ascended to the podium. Dumbledore pinned a gold-red medal to her chest, emblazoned with a relief of Merlin's profile, glimmering in the candlelight. Congratulations, Elia, Dumbledore whispered, his blue eyes shimmering with pride. Thank you. Elia's voice trembled slightly. Grindelwald stood nearby, his heterochromatic eyes unusually reflecting approval. He remained silent, yet the slight nod conveyed everything. The following day, the front page of the Daily Prophet featured a photograph. Elia stood on the podium, the Merlin medal shining upon her chest, flanked by the smiling Dumbledore and the rarely approving Grindelwald. The headline boldly proclaimed, Hogwarts Light. Elia Potter awarded the Merlin Medal. The article detailed her valiant performance in the Triwizard Tournament, and how she rescued a Durmstrang champion from the clutches of the Dark Lord. Naturally, the matter of the Horcruxes was omitted, a secret known only to a select few. At breakfast, owls flooded the Gryffindor long table, delivering congratulatory letters from all corners. Some were from ministry officials, others from students of different schools, and even a few from renowned Quidditch stars. You've certainly become famous now. Sirius teased as he helped Elia open a letter edged in gold, a smirk playing on his lips. Need a bodyguard? One that's free. Elia squeezed his hand. Your presence is more than sufficient. James made a mock-retching gesture beside them, only to be met with a piece of bread to the head from Lily. From this moment forth, the name Elia Potter echoed throughout the wizarding world. Chapter 113. The Final Battle. Elia's notoriety surged as the Daily Prophet continued its extensive coverage. Each morning, a battalion of owls descended upon the Gryffindor Tower, bringing with them a deluge of letters and gifts that nearly inundated the common room. Another batch of love letters. Sirius languidly waved his wand, shifting a pile of pink envelopes away from Elia's breakfast plate. Today it's a seeker from the Bulgarian national Quidditch team. James fished a gold-edged letter from his pumpkin juice. This one is even more outrageous. The niece of the French Minister of Magic is inviting you for a summer visit. Burn them all. Elia remained engrossed in her advanced charms theory, dark circles forming beneath her eyes. regardless of the accolades from the outside world. Hogwarts final exams would show no leniency. Merlin's foul socks. At lunchtime, Aaliyah slumped over the library's long table, a mountain of textbooks and parchment before her. Defeating the Dark Lord was one thing, but completing assignments was an entirely different matter. Sirius lounged beside her in an armchair, twirling a quill in his long fingers. If you ask me, you should place an ad in the Daily Prophet. Merlin Medal recipient seeks ghostwriter for potions essay. Shut it, you big-footed oaf. James raised his head from behind a stack of advanced potion making, his glasses reflecting the candlelight. Lily is already doing me a favor by tutoring me in potions. I certainly don't want to provoke her further. Remus smiled gently, pushing a neat stack of notes to the center of the table. Actually, you all have made significant progress. Peter chimed in softly. Sirius's practical score in defense against the dark arts is higher than that of Ravenclaw's prefect. Aaliyah rubbed her temples, suddenly sitting up straight. With a flick of her wand, a shimmering schedule appeared in the air. Very well, since you all exhibit such potential, starting today, every afternoon at 4 o'clock. In the room of requirement, special training. That evening, the room of requirement transformed into a miniature classroom. The board was filled with key points from various subjects. Reference books stacked in the corner, and several training dummies scattered about. To Aaliyah's astonishment, Sirius and James were unusually focused, paying rapt attention as Remus explained the timeline of magical history. So the Third Goblin Rebellion actually occurred in 1612, not the 1613 stated in the textbook? James suddenly paused his quill. Wait, this aligns perfectly with what Evans taught me last week. Sirius frowned at a book on theories of spell innovation. This principle of reverse casting seems rather intriguing. Aaliyah exchanged a surprised glance with Lily, astonished that these two, who usually couldn't be bothered to copy homework, were now diligently engrossed in their textbooks. Lily placed a neatly compiled set of notes on James's desk. Here are the key points for potions class. James received them as though they were Quidditch World Cup tickets. Thank you so much. I will make good use of them. Sirius leaned closer to Aaliyah, whispering, I bet he'll sleep with that stack of notes tonight. Aaliyah nudged him playfully with her elbow, unable to suppress her smile. She had never seen James take his studies so seriously, not even before a Quidditch match. On the day of the potions final exam, Slughorn's black robes weaved between cauldrons, his hawk-like gaze scrutinizing each student's performance. When he observed James flawlessly brewing a pot of clear calming draught, his double chin trembled in astonishment. Cheating? Slughorn inquired suspiciously, his small eyes narrowing into slits. James, for once, refrained from retorting, glancing nervously at Lily nearby. Strictly following page 238 of the textbook, Professor. Slughorn scooped a spoonful of the potion for inspection, his beard rising in surprise. Merlin, it's truly a perfect formula. He scrutinized James. You haven't used any memory-enhancing potion, have you? Just diligent study, Professor. James straightened his back, his voice imbued with an unprecedented confidence. Meanwhile, Sirius was fervently scribbling in the History of Magic exam. Normally, he relied on Remus's notes to scrape by in this subject, but this time, Mr. Black had filled 3 sheets of parchment. When Professor Binns floated past his desk, he nearly dropped out of the air. I've never seen this in my 100 years of teaching. Sirius continued to write without lifting his gaze, a focused glimmer in his gray eyes. No one knew that he had stayed up late poring over the essentials of magical history 3 times over. All in a bid to prove to Aaliyah that he was more than just a prankster and a charmer. A week after the final exams concluded, the report cards were posted on the hall's notice board. Students surged forward, gasps echoing throughout. Merlin, Lily exclaimed, staring at the report card. Potter, you achieved an E in potions. James's face instantly turned crimson. It's all thanks to your notes. He adjusted his glasses awkwardly. If you wouldn't mind. Perhaps next semester. Lily smiled softly, her emerald eyes shimmering in the morning light. Look at your performance. Even more astonishing was Sirius's report card, which featured an E in History of Magic and a resounding series of O's in all other subjects. Even Professor Flitwick excitedly patted him on the shoulder. I knew you had talent, my boy. The section on spell innovation was particularly brilliant. This is so unfair. Peter lamented, gazing at his barely passing grades. I studied alongside you. Remus comfortingly patted his shoulder. At least your transfiguration has improved by 20 points from last time. He himself, unsurprisingly, achieved straight O's, and Professor McGonagall looked at him with pride, watching her friends celebrate with joyful exuberance. Elia felt a happiness that surpassed even receiving the Order of Merlin. Sirius quietly wrapped his arms around Elia from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. So, Professor Potter, do we still qualify as good students? Barely Elia feigned seriousness. But the smile tugging at her lips betrayed her. Though perhaps we deserve a reward? Sirius's gray eyes lit up. Such as? Elia suddenly turned to him, planting a light peck on his lips. Continue being my bodyguard next semester? Sirius paused for a moment, then broke into that charming smile that made girls swoon. It would be my honor, Miss Merlin. James rolled his eyes beside them. Can you two not leave your conversations unfinished in public? Lily lightly punched him. Stop it. James immediately froze, as if petrified, his eyes wide behind his glasses. Remus and Peter exchanged knowing glances, while Sirius mischievously mouthed to James, You're done for, forked tongue. Elia leaned against Sirius, watching her friends frolic in the morning light. In that moment, she was not the recipient of the Order of Merlin, nor the hero who defeated the Dark Lord, but simply an ordinary fourth-year girl celebrating the end of term with her best friends. Chapter 114, The Holidays. Elia stood before the statue of the basilisk, the gentle June breeze tousling her hair, bringing with it a hint of summer's warmth. Tomorrow marked the beginning of summer vacation, and Hogwarts was enveloped in the joyous anticipation of the upcoming break. She inhaled deeply and softly uttered the password for the lemon snowdrop. As the statue sprang open, a wave of familiar laughter echoed from the spiral staircase above. Professor Dumbledore's signature joyful laughter mingled with a deeper voice, Grindelwald. Elia raised an eyebrow. Ever since Grindelwald had arrived at Hogwarts as Professor Grind, the two former friends and rivals seemed to have found a delicate equilibrium. Pushing the door open, she saw the two professors gathered around Fawkes's perch. Fawkes tilted his head, his bright eyes fixed upon her. Dumbledore turned, his blue eyes sparkling with excitement behind his crescent-shaped glasses. Ah, Elia, just in time. Grindelwald lounged lazily against the desk, a glint of amusement flickering in his mismatched eyes. The little hero finally has time to visit. Professor, you summoned me? Elia inquired, though her gaze was drawn to a charred metal object on the desk. The item was warped and cracked, but was still recognizable as a once fine cup. The Hufflepuff gold cup, Dumbledore smiled, waving his wand, causing the charred metal to disintegrate into ashes, having been utterly destroyed by the basilisk's venom. Elia's eyes sparkled, her heart racing. So now only the Slytherin locket and he himself, Grindelwald interjected, his heterochromatic gaze flashing with a hint of coldness. Mentioning the locket, Elia suddenly recalled Regulus Black. She turned to Grindelwald. Professor, regarding my previous request for your assistance. Regulus Black? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I remember our agreement. He cast a meaningful glance at Dumbledore. After all, I have already received my reward. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses skeptically. What reward? Elia and Grindelwald exchanged a conspiratorial look, both sporting mysterious smiles. You'll find out when the holidays arrive. Happy holidays, professors, Elia winked. Turning to leave. Elia, Dumbledore called after her, his tone suddenly serious. Have a pleasant break. And do stay safe. Elia nodded. I will. After exiting the headmaster's office, Elia hurried toward Gryffindor Tower. The corridors of the castle were filled with the clamor of students packing their belongings, while Peeves zoomed about, throwing water balloons at passing students. Elia deftly dodged a balloon aimed at her, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. The next day, aboard the Hogwarts Express, sunlight streamed through the cabin window. Sirius sat with a sullen expression, leaning against the window, his long fingers impatiently tapping the seat. Another round of those damned pureblood soirees, he gritted, listening to those old relics wax poetic about pureblood honor. James threw an arm around his shoulder, his eyes behind the glasses sparkling with understanding. The doors of the Potter home will always be open to you, brother. Mum has already prepared your room. Elia looked up from the Daily Prophet, which reported growing concerns at the ministry regarding the Death Eater activities. She nodded in agreement. You can always come to us. Just contact us with the Galleon communicator. Sirius's gray eyes softened, and he took Elia's hand, his fingers gently caressing her palm. I'll find a way to sneak out. His voice carried a promise, along with a subtle hint of vulnerability. As the train gradually pulled into King's Cross Station, the platform was bustling with waiting parents. Elia helped Sirius adjust his tie. To appease Mrs. Black, he had to don formal wizarding robes. You look quite dashing, Elia murmured, her fingers lightly brushing his collar, even in such formal attire. Sirius grasped her hand and kissed it lightly. I prefer the way you help me take it off, he teased, causing Elia's cheeks to flush. On the platform, they were compelled to part. Creature, the Black family's house elf, was impatiently bouncing nearby, his large ears flapping with each movement, his bloodshot eyes filled with disdain. Master. The mistress will be angry, he squeaked, casting a contemptuous glance at Elia. mingling with a blood traitor. Sirius shot him a fierce glare, making Creature shrink back. He turned to pull Elia into an embrace, whispering in her ear, "I'll write to you." His warm breath made Elia's ears tingle. "Sirius," came the sharp voice of Walburga Black from afar, slicing through the tender atmosphere like a knife. They had no choice but to part. Sirius's expression turned cold and distant in an instant. The mask he wore while in the Black household. "Take care of yourself," he said to Elia one last time before turning to his mother, his back straight and solitary. Elia watched as Sirius was forcibly taken away. A pang of sorrow gripping her heart. She knew what awaited him. Endless rhetoric of pureblood supremacy, insults aimed at blood traitors, and social gatherings attempting to draw him into Voldemort's camp. "Elia, my precious daughter." Euphemia's voice suddenly rang out, dispelling the gloom in Elia's heart. In the next moment, she was enveloped in a warm embrace, surrounded by the faint scent of lavender emanating from Euphemia. Fleamont followed closely behind, meticulously inspecting whether his daughter had sustained any injuries. Despite the fact that Aliana had already recounted her adventurous escapades at school through letters. "We are so proud of you, my dear," Euphemia said, cradling Aliana's face in her hands, tears shimmering in her eyes. "We have prepared your favorite shepherd's pie and Yorkshire pudding." James stood to the side, dramatically sighing. "Is your brother invisible?" Fleamont waved his hand dismissively without turning around. "Keep up, James." Yet his eyes sparkled with mirth. Euphemia had already taken Aliana by the arm, leading her toward the exit while incessantly inquiring about her life at school. Aliana glanced back and winked at James. "Catch up, brother." James pretended to wipe away tears, exclaiming, "Sisters have it so much better." He jogged to join his family, deliberately squeezing between his parents. "Hey, I got an E in potions. Evans tutored me personally." "Really?" Fleamont finally paid attention to his son, his eyes lighting up. "That red-haired Evans girl? She's a good one." The Potter family laughed and jostled as they passed through the barrier at platform 9 3/4, disappearing into the bustling crowd. At the opposite end of the platform, Sirius glanced back, his gray eyes brimming with nostalgia and reluctance. The Black family residence, located at 12 Grimmauld Place in London, was a foreboding 3-story building, warded against muggles. Sirius followed his mother through the door, immediately engulfed by a familiar sense of oppression. Dim lighting, walls adorned with the heads of house elves, and the eternally screaming portrait of Mrs. Black. "Sirius, my dear." His mother, Walburga, turned with a false smile plastered on her face. "Bellatrix and Rodolphus will be coming tonight, along with Lucius Malfoy. The Dark Lord is quite interested in you, you know." Sirius felt a twist of anguish in his stomach. Bellatrix, his deranged cousin, had become a fervent follower of Voldemort. "I'm not feeling well," he replied coldly. "I wish to retire to my room." Walburga's expression darkened instantly. "Don't play games with me, Sirius. You are the heir of the Black family, and must assume your responsibilities." Her voice became sharp. "Look at Regulus. He is a year younger than you and has already gained the Dark Lord's favor." Sirius clenched his jaw, remaining silent. His brother Regulus, once regarded as the perfect Black, was now entangled with Voldemort, filling him with both anger and concern. He silently ascended the stairs to his room. Chapter 115. The Lost Find a Home. Summer sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows on the wooden floor. Aliana languidly lay on her bed, her quill scratching out hurried notes on parchment. It was the 3rd week of summer vacation, and the Hogwarts break seemed interminable. "Another day like this," she sighed, pushing aside her half-written potions essay, ink pooling on the parchment in a deep blue. Homework, playing Quidditch with James, and listening to her mother's incessant chatter. Outside, James's signature laughter echoed. He was performing perilous stunts on his broomstick above the backyard, occasionally diving toward the kitchen window to scare Euphemia, who was preparing lunch. Aliana rolled her eyes. Her brother was perpetually oblivious to moderation, just as he was to the disheveled state of his hair. Her fingers absently traced the frame on her bedside table. A photograph from last year's Hogwarts Christmas ball, where she and Sirius posed together. In the photo, Sirius wore a dark dress robe, flashing that mischievous grin that made her heart race, while she stood beside him in a deep blue gown, her cheeks flushed. What could he be doing now? Aliana pressed the frame to her chest, closing her eyes to savor the cool touch of the wooden frame. The communicator was unresponsive. Since the start of the holiday, their correspondence had ceased. Sirius had only sent her brief messages through encrypted letters, assuring her he was well. Yet the tension woven within the lines left Aliana unsettled. The Black family's summer must be far more exhilarating than hers. Pureblood families always had countless soirees and social events. Although Sirius often complained about the insipidness of pureblood pretensions, at least he wouldn't be as bored as she was, nearly growing mushrooms. Aliana turned over to gaze at the star stickers James had permanently affixed to the ceiling, her thoughts drifting far away. Just as she became immersed in her reveries, a sudden, urgent knock at the door reverberated through the house, followed by her mother Euphemia's call, "James! Go answer the door, dear. Muminjlate." James's iconic shriek nearly blew the roof off Merlin's beard. His voice peaked with excitement. "Mom! Hurry and see who has arrived." Aliana buried her face in her pillow. "Be quiet, James," she shouted, her voice muffled by the feather pillow. "I'm trying to brood here, missing someone." Downstairs, a cacophony ensued, Euphemia gasping in surprise, and James babbling in incoherent delight. But Aliana had already sunk back into her longing for Sirius. What could he be doing at 12 Grimmauld Place right now? Was he also exasperated by family gatherings? Did he perhaps think of her too? Just then, her door swung open and quickly shut again. Aliana called without looking back. "I know it's you, James. Don't even think about pranking me. I'm not in the mood to play today. Yet." A familiar scent of pine wafted through the air, mingled with a hint of breeze. It was Sirius's fragrance. Aliana's spine straightened instantly, her heart pounding like a drum. She slowly turned around to find the figure she had longed for, Sirius leaning against her door, his black hair slightly shorter than at the end of term, unruly strands falling over his forehead, and his gray eyes sparkling with mischief. "Sirius!" Aliana squealed, springing from her bed and leaping into his arms, nearly knocking him against the door. Sirius caught her effortlessly, laughing as he spun her around, her feet lifting off the ground, the hem of her dress creating graceful arcs in the air. "Did you miss me, Miss Potter?" he whispered in her ear, his warm breath making her ears flush. Aliana wriggled free from his embrace, cupping his face to scrutinize him closely. "How did you get here? Does your mother know you've come?" She noticed faint shadows under his eyes, indicating he hadn't rested well, and a fresh cut on his chin, as if inflicted by something sharp. Sirius's expression turned complex. He pulled Aliana to sit on the edge of her bed, his fingers unconsciously tracing the scar. "In fact, I've been disowned. I am officially the shame of the Black family now." His tone was calm, but Aliana could sense the slight tremor in his fingertips, though she had anticipated this day would come. Witnessing the fleeting pain in Sirius's eyes twisted her heart. She grasped his hand tightly, feeling the warmth of his palm. "I'm so sorry, Sirius. But you know you can stay here. My parents will treat you like their own son." Sirius suddenly laughed, that reckless, heart-stopping laugh. "I don't want to be a son, what?" Aliana blinked in confusion, momentarily unable to grasp his meaning. Sirius leaned forward, his gray eyes locking onto hers, filled with a seriousness she had never seen before. I want to be a son-in-law." His voice was deep and resolute, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Aliana's face flushed instantly. She instinctively lowered her gaze, only to find Sirius's ears tinged a deep red. This revelation inexplicably soothed her. It turned out that the imperious Sirius Black could also feel anxious. "What should I say?" she mumbled softly, her fingers entwined, too timid to meet his gaze. Sirius's expression gradually shifted from playful to earnest as he gently caressed her face, his thumb gliding over her cheekbone. "I am serious, Elia." His words were abruptly interrupted by Elia's unexpected embrace. She buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled. "You idiot." Sirius rested his chin atop her head, his laughter resonating through his chest. One must choose a dramatic moment, right? To confess right after being disowned by the family, how serious-like is that? From downstairs, Euphemia's voice rang out, "Kids, dinner is ready," accompanied by the delightful clatter of utensils. Elia hastily wriggled free from Sirius's embrace, but he grasped her hand, their fingers interlocking. "Shall we go down together?" His thumb gently stroked the back of her hand, sending a delightful shiver through her. "Are you sure you want to present yourself to my parents like this?" Elia asked nervously. "Unless you wish for them to remain oblivious." Sirius raised an eyebrow, though Elia could discern the uncertainty in his eyes. This boy, who always appeared fearless, was now concerned about her potential rejection. Taking a deep breath, Elia tightened her grip on his hand, feeling the intricate patterns of his palm align with hers. "Let us go, Mr. Sirius." When they entered the kitchen hand in hand, Euphemia was orchestrating the tableware with her wand. Spotting their intertwined hands, her eyes sparkled, and a knowing smile graced her lips. "Sirius," she feigned ignorance of their joined hands, her voice soaring an octave higher than usual. "From now on, consider this your home." "Fleamont," she shouted into the living room, excitement bubbling in her tone. "Come see who has arrived." Fleamont strode into the kitchen, his eyes widening behind his glasses upon seeing Sirius. "Merlin." "Sirius, has your mother finally kicked you out?" He laughed heartily, clapping Sirius on the shoulder with such force that Sirius nearly stumbled. "Welcome to the club of disowned purebloods. The current members being just you and me, Euphemia. Unable to suppress his laughter, Sirius felt the tension in his shoulders ease for the first time. He subtly squeezed Elia's hand, as if seeking courage. Thank you, Uncle Fleamont. Fleamont blinked, his gaze lingering for a moment on their clasped hands before he pretended to adopt a serious tone. If there's anything you find uncomfortable, just tell your Aunt Euphemia. He deliberately paused, his lips twitching in an effort to stifle his laughter. Or James. Euphemia seized the opportunity, her eyes glinting with mischief. Or you could talk to Elia. I'm certain she would be more than willing to assist. She emphasized the last two words, waving her wand to levitate a dish of mashed potatoes in front of Sirius. Mum. Elia's face flushed crimson, wishing she could vanish into thin air. She felt Sirius's fingers lightly scratch her palm. That rascal was still chuckling. Euphemia pretended to cover her mouth innocently. Oh. Did I say something wrong? Yet the joy in her eyes was unmistakable as she exchanged a knowing glance with Fleamont. At that moment, James burst into the kitchen. His hair messier than usual. Bigfoot. He screamed as he rushed toward Sirius, nearly toppling them both. From now on, my home is your home. We can pull pranks together. It's going to be fantastic. Sirius laughed heartily as he caught James. Slow down, mate. I don't want to be broken on my first day. He ruffled James's hair, earning an exaggerated protest from him. Dinner unfolded amidst laughter and cheer. Euphemia continually piled food onto Sirius's plate, while Fleamont eagerly inquired about the details of his disownment. Did they send a howler? Or did they dispatch a house elf to hunt you down? Meanwhile, James was concocting plans to take Sirius to witness his newly devised Quidditch strategies. Elia sat quietly beside Sirius, stealing glances at his profile from time to time. In the candlelight, Sirius appeared more relaxed than at Hogwarts, more like he had returned home. When Euphemia presented an apple pie, Sirius suddenly grasped Elia's hand beneath the table. Leaning close, he whispered, "It seems my son-in-law plan is progressing splendidly." Elia squeezed his hand, her lips unconsciously curving upward. Don't get too smug, Sirius. You still have a long way to go. She pointed towards James, who was piling cream onto the pie. First, you must win over my brother. Sirius gazed at her, his gray eyes filled with tenderness. I have all the time in the world, my dear. Right now, I'm not going anywhere. His voice was soft yet crystal clear, akin to a solemn promise. In that kitchen, saturated with the aromas of food and laughter, the boy who had nowhere to go, Sirius Black, finally found his home. Chapter 116. A Night at the Amusement Park. Since Sirius moved into the Potter residence, Elia's holiday had transformed entirely. Each evening, they would climb to the rooftop, sitting side by side beneath the stars. Sirius regaled her with tales of the absurd pureblood customs of the Black family, his pranks at Hogwarts, and the adventures he shared with James, Remus, and Peter as they sneaked into the Forbidden Forest. Elia adored listening to him, relishing the lazy mirth woven into his deep voice. Yet sometimes, she would notice Sirius's gaze drifting away, the light in his gray eyes dimming as if pulled by an invisible force. What are you thinking about? One night, she couldn't help but ask. Sirius fell silent for a moment, his fingers absently tracing the pendant hanging from his neck, an engraved silver plate bearing the Black family crest, which Regulus had secretly given him before his disownment. Nothing, he ultimately replied, smiling as he squeezed her hand. Elia refrained from pressing further. Yet she knew he was thinking of Regulus. Until one morning, when a brown owl flapped against Elia's window, dropping off a letter. Elia, a new Muggle amusement park has opened near my house. Mom has agreed to let me go. Would you like to join? Lily. Elia leaped out of bed, clutching the letter and rushing to Sirius's room, bursting through the door without knocking. Sirius, she exclaimed, Lily invited me to the Muggle amusement park. Do you want to come? Sirius was lazily sprawled on his bed, flipping through a book titled Advanced Transfiguration, raising an eyebrow at her words. A Muggle amusement park? It's a place for Muggles, with roller coasters, haunted houses, and a Ferris wheel. Elia's eyes sparkled as she animatedly gestured. I heard there's even a fire-breathing dragon model. Although it's probably fake, it should be cool. Sirius closed his book, a smile playing on his lips. If you go, then I will go. Elia immediately dashed to her desk to reply to Lily. Lily, can I bring Sirius? He.'s living at my house now. It's a long story. The next day Lily's response arrived. Black's at your house. Merlin. Elia, you two are moving fast. Elia's face instantly flushed. Of course you can bring him. Remus is invited too. But whatever you do, don't bring your brother. If he shows up, I might not be able to resist cursing him. Having read the letter, Elia sighed in relief, only to be met with an exaggerated wail from behind her. What? Evans invites you to play and not me. James, who had been eavesdropping, stood wide-eyed behind her. That's so unfair. James, it's terribly rude to peek at someone else's letter. Elia attempted to hide the note. But it was too late. I don't care. James crossed his arms defiantly, exuding an air of mischief. If you dare abandon me, I shall pursue you on my broomstick all the way. Elia rolled her eyes, exasperated. Could you not be a tad more mature? I cannot. James retorted with conviction, adding, and I've already informed Peter. He.S. coming too. What? Elia nearly leaped from her spot. You told Peter? James grinned, his pride palpable. Of course. How could we Marauders act separately? Elia buried her face in her hands, despairing, Lily will kill me. At the entrance of the amusement park, Lily stood in a light green dress, sunlight dancing upon her crimson locks. With hands on her hips and a furrowed brow, she glared at the group trailing behind Elia, which included not only James but also the short and stout Peter. So, not only did Potter come, but he brought Pettigrew as well? Lily's voice was as frigid as an Arctic gale, her green eyes glinting with peril. Elia chuckled nervously. He said if we didn't take him, he would follow us on his broomstick. And Peter is my good mate. James interjected, draping an arm around Peter's shoulder. We Marauders always stand together. Peter shyly smiled, his curious eyes scanning the surroundings. I've never been to a Muggle amusement park. Lily inhaled deeply, seemingly suppressing her anger. Fine, but if you dare cause any trouble, she warned, pointing a finger at James, I'll let you experience my newly learned bat bogey hex. James grinned widely, exaggerating a deep bow. Fear not, Evans. I shall be a perfect gentleman today. Remus shook his head in amused resignation, while Sirius chuckled, his shoulders shaking with laughter. The five of them frolicked throughout the amusement park all day. Peter, like an exuberant little hamster, gasped in awe at every ride. Remus, though quiet, sparkled with curiosity, while Sirius and James, both scions of pureblood families, were equally astonished and enchanted by Muggle inventions. Before the haunted house, Sirius puffed out his chest. What is so frightening about a mere Muggle haunted house? James chimed in exactly. We've encountered real dementors. However, as they stepped into the eerie corridor, a blood-soaked zombie suddenly leaped from a coffin. Ah! James and Sirius screamed in unison, each grabbing Elia's arms, nearly toppling her over. Remus calmly patted their shoulders. Are you two all right? Of course, Sirius exclaimed, forcing himself to stand upright, though his voice had risen an octave. Just a bit startled. Peter had already hidden behind Remus, revealing only half of his head. I think we should get out of here quickly. Lily laughed so hard she could barely stand. Merlin, you're wizards. As they exited the haunted house, James and Sirius looked paler than Remus. Elia stifled a laugh as she handed Sirius a bottle of water. Not too shabby for Muggle horror, right? Sirius gulped down a large mouthful of water, stubbornly retorting, it was just mediocre. Before the roller coaster, James declared with utmost certainty, I absolutely will not be afraid this time. Yet when the roller coaster plunged at a breathtaking speed, he screamed, Ah! Merlin, save me. His glasses nearly flew off. Sirius clung fiercely to the safety bar, his knuckles turning white, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Elia joyfully raised her arms, relishing the wind against her face. Lily's red hair danced in the breeze, resembling a blazing fire, while Peter kept his eyes shut tight, muttering prayers under his breath. Upon disembarking, James and Sirius's legs trembled, needing to lean on each other for support. Muggle contraptions are quite thrilling, Sirius forced out, though his voice quivered slightly. James weakly waved a hand. I think I need a moment to recover. Remus, suppressing a smile, handed them both bottles of water. Drink some water, take it easy. In the evening, Lily led them to a fast food restaurant. James and Sirius stared in shock at the burgers and sodas in their hands. What is this? Sirius exclaimed after taking a bite, his eyes lighting up. How is it so delicious? James took a hearty gulp of soda, nearly choking on the bubbles. This drink fizzes. Merlin, how did Muggles invent such a thing? Elia calmly munched on fries. Could you two refrain from acting like inexperienced little wizards? Lily stifled a laugh, while Remus kindly explained. Muggle food is indeed quite creative. They infuse carbon dioxide into beverages to create this texture. Peter sipped his soda delicately, then suddenly let out a loud burp, his face turning crimson. Sorry. Just then, a group of girls in short skirts and meticulously applied makeup approached their table, one bold blonde girl winking at Sirius. Hey, are you here on vacation? Want to hang out? Sirius raised an eyebrow, but before he could respond, James interjected, Sorry ladies, our girlfriends are right here. He pointed to Elia and Lily. Lily's face flushed instantly. Who's your girlfriend? James grinned mischievously. I meant to say that Elia is pretending to be my girlfriend. Not you, Lily. Lily. Remus and Sirius struggled to contain their laughter, while Elia sighed, facepalming. Merlin, James, could you please be quiet? The girls left in disappointment, and Lily's ears were so red they could have dripped blood. She glared at James. You did that on purpose. James feigned innocence, raising his hands. I was merely helping Sirius out. At night, beneath the Ferris wheel, colorful lights cast a vibrant glow on their faces. Elia tugged at Sirius's hand. Let us go. We must ride that. Sirius looked up at the slowly rotating giant wheel, raising an eyebrow. What sort of muggle magic is this? It's a Ferris wheel. Elia exclaimed excitedly. I've heard that couples who kiss at the top will be together forever. Sirius chuckled. The hues of the amusement park reflected in his gray eyes. Muggles can be quite romantic. Lily, ever perceptive, pulled Remus, James, and Peter aside. We'll take a ride first. James protested. Why can't we all go together? Lily shot him a glare. Shut up, Potter. Remus patted James on the shoulder, sharing a knowing smile, while Peter looked utterly bewildered. Why do we have to sit separately? Inside the Ferris wheel cabin, Elia and Sirius sat facing each other in the cozy space that contained only them. Sirius gazed out at the ascending view, the lights of the amusement park twinkling in the night like scattered stars. Sirius, Elia spoke softly, are you happy today? He turned to her, his gaze gentle. Yes. Happier than at the Black House? Sirius paused for a moment, then smiled. 1,000 times happier. Elia reached out to hold his hand. There will be many more days like this. Sirius looked at her, suddenly leaning closer. We're almost at the top. Elia's heart raced. Yes. As the Ferris wheel reached its pinnacle, the entire amusement park lay illuminated beneath them. Sirius leaned in and kissed her. His lips were warm and firm, and Elia shut her eyes, clutching his clothing tightly. In that moment, she wished time could stand still. Meanwhile, in the cabin behind them, Lily, James, Remus, and Peter were peering over the glass, gossiping about the scene. Wow, Lily murmured, her eyes shimmering with a complex mix of emotions. James grinned widely. I knew that big-footed guy had it in him. As he had not finished his words, his gaze inadvertently met Lily's, causing both to flush and swiftly avert their eyes. Remus, having seen through everything JPG. On their return journey, Sirius held Elia's hand, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. James was still chattering incessantly about the thrills of the roller coaster, while Lily occasionally countered him with playful jabs. Remus walked quietly at the end of the group, and Peter excitedly reminisced about everything he had seen that day. The spinning teacups were so much fun, Peter exclaimed, gesticulating animatedly, and that balloon-popping game. I want a stuffed toy. The night breeze was gentle, and the music from the amusement park gradually faded into the distance. Elia reflected that this was perhaps the most wonderful holiday she had ever experienced. Yet, not far behind them, in the shadows of the trees, a pair of eyes was watching this group of young wizards. Cloaked in black, the figure held a wand, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A sudden chill enveloped Elia's nape, as if icy fingertips had lightly brushed against her skin. She whirled around, scanning the thickets and shadows behind her, only to find them empty, save for the rustling leaves stirred by the night wind. What's wrong? Sirius noticed her unease, his gray eyes glinting with concern under the street lamp. Elia shook her head, forcing herself to relax. Nothing, I might just be overly sensitive. Yet, her left hand had stealthily crept into her pocket, gripping tightly onto the new wand Dumbledore had given her. Hawthorn wood, phoenix feather core untraceable. They continued forward, merely 2 blocks away from the Potter residence. The sycamore trees lining the road cast deep shadows, and Elia's sensation of being watched intensified. Her fingers tightened around her wand, her knuckles turning pale. Just as they were about to turn onto the main road of Godric's Hollow, Elia's peripheral vision caught a glimmer of green light. Protego. Instinctively, she drew her wand, flicking her wrist to conjure a translucent barrier that sprang into existence before her. The green light collided with the shield, erupting in a blinding shower of sparks before dissipating into the night sky. Everyone froze in place. James's eyes widened in shock. Sirius had already assumed a defensive stance despite being unarmed. Lily gasped, and Remus quickly pulled Peter behind him. Show yourself, if you know what's good for you. Elia brandished her wand, her voice cutting through the night with chilling clarity. Don't act like a coward. A rustling sound emerged from the underbrush, and a cloaked figure slowly stepped forward. Under the moonlight, the individual removed their hood, revealing a sharply defined face. Malcolm Burstead, a 7th-year student from Slytherin. Heir to the Burstead family. It's you. Lily gasped, fury igniting in her green eyes. Malcolm Burstead smirked, his eyes glinting with an unnatural red hue in the moonlight. Well, what a delightful surprise. There's a mudblood among you. His voice dripped with oily arrogance, a hallmark of pure-blood supremacy. James stepped protectively in front of Lily, his fists clenched. "Shut your filthy mouth, Bursted." Though wandless, he stood like a lion ready to pounce. Bursted's gaze swept over James with disdain before locking onto Elia. "Finally. I've been waiting for you to show yourselves." His wand pointed directly at Elia, its tip shimmering with dangerous energy. "This time, I'll eliminate you on behalf of the Dark Lord." Elia raised an eyebrow, her wand steady and unwavering. "Is that so?" There was a hint of Grindelwald-like mockery in her tone, a skill she had honed during her intensive training over the summer. Not just magical prowess, but the calm demeanor to face her adversaries. Bursted, enraged, swung his wand violently. Crucio. A blinding red light surged towards Elia. Instead of dodging, she twirled her wrist, her wand tracing an elegant arc protego. The red light collided with the barrier and scattered. Not allowing Bursted a moment to regroup, Elia swiftly countered. Expelliarmus. A brilliant red light erupted from her wand, moving with astonishing speed. Bursted barely had time to react before his wand was wrenched from his grasp, soaring through the air in a parabolic arc, only to be deftly caught by Elia. "This is impossible." Bursted's face paled, disbelief washing over him at being disarmed so effortlessly by a fifth-year student. Elia paid no mind to his astonishment, her wand flicking once more. Incarcerus. Thick rope shot forth from her wand, ensnaring Bursted tightly, sending him crashing to the ground, struggling like a fish out of water. "Easily subdued," Elia remarked coldly, stowing Bursted's wand into her pocket. She raised her gaze to the night sky, her wand pointed upwards. Mors Mordra. A dazzling red spark shot into the air, exploding to form a massive skull, from which a serpent slithered forth. This was the countercurse to the Dark Mark, specifically designed to summon Ors. "The ministry will be here shortly." Elia looked down at the sprawled Bursted, her voice as frigid as ice. "You're fortunate to be free. But we must take our leave. We should hurry." Remus suddenly interjected, his eyes scanning the surroundings with wariness. "Bursted is unlikely to be acting alone." Elia nodded, and the group hurriedly departed the scene. After turning two corners, they finally slowed their pace. Merlin's beard. James could no longer contain himself. "Elia, when did you become so formidable? That disarming spell was so fast I barely saw it." Sirius stared at her, equally astonished. "You blocked the Cruciatus curse. That's an unforgivable curse." Elia's fingers gently traced the patterns on her wand. Professor Grindelwald and Professor Dumbledore's training was not in vain. Lily looked at her with concern. "Bursted is a Death Eater, which means Voldemort has begun to make his move," Elia softly finished, her eyes appearing especially profound in the moonlight. Bursted's attack confirmed her fears. Voldemort's influence was expanding, and they were far from prepared. Chapter 117. The beginning of 5th year. The Hogwarts Express puffed steam as it slowly made its way toward the castle. Elia, Sirius, and James had taken up residence in a compartment near the back of the train, far removed from the prefect's carriage, making it ideal for plotting their new semester's prank schemes. "I heard Filch has adopted a new cat, fiercer than Mrs. Norris," James grinned, his eyes sparkling with mischief behind his glasses. "We could try the newly developed improved stink bomb. Guaranteed to send that cat running at the sight of us." Sirius raised an eyebrow at James. "Or we could simply cast a permanent sticking charm on Filch's office door, so he trips the moment he steps inside." Elia sat by the window, her fingers unconsciously caressing the wand in her pocket, her gaze drifting to the scenery whizzing by outside, her thoughts already elsewhere. "Hey Earth to Elia." Sirius snapped his fingers in front of her, concern evident in his gray eyes. "What are you thinking about?" Elia blinked, pulling her scattered thoughts back to the present. "What's up?" Sirius squeezed her hand gently. "Where were we?" "Oh right, Filch's new cat. You seem a bit distracted." "It's nothing," Elia forced a smile. "What were we talking about? Are you guys really planning more pranks? We're in 5th year now, the year of OWLs. If you keep this up, Professor McGonagall will have your heads. What's there to fear?" Sirius smirked, squeezing her hand playfully. "With you around, we're bound to pass." Just as Elia was about to retort, the compartment door swung open, and Remus and Peter walked in. Remus's complexion appeared even more pallid than usual, with faint shadows beneath his eyes, and he walked noticeably slower, clearly still in recovery after the recent full moon. "Hey Remus!" James exclaimed, leaping up to clap him on the shoulder with such force that Remus stumbled slightly. "How was your summer?" Remus managed a weak smile as he settled into the seat beside James. "It was alright, just a bit exhausting." His voice was rougher than usual, and his fingers unconsciously pressed against his left rib, undoubtedly harboring new wounds. Peter huddled in the corner, his small eyes anxiously scanning everyone in the compartment, his voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah, Yeah, I'm exhausted. Ellie produced a piece of the finest Honeydukes chocolate from her pocket and handed it to Remus. Here. Eat this. It'll make you feel better. She was all too familiar with Remus's post-full moon condition, pain, fatigue, and that persistent self-loathing. Remus gratefully accepted it and took a bite just as the compartment door swung open once more. Lily stood in the doorway, her fiery hair tied up in a high ponytail, clutching several books. The most striking feature was the brand new head girl badge pinned to her robe, gleaming brilliantly in the light. Hey everyone, she greeted with a smile, her gaze quickly darting away from James and settling on Ellie. Ellie, I have to go. Go. Where? Ellie asked, puzzled, her eyes drawn to the badge on Lily's chest. Lily sighed, lightly tapping the glimmering badge with her finger. Head girl duties. Professor McGonagall has asked us to patrol the carriages and ensure the students maintain order. She mimicked Professor McGonagall's stern tone before making a face. Merlin's beard. Evans. You've become head girl? James exclaimed, his eyes wide with exaggerated astonishment. That is brilliant. I knew you would. He shot up, nearly hitting the ceiling. Shut up, Potter. Lily interrupted curtly, then turned to Ellie. Honestly, I thought you'd be the head girl. Me? Ellie blinked in surprise. Yes, Lily shrugged, her books wobbling in her arms. You performed so well in 4th year, and even received the Merlin Medal. Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore both think highly of you. Ellie chuckled, her fingers idly twisting a strand of hair. Oh that. I actually went to Professor Dumbledore specifically to ask him not to give me the head girl badge. What? Lily stared at her in shock, nearly dropping her books. Why? Because Ellie said slyly, glancing at Sirius, who was keenly observing their exchange. Firstly, I really don't have the ability to manage that bunch of little rascals, and secondly, she lowered her voice, leaning in conspiratorially, if I were head girl, I'd have less time to date Sirius. Lily rolled her eyes dramatically. Merlin's beard, Ellie, you're incorrigible. Sirius chuckled, his shoulders shaking, while James clutched his chest, feigning injury. Evans, if you're willing, I could accompany you on your dates. Without hesitation, Lily stepped on his foot, the heel of her shoe landing precisely on James's toe. Dream on, Potter. As she turned to leave, Remus suddenly stood up. Wait, Lily. Everyone looked at him in confusion as he pulled a similarly shiny headboy badge from his pocket and carefully pinned it to his robe. I'll go with you, he said gently, his voice weary yet resolute. I'm headboy too. The compartment fell silent, the only sounds being the creaking of wheels on the tracks. James's mouth hung open, capable of fitting a chocolate frog. What? Sirius raised an eyebrow, his dark hair falling over his eyes. Moony, you? Head boy. His tone was filled with disbelief. Peter stammered, his voice barely audible. But we're the Marauders. Remus smiled awkwardly, nervously fiddling with the edge of his badge. Well, Dumbledore thinks I'm more responsible. James paused for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter, nearly rolling off his seat. That is fantastic. Moony is head boy. This means we can roam freely at night without worrying about getting caught. Sirius wore a mischievous grin. Exactly, Moony. Our nocturnal escapades will now rely on your cover. Remus sighed, rubbing his forehead, a faint flush returning to his pale cheeks. Please don't say that. Lily huffed, crossing her arms. If you think being head boy means I'll cover for you breaking school rules, you are sorely mistaken. Ellie sighed, standing up to pat Sirius and James on the shoulders. Listen, you two, don't make things difficult for Remus. What? James exclaimed, his eyes wide as his glasses slid down his nose. Ellie, you're not taking our side? I'm on Remus's side, Ellie said firmly, glancing between the 3 boys. He is our friend. We can't let him be bullied just because he is head boy. Sirius and James exchanged glances, finally nodding reluctantly. Fine, but Ellie knows them too well. Their expressions clearly indicated that they wouldn't be deterred by such trivial matters. Remus cast a grateful glance at Ellie and then said to Lily, let us go. We should head to the head's compartment. Lily nodded, and the two departed from the compartment. Once the door closed, James slumped back in his seat, dramatically sighing. Merlin, our Remus has actually become head boy. Sirius lazily smirked, propping his long legs on the opposite seat. At least our chances of getting detention have dropped by 50. Ellie shot them a glare, hands on her hips. You two less night roaming, understood? Sirius and James responded in unison. Understood, but the drawn-out tones and exchanged glances clearly indicated their lack of intent to comply. Ellie sighed, exasperated. Forget it, I give up. Outside, the outline of Hogwarts gradually came into view, and the adventures of the new term were officially set to begin. Chapter 118. The Idol's Troubles and Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. The Great Hall of Hogwarts radiated with a golden glow from thousands of floating candles. and the long tables of the 4 houses were adorned with gleaming silverware. Ellie sat at the center of the Gryffindor table, with Sirius closely beside her, his long fingers intentionally twirling a strand of Ellie's hair. I heard there are 3 Quidditch prodigies among the new students this year. James leaned across the table, eagerly discussing with a few fifth-year boys about the Devon team's youth players. The Sorting Hat twisted on the high stool, singing its new song for the year, while Professor McGonagall unfurled a lengthy scroll of parchment, calling out the names of the new students. There are so many new students this year, Ellie murmured. I wonder how many will end up in Gryffindor. Sirius yawned. I hope they're not too noisy. I don't want to spend the whole year surrounded by little rascals asking questions. However, Merlin clearly did not heed his prayers. Gryffindor, Gryffindor, Gryffindor. As the Sorting Hat announced with gusto one after another, new students bounced eagerly towards the Gryffindor table. What further exasperated Sirius was that nearly every new student sorted into Gryffindor, regardless of gender, would blush and gaze at Ellie with shining eyes. Merlin's foul socks. Sirius gritted his teeth. The way they look at you, it's like they're staring at a moving chocolate frog card. Alia had not yet had the chance to respond when a timid first-grade girl, her hair adorned with a bow headband, shyly approached her. The little girl's cheeks were as flushed as her house robe's collar, and with trembling hands, she presented a crumpled piece of parchment. Sister Potter, could you please give me your autograph? My brother says you are the greatest warrior. For a fleeting moment, Alia's smile stiffened. She took the parchment from the girl, and signed her name with a quill. This simple act seemed to unleash a floodgate of enthusiasm. Sister, I want an autograph too. Sister Potter, my mother says you are the bravest Gryffindor. Sister, can I shake your hand? Sirius's expression grew increasingly dark, especially when a bold boy pulled out a muggle camera and eagerly asked Sirius, Senior, could you help me take a picture with Sister Potter? Sirius. James, beside him, laughed uproariously, banging on the table. Ha ha ha, Bigfoot. You've become a photographer. Sirius gritted his teeth. You little rascal, you'd better. Sirius. Alia gently squeezed his hand and smiled. Don't be upset with the little one. After saying this, she affectionately ruffled Sirius's hair, resembling someone soothing a ruffled black dog. Sirius, instant fluffiness JPEG. James's smile froze. Wait, why does he get to be patted on the head? That's not fair. Yet, no one paid him any mind. Only Remus sympathetically patted his shoulder. You'll get used to it, James. The feast concluded amidst laughter and merriment. As the last crumbs of starry pudding vanished, Dumbledore rose, his silver beard shimmering in the candlelight. Before you return to your respective common rooms, I have a few announcements, he said, his blue eyes scanning the room. First, the Forbidden Forest remains off-limits to all students. This year, we are honored to have Firenze the Centaur assist in guarding the forest. A creature with platinum hair and a horse's body nodded slightly from behind the teacher's table. Alia noticed that his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. Secondly, Dumbledore continued. The girls' restroom in the right corridor on the 3rd floor is under repair. Please take an alternate route. Lastly, I want to specifically remind all students that this year's defense against the dark arts class will be more practical than in previous years. As he spoke the final sentence, Dumbledore's gaze seemed to intentionally, yet casually, linger on the Gryffindor table, resting on Alia for a moment. Now, heads of houses, please lead the first years back to their dormitories. Good night to you all. The following morning, Owl swooped into the hall with the class schedules. Alia unfurled the parchment, the morning light gleaming off the ink. Monday morning, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Alia's gaze fixated on the schedule, lost in thought, wondering who this year's professor would be. I hope it's not like last year, Peter muttered under his breath, unconsciously touching the spot on his ear where Grindelwald's prank spell had turned it into a rabbit's ear. James was piling heaps of bacon onto his toast. Seriously, does that Professor Green have a grudge against you? He always seems to single you out during training. Alia recalled the scene of Grindelwald personally teaching her to control the Incendio curse, his bony hand covering hers, his voice deep and calming. Magic should flow as naturally as breath. He was actually quite nice. I miss him, she said softly, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the scars on her wand. Sirius raised an eyebrow. You miss him? That old man who had you practicing until you could barely hold your wand. What he taught was quite useful. Alia rested her chin on her hand. If it weren't for those spells he taught me, I might. She suddenly fell silent, the twisted face of Bester flashing in her mind once more. Sirius's expression turned serious. He reached out, holding Alia's wrist, his thumb gently brushing over the almost invisible scar, the mark left by the Cruciatus curse. Let us go, he said softly. We're going to be late for the first class. The Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom was located on the 3rd floor of the castle, sunlight streaming through the high windows, illuminating the various diagrams of defensive spells adorning the walls. Alia and Sirius chose a seat in the middle, while James and Remus sat in front of them, and Peter huddled in the corner. Just then, the classroom door swung open, and a stranger walked in. "Good morning, everyone," he smiled, waving his wand, causing his name to appear on the blackboard. "Edgar Bourne. I am your Defense Against the Dark Arts professor this year." His tone was gentle, yet his gaze was sharp. "I hope we can have an enjoyable year together." Alia blinked and whispered to Sirius, "He seems much gentler than Professor Green." Sirius snorted, "Not necessarily. He could be a smiling tiger in disguise." However, Professor Bourne's next words energized everyone. "For today's first class, we will dive straight into practical combat." With a flick of his wand, the desks and chairs automatically pushed against the walls, clearing a space. "Pair up, and take turns casting defensive and offensive spells without holding back. I want to see your true capabilities." James and Sirius exchanged excited glances, both breaking into delighted grins. Meanwhile, Alia sighed silently. "I just knew it. No Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is ever normal." Chapter 119. The new professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Alia stood in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, observing her classmates who had already formed pairs, suddenly feeling as though she had been abandoned by the entire world. Lily smiled apologetically at her. "I'm sorry, Alia, I've already teamed up with Severus." Following her gaze, Alia saw that indeed, Snape was standing not far away, his dark gaze fixed on her, a cold smirk playing on his lips as if plotting some malicious scheme. "Merlin, what have I done to provoke him this time?" Mary and Dorcas had already huddled together. Sirius and James were standing shoulder to shoulder nearby, and even Peter had paired up with Remus. "Alia, so I'm the one left alone?" Just then Professor Bourne strode into view, his gaze sweeping the room before finally landing on Alia, who stood solitary. "Alia Potter," he smiled slightly, a smile that sent shivers down Alia's spine. "I hear you invented a new spell during the Triwizard Tournament?" Alia bewildered, nodded. Yes, Professor." "Excellent," Professor Bourne replied, twirling his wand skillfully in his fingers. "From today onward, you shall be my teaching assistant." Alia's eyes brightened. "Really? Thank you, Professor," she thought. Being an assistant just means collecting assignments and organizing materials. It's certainly better than standing awkwardly alone. However, 5 minutes later, Alia stood at the center of the dueling platform, her hand gripping the wand trembling slightly, while Professor Bourne stood across from her, a smirk playing on his lips. "Alia? Wait, does being an assistant include dueling with the professor?" As Alia stepped onto the platform, she heard Sirius whisper to James, "10 galleons says this one is coming for Alia." A crowd of students had already gathered around to watch. Even Snape had squeezed in, wearing a look of schadenfreude. James excitedly pumped his fist. "Alia, show him what you're made of. You've defeated dragons." Alia chuckled nervously. "My dear brother, this is a professor." Sirius crossed his arms, a dangerous glint in his gray eyes. "Don't be timid, just think of it as a review of last year's training with Professor Green." "Alia, you rock as spectators, ever eager for a spectacle." Professor Bourne gracefully inclined his head, his robe tracing a fluid arc with the motion. "Are you prepared, Miss Potter?" Alia inhaled deeply, returning the gesture, her wand radiating a subtle warmth in her palm. "I look forward to your guidance, Professor." Yet in the next instant, an onslaught of obstacles hurtled directly towards her visage. Alia swiftly sidestepped, her wand sweeping through the air. "Armor protect. Are you truly serious?" Professor Bourne's assault was rapid and fierce, entirely unlike a mere practice session with a student. It felt more akin to a test of her limits. Alia was compelled to focus, their wands clashing, spells colliding in the air, sparks erupting in a dazzling display. The moment their wands interlocked, a familiar thrill coursed down Alia's spine. Bourne's first spell struck like lightning. As she evaded, it grazed her hair, exploding in a shower of sparks against the wall behind her. "Remarkable agility," Bourne exclaimed, his hands never pausing, unleashing a trio of stunning spells in a triangular formation. With a flick of her wrist, Alia traced a silver arc with her wand. This time, the variant of the ice wall spell summoned a curved ice shield, which rebounded the incantation, forcing the professor to dodge. "Ice flame spell," James exclaimed from the sidelines, tugging at Remus's sleeve. "Look at the blue fire at the edge of that shield. She used this during last year's intense training with Professor Grindelwald." Sirius's gray eyes were fixed intently on the duel, as Alia executed a dazzling feint to outmaneuver the professor, simultaneously casting disarming and binding spells. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. A flawless duel casting. Even as Bourne found himself bound by the ropes, he maintained a smile. deftly flicking his wand to untie himself, followed by a barrage of silent spells. The surrounding students watched in stunned silence. Even Snape furrowed his brow, evidently surprised that Elia could hold her ground against the professor. The duel intensified. Elia felt her magic surging through her veins, reminiscent of the rigorous training sessions with Grindelwald last year. Those long nights, the elder's stern reprimands, and the rare glimmers of approval in his gaze. Ultimately, however, Elia succumbed to exhaustion, struck by a sudden disarming spell that sent her wand flying from her grasp. She had lost. Professor Bourne sheathed his wand, a flicker of admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Well done, Miss Potter. Your reflexes and spellcasting are commendable." He turned to the class, proclaiming loudly, "Gryffindor receives 20 points. In honor of Miss Potter's splendid performance." The Gryffindor students erupted in cheers, James and Sirius whistling in delight. Yet, Elia found herself momentarily frozen. That gaze, so wickedly amused, both mocking and enigmatic. Why does it resemble Grindelwald so much? As she bent to retrieve her wand, she noticed a nearly invisible scar on Professor Bourne's left ring finger, a remnant from last year's training when she had inadvertently branded him with the Fiendfyre curse. Memories flooded her mind. Grindelwald had merely raised an eyebrow and remarked that her control needed improvement before resuming the training, as though the grievous wound were non-existent. Elia abruptly looked up, locking eyes with the professor, whose gaze held a profound meaning. The class bell rang, and students began to trickle out. James and Sirius intended to wait for her, but Elia gestured for them to leave first. "I have some questions to discuss with the professor," she whispered, "regarding the modification of that ice shield." Sirius shot her a skeptical glance but nodded, following the others out of the classroom. Once the last footsteps faded into the corridor, Elia pivoted sharply, her gaze fixed intently on Professor Bourne. "Professor," she lowered her voice, "may I pose a question?" Professor Bourne raised an eyebrow. "Proceed." Elia narrowed her eyes. "Have you changed your name and returned to Hogwarts?" Professor Bourne. After a 2-second silence, he suddenly chuckled, that familiar, teasing smile returning. "You little rascal," he drawled, his voice shifting to the deep, gravelly tone she remembered. "How do you converse with a professor?" Elia's eyes widened. "Is it truly you?" "Grindelwald." "No." Now Professor Bourne let out a light huff. "I have admitted nothing." Unable to restrain herself, Elia retorted. "You simply cannot part from Professor Dumbledore, can you? Must you assume a new identity each year to linger at Hogwarts?" Professor Bourne's expression turned dangerously sharp. "Miss Potter, your detention for today." "Ah. I just remembered I have an engagement," Elia exclaimed, not waiting for him to finish, snatching her bag and dashing away. The sound of Grindelwald's teeth grinding following her. "You may escape today, but not tomorrow." Elia thought. This semester's defense against the dark arts class is sure to be a minefield. In the corridor, Sirius leaned against the stone wall, waiting for her. Seeing her rush out in a fluster, he raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter? Did Professor Bourne chastise you?" Elia, panting, leaned in conspiratorially. "Sirius, I have a secret to share." "Oh. Our new professor is actually last year's Professor Grindelwald," Sirius exclaimed. "What?" Elia nodded gravely. "And I just confronted him about it, even mocking him for being unable to part from Dumbledore." Sirius fell silent for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. "Merlin, Elia, you are doomed? So brave." He pulled her into a hug, laughter spilling forth unabashedly. "Come on. Let us escape before he catches up." The two sprinted towards Gryffindor Tower, the lingering echoes of Professor Bourne's mocking laughter trailing behind them. This semester's defense against the dark arts class is destined for chaos. Chapter 120. A failed complaint backfires. Ever since Elia unveiled Professor Bourne's true identity, the defense against the dark arts class had transformed into her waking nightmare. In every lesson, Grindelwald, now appropriately referred to as Professor Bourne, would regard her with that ever-so-sardonic gaze, casually declaring, "Miss Potter, you shall demonstrate today." And thus began the one-sided educational exhibition. "Armor protect. Armor protect. Armor protect. Are you attempting to kill me?" Elia stumbled and rolled to evade as 3 stunning spells detonated where she had just stood. Grindelwald elegantly twirled his wrist, his wand tracing a silver arc. "Do not waste breath in battle, Miss Potter. The enemy will not pause for your respite." Fainting spell. Disarming spell. Obstacle. Merlin's beard. Could you not employ a different spell? Elia barely managed to fend off this barrage. Yet the hem of her robe was singed by the residual energy of a spell. "Defend yourself before you speak," Grindelwald sneered, suddenly shifting tactics. Tarantaligra. Elia's feet were compelled to dance uncontrollably, and she gritted her teeth, wielding her wand. Spellstop. Then quickly followed with disarming spell. The incantation grazed Grindelwald's shoulder, and he raised an eyebrow slightly. Progress, but not swift enough. The classmates transitioned from initial shock and admiration to subsequent sympathy, apathy, and eventually began to place bets. I wager Potter will last 10 minutes today, a Hufflepuff boy whispered, pulling out 2 silver sickles from his pocket. I bet 5 minutes. Sirius lounged lazily against his chair, a mischievous glint in his gray eyes. Professor Bourne learned a nasty curse yesterday. I saw him practicing in his office. James lifted his head from his advanced transfiguration textbook. I bet 3 minutes. Today, Elia consumed merely half a piece of bread for breakfast, undoubtedly compromising her strength. She abruptly turned her head, glaring at them. Are you even human? Taking advantage of the moment, Grindelwald cast a silent spell, which Elia narrowly dodged, though her robe sleeve was singed, leaving a hole. Distracted during the skirmish, Grindelwald feigned a sigh. 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Elia thought to herself, I can no longer endure this. At last, after 3 weeks of relentless torment, Elia reached her breaking point. I've had enough, she exclaimed, slamming her hand on the Gryffindor long table, startling Sirius, who nearly choked on his pudding. I am going to Professor Dumbledore to report this. James's eyes lit up. Are you going to expose Professor Bourne as Professor Grindelwald? No. Elia gritted her teeth, crushing a scone on her plate. I want to report him for abusing students. Remus expressed his concern. Elia, are you sure? What if Professor Dumbledore already knows? Then I shall try anyway, Elia declared, seizing her bag and marching towards the headmaster's office, prepared to endure another month of torment if necessary. After all, things already seemed dire enough. At the entrance of the headmaster's office, Elia stood before the gargoyle, taking a deep breath. Lemon sherbet. The stone creature slowly moved aside, revealing a spiral staircase. Just as she was about to step forward, the door to the headmaster's office swung open. Professor Bourne emerged, his black robes billowing, a hint of a lingering smile upon his face. Upon noticing Elia at the foot of the stairs, that smile swiftly vanished. Elia stammered, Professor Bourne. He narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in his gray-blue gaze. Miss Potter, what brings you here? Elia's mind raced frantically. Think of an excuse quickly. I came to. She let out a nervous laugh, glancing at the half-open door behind Grindelwald, to ask Professor Dumbledore for some sweets. Professor Bourne's expression clearly conveyed, do you take me for a fool? Elia, summoning her courage, squeezed into the headmaster's office. Goodbye, Professor. I'm just going to get some sweets. It was more accurate to say she was pulled in by Grindelwald by the scruff of her neck. Albus, Grindelwald spoke coldly, your student has come to ask for sweets. Inside the office, Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his blue eyes twinkling kindly behind half-moon spectacles. Fawkes chirped gently on his shoulder, and silver objects in the corner exhaled wisps of smoke. Ah, Elia, he said with a warm smile. What brings you here? Elia struggled to steady herself, forcing a smile. Professor, I came to get some lemon sherbet. If I admit I came to report him, I might just perish on the spot. Dumbledore blinked, his gaze shifting between her and Grindelwald, before retrieving a handful of candies from a drawer. Of course, my child. Elia took the sweets, trying to maintain her composure. Thank you, Professor. I shall take my leave now. With that, she turned and fled, her speed akin to that of 100 Voldemorts pursuing her. No, more terrifying than 100 Voldemorts is an enraged Grindelwald. After the office door closed, Dumbledore's smile vanished as he glared at Professor Bourne. Gellert, you are bullying my student again. Grindelwald, no longer inclined to pretend, casually adjusted his cuffs. I am merely training her, Albus. You see, her reaction time is far quicker than last term. Dumbledore sighed, his blue eyes glimmering with exasperation. Isn't it a bit too obvious that you target her in every class? Grindelwald smirked, leaning closer to Dumbledore and whispering, his warm breath brushing against the older man's ear. What can I say? She exposed me. This is punishment. Dumbledore shook his head in resignation. Grindelwald pressed further, his long fingers lightly brushing through the headmaster's silver hair. Besides, you've tacitly approved, Haven to you? Dumbledore huffed lightly, feigning focus on the prophet on his desk. I simply lack the energy to manage your antics. Grindelwald chuckled softly, his gray-blue eyes brimming with affection, and leaned in to kiss Dumbledore's temple, murmuring stubborn. In the corridor, Elia sprinted to the Gryffindor tower, collapsing breathlessly onto a sofa in the common room. Sirius descended the stairs from the boys' dormitory, raising an eyebrow at her. So, how did it go? Did you report him successfully? Elia despondently shook her head. Don't even mention it. I nearly died at the headmaster's door. James looked up from a pile of assignments, his curiosity piqued. What did Professor Dumbledore say? Elia painfully closed her eyes. He gave me a lemon sherbet, and then? Then I ran away. Sirius interjected. So it was all for nothing? Elia buried her face in her hands, despairing. Not only that, but I suspect he will redouble his torment of me. Merlin, how much longer until this term ends? The following day, in defense against the dark arts class, Professor Bourne stood at the podium. His gray-blue eyes scanning the classroom, finally resting upon Elia. He smiled slightly, a grin that sent shivers down her spine. Today, he said slowly, his wand twirling smoothly between his fingers, we shall practice silent spells in combat. Elia thought, this is it. He can't even be bothered to change his excuses. Miss Potter, Grindelwald's voice was as smooth as a serpent's hiss. Please come forward to demonstrate. Elia took a deep breath, standing up as if facing her doom. Sirius discreetly grasped her hand beneath the table, squeezing her fingertips. Be careful, he whispered. Concern evident in his gray eyes, he seems in a foul mood today. Elia forced a smile. When has he ever been in a good mood? As she approached the podium, she noticed Grindelwald wearing a high-necked black robe today, accentuating his tall and slender figure. However, what drew her attention more was the silver ring on his left-hand ring finger, which had not been present during their last duel. The ring was etched with strange runes, glinting coldly in the candlelight. What is that? Some sort of dark magical artifact. Ready, Miss Potter? Grindelwald's voice brought her back to reality. Elia tightened her grip on her wand, assuming a defensive stance. I am ready, Professor. A flicker of appreciation crossed Grindelwald's eyes before he waved his wand. Without a spell or warning, an invisible force slammed into Elia's chest, propelling her backward. The first lesson on silent spells, Grindelwald's voice echoed in the classroom, is learning to anticipate attacks using senses beyond your sight. Elia scrambled to her feet, her chest burning with pain. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to calm down. Anticipate using my senses as I did during training. She closed her eyes, focusing on her ears and skin. The classroom fell silent. She could hear her classmates' breaths, the crackling of the burning candles, and the subtle disturbance in the air to her left. Elia rolled sharply to the right as a red light whizzed past her hair, exploding in sparks against the wall. Excellent, Grindelwald's voice held genuine admiration. Continue. For the next half hour, Elia felt like a mouse toyed with by a cat, darting around the classroom. Gradually, however, she began to anticipate some of the attacks, even successfully blocking a few silent spells. As the time drew to a close, Grindelwald finally sheathed his wand, and Gryffindor gained points, celebrating Miss Potter's remarkable progress. Elia collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, her robes dust-laden. Yet, to her own astonishment, a smile graced her lips. Thank you, Professor, she gasped. Shall we continue tomorrow? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk playing on his lips. As you wish, Miss Potter. Sirius rushed over to assist her back to her seat, muttering under his breath. Have you lost your mind? You're actually asking to continue? Elia wiped the sweat from her brow, her eyes sparkling with an extraordinary light. You don't understand Sirius. He is genuinely teaching me something, albeit in a rather brutal manner. Sirius gazed at her gleaming eyes, shaking his head in resignation. Merlin, it seems you've developed a fondness for the torment. Elia chuckled silently, her gaze drifting to the ring adorning Grindelwald's hand. The runes on the ring shimmered in the sunlight, both alien and familiar. What could it possibly be? Chapter 121. The dazzling star of Hogwarts in Professor Flitwick's Charms classroom. A feather floated gracefully in defiance of gravity, utterly still. The room was enveloped in silence, all students wide-eyed in awe. Perfect. A flawless non-verbal levitation charm, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, standing atop a stack of books, his wand trembling with excitement. Miss Potter, your concentration is simply astounding. Elia expressionlessly retracted her wand, the feather gently descending back onto the desk, a flicker of exhaustion crossing her features. Thank you, Professor, she replied tersely, devoid of any hint of joy. How could one not focus? She silently mused, recalling the harsh curses that awaited her whenever she lost concentration during Professor Bourne's rigorous training. Seems Professor Bourne's special training has been quite effective. Sirius's languid voice drifted from beside her. He propped his chin on his hand, his black hair cascading over his shoulder, and a teasing glint in his gray eyes. Elia shot him a glare, whispering, "Shut it, Sirius, unless you wish to experience my newly learned locking charm." Sirius not only disregarded her warning but smiled even more broadly. He reached out to pinch the taut muscles of her neck, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "Relax. Darling, your nerves are as tight as a bowstring." At last Elia's shoulders relaxed. She had to concede that Sirius had an uncanny ability to sense her emotional shifts. Ever since that fateful encounter with Voldemort, her life had been irrevocably altered. The accolades, the interview with the Daily Prophet, the attention from the entire school, all of it was suffocating. Shall we stroll by the Black Lake after class? Sirius's fingers subtly intertwined with hers. I managed to pilfer a freshly baked lemon pie from the house elf. Elia's lips finally curled into a smile, and she nodded in agreement. The Quidditch pitch shimmered under the September sun. Elia trailed behind her brother James, unable to stifle a yawn. The trials were set for Saturday morning at 8 o'clock. A veritable torture for someone accustomed to sleeping in on weekends. This year, we shall assemble the mightiest team. We will sweep the Quidditch Cup, James proclaimed, flailing his arms in the center of the pitch, resembling an exuberant peacock. Newly appointed as Gryffindor's Quidditch captain, he radiated an excess of energy. Elia rubbed her eyes and surveyed the surroundings, only to be taken aback. The throng at the entrance was far larger than in previous years, with many 6th and 7th year students among them. Why are there so many people this year? She asked, furrowing her brow. James proudly tousled his already disheveled hair. Naturally. It's because of your beloved brother. It's because of Elia. Lily's voice rang out from the stands. The red-haired girl unflinchingly exposed James. The Daily Prophet published an interview last week featuring Elia Potter, the youngest recipient of the Merlin Medal. And now the entire school wishes to meet the heroine who vanquished a dragon and Voldemort. Elia felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Merlin's foul socks. She cursed inwardly. Ever since that wretched interview, she could barely take a few steps in the corridor without being accosted for autographs, handshakes, or even having her wand touched as if it were a relic of divine significance. James cleared his throat and raised his wand to his throat. Silence. The trials commence now. His voice was drowned out by the cacophony of noise. The crowd continued to chatter, and a few Hufflepuff girls even brandished cameras, snapping pictures of Elia. Elia's patience waned. She drew her wand and pointed it at her throat without hesitation. Silence. A sonorous charm erupted, reverberating throughout the Quidditch pitch. Sirius whistled from the stands, his voice cutting through the silence. Cool. Instantly the entire arena fell silent. James blinked in astonishment. Thank you, sister. Elia sheathed her wand with an impassive expression. You're welcome, Captain. James resumed announcing the rules. Today we shall select the chasers. Afterwards, we will test the team's synergy. He pointed to Marlene McKinnon and David Jean in the lineup. They will assess your performance. Several bold Ravenclaw boys raised their hands. Can we have Senior Potter test us? Just as James was about to refuse, Elia interjected with a frosty demeanor. No. Her voice was not loud. Yet it resonated throughout the pitch. In Quidditch, all adhered to the captain's orders. If you are not genuinely interested in joining the team, you may leave now. Do not impede the trials. The air thickened, and no one dared to utter a word. James discreetly gave her a thumbs up. Elia closed her list and whispered to him, I'll come back after the trials. James nodded. Go on. Your large feet are nearly boring a hole through the stand's railing. Elia turned to see that Sirius was indeed squinting at the boys who had dared to request her as a tester, his expression reminiscent of a protective black dog. His arms rested on the railing, his knuckles white from the grip. In the stands, Elia plopped down beside Sirius, leaning into him. Merlin, this is utterly exhausting. Sirius casually wrapped his arm around her, his long fingers deftly kneading the taut muscles at her neck. You performed admirably, Assistant Captain. Elia playfully kicked him. Shut it. Lily stifled a laugh and handed her a pack of chocolate frogs. Being popular is a burden too. Remus chimed in gently, especially when being scrutinized by a throng of fervent admirers. Peter quietly echoed, why yeah. Elia groaned, burying her face in Sirius's shoulder. These people are not here for Quidditch at all. They simply wish to get close to you. Sirius lazily completed her thought, twirling a lock of her hair between his fingers. Unfortunately, they won't have the chance. He deliberately raised his voice, his gray eyes scanning the boys who were still covertly watching Elia. The boys instantly recoiled, pretending to focus on the trials. Lily exaggeratedly rolled her eyes. Could you two refrain from being all lovey-dovey in public? I'm on the verge of developing diabetes. James shouted from afar, Elia, come here. It's time to test the Seekers. Reluctantly, Elia stood up, but not before giving Sirius's face a playful pinch. I'll return to continue my complaints. Sirius grasped her wrist, pressing a kiss into her palm. I'll be waiting. In the center of the pitch, James handed Elia a broomstick. Are you ready? I'm about to release the Golden Snitch. Elia mounted the broom, inhaling deeply. As her fingers closed around the handle, a familiar thrill surged within her. Quidditch was one of the rare moments when she could truly unwind in the sky, free from journalists and admirers, accompanied only by the wind and the sense of liberation. Come on, she declared, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As the whistle blew, the Golden Snitch darted skyward. Alicia propelled herself off the ground, her broomstick soaring forth like an unbridled arrow. The wind howled past her ears, leaving only that flickering golden point in her line of sight. She lowered her body, the broom becoming an extension of herself. With a sharp turn, she was nearly parallel to the ground, eliciting gasps from the crowd. This was the freedom she truly cherished, the exhilaration of speed and pursuit. In the stands, Sirius's gaze followed her every move, a proud smile gracing his lips. His girl was dazzling in the air, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Lily rested her chin on her hand, marveling, she flies so beautifully. Remus smiled. After all, she is our Gryffindor's ace seeker. Peter timidly raised his hand. Should we place bets? I wager Alicia will catch the snitch in 3 minutes. Without glancing back, Sirius replied, I bet 2 minutes. A minute later, Alicia executed a breathtaking dive, capturing the snitch barely 3 feet from the ground. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Sirius laughed heartily. I win. Peter wailed, that's not fair. She's cheating. The evening sun bathed the Quidditch pitch in gold. The selection finally concluded, and James announced the new team roster as the crowd gradually dispersed. Alicia, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto Sirius's back. Carry me back. I can't fly anymore. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Is the Seeker's stamina really that poor? Alicia pinched his waist. Shut up, or you won't be getting any tonight. Lily suddenly covered her mouth. Stop. We're still in public. Remus pretended to be suddenly fascinated by the sky, while Peter curled up, his face flushed. James ruffled his already disheveled hair. Should I pretend I didn't hear that? Alicia's ears turned as red as her Gryffindor scarf. Sirius chuckled, his shoulders shaking, and effortlessly swept Alicia into his arms. Let us go, girlfriend. Alicia buried her face against his chest, her voice muffled. Sirius Black. Put me down. Sirius tightened his grip. No. In the golden light of sunset, the boy held his seeker as they walked toward the castle, followed by a group of laughing friends, with James and Remus even arguing about the new players' performances. Alicia lifted her head from Sirius's chest, observing the scene, and suddenly realized that fame and attention no longer mattered. This was the essence of Hogwarts, the joy of Quidditch, the warmth of friendship. She gazed up at the chiseled line of Sirius's jaw, a wave of warmth flooding her heart. As if sensing her gaze, Sirius lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. What's wrong? Alicia shook her head, resting her head back on his chest. Nothing, just very happy. Sirius did not respond but tightened his embrace a little more. Chapter 122. The Turmoil of Hogsmeade Weekend. The day before Hogsmeade Weekend, the Gryffindor common room radiated warmth. Suddenly, Sirius stood up from the sofa, approached Alicia, who was engrossed in a book, and dramatically knelt on one knee, placing his right hand on his chest in a quintessential gentlemanly gesture. Dear Miss Alicia, his gray eyes sparkled with mischief, his voice intentionally raised an octave. Might I have the honor of inviting you to join me in Hogsmeade tomorrow? The common room fell silent for a moment before erupting into cheers. Alicia stifled a laugh, put down her book, and gracefully lifted an imaginary skirt, feigning a nod. I would be delighted, Mr. Black. Their eyes met, and they both broke into laughter. Merlin's socks, you're even more dramatic than me, Sirius chuckled, rubbing his stomach in mirth. Alicia raised an eyebrow with pride, mutual appreciation. James, observing from the sidelines with sparkling eyes, immediately imitated them, rushing to Lily, who was writing an essay, and dropped to one knee. Miss Lily Evans. I'm not going. Lily interrupted without looking up, decisively cutting him off. I have an appointment with Severus. James's expression fell instantly. That slime ball again. Lily snapped her book shut, tossing her red hair as she retorted, Don't call him that. With that, she turned and left, leaving James frozen in disbelief. Alicia and Sirius quickly flanked him. Calm down. Brother. Don't be rash. I genuinely didn't mean to cause trouble. James protested. I just wanted to invite her to Honeydukes. Alicia patted his shoulder. Bro. That's not how you pursue a girl. Sirius added. Especially when that girl would rather go to Hogsmeade with a slime ball. James retorted. Are you here to comfort me or to stab me in the back? In the village of Hogsmeade, on a sunny Saturday, James was forcibly stuck with Remus and Peter. While Sirius and Alicia had already slipped away, the pair first visited Zonko's joke shop, where Sirius purchased a plethora of hiccup sweets and extendable ears, claiming they were for pranking Slytherin. Next, they strolled into Honeydukes, where Alicia bought a bag of coconut ice, while Sirius opted for the sourest lemon sherbet, grimacing yet refusing to stop. Shall we stop by Madame Pootafoot's for a bit? Sirius suggested, pointing to a small shop next to the Three Broomsticks. Alicia was about to agree when she stepped inside and immediately regretted it. In the dim light, Nearly every couple at the tables was lost in passionate embraces. Alicia. Sirius. They exchanged glances and silently turned to leave. Let us explore the shrieking shack instead. At least there. No one is gnawing on each other's faces. By evening, they encountered James, Remus, and Peter on the path back to Hogwarts. Upon seeing them, James loudly complained, "Hey, remember you have a brother and good friends?" Remus sighed. Those two spent half an hour picking out candy at Honeyduke's. And Peter and I nearly fainted from the sickly sweet air. Peter quietly added. James even tried to eavesdrop on Evans and Snape's conversation with extendable ears. Alicia face-bombed, "Bro. Could you be any less mature?" Just then Lily's voice echoed from behind, "Severus, I really don't believe that spell could be dark magic." The group turned to see Lily and Snape approaching from another path. Snape caught sight of them and immediately wore a sinister smirk. James exploded, "Slimeball. Stay away from Evans." Snape retorted coldly, "Potter. What else can you do besides shout?" As the two were about to clash again, Lily stepped between them. "Enough. Potter, we were simply discussing spells." Snape suddenly raised his voice, "Discussing? Why not just ask your brave sister about the frost wall she used against the dragon last year, which is undoubtedly dark magic?" The air froze instantly. Alicia felt her blood run cold. Snape continued with a mocking grin. "And of course, it was taught to her by your beloved Professor Green. Wasn't he it?" James and Sirius shouted in unison. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Remus furrowed his brow, Peter recoiled in fear, and Lily turned to Alicia in shock. "Alicia, is this true?" Alicia opened her mouth, but could not produce a sound. Snape lifted his chin in triumph. "If I'm lying, why not let her explain herself?" With that, he flicked his cloak and strode away. James, furious, drew his wand. "Stop, Slimeball." Sirius abruptly interposed. "Do not act rashly. He is merely attempting to provoke you." Lily stood still, her green eyes filled with bewilderment. Was that spell truly cast by Elia? Elia took a deep breath, her fingers tightly gripping the cuff of her robe, pondering how to articulate her predicament. Should she confess to employing dark magic? Should she admit that Grindelwald had imparted forbidden knowledge unto her? Suddenly, Sirius clasped her hand. His voice resolute. Regardless of the incantation, Elia wielded it to save a life. That is sufficient. James, having regained his composure, wrapped an arm around his sister's shoulder. Exactly. It is far more commendable than those who merely hide behind books and offer hollow critiques. Lily glanced at Elia's pallid countenance, a deep sigh escaping her lips. "Let us depart. Night is fast approaching." On the journey back to the castle, the matter was not revisited, yet Elia was acutely aware that some questions were ultimately inescapable. Chapter 123. The Truth. The path from Hogsmeade to the castle felt interminably long to Elia. The evening chill, laden with the early frost of winter, seeped through her robes. Yet it paled in comparison to the icy dread induced by Snape's words. Her fingers, tightly clutching her wand, had begun to numb. Yet she stubbornly refused to relinquish her grip, as if it were the sole object she could hold on to. Lily walked ahead, her crimson hair appearing as a silent flame amidst the dim corridor, her posture straighter than usual. James and Sirius flanked her, resembling vigilant knight statues, ready to shield her from any threat. Remus trailed behind, his brow furrowed, evidently mulling over Snape's accusations. Peter had excused himself, claiming a headache, as he was not adept at confronting such tense situations. As the portrait of the fat lady swung open, Elia inhaled deeply and halted the others who were about to ascend the staircase. "Wait." Her voice was as delicate as a leaf falling upon the cobblestones. "I have something to discuss." Sirius immediately turned, his gray eyes glinting with alertness in the glow of the fire. James had already placed a hand on his wand, while Remus leaned slightly forward, as if bracing for some heavy revelation. To the room of requirement, Elia whispered, her gaze sweeping across each familiar face. "Lily should come too." Lily's green eyes widened in surprise, but she merely nodded, her fingers unconsciously twisting the fringe of her scarf. The room of requirement responded to Elia's urgent need for a concealed haven, conjuring a warm sitting room. The flames in the hearth danced, casting flickering shadows upon the 5 youthful visages. A circle of deep red sofas surrounded a carpet embroidered with the Gryffindor lion, which, in that moment, seemed to roar silently. Elia chose a seat with her back to the fireplace, thus avoiding direct eye contact with anyone. She could sense Sirius's gaze sweeping over her face like a searchlight, James's fingers drumming anxiously on his knee, while Remus maintained his characteristic, contemplative silence. Elia's head hung low, her fingers intertwined tightly, knuckles whitening. Professor Bourne was Grindelwald. What? James sprang from the sofa, his glasses sliding to the tip of his nose. That dark wizard. Are you jesting? Remus's complexion turned ashen, resembling parchment. That cannot be. How could Professor Dumbledore permit this? His voice trailed off as he suddenly contemplated a dreadful possibility. Lily gasped, her green eyes now wide with shock. Sirius remained silent. Yet Elia could distinctly hear the crack of his knuckles. He was incredulous, despite his expression remaining nearly unchanged. Elia, Sirius's voice was unnaturally calm. Akin to steel tempered in ice. How do you know Grindelwald? He should be imprisoned in Nurmengard. Elia bit her lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood. I was the one who rescued him. What? This time, even Sirius stood up. When did this occur? During the summer of our 3rd year. Elia directed her gaze towards James, seeking a semblance of courage from him. Do you remember? That day you mentioned watching the dragon show together, while I claimed I needed to finish Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration essay. James's expression shifted dramatically, the memory striking him like lightning. So you never wrote that essay? You went to Austria, Elia whispered, her voice barely audible above the crackling fire. To Nurmengard. The room fell into an oppressive silence, the only sound being the flames consuming the firewood. The 5 of them seemed petrified, even their breaths becoming cautious. Sirius abruptly crouched before Elia, grasping her shoulders, compelling her to meet his gaze. Why? His gray eyes were sharp as daggers, piercing into her very soul. Why would you take such a monumental risk to rescue a dark wizard? In his pupils, Elia saw her reflection, so small, so fragile, yet so resolute. She inhaled deeply, the familiar scent of pine and mint from Sirius providing her a measure of calm. Because I need his assistance to destroy the Horcruxes and save Professor Dumbledore. The truth she had long concealed finally escaped her lips. Horcruxes? Remus seized upon the key term, his voice trembling slightly with shock. You mean Voldemort's? Elia nodded, a strand of red hair escaping her braid and falling before her eyes. In our 3rd year, Professor Dumbledore and I discovered a ring belonging to Marvolo Gaunt in the Gaunt mansion. The Gaunt family, Remus began to elucidate instinctively, a habit born of facing complex situations, are descendants of Salazar Slytherin, infamous for their madness and extreme pureblood ideology. That ring bears a curse, Elia interjected, her tone suddenly resolute. A very powerful curse. Ordinary magic cannot destroy it. It must be incinerated with Fiendfyre, and currently, the most adept practitioner of Fiendfyre is Grindelwald. Lily gasped, covering her mouth, a small sound of astonishment escaping through her fingers. So you sought him out for? To save Dumbledore, Elia's voice quavered, recalling the memory of Dumbledore's charred hand. Without Fiendfyre, anyone who touched the ring would perish. The room fell silent once more. James's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions before he finally collapsed back onto the sofa, fingers raking through his already disheveled black hair. Merlin, I can't believe you kept this from us for so long. Sirius continued to scrutinize Elia, the sharpness in his gaze gradually replaced by a more complex emotion. So Grindelwald taught you dark magic because of a bargain? Elia replied with a bitter smile, the curve of her lips as sour as an unripe lemon. I set him free, and he imparted the spells I needed, including the Frost Wall to combat dragons. It is indeed dark magic, yet Snape was not mistaken. It saved my life. Lily suddenly spoke up, her tone gentle yet firm. Does Professor Dumbledore know about Grindelwald's presence here? Elia hesitated, her gaze drifting to the tapestry above the fireplace. He knows. Not only knows but has also condoned it. Remus astutely noted her pause, but weren't they sworn enemies? The duel in 1945. Elia opened her mouth, suddenly at a loss for how to explain the intricate relationship between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. They were not merely foes but once kindred spirits, bound by blood oaths, indelible marks in each other's lives. Sirius suddenly scoffed, his voice like shards of ice clashing together. It appears our headmaster harbors many secrets. Black. Lily frowned, her red hair dancing like flames upon her shoulders. You cannot be serious. He is correct. James unexpectedly sided with Sirius, his brow furrowed. This matter is utterly absurd. Elia ventured forth to rescue a dark wizard, and Dumbledore tacitly permitted him to teach at the school? Elia wearily massaged her temples, where a vein pulsed insistently. I understand this is difficult to accept, but please trust that I have my reasons. Sirius remained silent for an extended period, long enough for Elia to believe he would not speak again. Suddenly, he posed the question she most dreaded. How many more secrets are you hiding from us? Elia met his gaze, her heart tightening painfully, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Too many. Regarding the time travel, the future, the fates of all, and the countless nights she was awakened by nightmares of Sirius vanishing behind the veil of the Department of Mysteries. Yet all she could say was, no more. This is the last secret. After a prolonged silence, James suddenly leaped up and enveloped Elia in a bare hug, the force of which made her ribs ache. Merlin, How could you undertake such a perilous task alone? Next time, take me with you. Ilia was taken aback. The familiar scent of her brother's citrus-scented shampoo enveloping her. You're not angry? Of course I'm angry. James released her, his voice exasperated. Yet the concern in his eyes outweighed his irritation. But you did it to save Dumbledore and succeeded, right? The ring is destroyed? Ilia nodded, her throat tightening unexpectedly. Remus offered a bittersweet smile tinged with resignation. Though it sounds like a tale from a far-off land, if it were you, Ilia, I wouldn't be surprised. You have always been, he paused, searching for the right words, braver than we could ever imagine. Lily hesitated for a moment before finally grasping Ilia's hand. Her palm warm and dry. I believe you have your reasons, just please don't take such risks alone again. Ilia felt her eyes prick with warmth, hastily blinking to prevent tears from betraying her. Finally, she turned to Sirius, who had remained silent, his deep gaze fixed upon her. As profound as the waters of the Black Lake. Sirius, she whispered his name, her voice barely audible. He inhaled deeply and suddenly pulled her into his embrace. The sound of his heartbeat resonated through his chest, quick and heavy. You are truly mad, Ilia. His voice trembled, laden with suppressed emotion, but thankfully, you are a living madwoman. Ilia buried her face in his chest, finally exhaling, the tension in her shoulders easing for the first time. They accepted her. Despite the incredulity. Despite their myriad questions, they chose to trust her. This trust was more precious than any magic. As they departed the room of requirement, Sirius lingered behind, gently grasping Ilia's wrist. There's one more question, what? She turned, noting the unusual gravity of his expression. Why would Grindelwald be willing to assist you? Sirius narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing. Was it merely for freedom? Ilia hesitated, her gaze drifting towards the window at the end of the corridor, where the shimmering surface of the Black Lake was faintly visible. Ultimately, she whispered. Because of Dumbledore. Sirius raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Just as I thought. They exchanged a knowing smile, their fingers entwined as they made their way to Gryffindor Tower. Chapter 124. A meeting in the astronomical tower. In the corridors of Hogwarts, Ilia clutched the hefty tome, Advanced Charms Theory, as she ambled toward Gryffindor Tower. Sunlight streamed through the lofty windows, casting golden rays upon the ancient stone bricks. Ever since she had confided in her friends about Grindelwald and the Horcruxes the night before, she had anticipated an array of scrutinizing glances or cautious probing. To her surprise, however, during breakfast, James still piled her plate high with bacon. Sirius habitually swapped her pumpkin juice for orange juice, and Lily and Remus continued to engage her in discussions about their charms homework as usual. They accepted her, along with her lies and secrets. Ilia couldn't help but smile as she rounded a corner, nearly colliding with a human wall. Sirius was leaning against a stone pillar, waiting for her. What are you lost in thought about? He reached out to take the book from her arms, barely glancing at the path ahead. It's nothing. She shook her head, tucking a rebellious strand of red hair behind her ear. But did you really not tell Peter? She asked in a hushed tone. Sirius raised an eyebrow, a flicker of confusion crossing his gray eyes. No, we collectively deemed that Peter is too timid. Telling him would likely leave him in a perpetual state of anxiety, so we refrained. He tilted his head, scrutinizing Ilia. What's the matter? Ilia lowered her gaze, concealing the turmoil within her. It's nothing. You all made the right choice. Sirius regarded Ilia intently, his gaze seeming to penetrate her skin, reaching the most secret corners of her heart. He always had this way about him, appearing nonchalant yet more perceptive than anyone else. Ilia knew he sensed something. Those secrets she wasn't ready to voice yet, lingering like phantoms between them. It's all right, he finally said softly, his fingers brushing across her wrist. I'll wait for the day you feel ready to share everything. Ilia's heart skipped a beat, but she merely nodded, pretending not to notice the inquisitive glint in Sirius's eyes. Just then, a low murmur of conversation echoed around the corner. Several Slytherin students huddled together, with Regulus Black at the forefront. Compared to the somewhat youthful boy he had been in their third year, Regulus now appeared even more pallid and gaunt. A shadow of gloom cast over his features. Ever since Sirius was disowned by the family, all the pressures of the Black lineage had fallen upon him. Ilia noted a silver serpent cufflink adorning his sleeve, a symbol of Slytherin's pureblood elite. Sirius's demeanor instantly hardened, instinctively positioning himself in front of Ilia. Yet she gently pressed down on his arm. No, she whispered, let me handle this. Regulus seemed to sense their gaze, his gray-blue eyes coldly sweeping over. The moment their eyes met, Ilia strode forward without hesitation, slipping a folded note into his palm as they brushed past each other. 8 o'clock, Astronomical Tower. I'll be waiting for you. Her voice was barely loud enough for him to hear. She did not linger nor look back. Yet she felt Regulus's gaze fixed on her back until she vanished at the end of the corridor. Sirius's eyes darted between them. A frown etched upon his brow. The night breeze in the astronomical tower carried the chill of early autumn. Ilia leaned against the stone railing, gazing at the indistinct outline of the forbidden forest in the distance. It was well past 8, and Regulus had yet to arrive. Ilia began to doubt her judgment. Perhaps he had been thoroughly corrupted by the Black family's pureblood ideology, or perhaps she had overestimated her influence over him. Just as she was about to give up, hesitant footsteps finally echoed on the stone stairs. Regulus appeared at the top of the staircase, his black robe embroidered with silver threads glinting coldly in the moonlight. His complexion was even paler than during the day, dark circles under his eyes suggesting he hadn't slept properly in quite some time. "You shouldn't have summoned me here." His voice was colder than the night breeze, a black in a Potter. "What if someone sees us? But here we are." Ilia turned to face him, the moonlight illuminating her resolute eyes, which indicated that you also wish to know what I have to say, do you not? Regulus's fingers absent-mindedly caressed the serpent cufflink, a symbol of the Black family's glory. "State your purpose." "I don't have all night to indulge in your Gryffindor heroics." Ilia inhaled deeply, the night air infused with the essence of the forbidden forest filling her lungs. "I hope you will not join the Death Eaters." The wand was suddenly pressed against her throat, and a glint of danger flashed in Regulus's eyes, resembling an enraged serpent. "Do you comprehend the words that escape your lips?" His voice was a low growl, imbued with an unmistakable threat. "I could end you right now." "Kill me?" Ilia regarded him with calm composure, not retreating an inch. "You wouldn't dare, Regulus. If that were your intention, you wouldn't have come to see me." "I am acutely aware," she continued, her gaze unwavering. "Just as I am aware of the advanced potion-making notes concealed within your sleeve, and your weekly excursions to the restricted section of the library every Wednesday night to investigate Voldemort's identity." Regulus's hand trembled slightly. "You've been watching me?" "No," Ilia replied, shaking her head gently. "I simply possess knowledge beyond that of an ordinary person." The night breeze stirred a strand of her hair as she produced a piece of yellowed parchment from her pocket. "Take a look at this." Regulus took it warily, his wand still aimed at her. The parchment bore a blurred family tree, labeled with the name of the Gaunt family. Next to the final name stood the shocking inscription, Tom Marvolo Riddle. "This is Voldemort's true lineage." Ilia's voice was soft. "He is not pureblood, Regulus. He has deceived everyone, including your own Black family." Regulus's grip suddenly tightened, crumpling the parchment in his fingers. "That is impossible," he stammered, though his voice lacked its earlier conviction. "You have harbored doubts for some time now, have you not?" Ilia stepped forward, the moonlight illuminating her pale face, revealing the shadows beneath her eyes. Those rumors regarding his changing appearance, his obsession with Muggle-born wizards, his disdain for his heritage, he seeks to obliterate anyone who shares his likeness. "Enough." Regulus recoiled sharply, sparks flying from the tip of his wand. "Even if this is true, why tell me? You know my brother." "It is precisely because Sirius is your brother," Ilia interrupted, "that I know you are different, Regulus. You still value the honor of your family, true honor, not the twisted version espoused by Voldemort." The corner of Regulus's mouth twitched imperceptibly, the tip of his wand drooping slightly. In the moonlight, his complexion appeared almost translucent, the shadows beneath his eyes deepening. "And he is nearing his end." Ilia's voice was gentle yet piercing. "He is fracturing his own soul, creating Horcruxes that will drive him further into madness, weakening him until he ultimately fails." Regulus's hand trembled more noticeably. "How do you know this?" His voice quivered for the first time. "It matters not." Ilia shook her head. "What matters is that you do not yet bear the dark mark. There is still time." She stepped forward, and this time, Regulus did not retreat. Ilia met his gaze directly. "The honor of the Black family should not be founded upon lies and slaughter. Reflect on what you truly wish to protect." A subtle fissure appeared in Regulus's expression, like water flowing beneath a frozen surface. He glanced down at the parchment in his hand, then back at Ilia, his gray-blue eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of emotions. "When you have come to a conclusion, seek me out," Ilia softly instructed, then turned to descend the stairs without looking back. Chapter 125. Between Brothers. Ilia descended the spiral staircase of the Astronomy Tower, the night wind whispering in her ear, infused with the unique mystique of Hogwarts after dark. The stone steps were cold and slick, her fingers lightly grazing the wall, feeling the pulse of the ancient castle. "He will understand," she murmured to herself, her voice dissipating into the winding staircase. She was uncertain of the choice Regulus would ultimately make, yet she had glimpsed the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a seed of hope. As long as the seed remained, there was potential for it to sprout. Upon pushing open the portrait of the fat lady, the warm orange glow of the Gryffindor common room spilled forth like welcoming arms. Most students had already retired for the night, save for one who was curled up in the largest armchair by the fireplace. Sirius lounged, his long legs draped over the footstool, an advanced transfiguration guide sprawled across his lap, yet he had not turned a single page for some time. Hearing her approach, he lifted his gaze, his gray eyes appearing particularly profound in the shadows. "Where have you been?" His voice was unnaturally calm, as though he were suppressing something. Elia approached him slowly, the oak floor creaking beneath her feet, echoing her anxious heartbeat. She knew Sirius had already seen her movements on the Marauders map. His question was merely a prelude. "I went to see Regulus," she stated as she settled into the armchair beside him, close enough to inhale the familiar sense of pine and parchment that clung to him. Sirius's fingers tightened instantly, the pages crumpling beneath his grip. A corner of the Marauders map peeked from his pocket, the edge of the parchment already frayed. Elia noticed the whiteness of his knuckles, as if he were straining to contain himself. "What business do you have with him?" His voice was so low it was nearly inaudible, each word seemingly squeezed from between clenched teeth. "That Death Eater in training." Elia hesitated before replying. She reached for Sirius's hand, feeling his long fingers tremble slightly in her palm, like a wounded creature. His skin was cold, a stark contrast to the warmth of the common room. "I went to persuade him not to join the Death Eaters," she whispered, gently stroking the back of his hand in an attempt to impart warmth. Sirius abruptly withdrew his hand, emitting a short, bitter laugh. He stood and walked to the fireplace, his tall figure casting a long shadow in the flickering light. "Do you think a few words will sway him? Once a black decides something, not even 10 thestrals could pull them back." Elia observed the rigid line of his back. In the firelight, she saw his hands clenched at his sides, knuckles white. She understood this posture all too well. It was a manifestation of Sirius Black's anguish, shrouded in anger yet concealing an unfathomable sorrow. "Sirius," she approached him from behind, her voice soft yet resolute. "I know you still care for him." "I care for him?" Sirius whirled around, his gray eyes ablaze with a fury Elia had never witnessed before. He swept his hand through his tousled black hair, the motion revealing a scar on his wrist, an echo of his disownment, glimmering in the firelight. "He chose that family. Chose their pureblood madness." His voice faltered abruptly. Sirius suddenly turned his back to the fireplace, his shoulders trembling slightly. In the firelight, Elia witnessed a single tear fall into the flames, producing a faint hissing sound. Her heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. Gently, she wrapped her arms around Sirius's waist, pressing her face against his taut back. Through his thin shirt, she could feel the rapid thud of his heart. "Akin to a caged beast." "Sirius," she murmured, "your disownment is not your fault, nor is it his." Sirius's breathing grew labored, as if an unseen weight bore down upon his chest. "There is no hope left, Elia," he rasped, his voice hoarse and broken. "He has already become Voldemort's servant." Elia tightened her embrace, feeling the tremors of his body. She recalled Regulus's fate in another world. The brave boy who faced the terror of the Fiendfyre Lake alone, sacrificing his life to destroy a Horcrux. A story that Sirius would never come to know. "It is possible, believe me," she whispered, pressing her lips to the spot just above his shoulder blade, her voice as soft as a sigh. "I will bring Regulus back." Sirius remained silent for a protracted period, the faint sound of Mrs. Weasley's snoring drifting from afar. The clock in the lounge ticked rhythmically, elongating time into delicate strands. At last he turned, burying his face in the crook of Elia's neck. His breath, hot against her skin, carried a suppressed sob. "Why are you so certain?" His voice was muffled, tinged with a vulnerability that Elia had never before encountered. She raised her hand to caress his taut back, a gesture that always managed to ease Sirius, much like soothing an injured hound. She could feel his muscles gradually relaxing beneath her touch. "Because I have seen things that you have not," she whispered. As Sirius lifted his head, the firelight flickered in his eyes, revealing specks of gold, reminiscent of stars scattered across the night sky. Elia cradled his face, her thumb gently brushing against the reddened corner of his eye. "Sirius, I hope you promise me one thing." "What?" he asked cautiously, the fragility in his gray eyes swiftly replaced by a wary guard. As though he had suddenly realized he had exposed too much emotion, Elia inhaled deeply, aware that her next words would touch the deepest wounds within Sirius. "If I ask you to accompany me to see Regulus, I hope you will not refuse me." Sirius's pupils constricted slightly, as if pricked by an invisible needle. He stepped back, breaking free from her touch. Elia's voice carried a note of warning. The familiar, guarded Sirius had returned. "Promise me," she insisted, stepping forward to firmly grasp his hand. The fire in the hearth began to dwindle, the embers glowing faintly. Sirius took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling dramatically. Elia could sense the tumult within him, the conflict between concern for his brother and the anger of familial betrayal raging within his heart. Ultimately he nodded, a minuscule motion barely perceptible. All right. Elia leaned into his embrace, closing her eyes. In the darkness, memories of another world flashed before her. The bewildered gaze of Sirius as he fell into the curtain, the unopened letter in Harry's hand, and the black and white photograph of Regulus, eternally frozen at 18. In that tale, he would never uncover what Regulus had done before his passing. Her arms tightened around Sirius's back, as if to anchor him firmly in this world. Thank you for trusting me, she murmured softly. Sirius rested his chin atop her head, his voice resonating from deep within his chest, carrying a slight tremor. You have always trusted me more. Elia smiled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She knew the road ahead was long. Regulus would not easily change, Voldemort's shadow loomed ever larger, and Peter's betrayal might already be brewing. Yet in this moment, within this warm embrace, she allowed herself to temporarily forget the weight of the future. We will change everything, she softly promised, unsure if her words were directed at Sirius or at the souls lost in her memories. Chapter 126. The Golden Snitch and Brotherhood. The sky above the Quidditch pitch was a pristine blue, sunlight bathing the green field and reflecting off the fiery robes of the Gryffindor players. James stood in the preparation area, his fingers incessantly tapping the broom handle, his brow furrowed as he focused intently on the tactical board. James, relax a bit, Elia said as she approached him, lightly patting his shoulder. You are the captain of the Seekers. What is one mere Quidditch match? James took a deep breath, forcing a smile. This is my first match as captain. If we lose. We won't lose, Elia interrupted, her lips curling into a confident smile. I'm here. The whistle blew, and the Gryffindor players soared out on their brooms. The stadium erupted into deafening cheers. Gryffindor. Elia Potter. Gryffindor. Elia Potter. Elia spiraled through the air, waving to the stands, inciting even more frenzied screams. She caught sight of Sirius, Lily and Remus standing in the front row, fervently waving at her. But their voices were completely drowned out by the wave of cheers. Today's opponents were Slytherin. Elia's gaze swept across the field, landing on Regulus, who hovered nearby, his green robes billowing in the wind. His expression was stern, and his gray-blue eyes remained fixed ahead, deliberately avoiding her gaze. The match begins, James commanded decisively, and the Gryffindor chasers, under his guidance, scored repeatedly. Elia soared high above, her eyes keenly searching for the elusive Golden Snitch. Regulus lingered in the vicinity, yet his attention seemed unfocused, his gaze wandering as if lost in thought. At that moment, Elia caught sight of a rogue bludger hurtling towards Regulus at an astonishing speed. He appeared entirely oblivious, still absorbed in his musings. Watch out, Elia cried, diving swiftly and shouting to the nearest beater teammate, give me your bat. Without hesitation, her teammate tossed the bat to her. Elia caught it deftly and accelerated toward Regulus, delivering a forceful blow just as the bludger was about to strike him. Thud. The bludger was sent careening away, narrowly missing the tail of Regulus's broom. He jolted back to reality, shock evident as he turned to look at Elia. She merely raised an eyebrow at him, then tossed the bat back to her teammate, flying off without a backward glance. Regulus stood frozen for a moment. But in the next instant, he realized something. Elia's actions had been too decisive, as if she had a predetermined aim. She had spotted the Golden Snitch. Regulus immediately redirected his broom, pursuing her. But it was too late. Elia, like a streak of red lightning, dove towards a section of the stands below. Her fingers gleamed with golden light as she grasped the snitch. Gryffindor wins. The stadium erupted, cheers nearly shaking the heavens. Elia held the Golden Snitch aloft, soaring towards James, and they high-fived enthusiastically in midair. Well done, Captain, Elia called out, her laughter ringing out. James grinned widely. You are our ace. As they landed, Sirius had already dashed down from the stands, enveloping Elia in an exuberant embrace and spinning her around. That was amazing, he whispered excitedly in her ear, gratitude evident in his voice. Thank you. Elia paused momentarily, then understood his meaning. He had witnessed her saving Regulus. She pulled back slightly, winking at Sirius with an air of triumph. So, are you no longer being stubborn? Sirius snorted but could not suppress a smile. He ruffled her hair, murmuring, I just didn't expect you to do that. Elia laughed as she linked her arm with his. Because I know you care about him. Sirius did not contest this, his gaze drifting towards Regulus, who was walking alone toward the Slytherin locker room, his silhouette lonely and silent. Elia squeezed Sirius's hand gently. Take it slow, he will understand. Sirius inhaled deeply and nodded. Chapter 127. The Secret of Christmas Eve. The steam from the Hogwarts Express enveloped the platform as students bustled aboard, preparing to return home for the Christmas holidays. Lily stood at the carriage door, her red hair fluttering slightly in the chilly wind, waving at Elia. "Really not going back?" Lily asked, concern evident in her green eyes. Elia shook her head, smiling as she replied, "No, my parents are on holiday in France this year. It's actually more lively staying at school." Lily nodded, offering a few more reminders before turning to board the train. A glance from Elia inadvertently swept across the platform, where Regulus stood alone beside the carriage, his black robe accentuating the pallor of his complexion. He seemed to sense Elia's gaze, his slate blue eyes coldly meeting hers for a fleeting moment before he expressionlessly turned and boarded the train. This Christmas, it seemed, would usher in a myriad of events. Elia watched the departing train, exhaling a plume of white mist, before slowly turning to make her way back to the castle. The great hall lay desolate, occupied only by a handful of students scattered here and there. As Elia entered, she spotted Sirius, James, and Remus huddled around a piece of parchment, whispering intently about something. She quietly approached, discovering they were refining the Marauders map, which had already revealed parts of Hogwarts corridors and rooms, with several small dots indicating the names of the students present. "Is the full moon approaching?" Elia inquired softly, glancing at Remus. He nodded, his face slightly pale, dark circles under his eyes. "Yes, tomorrow night." Elia patted his shoulder reassuringly. "You have us with you this time. There's no need to worry." Remus cast her a grateful glance, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Elia casually picked up a glass of orange juice, her gaze drifting to the Slytherin table where Snape sat in the corner, furtively watching them with a brooding and scrutinizing expression. Memories surged forth. Sirius had once lured Snape to the Shrieking Shack during their 5th year. Surely, it couldn't be that coincidental? On the night of the full moon, the fire in the Gryffindor common room crackled. Sirius and James excitedly unfurled the parchment, presenting the completed Marauders map to Elia. "We've finally done it," James declared proudly. "Now the entirety of Hogwarts is under our control." Elia feigned surprise and marveled at their achievement, then blinked. "James, may I borrow it for a day?" James generously handed it over. "Of course. Just don't lose it. It's our labor of love." Elia accepted the map, pretending to casually glance it over. And indeed, in the corner, she spotted Severus Snape's dot sneaking along the corridor, while not far ahead was the mark of Sirius Black. The two dots soon overlapped. Elia's heart sank. When Sirius returned to the common room, Elia immediately pulled him into a corner. "Did you lure Snape to the Shrieking Shack?" Sirius raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. "Yes, so what? Let him witness our little secret." Elia facepalmed. "Sirius, that's reckless. If Snape discovers Remus's secret, Remus will be expelled." Sirius's smile instantly froze, his complexion draining of color. "Merlin's beard, I didn't consider that." "There's still time to stop this," Elia quickly said. "Go find James and have him stay with Remus. I'll intercept Snape." Utilizing the Marauders map, Elia adeptly intercepted Snape in the corridor outside the Great Hall. "Step aside, Potter," Snape said coldly, his dark eyes filled with derision. "I have no time for games." "I know what you're about to do." Elia grasped his sleeve, pulling him into an empty classroom. "But I advise you to stop." Snape shook her off, his gaze venomous. "Do you think you can command me?" Elia held his gaze. "It seems my words from last year fell on deaf ears." "I also told you to stay away from Lily," Snape sneered. "But you didn't listen." Elia noticed his hand subtly reaching for his wand, and immediately spoke. "What, planning to use your newly devised spell against me? Let me guess, is it Sectum Sempra?" Snape's pupils dilated in shock. Without waiting for his reaction, Elia drew her wand, fluidly casting Sectum Sempra. An invisible blade sliced through the air, neatly cleaving a stack of books in the corner of the classroom. Snape's face turned ashen. "How do you know that spell?" His voice was nearly hoarse. "And how do you know?" Elia did not respond, merely coolly stating, "Don't you admire that Voldemort? What if I told you your master is on the brink of death? Would you still wish to follow him?" Snape stood frozen as if struck by lightning. "For Lily Snape." Elia turned towards the door, her voice low. "Stop this." Her hand rested on the doorknob. She glanced back once more, a word of caution. "If you wish to live, keep your distance from the Whomping Willow. Curiosity can be deadly." With that, she pushed the door open and departed, leaving Snape standing in the empty classroom, his expression a tumult of emotions. Elia hastened to a secluded corner, retrieving her wand from her robes, whispering, "Animagus transformation." With a faint sound of bone restructuring, a silvery white cat emerged from the folds of her school robes, nimbly darting into the depths of the corridor, heading straight for the Shrieking Shack. Chapter 128. The Shrieking Shack. The silvery white cat glided silently through the passage beneath the whomping willow, its delicate paws scarcely making a sound on the damp earth. Elia's eyes shimmered with a glimmer in the dark as her keen ears caught every distant sound. The low growl of a werewolf, the heavy hoofbeats of James transformed into a stag, and the panting of Sirius in his great black dog form. She quickened her pace, finally skidding to a halt before the dilapidated wooden door of the Shrieking Shack, reverting to her human form before thrusting the door open. The sight before her caused her breath to catch. Remus had fully transformed into a werewolf, his gray-brown fur bristling, fangs glinting coldly in the moonlight. James, in his stag form, was pressing against him with his antlers, attempting to push him back into the corner, while Sirius, as a large black dog, growled nearby, poised to leap in to help. "Step back," Elia shouted, the tip of her wand bursting forth with a dazzling silver light. "Expecto Patronum." A silvery cat Patronus leapt from her wand, swiftly followed by James S. and Sirius S., multiple guardians elegantly circling around the werewolf. Remus S. movements noticeably slowed, a flicker of confusion flashing in his blood-red eyes. Seizing the moment, James and Sirius transformed back into their human forms, panting heavily as they faced Elia. "What are you doing here?" "No time to explain," Elia said, her gaze fixed on Remus. "First, we need to calm him down." At dawn, in the attic of the Shrieking Shack, Remus lay weakly curled in a pile of tattered blankets, his complexion as pale as parchment. His robe was torn in several places, shallow scratches marring his arms, evidence of his struggles. James handed him a cup of hot chocolate, which Remus tremulously accepted, murmuring his thanks. Elia gently nudged Sirius's back with her wand. "Apologize." Sirius bit his lip, guilt nearly spilling from his gray eyes. "Moony eye. I have something to tell you." Remus lifted his head, weary yet puzzled. "What is it?" Sirius took a deep breath, recounting the events in full, how he had deliberately lured Snape to the Shrieking Shack, nearly exposing Remus's secret, and how Elia had intervened just in time to avert disaster. Remus's face grew increasingly pale as he gripped the edge of the blanket tightly. "Sirius, how could you?" James shook his head beside them. "Merlin, Padfoot. Aren't you supposed to be clever? How did you become so reckless this time?" "At least Elia stopped Snape," Sirius murmured, his gaze averted from Remus. "Otherwise I..." Remus remained silent for a long while, eventually turning to look at Elia, his eyes brimming with a myriad of complex emotions. "Thank you, Elia." Elia merely nodded gently in response. James, filled with curiosity, leaned in closer. "By the way, how did you manage to convince that Snape fellow to back down? He certainly isn't someone who is easily swayed." Elia shrugged. "I revealed a few things to him." "What things?" James pressed on. "Some things he needed to know," Elia replied, avoiding his gaze, her tone nonchalant. Sirius, keenly perceptive, noticed her evasion, his eyes narrowing slightly. He knew Elia too well. She was concealing something. As they journeyed back to the castle, the morning light began to break, illuminating the four weary figures slowly making their way toward Hogwarts. Remus, supported by James and Sirius, walked with a somewhat unsteady gait. Sirius intentionally slowed his pace, falling in step beside Elia. "What exactly did you say to Snape?" he inquired. Elia glanced at him, feigning ease as she smiled. "Oh, nothing much, just gave him a bit of a scare." Sirius would not let her off the hook. He caught the fleeting hesitation in her eyes. "Elia, there shouldn't be any secrets between us." Elia's steps faltered momentarily before she sighed. "Sirius, there are certain things I cannot disclose just yet." Once again, Sirius's voice grew somber, just like when you suddenly learned about Regulus, and then mastered so many intricate spells, and became so astutely aware of the future. Elia offered no reply, hastening her steps to catch up with James and Remus ahead. Sirius stood still, watching her retreating figure, his brow furrowed in concern. He was determined to uncover her secret. Chapter 129. The Wandering Brothers. The end-of-year exams for fifth-year students loomed like an invisible mountain, nearly suffocating the Marauders and Lily. The Gryffindor common room was cluttered with parchment and textbooks. Ink bottles lay askew, and quill feathers littered the floor. Lily rested her forehead against the pages of advanced potion-making, her red hair disheveled, as she recited potion formulas under her breath. Elia looked up, her eyes filled with exhaustion and envy. "How can you be so at ease? You've memorized that enormous theory of magic book?" Elia, leisurely perched with her legs crossed by the window, held a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and upon hearing this, blinked and replied, "Perhaps I'm just fortunate." James, lifting his head from a pile of Transfiguration notes, his hair tousled as if struck by lightning, exclaimed, "Is that what you call luck? You scored full marks in arithmetic divination. That is hardly something anyone can learn." Sirius lounged against the armrest of the sofa, his gaze fixed intently on Elia. She must have some secret study method she hasn't shared with us. Elia closed her book, grinning as she said, if you had experienced the educational pace of my hometown, you might feel the same way. Your hometown? Remus inquired. Curiosity piqued. Is the academic pressure in Godric's Hollow intense? Elia nearly choked on her own words. I meant I had consulted Professor Dumbledore there for a while. She quickly stood up. You all continue studying. I'll head to the Great Hall to fetch some food for you. As Elia pushed open the fat lady's portrait, she spotted a familiar figure lingering around the corner of the corridor, Regulus Black. He wore his Slytherin robes, his fingers incessantly fiddling with the silver clasp on his sleeve, his gray-blue eyes occasionally darting toward the entrance of the Gryffindor common room before swiftly averting. His complexion appeared even paler than the last time they met, faint shadows under his eyes, indicating he had not been faring well of late. Just as Elia was about to speak, Regulus sensed her presence. His body stiffened visibly, lips parting slightly as if he wished to say something. What are you doing here? A low voice emanated from behind Elia. Sirius had appeared unannounced, standing behind her, his gray eyes coldly fixed on Regulus. Yet Elia knew Sirius too well. Though his voice was frosty, his fingertips trembled slightly, and he unconsciously moved a step forward. This proud creature was clearly pleased to see his brother. Upon seeing Sirius, Regulus's expression instantly hardened. He took a step back, his voice eerily calm. Nothing, I must have taken a wrong turn. With that, he turned to leave. Elia sighed inwardly. Regulus was not yet ready to confront Sirius. She gently tugged at Sirius's sleeve, signaling him not to pursue. Sirius frowned but ultimately remained still. Once Regulus's figure vanished at the corridor's end, Elia turned to Sirius. Why did you follow me out? Sirius promptly donned his usual nonchalant demeanor, lazily leaning against the wall. Of course, I came to accompany you to the Great Hall. Would I let you carry food for several people all by yourself? Elia raised an eyebrow. How considerate of you. Always thoughtful, Sirius shrugged, casually draping an arm around her shoulder. Let us go. If we tarry any longer, the pumpkin pasties will grow cold. Elia shook her head with a smile, not pondering further. She failed to notice that Sirius's gray eyes were contemplatively fixed on the direction where Regulus had disappeared. She was also oblivious to the folded parchment he clutched in his other hand. A secret note he had pilfered from Regulus, the circumstances of which remained unknown to her. Secrets from Sirius's perspective. Once Elia entered the Great Hall, Sirius quickly unfolded the parchment. It bore a single line in small handwriting. The locket is in the cave. A sacrifice is required. Sirius's brow furrowed deeply. A locket? A cave? A sacrifice? His gaze shifted back toward the corridor's end, determination flashing in his gray eyes. He was resolute in uncovering the secret that lay between Elia and Regulus. Chapter 130. The Reconciliation of Brothers. In recent days, Elia had an unsettling feeling that a pair of eyes was watching her from the shadows. Initially, she dismissed it as mere paranoia, perhaps a consequence of the impending OWL's exams, which had everyone on edge. However, it soon became apparent that the gaze was inescapable. Amidst the library shelves, along the path to the greenhouse, and even around the corners of the Gryffindor Tower, the owner of this gaze was invariably Sirius Black. Whenever she turned abruptly, Sirius would quickly avert his eyes, feigning nonchalance as he perused his book, or suddenly becoming engrossed in the portraits adorning the corridor walls. His acting was painfully obvious. His fingers would unconsciously tap the table, and the guilt in his gray eyes was palpable. Strangely enough, whenever Regulus appeared nearby, Sirius's attention would be immediately drawn to him. His gaze would follow his brother intently, brow furrowed, lips pressed tight, as though he were contemplating matters of utmost significance. Elia knew Sirius too well. He had undoubtedly discovered something. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting a warm glow over the long table as Elia pretended to concentrate on advanced magical theory. Yet her peripheral vision caught sight of Sirius seated diagonally across from her. Before him lay an open book on history of magic, yet his eyes were fixed on her, transcending the pages. Suddenly, Elia looked up, their gazes colliding in the air. Sirius visibly stiffened before feigning composure, clearing his throat. What's the matter? That's what I should be asking you, Elia replied, closing her book, lowering her voice. Why have you been staring at me? I haven't. Sirius raised an eyebrow, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the pages, his telltale sign when he was lying. Elia narrowed her eyes. Then why have you coincidentally been appearing near me these past few days? In the Great Hall, the greenhouse, even outside the girls' lavatory. That's merely coincidence. Sirius immediately retorted, his ears tinged with a faint blush. Coincidence? Elia crossed her arms. And what of Regulus? Every time he appears, your gaze seems glued to him. Sirius's expression shifted, his fingers tightening. I merely what? Nothing. He ultimately turned his face away, his voice lowering. Elia fixed her gaze upon his profile, her doubts deepening. This continued until the conclusion of the OWL's examinations. The quartet of Marauders animatedly discussed the final question concerning the habits of werewolves in the corridor. Merlin's beard, James exclaimed, dramatically waving his arms. That question was tailor-made for Moony. Remus smiled faintly, a hint of weariness in his eyes. Indeed, no one understands werewolves better than I do. Sirius lounged languidly against the wall, his gray eyes occasionally scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Elia trailed behind them, a smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. Regulus stood in the shadows around the corner, his gray-blue eyes locked onto her, hesitating to speak. While James and the others chatted merrily, Elia quietly stepped back a few paces, seizing the opportunity to slip away towards Regulus. In the dilapidated classroom, dust danced in the sunlight. Regulus shut the door and immediately turned, his voice barely above a whisper. This Christmas holiday, the Dark Lord wants the Black family's house elf creature. Elia's heart tightened. Creature? What has happened to him? He returned in a daze. Regulus furrowed his brow, muttering about cave and locket. Cave. Locket. Elia's breath hitched. Regulus had discovered the Horcrux. I commanded creature to take me to that place, Regulus continued, his voice trembling slightly. There is a locket submerged in green liquid. Its contents drive one mad. Elia instinctively clenched the edge of her robe. That is Voldemort's Horcrux. It is exceedingly dangerous. You must not act recklessly now. Regulus scoffed, slowly rolling up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing the stark black mark of the skull and snake. It's too late, his voice cold and despairing. I already bear the dark mark. I am truly a Death Eater now. Elia's heart twisted painfully. Yet she swiftly grasped Regulus's wrist. There is still time. I will take you to see someone who can help you. She pulled Regulus towards the door. But as she opened it, Sirius stood outside, holding the Marauders' map, his gray eyes wide with disbelief. The air seemed to freeze. Elia and Regulus froze in place. Sirius's gaze slowly shifting from the map to the dark mark on Regulus's arm, then locking onto his brother's eyes, which mirrored his own. Elia opened her mouth to explain, but Sirius raised his hand, silencing her. His eyes brimmed with unshed tears, his throat constricting as if fighting to suppress a tumult of emotions. Then he slowly approached Regulus, his steps heavy yet resolute. Regulus instinctively recoiled half a step, fingers tightening around his sleeve, as if ready to draw his wand at any moment. But Sirius merely extended his arms, pulling his brother into an embrace, holding him tightly. Regulus, his voice hoarse and trembling, you fool. Regulus stiffened, his pupils constricting sharply. The embrace was both sudden and unfamiliar, yet it felt achingly familiar, causing his eyes to well with unshed tears. Sirius tightened his hold, as if fearing Regulus might vanish. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Regulus's throat constricted, and after a long moment he managed to utter, Tell you what? Everything. Sirius released him, placing his hands on Regulus's shoulders, his gray eyes glistening with tears. The Horcrux, the cave, the things Voldemort forced you to do, and this damned mark. Regulus turned his face away, his voice barely audible. I thought you hated me. Sirius suddenly yanked him back, their foreheads touching. I hate the name Black, not my brother. Regulus's shoulders trembled slightly, and in that moment he slowly raised his hand, returning the embrace. At that instant, years of estrangement, misunderstanding, and resentment dissolved into thin air. Elia stood to the side, her eyes misting. Sirius released Regulus, wiped his face, and resumed his nonchalant demeanor. All right, now let us discuss how we're going to destroy that Horcrux. Regulus paused. We? Of course, Sirius raised an eyebrow. Did you think I would let you venture alone into danger? Regulus glanced at Elia, who smiled gently. I told you. I would take you to see someone who can help us. Who? Sirius and Regulus asked in unison, astonishment etched on their faces. A mischievous glint flickered in Elia's eyes. Why, it's Professor Dumbledore. Chapter 131. The Headmaster's Secret Meeting. The moving staircases of Hogwarts shifted slowly as Elia led the way, followed closely by the two Black brothers. Regulus maintained a taut expression, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the spot on his left arm where the dark mark had once resided. Are you sure you want to do this? Sirius asked in a hushed tone, concern flickering in his gray eyes. After all, it is Dumbledore. Trust me. Elia turned back, winking at him, then softly spoke the password to the stone gargoyle, lemon drops. The stone creature slowly moved aside, revealing the spiral staircase. As the trio reached the door to the headmaster's office, they heard a familiar gentle voice from within. Come in. Upon opening the door, Elia raised an eyebrow at the scene before her. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, and beside him leaned Grindelwald, idly toying with a gold galleon. Elia. I knew you would come, Dumbledore said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the Black brothers behind her, as well as Sirius and Regulus. Welcome. Elia cut straight to the point. Professor Dumbledore, I wish to know how to remove the dark mark. The old headmaster shook his head gently. I'm afraid I cannot assist with that. His gaze shifted to the golden-haired wizard beside him, but I believe someone can help. Grindelwald scoffed. Finally noticed me, have you, little one? Elia awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Hello, Professor. Grindelwald elegantly straightened, moving to stand before Regulus. Extend your arm. Regulus warily eyed him, then glanced at Sirius. After his brother's barely perceptible nod, he slowly rolled up his sleeve, revealing the ugly dark mark. Grindelwald's wand lightly tapped the mark, murmuring an obscure incantation. The wand tip glowed with a ghostly blue light. The mark began to twist and fade as if burned, ultimately vanishing entirely. Is that it? Regulus stared in disbelief at his now smooth arm. Grindelwald sheathed his wand, casting a cold glance at Elia. Can we consider our transaction settled? What transaction? Sirius and Regulus asked in unison, bewilderment written across their faces. Elia hurriedly waved her hands. Of course not. You promised me more than just this. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes dangerously. Little one, don't push your luck. He shot a glance at Dumbledore. Resolve this quickly. I have many matters to attend to. Just as Elia was about to ask how to find him, realization dawned. Oh, I know. Her gaze flitted between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, a sly smile slowly curving her lips. Grindelwald's wand abruptly pressed against her chin. Little imp. I am aware of your thoughts, he intoned, his voice deep and menacing. If you wish to avoid a fatal fate, I suggest you hastily escort these two little brats away. Yes, we shall depart at once. Elia replied with a playful smile, tugging on one of the blacks as she retreated towards the door. Just before closing it, she caught a glimpse of Grindelwald's hand resting casually on Dumbledore's shoulder. The old headmaster's face illuminated by a rare, genuine smile. Wait, Elia. The moment they exited the office, Sirius grasped her wrist. What kind of deal do you have with Grindelwald? Shoo. Elia whispered mysteriously, raising a finger to her lips. Some matters are best left undisclosed. Regulus cast a glance at his arm, now restored to its former state, and softly uttered, regardless, thank you. Sirius looked at his brother and suddenly ruffled his hair. Come on, Rail, it's time to go home. Home. Regulus paused momentarily. Of course, Gryffindor Tower. Sirius grinned. Did you think I would allow you to return to the dungeons of Slytherin? Regulus halted in the shadowy corridor, turning back to face Sirius and Elia. His expression regained its usual composure, though a hint of regret flickered in his gray-blue eyes. I cannot go to Gryffindor Tower, he murmured. I still have to pretend to be a Death Eater. Sirius frowned, instinctively wanting to argue. Rail, you don't have to. I must, Regulus interjected softly yet firmly. If Voldemort discovers that my mark has vanished, he will grow suspicious. Sirius opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to say more, but ultimately sighed, reaching out to ruffle his brother's hair again. All right, but you must promise me to be careful. Regulus nodded slightly, a rare smile gracing his lips. I will. With that, he turned and departed, his black robes gradually receding in the flickering candlelight of the corridor. Sirius stood rooted in place, his gaze lingering longingly in the direction his brother had vanished until Elia gently tugged at his sleeve. You must trust him, Elia said softly. Regulus knows what he is doing. Sirius fell silent for a moment before suddenly pulling Elia tightly into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head. Elia was taken aback for a moment, but soon returned the hug with a smile. What's wrong? Sirius's voice was muffled, laced with an unusual seriousness. Thank you. For what? If it weren't for you, Rail and I wouldn't have reconciled so swiftly. Sirius released her, complexity shimmering in his gray eyes. I never imagined that we could speak so openly like this. Elia stood on her tiptoes and playfully pinched his cheek. No need to mention it. Primarily, I couldn't bear to watch it any longer. It's exhausting to pretend to be enemies when you both have feelings for each other. Sirius chuckled softly, grasping her hand. You certainly are invested in others' affairs. Naturally, Elia replied proudly, lifting her chin. I am a professional. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Professional in what? In mending brotherly bonds. From where do you derive such confidence? It's innate. Sirius couldn't help but laugh, ruffling her hair once more. All right then. Miss Confidence, can we return to the common room now? I'm famished. Elia linked her arm with his, beaming as she said, let us go. I suspect James and Remus are once again pilfering pies from the kitchen. Chapter 132. The conflict by the Black Lake. As Elia and Sirius returned to Gryffindor Tower, James dashed over, seizing Sirius's arm. Bigfoot. Come quickly. Hey. Sirius barely had time to react before being pulled away by James. Elia watched the two of them rush off, shaking her head in exasperation. What now? Upon returning to the dormitory, she found Lily absent, and began to leisurely pack her belongings, still basking in the joy of the reconciliation between the Black brothers. However, as she folded her third robe, an unsettling thought struck her. Wait, where is James dragging Sirius off to? Lily was also missing from the dormitory. It can't be. Elia sprang to her feet, her face paling. Oh no. How could I have forgotten? Grabbing her wand, she bolted outside, racing down the stairs and through the castle doors, heading straight for the Black Lake. In the distance, she could see a large crowd gathered by the water's edge, the cacophony of voices growing louder as she approached. Elia squeezed into the throng, her heart racing. Lily stood before Snape, her face ashen, her green eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Snape's expression was equally grim, his lips pressed tightly together, his dark eyes swirling with complex emotions. Elia's heart sank. Surely, wouldn't he utter that word? In the next instant, Lily's tears spilled forth as she violently pushed Snape away and turned to flee, her red hair billowing in the wind. It was over. He had indeed spoken it. How could you say that, Evans? James bellowed, drawing his wand menacingly at Snape. Expelliarmus. Elia swiftly waved her wand, conjuring an invisible barrier that intercepted James's impending spell, shielding Snape from harm. Both James and Sirius turned in shock to her. Elia. James exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide. Why are you stopping me? You can settle the score later, Elia urged, hastening towards him. Her brow furrowed as she examined the gash on James's face, which was oozing blood and staining half of his cheek. You need to go to the hospital wing. That wound isn't right. Remus joined them, his expression grave. Elia's right, James, your blood won't stop. James shot a furious glare at Snape, gritting his teeth. You just wait, you greasy git. With that, he turned to leave, supported by Sirius and Remus. Elia did not immediately follow. Instead, she turned her cold gaze towards Snape. He stood there, his dark eyes swirling with anger, regret, and a barely perceptible hint of panic. Elia stepped closer, her voice barely above a whisper. You see, I knew you would do this. Snape's fists clenched, his knuckles turning white. This is none of your business. Now Lily is utterly disillusioned with you. Elia fixed her gaze upon him. Are you satisfied? This is the result of the dark magic you covet so dearly. Snape's pupils dilated sharply, as if stung, yet he remained silent. Elia chose not to say more and dashed back towards James and the others. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey was frantically attempting to staunch James's bleeding, but no spell she used seemed effective. This is strange, she muttered, her brow furrowed. What kind of wound is this? It's dark magic, Elia interjected, hastening forward. Professor, try counter-curse healing combined with essence of mistletoe. Madame Pomfrey looked at her in surprise but immediately complied. Indeed. The bleeding gradually ceased, and the wound began to heal slowly. Sirius watched Elia intently, curiosity gleaming in his gray eyes. How did you know this remedy? Elia replied without missing a beat, Grindelwald taught me. Sirius narrowed his eyes, clearly skeptical, but at that moment, James's injury took precedence, and he didn't press further. James lay on the hospital bed, his complexion pale yet still brimming with indignation. That damned greasy git. Enough, Elia interrupted. You need to rest. She gazed out the window, the sunset casting a warm glow upon the castle's spires. Lily must be feeling devastated right now. However, Severus Snape has, alas, finally tasted the bitter fruit of his own making. Chapter 133. Embrace in the Darkness. Alia scoured the entire castle library, the astronomy tower, and even the Ollery. Yet she could not find a trace of Lily. At last, she stormed into the boys' dormitory and snatched the Marauders' map from James's hands. Protested James, covering the bandages on his face. I'm still healing. I need it urgently. Alia exclaimed, rushing out of the dormitory without a backward glance, her fingers fervently seeking Lily's name on the map. Finally, in a secluded corner of a dimly lit corridor, she spotted the small ink blot of Lily Evans. Alia dashed over and pushed open the door of an abandoned classroom. In the shadows of the room, Lily was huddled in a corner, her red hair tousled, her shoulders trembling slightly. Upon hearing the door creak open, she looked up suddenly, her green eyes brimming with tears. Alia, Lily cried, leaping into Alia's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Alia held her tightly, feeling her friend's tears soaking into her shoulder. They remained locked in that embrace for what felt like an eternity, until Lily's sobs began to subside. He called me a mudblood. Lily's voice was hoarse. In front of everyone. Alia gently patted her back, retrieving a handkerchief from her pocket to tenderly wipe away the tears on Lily's face. I know. We've known each other for so many years, and he still, Lily clenched her fists. I truly misjudged him. Alia listened intently to Lily's grievances, nodding in agreement from time to time. When Lily finally finished venting, she suddenly touched her face, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features as she asked, "Do I look ugly now?" Alia burst into laughter. Not at all. Our Lily is the most beautiful. Lily, too, was amused, her swollen eyes curving into crescents. As the two returned to Gryffindor Tower, a tall, thin shadow stood before the portrait of the fat lady, Severus Snape. Upon seeing Lily, he stepped forward immediately. Lily. Lily's expression turned icy in an instant. What do you want, Snape? Alia, sensing the tension, released Lily's hand. I'll head back to the common room first. She winked at Lily and softly added, call for me if you need me. Lily nodded, and Alia slipped into the common room. Though she did not stray far. Her ears perked up. I didn't he mean to? Snape's voice was uncharacteristically frantic. That word. Didn't he mean to? Lily scoffed coldly. You called me a mudblood in front of everyone, and now you say you didn't he mean it? I was too angry at the time. Enough. Lily interrupted him. We've known each other for so long, I thought at least. Her voice caught in her throat. Never mind, it's over. Goodbye, Snape. Snape's face turned ashen. Lily, please. But Lily had already turned away, pushing through the fat lady's portrait, never glancing back as she entered the common room. Alia watched her friend's upright figure, realizing this was likely their last conversation. I'm truly severing ties with him this time, Lily declared as she entered the dormitory, throwing her pillow onto the bed. Forever. Alia handed her a cup of hot cocoa. I fully support your decision. Lily sat cross-legged on her bed, beginning to recount Snape's various transgressions over the years. Remember third year? He secretly slipped beetle eyes into Mary's potion. And in fourth year, he cursed Marlene in Charms class. Alia nodded along. Observing Lily's expression, though her tone was fierce, the sadness in her eyes remained evident. By the way, Alia suddenly perked up. Would you like to hear some embarrassing stories about my brother when he was younger? Lily paused, intrigued. What? Like the time he tried to ride a broomstick at 7 and ended up stuck in a tree, crying so loudly the whole village could hear. Lily erupted into laughter. Really? And his first attempt at a transformation spell, turning his beloved teddy bear into a skunk, which left him unable to eat for 3 days because of the stench. Lily giggled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. Merlin, he had moments like that? The two girls became increasingly animated, as Alia unearthed all of James's embarrassing tales. When the clock chimed midnight, they had laughed themselves into exhaustion, unknowingly falling asleep on the same bed. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Lily's finally tranquil face as Alia gently tucked her in, pondering. At least tonight, her dreams would be free of tears. Chapter 134. The Platform of Destiny. The Hogwarts platform was shrouded in mist on that early morning, sunlight piercing through the clouds and casting a golden shimmer upon the tracks. Students scurried about, dragging their suitcases. Alia and Lily raced across the cobblestone ground, their suitcase wheels clattering in a hurried rhythm, reminiscent of some peculiar metronome. It's all your fault for insisting on that story last night, Lily huffed, her red hair billowing in the morning breeze, her robe collar flipped over. Evidently a sign of her rushed awakening without a moment to glance in the mirror. Alia, biting her wand between her teeth, was busy tying her hair back. But didn't you laugh so hard you fell off the bed? Her words were muffled, yet laced with mirth. They skidded to a halt at the front of the train, their suitcases nearly colliding. Alia spotted Severus Snape standing like a dark statue at the carriage door, the morning light casting his elongated shadow onto the platform. His pale face bore 2 distinct dark circles, his lips pressed into a thin line, as if enduring an unspeakable agony. His fingers unconsciously brushed over his left arm, a gesture that tightened Alia's heart. Lily's expression froze instantly. She straightened her back, chin slightly raised, and grasped Alia's sleeve, striding forward. As they brushed past Snape, the edges of Lily's black robe barely grazed him, leaving only a faint chill in the air. Let us go. Lily's voice was as cold as the Black Lake in December, her green eyes devoid of their usual warmth. Just before stepping onto the train, Alia suddenly released Lily's hand. You go ahead, I'll be right there. Lily shot her a puzzled glance, but upon seeing Alia's determined expression, she merely nodded and boarded the train alone. The door closed behind her with a dull thud, echoing like a proclamation of finality. The platform fell into an abrupt silence, Only the chugging of the steam engine and the distant murmur of students' laughter remained. Alia turned to face Snape. Discovering his gaze still fixed on the direction Lily had departed, a flicker of barely perceptible pain flashing in his eyes. "I warned you long ago," Alia said softly, her voice carried away by the morning breeze. Snape's mouth twisted into a bitter curve. "What use is there in saying that now?" His voice was hoarse, as if he had not slept all night, his dark eyes devoid of their usual sarcasm, replaced by an unfathomable weariness. Alia was taken aback to see this boy, who always clad himself in sharpness, now so bare in his suffering. She recalled how, in another world, this boy would lose everything because of his choices, and how he would spend the rest of his life seeking redemption. "For Lily," she asked once more, her voice firm yet gentle, "will you forsake dark magic? Will you leave Voldemort?" Snape's pupils constricted sharply, his throat bobbing as if choked by something. His fingers brushed over his left arm again, where the dark mark had yet to manifest. Yet Alia understood that moment was drawing near. "I know you won, Alia continued. In the original story, Snape also severed ties with Lily, but ultimately, he lost everything because he heeded Voldemort's words, leading to the deaths of James and Lily. Snape abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of shock and fear flashing in his eyes. She stepped forward, rising onto her toes to whisper conspiratorially into Severus's ear. "Do not be swayed by Voldemort's words. His deepest loathing is reserved for Muggle-born wizards, and he will not alter his convictions simply to accommodate your requests." Snape's complexion paled further, as if an unseen specter had passed through him. His lips quivered, seemingly on the verge of utterance, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Elia, grasping her suitcase, prepared to depart. At the very last moment before boarding, she turned and said, "Should you have a change of heart, I will assist you." Without waiting for Severus's response, she boarded the train. The door closed behind her, leaving the solitary shadow on the platform. Inside the train compartment, James lounged with his feet propped up on the opposite seat, a band-aid from Madame Pomfrey adorning his face. Upon seeing Elia enter, he immediately straightened, excitement sparkling in his eyes behind his glasses. "Where's Sirius?" Elia inquired, scanning the compartment as she stowed her suitcase beneath the seat. James grimaced. "He went to be with his brother. It's strange, isn't it? When did they reconcile?" He scratched his already disheveled hair, continuing. Sirius was mysteriously saying, "Go ask Elia." He suddenly leaned in closer, his eyes wide with curiosity. "You didn't have a hand in this, did you?" Elia merely smiled enigmatically as she squeezed him beside Lily, deftly unwrapping a chocolate frog. The confectionery frog leaped onto her nose. "It's cool." Sticky touch eliciting a shriek from her, causing Lily to erupt in laughter. "Hey," James protested, rapping his wand on the table, creating a series of thuds. "Why are you both ignoring me?" Lily's laughter rang out suddenly, her emerald eyes glinting mischievously. "After all, someone has an abundance of embarrassing childhood stories," she teased, mimicking an adult's tone, like being chased up a tree by garden gnomes and crying out, "Mommy, help!" James's face turned a vivid shade of crimson, as if under the influence of a color-changing charm. "Who told you?" he exclaimed, whirling towards Elia with his wand pointed directly at her forehead. "Elia Potter, I challenge you to a duel." Elia swiftly pulled Lily in front of her as a shield. "Lily, save me," she cried in an exaggerated wail. Lily laughed and sidestepped, and soon the three were in a delightful uproar within the compartment. James's wand sent forth a shower of golden sparks, causing the owl cage on the luggage rack to rattle, with its occupant hooting in displeasure. Outside the window, the pastoral scenery of England sped by. Lily's laughter was melodious. James's protests were comically exaggerated, and as Elia observed this scene, a certain corner of her heart softened. This was what she longed to protect. These simple joys. These sincere bursts of laughter. Yet again, it was a world where only James bore the scars of hurt. In a distant compartment, however, the atmosphere was starkly different. Sirius and Regulus sat across from one another, the door slightly ajar, their conversation faintly audible. "Have you truly made up your mind?" Sirius's tone was unusually grave, his gray eyes devoid of their usual irreverence. Regulus gazed out at the fleeting landscape, nodding gently. His profile, illuminated by the sun, appeared exceptionally youthful, yet bore a resolute determination beyond his years. "What Elia said is entirely true," Sirius pressed, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Regulus finally turned to him, a complex glimmer in his gray-blue eyes. "I have researched his lineage, regarding those Horcruxes." His voice dwindled to a whisper. Suddenly, Sirius reached out and grasped his brother's wrist, a gesture that momentarily startled Regulus. The Black brothers shared a silent gaze, the years of estrangement seeming to diminish in significance at that moment. This time, Sirius's voice was low and resolute. We shall confront this together. Chapter 135. The Return and the Promise. On the platform of King's Cross Station, the brass of the 9 3/4 sign gleamed in the sunlight. Students bustled about, reuniting with their families, the calls of owls mingling with the sounds of rolling suitcases, creating a symphony of summer. Elia and Lily embraced amidst the crowd, Lily's crimson hair brushing against Elia's cheek, carrying a faint scent of mint shampoo. Don't let your brother annoy you, Lily winked, lowering her voice conspiratorially. If he dares to bully you, tell me, and I'll help you teach him a lesson. Elia chuckled, her gaze catching sight of James, who was being tousled by their mother, Euphemia Potter. The Quidditch star was wriggling like a 10-year-old, attempting to evade her affectionate grasp. Don't worry, he can't overpower me, Elia assured, patting the wand tucked in her robe pocket, the feel of hawthorn wood offering her comfort. Just last week, I used the freezing spell to stick him to the common room sofa for a full 2 hours. Lily burst into laughter, turning to her parents but suddenly calling back, oh, remember to come over during the holidays. Mom says she'll make raspberry pie. Elia waved in acknowledgement, watching as Lily dashed toward her parents, a kind lady with the same red hair, and a gentle man wearing round glasses. Her own parents approached, and Elia noticed James tiptoeing, scanning the area like a squirrel searching for acorns. There, he suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the end of the platform, his voice rising with excitement, drawing the attention of several passers-by. Following his gaze, Elia spotted Sirius and Regulus standing beside a stone pillar engraved with ancient runes. The pillar bore the names and symbols of Hogwarts students through the ages, witnessing countless encounters and farewells. The air between them was thick with tension, evidently following a serious conversation. Regulus's countenance remained as stoic as marble, yet the ice in his eyes seemed to have softened somewhat, especially when Sirius unexpectedly reached out to brush away non-existent dust from his shoulder, an act that Regulus did not shy away from as he usually would. Noticing the sound of footsteps, Regulus looked up at Elia. Elia, his voice resonated deep like the final notes of a cello, imbued with the unique elegance of the Black family. I wish to be involved in the plan to destroy the locket. His fingers absently caressed his wand, knuckles whitening with the pressure. Sirius frowned, a tumult of emotions swirling in his gray eyes, concern, pride, and a hint of unarticulated guilt. He opened his mouth, as if to say 1,000 words, but ultimately chose silence, resting his hand on his brother's shoulder. That simple gesture spoke volumes. Elia slowly nodded, of course, but you must promise. She stepped closer, her fingertip gently touching his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Be cautious. Do not emulate your brother's recklessness. A barely perceptible smile graced Regulus's lips. I will. After all, he glanced at Sirius, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Someone told me that only by living can one witness their enemy's misfortunes. The brief silence was shattered by James's exaggerated cough. He ostentatiously cleared his throat, his eyes darting between the three with a look that clearly conveyed, have you forgotten about me? Regulus's gaze flitted between his brother and Elia before he finally spoke. Well then, farewell, brother. He paused, a playful smirk surfacing, and sister-in-law. James doubled over, laughing so hard he thumped the wall, while Elia's face flushed a deep red, rivaling the tassels of a Gryffindor scarf, feeling hot enough to evaporate. What sister-in-law? She stammered, fumbling for her wand, only to have Sirius clasp her wrist firmly. Sirius leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her neck. You have a knack for that, he whispered, his voice low and filled with amusement, infused with the youthful pride characteristic of his age. Sirius Black. Elia, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, stepped on his foot. Yet her ears betrayed her, reddening subtly as he tousled her hair. Regulus observed their playful antics, a flicker of near gentleness flashing in his eyes. He nodded slightly before turning away, his black robe sweeping gracefully through the crowd like a raven taking flight, vanishing at the intersection of steam and sunlight. Come on, Sirius said naturally, intertwining his fingers with Elia's. At that moment, the calluses on his fingertips brushed gently against her palm, signaling their return home. James, standing nearby, dramatically clutched his chest. Merlin, has my sister been abducted? Should I, like any dutiful brother, threaten you with if you dare to bully her, I shall avada you? He waved his wand humorously, mimicking a spellcasting motion. Shut up, Elia rolled her eyes, though the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. Who was it that turned my birthday cake into a dung-shaped confection? I have yet to settle that score with you. The trio bickered as they passed through the archway. James imitated Regulus's serious demeanor, while Sirius occasionally squeezed Elia's palm, prompting her to reach for her wand again. Chapter 136. An unexpected visit during the holidays. On the morning of the second day of the holiday, Elia arrived at Dumbledore's residence in Godric's Hollow. She tidied her windswept hair, and was about to knock when the door swung open on its own. Grindelwald stood at the threshold, his tousled golden hair cascading over his shoulders, clad only in a loose-fitting robe, his eyes half-lidded, clearly still in the realm of dreams. Wow! Elia couldn't help but exclaim. Grindelwald frowned, irritated. What brings you here so early? It's only the second day of the holiday. With that, he yawned lazily, leaning against the doorframe. Elia cleared her throat, striving to appear more serious. I came to discuss something with Professor Dumbledore. Grindelwald languidly glanced at her. He isn't awake yet. A plethora of unmentionable thoughts flashed through Elia's mind, and her lips quirked up uncontrollably. Grindelwald seemed oblivious to the implications of his words, and merely stepped aside. Come in. Elia stifled a laugh, sheepishly entering and sitting on the sofa in the living room. It's fine, I can wait. Grindelwald waved his hand dismissively. Make yourself at home. Help yourself to something to eat or drink. With that, he ascended the stairs, the hem of his robe vanishing around the corner. Elia stared at his retreating figure, mentally chiding him. Do you really think you're the master of this place? She stealthily snatched an apple from the fruit bowl on the coffee table, munching on it while surveying her surroundings. Dumbledore's home appeared cozier than during her last visit. The walls adorned with moving magical photographs, a pile of books beside the fireplace, and a wizard's chess set left unfinished on the coffee table. Wait. Why was there only one chessboard? Had they been playing together last night? Elia's thoughts began to spiral out of control once more. After about 20 minutes, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Dumbledore finally appeared, his hair even more disheveled than usual, his crescent-shaped glasses askew on his nose, a suspicious flush adorning his aged cheeks. Grindelwald followed behind him, a smug smile lingering on his lips, as if he had just triumphed in some significant contest. Elia's eyes widened in shock. Merlin, what on earth were these two elderly gentlemen up to upstairs? Grindelwald, picking up on her thoughts, narrowed his eyes dangerously. Put away those foolish notions. I know exactly what you're thinking. Dumbledore cleared his throat, attempting to regain some semblance of dignity. Elia, what brings you here so early? You must understand. An old man's sleep is of utmost importance. Elia endeavored to present a facade of innocence. Professor, I came to discuss the plan for eliminating the locket. She paused, considering that this operation might involve Regulus, Sirius, and the house elf creature. Grindelwald rolled his eyes, impatiently waving his hand. Is that all? He strode over, firmly grasping Elia's arm and ushering her toward the door. Take whoever you wish. There's no need to consult us. Wait. I still have details to discuss. Elia protested, struggling to look back. Not necessary. Grindelwald decisively shoved her outside. Have fun, but don't disturb us. Bang! The door slammed shut before her. Elia stood at the threshold, stunned for a moment, then heard Dumbledore's startled exclamation from within. Gellert! You, followed by a flurry of rustling sounds, as if someone had been pressed against the wall. Elia's face flushed instantly, and she quickly covered her ears and fled. Those two elderly gentlemen were quite the rascals. She ran back to Potter Manor, laughing, determined to temporarily forget the absurdity she had just witnessed. Chapter 137. The Battle in the Cave. The morning sun filtered through the heavy, ornate curtains of Potter Manor, infusing the slightly tense atmosphere with warmth and hope. Elia was seated with Sirius and James in Sirius's room, meticulously checking the equipment required for their upcoming mission. Wands, lanterns, ropes, and various emergency potions were neatly arranged on the oak floor. Rail should be arriving soon, Sirius remarked, glancing at his pocket watch. His expression was an intricate blend of anticipation and concern, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with the watch's chain. Just as the words left his lips, the tranquil silence of the corridor below was interrupted by a steady, rhythmic knocking at the door. Euphemia gracefully approached the entrance, and upon opening it, she found a pale-faced young man with black hair standing quietly at the threshold, accompanied by a small, slightly anxious house elf. Good day, madam, Regulus said, inclining his head slightly in a formal pureblood gesture. His voice was deep and clear, tinged with a hint of shyness. I am Sirius's brother, Regulus Black. Euphemia blinked in surprise. Though the young man was somewhat unfamiliar, his strikingly similar eyes to Sirius's made her instantly recognize his identity. A gentle smile graced her lips as she welcomed him. Welcome, dear, please come in. She stepped aside to usher Regulus and the house elf creature into the house, then called upstairs, James. Sirius's brother has arrived. Immediately, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from above, and Elia, Sirius, and James dashed down the stairs almost in unison. Elia's keen gaze quickly spotted creature standing at the kitchen door, engaged in a heated discussion with the Potter's house elf, Bubbles, over the preparation of a dish. Bubbles insists we should add more rosemary. Bubbles exclaimed, her little face flushed with excitement as her hands gestured animatedly in the air. My mistress never allows that much. Creature retorted, puffing out his tiny chest and waving a spatula in protest. Witnessing this comical exchange, Elia couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Sirius strode toward Regulus, and the two shared a brief nod, a silent understanding passing between them. As Elia noted that everyone had gathered, she clapped her hands to draw their attention. All right. It's time for us to set off. The moment James heard this, he sprang up like a firecracker. Take me with you. I want to go too. His eyes sparkled with eagerness, as if he were completely oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead. Elia frowned at James, her eyes filled with concern. This isn't a game. It's very dangerous. But I'm the leader of the Marauders. James, with his hands on his hips and head held high, defiantly declared, and I am your brother. You must heed my words. Elia rolled her eyes in exasperation, fully aware that once James set his mind on something, it was nearly impossible to sway him. Ultimately, she relented, saying, fine, but you must promise to be cautious and not wander off. James responded with an exuberant, albeit unrefined, salute, exclaiming, Aye, Captain. Under Cleach's guidance, the group apparat to a secluded cliff by the sea. The wind howled, tugging at their garments, and the air was thick with a briny scent. Grindelwald and Dumbledore awaited them, with Grindelwald clad in dark robes that billowed ominously in the breeze. His arms were crossed over his chest, golden hair flowing slightly in the wind, and his face bore an expression of impatience. 1 minute late, he remarked coldly, his voice as frigid as the ocean depths. Devoid of warmth. Next time, I shall toss you all into the sea to feed the fish. Elia cast a furtive glance at James, who was eagerly scanning the surroundings, oblivious to Grindelwald's threat. She sighed inwardly, hoping that nothing would go awry. Following Cleach's directions, Dumbledore discovered the entrance to a cave on the cliffside. The entrance shimmered with an enigmatic magical aura, faintly glowing with an eerie light. Just as he was about to draw blood from his arm to unlock the door, Regulus suddenly stepped forward, his gaze resolute as he addressed Dumbledore. Allow me. Sirius looked at his brother with concern, wishing to voice his apprehension. But Regulus met his gaze with unwavering determination, as if to say, trust me, brother. Reluctantly, Sirius swallowed his words. Regulus took a deep breath and slowly sliced open his palm, crimson droplets cascading onto the stone wall. In a remarkable turn of events, the concealed door began to creak open, releasing a chill and dampness that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the underworld. Inside the cave, the water lay as black as ink, resembling an immense abyss with no discernible bottom. Dumbledore waved his wand, sending a silver beam of light piercing into the depths of the lake. Shortly thereafter, a rusted metal chain began to rise from the lakebed, dragging a weathered small boat into view. The boat rocked gently atop the water, creaking ominously as if it might splinter at any moment. Cautiously, the group stepped onto the boat, which seemed to sense their weight, and began to glide toward a small island at the lake's center. Upon the island, a pendant box rested quietly in a pool of green liquid, which exuded a pungent odor. The box radiated a sinister aura, akin to a slumbering demon poised to awaken. Just as Regulus was about to approach, Dumbledore swiftly intervened. Child, this is beyond your capacity to bear. Concern and worry were evident in Dumbledore's eyes. Under Grindelwald's anxious gaze, Dumbledore lifted the stone basin without hesitation, and drank the green liquid in one swift motion. Instantly, his complexion paled to a ghostly hue, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Grindelwald's eyes reddened as he sorrowfully took the basin from Dumbledore's trembling hands, continuing to consume the remaining liquid. Clearly, this was a prearranged strategy, a willingness to sacrifice everything to destroy the Horcrux. After downing the last drop, Grindelwald hastily stuffed the pendant box into his pocket and scooped up the weakened Dumbledore, shouting, "Run!" Just as they fled a short distance, the lake's surface erupted violently, as if boiling. Countless pale specters emerged from the water, their forms grotesque and twisted, decayed fingers reaching out like withered branches, emitting bone-chilling wails. Regulus! Sirius shouted, witnessing his brother ensnared by one of the specters. Regulus struggled fiercely, casting spells with his wand, but they fell upon the spectre as if cast into a void. Utterly ineffective. The spectre's strength was overwhelming, drawing Regulus closer into peril. Without hesitation, James rushed to assist, his wand casting beams of light toward the spectre. Use fire. The spectre's Fiendfyre. Elia called out, her voice cutting through the chaos with clarity. Sirius immediately focused his energy, conjuring a flame spell. A searing fire burst forth from the tip of his wand, hurtling towards the spectre clutching Regulus. The flame seared the spectre, which shrieked in agony and recoiled. However, more specters surged forward, seemingly undeterred by the flames, intent on preventing their escape. Elia gritted her teeth, declaring, "You all go ahead. I will hold them off." Sirius and James hesitated, wishing to protest, but the determination in Elia's eyes compelled them to trust her. Sirius lifted Regulus, while James provided cover as the trio sprinted toward the exit. Elia faced the oncoming tide of specters, her wand raised high, her gaze sharp as a blade, as if it could pierce through the encroaching darkness. Taking a deep breath, she intoned a powerful fire incantation. Inferno. A blazing inferno erupted from the tip of her wand, transforming into a phoenix that charged toward the specters. The flames engulfed the specters before her, reducing them to ashes, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeating the cave, pungent and overwhelming. The specters writhed in agony amidst the flames, howling, yet they continued to surge forward relentlessly. Elia's arms began to ache, sweat trickling down her brow. Yet her resolve remained unshaken. She gritted her teeth, persistently wielding her wand to sustain the fire's potency. The flames danced at her command, weaving through the throngs of specters, toppling them one by one. She meticulously adjusted the fire's direction and intensity, ensuring that every advancing specter was engulfed in flames. Her lips trembled, not from fear, but from the sheer exertion of maintaining such powerful magic. Yet one thought anchored her resolve. She must hold on until everyone was safely evacuated. Only when she confirmed that all had reached the shore did Elia gradually extinguish the flames. She glanced back at the scorched cave, ensuring no specters remained, before turning to depart swiftly. Dumbledore's residence was shrouded in twilight as Grindelwald carried Dumbledore through the foyer, the oak floorboards creaking softly beneath his steps. He gingerly laid Dumbledore on a velvety sofa by the window, treating him as though he were a rare and precious artifact. "Handle it yourself," Grindelwald said without looking back. Tossing the sorting hat and the pendant box toward Elia, the silvery strands of his hair arcing gracefully as he turned. His embrace of Dumbledore was tender, a stark contrast to his brusque tone, with his muscles taut yet unwavering, as if bearing the weight of the world. In the living room, the moment Gryffindor's sword was drawn, it erupted in a brilliant golden light. The rubies on the blade shimmered with blood-red brilliance in the candlelight, illuminating James's wide eyes and Sirius's slightly agape mouth. Regulus instinctively took a half-step back, his obsidian eyes reflecting the flickering sword's glow. Elia gripped the sword with both hands, the tip precisely piercing the S-shaped emblem at the center of the pendant box. As black smoke billowed forth, loose strands of hair were swept from her forehead by an unseen gust, revealing a faint scar. The pendant box warped and twisted beneath the sword, emitting a piercing wail akin to an infant's cry, ultimately transforming into a bubbling pool of black sludge. "That was incredible," James's cheer echoed, causing the crystal chandelier to sway slightly as he jumped up, nearly toppling the silver tea set on the coffee table. Sirius and Regulus instinctively reached to pat Elia on the shoulder, their hands colliding awkwardly in midair before they both withdrew in unison. Regulus's ears flushed slightly, and he busied himself with his impeccably groomed cuffs. Elia ascended the stairs quietly, pushing open the door to Dumbledore's bedroom. The room was suffused with a gentle light, with Grindelwald seated at the edge of the bed, his slender fingers delicately toying with the silver strands of Dumbledore's hair that fell across his forehead. A rare flicker of anxiety danced within his steel-blue eyes. Hearing footsteps, Grindelwald did not lift his gaze. "Little imp, did I not instruct you to attend to the pendant box?" "It's been resolved," Elia replied, extracting a vial shimmering with a soft blue luminescence from her pocket. "This is my specially concocted awakening potion, designed to alleviate the side effects of dark magic curses." At last, Grindelwald raised his head, his keen gaze scrutinizing the potion she held. "You brewed this?" "Yes," Elia nodded, "a modified version, enhanced with unicorn hair and phoenix tears." Grindelwald let out a brief snort but nonetheless shifted aside to make room. Elia cautiously propped Dumbledore up, and gently administered the potion to him. The moment the potion touched his lips, Dumbledore's eyelids fluttered. A few seconds later his striking blue eyes gradually opened. Though still tinged with fatigue, clarity had returned. "Your wig is askew," Dumbledore's voice rasped, yet it carried a genuine mirth. Grindelwald's hand instinctively moved to his temples, only to realize he had been deceived, narrowing his eyes. "Old fox." Elia stifled a laugh, her shoulders shaking, just as she intended to slip away, when Dumbledore extended a hand towards her. His fingertips still glimmered with the potion's azure light. "It tastes like lemon sherbet," he chuckled weakly, "far gentler than Madame Pomfrey's version." Grindelwald's taut shoulders finally relaxed. Though his words were sharp, "Old man, should you dare to feign strength again, I shall confine you to Nurmengard." Dumbledore cheekily winked. "Then you must first defeat me, dear Gellert." Elia, sensing the moment, took a couple of steps back. I'll head downstairs now? Wait. Dumbledore called after her, his tone regaining its familiar warmth. This time, I owe you my gratitude, Elia. Your talent for potion making exceeds my expectations. Grindelwald scoffed from the side. Her prowess in setting caves ablaze far surpasses her potion skills. Yet, as he adjusted Dumbledore's pillow, the unintentional brush of his knuckles against Dumbledore's cheek betrayed an abundance of emotion. Elia stuck out her tongue. That was due to the urgency of the situation. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Regardless, you both performed admirably. He turned to Grindelwald. And the pendant box? It has been dealt with, Elia declared proudly. I destroyed it with the Gryffindor sword. Dumbledore nodded appreciatively, only to close his eyes again as a wave of dizziness washed over him. Grindelwald immediately steadied him, turning to Elia with a frown. Aren't you going down yet? Can't you see the patient needs to rest? Yes. Elia stifled a laugh as she exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. As she reached the staircase corner, she faintly heard Grindelwald's deep voice. Albus, you scared me to death. And Dumbledore's light-hearted reply. My dear Gellert, when did you become so easily startled? Elia hastened her steps down the stairs, a radiant smile illuminating her face. It seemed today's adventure had concluded even more splendidly than she had anticipated. Chapter 138, Farewells and Training Hell. As Elia descended the staircase, the three individuals in the living room immediately turned their attention towards her. James lounged in an armchair, idly toying with the Gryffindor sword. Sirius leaned against the fireplace, his brow furrowed, while Regulus stood by the window, his gaze calmly fixed on the horizon. Professor Dumbledore has awakened, Elia announced, and we have eradicated all of Voldemort's Horcruxes. James, perched in the ancient armchair, brandished the Gryffindor sword which glimmered coldly in his grasp, whistling in approval as he sliced the air. Well done. I knew we could do it. Sirius's tense shoulders finally relaxed somewhat, yet his frown quickly returned. However, Voldemort himself still lives. We must remain vigilant. After losing his Horcruxes, he will only become more dangerous. His gaze swept across everyone in the room. Regulus nodded slightly before turning towards the door. I must leave now. Sirius stepped forward, blocking his path. Wait, Rao. It's too dangerous for you to go back now. His fingers gripped Regulus's arm tightly, knuckles paling. If Voldemort discovers the pendant box has been destroyed, if I don't return, he will grow suspicious. Regulus gently extricated himself from his brother's grasp, his gray-blue eyes shining brightly in the candlelight. Mother and the others are still at home. I cannot allow them to fall into danger. His voice was soft yet cut through Sirius's unspoken objections like a keen blade. James's smile faded as he rose from the armchair. He's right, Bigfoot. Regulus is our only eyes and ears over there. Sirius opened his mouth, seemingly about to argue, but ultimately sighed heavily, placing a hand on Regulus's shoulder. Be careful. Regulus's lips curled into a slight smile. I will. He took a step back, nodding to the group, then softly called Creature. The house elf promptly appeared at his side, bowing deeply. What is your command, young master? We are going home. At your service, young master. With a soft pop, Regulus and Creature vanished from sight. The living room fell into a brief silence. James scratched his head, attempting to lighten the mood. Hey? At least we scored a resounding victory this time, right? Elia nodded, though her gaze lingered on the spot where Regulus had just stood. Yes. But the war is far from over. Sirius approached the window, gazing out at the overcast sky, murmuring, we will win. Indeed, they would triumph. For now, they merely awaited the arrival of the final battle. The back garden of Potter Manor had been transformed by Elia into a temporary training ground. The once orderly rose bushes and fountain had been removed, replaced by training dummies capable of casting spells, ever-changing magical obstacles, and an expanse dedicated to practicing flying evasion spells. As the sun dipped below the horizon, James and Sirius lay sprawled on the grass, drenched in sweat, their wands nearly slipping from their grasp. James's glasses were askew, and his robes bore a singed edge. Sirius fared worse, his left sleeve completely gone, a shallow cut marring his arm. Merlin's foul socks. James collapsed onto his back, panting. Elia, you're like a second Grindelwald. I bet even Auror training isn't this brutal. Elia, wielding her wand to adjust the difficulty of the training dummies, spun around sharply at his words, her eyes narrowing dangerously. James Potter, double the training. What? James yelped, springing up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I take it back. You're 100 times gentler than Grindelwald. Too late. Elia coldly waved her wand, immediately doubling the speed of the dummies' attacks, transforming the spells from simple stunning charms to more perilous shattering curses. Sirius, you're included as well. Sirius, who had been watching with a smirk, froze at the words. What's it to me? You were laughing just now. Elia crossed her arms, overseeing the two as they continued their training. If you don't want to perish on the actual battlefield, take this seriously. Imagine if those had been curses cast by Death Eaters. You would have perished several times already. As James clumsily dodged the dummy's shattering curses, he gritted his teeth. You're stricter than Professor McGonagall. At least she wouldn't make us train until we can barely hold our wands. That is precisely because Professor McGonagall wishes for you all to return alive from the battlefield. Elia exclaimed fiercely, her voice reverberating across the expansive training ground. Voldemort will show no mercy to you. The Death Eaters will not cease their attacks simply because you are fatigued. Sirius executed a roll to evade a spell hurtling towards his face, panting heavily as he glowered at James. It's all your fault for being so chatty. Now look where we are, stuck in this wretched place until midnight. The training persisted into the late hours, stars twinkling in the inky night sky. James and Sirius were utterly exhausted, yet the training dummies continued their relentless assault. Just when Sirius felt he might surrender, a brown owl fluttered down onto the garden fence, clutching a familiar lavender envelope in its beak. It's a letter from Evans. James sprang to life, darting towards the owl to retrieve the message, entirely oblivious to the training dummies still casting spells behind him. Armor up. Sirius quickly shielded him from a spell, gritting his teeth. You ungrateful wretch. If I get hit and turn into a toad, I swear I'll haunt you. James eagerly tore open the letter, his eyes widening with excitement. Evans has invited us to Diagon Alley next week to purchase supplies for the new term. He waved the letter triumphantly, resembling a child receiving a Christmas gift for the first time. Merlin. She asked me out directly. This is a historic moment. Elia snatched the letter from him, skimming through its contents. Lily's exact words were, invite Elia to Diagon Alley. If that mop-headed fool wants to tag along, let him. A slight smile danced on her lips. Well, at least we still have time. Time? What time? James queried, bewildered, his brain seemingly halted by the overwhelming fatigue and sudden joy. The time for training. Elia replied, tucking the letter away and waving her wand, restarting the dummies. Continue. You two are not permitted to sleep until you have mastered the silencing charm tonight. Imagine if you encountered Death Eaters in Diagon Alley. How do you intend to protect Lily? Sirius cast a desperate glance at James. I hate you. James, on the verge of tears, lamented, I hate myself too. Moonlight bathed the garden as James and Sirius found themselves too weary to even complain. Elia stood nearby, arms akimbo, resembling a stern instructor. One last time. If you can defeat the most challenging dummy together, we'll call it a night. They exchanged glances, inhaling deeply, and raised their wands simultaneously. This time, no incantations were uttered. Instead, two beams of silent magic shot forth from the tips of their wands. Stun. Disarm. The spell struck the dummy's core with precision, causing it to crash to the ground, disintegrating into a pile of scattered parts. James collapsed onto the ground, his chest heaving. Finally, it's over. I swear my arms are no longer mine. Sirius leaned against a tree, utterly drained, lacking the strength to speak, merely giving a thumbs up in agreement. Elia nodded in satisfaction. Well done, there's been progress. She tucked her wand away. Tomorrow we continue. What? Both exclaimed in unison, their cries piercing the stillness of the night. Without a backward glance, Elia strolled towards the manor, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Oh, by the way, tomorrow's training will be doubled as a punishment for your complaints today. In the night breeze, only the despairing wails of James and Sirius remained. For the sake of ultimate victory, what was this bit of hardship? At least they were still alive and could fight side by side. Chapter 139. A date in Diagon Alley. The morning sun spilled across the corridors of Potter Manor, as James stood before the dressing mirror, adjusting his tie for the third time. Clad in a brand new deep blue robe, his hair was impeccably styled for once, and he had even spritzed on a touch of cologne. Merlin, are you off to a ministry gala or a date with Evans? Sirius leaned against the doorframe, his gray eyes twinkling with mischief. James, without turning around, continued to grapple with the obstinate tie. Shut it, Bigfoot. This is my first official outing with Evans. His voice carried a rare edge of anxiety. What if he messed it up? When did you become so insecure? Sirius stepped forward, deftly adjusting James's tie. The legendary James Potter, Gryffindor Quidditch star, is nervous about a date? James took a deep breath. You wouldn't understand. This time is different. He turned to the mirror for a final inspection of his appearance. She asked me out. Lily Evans asked me out. Sirius raised an eyebrow, ready to tease further. When Elia passed by and caught sight of her brother's anxious demeanor, she couldn't help but share a knowing smile with Sirius. Looks like we're in for a show today. Even you are mocking me? James shot a look of despair at his sister. Elia merely smiled mysteriously, retrieving a small vial from her pocket. Here, a calming draft, my special formula. I guarantee it will prevent you from stuttering in front of Lily. James accepted it eagerly, downing the contents in one gulp. You're the best sister ever. I'm your only sister. Elia rolled her eyes before turning to Sirius. Are you ready? We should head out. Sirius naturally took Elia's hand. Always at the ready. Diagon Alley was bustling with life and energy. From a distance, Elia spotted Lily standing by the fountain. The sun illuminated her red hair, giving it a golden sheen, while her emerald eyes sparkled brightly amidst the crowd. Lily has become even more beautiful. Elia sighed inwardly, casting a sideways glance at her overly excited brother. What a lucky fellow he was. Elia. Lily spotted them, waving enthusiastically. The two sisters squealed as they embraced, bouncing like children, oblivious to the astonished looks from passers-by. I missed you so much. You didn't write to me all summer. Lily clung to Elia tightly. I had my duties. Elia explained with a smile, and you know some things can't be conveyed in a letter. James, dumbfounded, whispered to Sirius. Is this how girls greet each other? Before Sirius could respond, Elia shot a piercing glance at James. I heard that, James. James immediately shrank back, silenced. Lily then turned to James and Sirius, offering a polite smile. Sirius, James. Her gaze lingered on James for a fleeting moment, seemingly acknowledging his unusual attire. A hint of a smile gracing her lips. Evans. James's voice pitched higher than usual, quickly clearing his throat in an attempt to regain composure. You look, great today. I mean, the weather is lovely, right? Perfect for shopping. Sirius covered his face in agony as Elia rolled her eyes. To their surprise, Lily laughed. Yes, the weather is indeed lovely. I heard Florin has a new ice cream flavor. Would you like to try it together? James's eyes instantly lit up. Absolutely. My treat. The Florin ice cream shop was filled with the sweet aroma of confections as the four took a windowside table. James rushed to pay, even ordering Lily her favorite strawberry chocolate swirl. As soon as they were seated, James could hardly contain himself. Evans, you have no idea how torturous this summer was with Elia. She was like a drill sergeant. Lily took a bite of her ice cream, her interest piqued. Oh, how so? She made us train until midnight. There were silencing charms, shield charms, and we even had to practice wandless magic during meals. Once, I nearly transformed mashed potatoes into a snuffler. The most outrageous part was that Sirius pretended to be heartbroken, interjecting that he even had to evaluate my transformation skills. He claimed my transformation speed lagged by a mere 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Who would notice such a trivial difference? Lily, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle, her green eyes sparkling. Really? Then you must be quite powerful now. James was taken aback, not expecting Lily to react this way, and became even more animated. Of course. I can cast the ironclad charm with my eyes closed. Elia and Sirius exchanged knowing glances and stood up in unison. We're off to procure some sweets. Elia declared as she tugged at Sirius. You two carry on. She winked at Lily. Don't let James indulge too much. He might turn into a real baboon if he gets too excited. Lily nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. As they watched the two depart, James suddenly realized he was alone with Lily, and his nerves kicked in. He racked his brain for a topic, only to hear Lily softly say, You're preparing to confront Voldemort, aren't you? James looked at her in astonishment. You. I'm not a fool, Potter. Lily's expression turned serious. I know about the attacks at school and the missing Muggle-born wizards reported in the newspapers. It's not that simple. Her emerald eyes locked onto James's. Elia hasn't been going out all summer, yet you've suddenly begun rigorous training. James hesitated but eventually nodded. Yes, but we can't discuss it openly. There are too many people around. Lily didn't press further. She merely grasped James's hand gently. I understand. Just please be careful, all right? A warm wave surged through James's heart as he reciprocated her grip. I promise. Outside the Honeyduke's candy shop, Elia and Sirius feigned interest in selecting confections, all the while secretly observing the two within the ice cream parlor. Look at the expression on Sharp's face. Sirius chuckled softly. I bet he is so blissful he is about to faint. Elia couldn't help but smile. He finally has the chance to prove he is more than just an arrogant Quidditch star. Sirius suddenly turned serious, his gray eyes earnest. You know, we might not have many more days like this. Elia's smile faded. I know. She gazed out at the bright sunshine. So today, let them relish it. Sirius gently squeezed her hand. We should too. Elia suddenly squinted, looking at Sirius with a mock-threatening glare. You think I'm a devilish coach, don't you? Sirius instantly donned his most innocent expression, his gray eyes glistening. Of course not, I willingly submit. He leaned closer to Elia, lowering his voice. After all, your strictness is particularly enchanting. Elia's ears flushed crimson. She was indeed powerless against Sirius's charming antics. Smooth talker, she huffed, yet her lips betrayed her with a smile. Sirius took advantage of the moment, wrapping his arm around her waist. Honestly, thank you. Without you, we might have. Shut up, Elia interrupted, no morbid talk. They exchanged smiles. Fingers intertwined as they walked deeper into the candy shop. The shelves of honeydukes brimmed with an array of magical sweets, but Sirius suddenly halted, captivated by something in the display window. A model motorcycle, its metallic body gleaming with a cold sheen. Details so vivid it seemed ready to roar to life at any moment. Elia followed his gaze, a smile creeping onto her lips. Do you like it? Sirius's gray eyes shimmered with longing. Muggle inventions are truly remarkable. They can race without magic. His fingers lightly brushed the glass, envisioning himself riding through the night in London, the wind howling past his ears. Elia chuckled softly, mentally noting this detail. Perhaps, once all was said and done, she could gift him a real motorcycle. Come on, she tugged at Sirius's hand, we should return to them. On the way back, James was in a state of exhilaration, repeatedly exclaiming, I can't believe it. I spent an entire day alone with Lily. She even called me James. Sirius raised an eyebrow, keenly picking up on a detail. Wait, what did you just call her? Lily, James replied, his face flushing instantly as he scratched his tousled hair. Yeah. She said we're close enough now that it's not strange to use first names. His voice grew softer, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curling upwards. Sirius whistled teasingly. Looks like someone is making swift progress. Elia couldn't contain her laughter. It seems my brother has finally woken up. James, flustered, retorted. Hey, you two have had your fun. Sirius draped an arm around Elia's shoulders, grinning at James. What, is it only permissible for you and Evans to progress smoothly? We can't tease a little? James opened his mouth, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Fine, I can't argue with you two. As the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the four of them, James remained lost in the joy of his time with Lily, while Sirius occasionally glanced back towards Diagon Alley, where the motorcycle of his dreams awaited. Elia quietly tightened her grip on Sirius's hand, whispering, Once all this is over, let us buy a real motorcycle, shall we? Sirius looked at her in surprise, his gray eyes alight with delight. Are you serious? Of course, Elia winked. But you have to promise me no speeding. Sirius laughed, pulling her closer. At your command. Just as the three of them were about to step into the leaky cauldron's fireplace, Elia suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She whipped around, catching a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting through the dark corner of Diagon Alley. Her fingers instinctively brushed against her wand. What's wrong? Sirius noticed her unease. Elia shook her head, forcing herself to relax. It's nothing, I might just be overly sensitive. Chapter 140, The Beginning of 6th Year. The Hogwarts Express glided smoothly along the tracks, the scenery outside rushing by. After Remus and Lily had headed to the prefect's compartment, only James, Sirius, Peter, and Elia remained in their cabin. Elia leaned against Sirius's shoulder, her eyes closed in repose. She furrowed her brow slightly, her mind swirling with thoughts. Though Voldemort had lost all his Horcruxes, his inherent power remained formidable, and a legion of Death Eaters still surrounded him. Dumbledore could assist, but Grindelwald, being an internationally wanted criminal, could not openly aid the Ministry of Magic. What are you thinking? Sirius's deep voice broke through her reverie, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Elia didn't open her eyes. She simply shook her head. Nothing, just contemplating the arrangements for the new term. Her voice was soft, tinged with a barely perceptible fatigue. Sirius, attuned to her state, gently ran his long fingers through her hair. Take a short rest. I'll wake you when we arrive. Elia mumbled a vague acknowledgement. Her breathing gradually steadied as she slipped into a deep slumber. Her head slowly fell onto Sirius's chest, her red hair cascading like fine silk across his arm. Sirius paused his wizard's chess match with James, carefully retrieving a nearby jacket and draping it over Elia's form. He adjusted his position to ensure her comfort, tenderly tucking her loose strands behind her ear. The motion so practiced it seemed he had done it 1,000 times before. James observed his sister's weary visage, a rare look of concern crossing his features. Elia truly carries a heavy burden. The weight she bears is more than we can imagine. Sirius's gaze settled upon Elia's face, his voice low and somber. She has always been like this, keeping everything bottled up inside, unwilling to voice her thoughts. He let out a gentle sigh, adding, all we can do now is strive to become stronger, so as not to burden her. James nodded, his expression resolute. We will support her. Their conversation resonated within the compartment, unnoticed by anyone. Peter, huddled in a corner, fixated his unblinking eyes on Elia. His gaze dark and intricate. His fingers absently stroked his sleeve, where a barely perceptible mark of dark magic lingered. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he were grappling with an internal struggle. Yet soon, he lowered his head again, donning a mask of timidity, his pudgy fingers entwined. As if the previous malevolence had never existed. The train continued its journey, traversing a dimly lit tunnel. Shadows enveloped the entire compartment, with only the faint glow from Sirius's wand illuminating Elia's serene sleeping face. In an unnoticed corner, clandestine schemes were quietly brewing. As the Hogwarts Express gradually came to a halt at the platform, Sirius gently pinched Elia's cheek, his voice tender beyond measure. Wake up, we've arrived. It's time to head to school. Elia mumbled sleepily, not even opening her eyes, instead nuzzling closer into Sirius's embrace like a petulant kitten, her cheek pressed against his chest, allowing her to hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. In truth, she had long been awake, merely desiring his closeness. In this time rife with uncertainty, Sirius's arms were one of the few places where she felt entirely at ease. Sirius chuckled softly, wrapping one arm around her waist while the other held their luggage, half supporting, half carrying her off the train. Elia kept her eyes closed, allowing him to guide her forward, a secret smile gracing her lips. She could sense the envious and teasing glances from her fellow students, yet she remained indifferent. The little princess of the Blacks and Potters is truly inseparable, a Slytherin student remarked sarcastically. Without lifting his gaze, Sirius waved his wand lightly, causing the student's shoelaces to suddenly untie, tripping him unceremoniously. Elia stifled a laugh in his arms, playfully pinching his waist. The carriage, pulled by Thestrals, swayed as it made its way to the castle, the evening breeze gently brushing past, carrying the chill of early autumn. Sirius's coat still draped over Elia's shoulders, his warmth seeping through the fabric, compelling her to snuggle closer into him. It was only upon entering the brightly lit great hall that Elia managed to rouse herself. The first thing she did was look up at the staff table. The defense against the dark arts professor had changed. No longer was it Grindelwald's enigmatic smirk, but rather a kindly middle-aged witch who was engaged in cheerful conversation with Professor McGonagall. The witch had curly brown hair and bright blue eyes, exuding warmth and reliability. Elia's eyes instantly sparkled, her expression momentarily frozen in awe before she nodded in satisfaction. Quite nice indeed. Sirius raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to her ear. So? This time at ISNT Grindelwald. Are you pleased? Elia nodded vigorously, feigning tears. Oh Merlin, I am finally liberated. 2 years of torment at his hands. Was it easy for me? She exclaimed, tugging at Sirius's sleeve in a pitiful manner, seeking comfort. Sirius chuckled, ruffling her hair. All right, I shall comfort you. He leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, asking, Is that sufficient? Barely acceptable, Elia pouted, though the smile at the corners of her mouth betrayed her. Nearby, James watched with a grin. Hey, can you two tone down the mushiness? It's giving me goosebumps. Sirius and Elia simultaneously turned their heads, shooting him an exasperated glance. Mind your own business. James turned to Remus, who had just returned. Look at them, Moony. Remus merely smiled gently. You'll get used to it, pointy-faced one. Thus, the world of the single James was left to suffer. Once the Sorting Hat song concluded, the banquet officially commenced. Plates brimmed with delectable dishes, and Elia, famished, wasted no time in seizing a chicken leg to devour. The intense training over the summer had greatly increased her appetite. She felt she could consume an entire hippogriff. Sirius poured her some pumpkin juice while teasing, Slow down. No one is competing with you. He pushed his Yorkshire pudding towards her, saying, Here, your favorite. Elia mumbled indistinctly, The training has taken a toll on me. As she swallowed her mouthful and took a sip of pumpkin juice, adding, I feel like I could eat an entire kitchen. James interjected from across the table. Speaking of training, shouldn't we shut up, eat your food? Elia shot him a glare, causing James to retract his neck instantly. Starting tomorrow, training as usual. 6 in the morning, same place, she declared. James groaned dramatically, attracting the attention of several students at the nearby Hufflepuff table. A second-year Hufflepuff girl even dropped her fork in fright. Sirius shook his head in amusement, casually sliding a plate of chocolate pudding in front of Elia. Eat more. So you'll have the strength to deal with him tomorrow. Elia winked at him. You understand me well. She scooped a generous spoonful of pudding into her mouth, her eyes narrowing in bliss. I feel revived. Chapter 141. An unexpected conversation. After the banquet concluded, students departed the Great Hall in small groups, heading towards their respective common rooms. Candlelight flickered against the stone walls, the echoes of laughter bouncing off the vaulted ceiling. Elia and Lily walked hand in hand through the crowd, followed closely by the Marauders, engaged in animated discussions about the new semester's defense against the dark arts class. The new professor seems quite amiable, Lily remarked, her red hair dancing like flames in the candlelight. I hope this year's lessons will be more straightforward. Just as Elia was about to respond, an unexpected chill washed over her. Instinctively, she looked up to see a dark figure emerging from the shadows of the corridor, akin to an ominous cloud blocking their path. Severus Snape. His pale face was devoid of expression, and his dark eyes appeared particularly grim in the dim corridor. Sirius and James stepped forward almost simultaneously, positioning themselves protectively in front of Elia, their wands already gripped tightly. Remus frowned slightly, while Peter shrank back, his eyes darting anxiously. Oh, look who it is, the snot-nosed brat. James raised an eyebrow, his brown eyes behind glasses brimming with mockery. What brings you here? Lost, perhaps? His voice was deliberately elevated, eliciting snickers from several nearby Gryffindor students. Sirius lazily crossed his arms, a dangerous glint in his gray eyes. The Slytherin common room is underground. You've gone the wrong way. His demeanor appeared relaxed, yet Elia knew he was ready to strike at any moment. Snape ignored their provocations. His thin lips pressed into a taut line. His gaze transcended the two boys, landing directly on Lily, a flicker of barely perceptible longing crossing his dark eyes. However, Lily merely cast him a cold glance, her emerald eyes devoid of the warmth they once held. She grasped Marlene's arm, her voice clear. Come on, Marlene. We have a transfiguration essay to discuss. With that, she turned away, her red hair trailing behind her in a decisive arc. Elia observed Snape's fingertips tighten slightly, knuckles paling. Yet soon his attention shifted to her. I wish to speak with you. His voice was more hoarse than usual, as if he had not spoken in a long time. Sirius paused, momentarily perplexed. Who are you looking for? For me, Elia replied calmly, stepping out from between James and Sirius to stand before Snape. She stood half a head shorter than Snape, yet her aura was equally formidable. James immediately furrowed his brow, extending his hand to grasp his sister. Elia. You. Elia raised her hand to halt him, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Snape. It's fine. Her voice was soft, yet undeniably resolute. Snape glanced around at the curious onlookers. Lowering his voice, we need to talk. Alone. James instantly bristled, his wand pointed squarely at Snape's nose. Don't even think about it. Who knows what you're plotting? Wait for me in the common room, Elia interjected, her tone leaving no room for argument. I will be back shortly. She turned to Sirius, offering him a reassuring glance. Sirius seemed poised to say something, but upon seeing Elia's determined expression, he ultimately nodded. Be careful. His gray eyes shot a warning glance at Snape, a silent threat should anything go awry. I understand, Elia smiled, gently squeezing his hand. Elia followed Snape down a secluded corridor, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the empty passage. Moonlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating Snape's top profile. So Elia began. Feigning ignorance. What do you wish to discuss? She leaned against the cold stone wall, arms crossed, projecting a relaxed demeanor that belied her true feelings. Snape halted, turning to face her, complex emotions flickering in his dark eyes. What you said last time. His voice was deeper than usual, as if it emanated from a distant place. Which statement? Elia tilted her head, her red hair cascading over her shoulder. Was it to advise you against the dark arts? Or to inform you that Voldemort is, in fact, a half-blood? She deliberately invoked the Dark Lord's name, observing as Snape instinctively flinched. Snape's breath hitched slightly, a flash of annoyance crossing his pale face. Both. Elia regarded him quietly, the moonlight casting delicate shadows upon her lashes. She patiently awaited his next words, well aware that someone like Snape would not easily seek assistance. I have researched. Snape finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse, as if parched for a long time. What you said about the Dark Lord's lineage is true. His fingers absently stroked the cuff of his robe, where his wand might be concealed. Elia remained silent, merely nodding. During last year's chance encounter after potions class, she had hinted that Voldemort was, in fact, a half-blood, a revelation that must have struck a significant blow to Snape, who revered pure bloodlines. Snape swallowed hard. I have been studying those dark arts. His voice dwindled, almost becoming a soliloquy. They are corroding you, Elia stated bluntly. I can see it. Your magical aura has become tainted. This was no mere exaggeration. Within her magical perception, Snape's once clear magic now twisted with ominous black threads. Snape abruptly lifted his gaze, shock momentarily flaring in his black eyes, which quickly returned to their usual indifference. What do you understand? I understand that Lily would be heartbroken to see you like this. Ilia calmly delivered her dagger of truth. The words pierced Snape's heart like a finely honed blade. His body swayed slightly as if struck. Beneath the moonlight, his pallor deepened. If I were to relinquish. Snape struggled to articulate, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. I would assist you, Ilia responded decisively, taking a step forward, but not for you, for Lily. She knew her words would sting Snape, but sometimes pain was necessary. As expected, Snape's pupils constricted sharply, as though stung. His lips quivered slightly, yet he refrained from retorting. However, there is one condition. Ilia fixed him with a steadfast gaze, determination glimmering in her eyes. You must demonstrate your commitment. How do I prove that? Snape inquired warily, a glint of calculation in his dark eyes. Ilia's lips curved slightly. You will know when the time comes. She turned to depart, her robes trailing gracefully behind her. Think it over and return to me. Remember, time is of the essence. Snape stood rooted in place, akin to a solitary, shadowy river. This time, he had to choose. To continue wallowing in the mire of dark arts, or to tread a more arduous yet righteous path for Lily's sake. In the Gryffindor common room, the fire crackled warmly, illuminating every nook and cranny. Sirius and James sat in armchairs near the hearth, anxiously awaiting her return. The fat lady's portrait swung open, and they simultaneously looked up to see Ilia entering, immediately surrounding her. What did he say? James queried impatiently, his eyes wide behind his glasses. He didn't use any curses on you, did he? His hand rested on his wand, ready to charge out to confront Snape. Ilia shook her head, tossing her bag onto the sofa. Nothing much, just a discussion. She intentionally downplayed it, knowing it would only heighten their curiosity. Sirius frowned, skepticism evident in his gray eyes. What could warrant a private conversation? Ilia smiled, pouring herself a cup of hot cocoa. A secret. She elongated the word, relishing their anxious expressions. James theatrically clasped his chest, collapsing onto the sofa. Merlin. My sister has a secret she wants to share with me. My heart is breaking. His antics drew laughter from a few younger students. Sirius, however, regarded Ilia thoughtfully, a glimmer of understanding in his gray eyes. He approached her, lowering his voice. Is it about Lily? Ilia did not deny it, merely winking and sipping her cocoa. Perhaps. The steam obscured her expression. Yet Sirius caught the slyness in her gaze. I knew it. Sirius suddenly raised his voice, startling James. It's about the Snavellis and Lily. Ilia quickly covered his mouth. She shot him a warning glare. Not everyone needs to know. James glanced between Ilia and Sirius, feigning offense. Now even the squid knows your secret? Am I still your beloved brother? Ilia rolled her eyes, releasing her hand from Sirius's mouth. Once you can keep a secret for more than 3 minutes, I'll consider telling you. She poked James in the chest. Sirius laughed, draping an arm around Ilia's shoulders. Don't worry, sharp-tongued one. When the time is right, she will tell us. He winked at Ilia, right? Ilia huffed, yet the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, perhaps. Leaning against Sirius, she suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Right now, I just want a good night's sleep. Tomorrow's training starts early. James groaned, but quickly perked up. At least tell me, Snavellis doesn't stand a chance, right? Lily will never forgive him, right? Ilia met her brother's hopeful gaze, letting out a gentle sigh. James, Lily's heart cannot be won through another's mistakes. She rose, stretching. If you truly like her, just be yourself. Stop competing with Snape. With that, she headed toward the girls' dormitory staircase, leaving James in contemplative silence. Sirius followed, gently grasping her hand at the staircase. Good night, devilish coach. He leaned down to place a kiss on her forehead. Ilia smiled and returned the gesture on his cheek. Good night, dashing student. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the castle, Severus Snape stood by the window, gazing at the black lake under the moonlight, tightly clutching a faded red ribbon. Chapter 142 Shock. Potter begins to learn. Ilia sat in the subterranean classroom of potions, her eyes wide with astonishment as she observed her brother diligently scribbling notes, the quill scratching rhythmically against the parchment. To her utter disbelief, he even raised his hand to answer Professor Slughorn's question, and answered it correctly. By Merlin S. Beard. She blinked vigorously, suspecting she had fallen victim to a confusion charm. Yet the scene before her remained unchanged. James's textbook was meticulously laid out on the desk. The ink from his quill had not splattered across the surface, and the potion simmering in the cauldron exhibited a perfect mother-of-pearl sheen. This was utterly contrary to the laws of nature. What was even more alarming was that this was not an isolated incident. More than once, she had spotted James in the library. Yes, the library. Always seated across from Lily. As the red-haired girl read attentively, James would steal glances at her, his gaze radiating an uncharacteristic tenderness. They entered and exited together, sharing laughter in a manner that made Elia question whether she had stumbled into a parallel universe. Who could possibly inform her if this world had been ensnared by a potent confusion charm? Determined to unravel the mystery, Elia resolved to take action. On Friday afternoon, she nestled into the far corner of the Gryffindor common room, using a copy of Advanced Charms Theory as a makeshift shield. Her eyes fixed intently on the portrait of the fat lady, resembling a cat poised to pounce on its prey. "What are you watching?" A deep voice suddenly resonated beside her, warm breath brushing against her ear. Elia jumped, nearly toppling from the sofa, her book thudding to the floor. "Sirius." She turned to punch her boyfriend lightly on the chest. "You scared me to death." Sirius chuckled mischievously as he settled beside her, his long legs casually draped over the coffee table. Today he wore a deep gray sweater, which accentuated the brightness of his gray eyes, and his black hair fell carelessly over his shoulders. "So engrossed that you didn't even notice my arrival?" he teased, picking up the book from the floor, arching an eyebrow at the title. "Since when did you develop an interest in charms theory?" Elia snatched the book back, lowering her voice. "I'm observing James and Lily. Don't you find their behavior rather peculiar lately?" She pointed to her eyes and then to the door. "James. Library. Answering questions. Does that make sense?" Sirius stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Indeed, the pointed fork has been acting mysteriously, even shirking night runs." He leaned closer to Elia, his voice dropping to a whisper. "The other night, I invited him to the kitchen for some pie, and he actually said, maybe another time. I've made plans to study charms with Lily." They exchanged knowing glances, simultaneously turning to the entrance, their stares fixed upon the portrait of the fat lady as if they were two statues, holding their breath. A few first-year students passing by were startled by their intensity and chose to alter their route, whispering among themselves, "What's up with the sixth years? Are they waiting for someone? I heard they were hunting the Golden Snitch." But of course, the snitch wouldn't come to the common room. Finally, as dusk settled and the last rays of sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting a golden hue over everything, James and Lily pushed open the common room door together. James was carrying a hefty tome titled History of Magical Theory, and Lily was animatedly speaking, which elicited a hearty laugh from him, his eyes crinkling behind his glasses. "Something is amiss. This is far too peculiar." Sirius and Elia sprang up simultaneously, like arrows released from their bows, each seizing one of the suspicious pair, and pressing them onto the nearby love seat. "Confess," Elia declared, hands on her hips, looking down at them with an authoritative stance, her red hair swaying with the motion. "Resistance is futile," Sirius chimed in, standing beside her, his gray eyes sparkling with mischief, resembling a tabloid reporter from the Daily Prophet. James and Lily exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Lily's cheeks flushed slightly, as if dusted with blush, while James ruffled his already tousled black hair, revealing a goofy grin. We're together now, boom." Elia's mind momentarily short-circuited. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, resembling a stranded fish. Sirius let out a whistle and patted his brother-in-arms on the shoulder. "Just a few days ago," Lily added, her voice tinged with uncontainable amusement, her emerald eyes sparkling. "I intended to tell you tonight, but you forced it out of me." Elia finally regained her voice, clutching her chest in mock despair. "Lily, how could you?" She gestured dramatically, "Such a splendid catch, and you let a pig snatch her." "Hey." James sprang up, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Who's the pig here?" He grabbed a cushion embroidered with a golden lion, and prepared to retaliate against Elia. Elia nimbly dodged behind Sirius, continuing her banter. "See, the true colors are revealed. Savage. Rude." Lily, exasperated, grasped James's sleeve. "All right, enough of that." Her voice was soft yet miraculously silenced the fuming James instantly. He obediently returned to her side, his mood shifting faster than one could blink. Elia rolled her eyes. Henpecked. But the smile tugging at her lips betrayed her amusement. Under Elia's relentless questioning, James animatedly recounted his exploits, his arms gesturing wildly in the air. "That night, I specifically asked Lily to the Astronomy Tower." His eyes sparkled like stars as he described the event. "And then I used the Lumos charm to conjure a multitude of stars, spelling out, 'Lily, go on a date with me.' The entire ceiling was covered." Elia's lips twitched. Klitsch. She turned to Sirius. "Did you teach him this?" Sirius raised his hands in innocence. "I swear, this time it wasn't me." James, indignant, lifted his chin defiantly. "What do you know? This is what romance looks like." Sirius curiously turned to Lily, his gray eyes glinting with teasing. "So, you just accepted?" Lily smirked, her red hair glowing in the firelight like flickering flames. Of course not. James immediately deflated, his shoulders slumping. Yeah, she said, James Potter, if you can maintain this for 10 minutes with a silencing charm, I'll consider it. He mimicked Lily's tone perfectly. Elia burst into laughter, nearly choking on her own saliva. And then what? Then this idiot actually held it for 10 minutes, Lily chuckled, her green eyes sparkling with mirth. She poked his arm gently, her face flushed, sweat pouring down, nearly fainting. I could see the veins on his temples throbbing. Sirius roared with laughter, slapping his knee. Just like you, pointed fork. Sacrificing his brain for love. And then? Elia pressed, leaning forward instinctively. How did it happen? Lily's face flushed again, resembling a rose-tinted blush. She lowered her gaze, her voice barely audible. He said, I'm serious, Lily. It's been you since first year. She lifted her head, her emerald eyes locking onto Elia's. At that moment, I realized he had truly changed. No longer was he the arrogant Potter. Taking advantage of the moment, James grasped Lily's hand, beaming like a Quidditch player who had just won the World Cup. His eyes twinkling behind his glasses. Elia watched their intertwined hands, a sudden pang of emotion welling in her chest. She reminisced about the first time James had laid eyes on Lily on the train in their first year, recalling his clumsy attempts at courtship over the years and the countless silly things he had done to irritate her. Perhaps this was the most fitting conclusion. Sirius seemed to sense her sentiment, wrapping his arm around her shoulders and whispering in her ear. What's wrong? Are you about to cry? Elia shot him a glare. Yet her lips betrayed her with a smile. Certainly not. I'm just. She glanced at James and Lily, her voice softening. I never imagined my brother could actually win Lily over. Sirius chuckled lightly, gently pinching her shoulder. Ah, the power of love. It can make trolls pirouette, compel poltergeists to adhere to rules, and inspire James Potter to take his studies seriously. James feigned indignation, tossing a candy wrapper in her direction. I can hear you. The four erupted into laughter, the crackling of the fire providing a warm backdrop. In this time of uncertainty, such sheer joy felt exceptionally precious. Chapter 143, The Hottest Gossip at Hogwarts. News of James Potter finally pursuing Lily Evans swept through Hogwarts like a gust of wind. From the Great Hall to the Quidditch pitch, from the library to the Ollery, everyone was abuzz with excitement. After all, this had been the longest unrequited love at Hogwarts, dating back to their first year, and it had finally blossomed into something more. Naturally, Elia, the battlefield's foremost journalist, would not let this monumental news slip by. On Saturday evening, as everyone else luxuriated in the leisure of the weekend, she sequestered herself in her dormitory, brewing a stimulating potion and pulling an all-nighter. Her quill danced across the parchment, producing an elaborate piece titled The 6-Year Pursuit of a Wife, on James Potter's tenacity and Lily Evans's patience. The article meticulously chronicled James's arduous journey from first year to sixth, complete with vibrant illustrations, such as the classic scene of James being struck on the back of the head by a potion Lily had brewed, and his mortifying moment on the pitch, shouting Lily, "Look at me," while bearing the title of president of the Evans fan club. Perfect. Elia set down her quill and stretched. Outside, the morning light glimmered upon the surface of the Black Lake. Satisfied, she rolled up the parchment, tied it with a ribbon, and handed it to the owl that had been waiting patiently. Delivered to the entertainment section of the Daily Prophet, Express. Once published, the article caused an immediate sensation. When the owl swooped into the Great Hall with that day's papers, nearly everyone flipped straight to the entertainment section. Merlin, look at this. A third-year Hufflepuff laughed, pointing at the illustration. This is Potter's expression when Evans hit him with a book. I never knew Potter was so tenacious, remarked the Ravenclaw prefect, adjusting his glasses. 6 years of rejection, and he still doesn't give up. This article is brilliant. A group of Gryffindor girls gushed, huddled together, finding it even more entertaining than the Witch Weekly gossip column. Elia sat at the Gryffindor table, cradling a cup of pumpkin juice, pretending not to notice the curious glances directed her way. Sirius lounged beside her, feeding her slices of fruit while teasing, "If that pointy-faced fork ever finds out you've sold his embarrassing history to the entire wizarding world, he'll want a cut." Elia stuck her tongue out, accepting a wedge of orange from Sirius. "It's called artistic license. Besides, I didn't receive any payment for it." She winked. The Daily Prophet said if this article gets a good response, they'll award me the best emotional column of the year. Just then an owl swooped down, dropping a scroll tied with golden ribbon. Elia unfolded it, her eyes lighting up. "Look, speak of the devil." She waved the award certificate. "Most popular emotional column of the year. See, I can win awards for writing gossip." Sirius chuckled, pinching her cheek. "You're a genius." He leaned down and kissed her cheek, adding, "But it really is well written." I had no idea James had such a rich history of pursuit. At that moment, another owl flew in, dropping the latest issue of the Daily Prophet. The headline blared, Ministry of Magic appoints new minister. Former minister dismissed for mismanagement. The cheerful atmosphere instantly soured. Elia furrowed her brow as she continued reading. Recently, Voldemort and his followers have been increasingly active, launching multiple attacks on Muggle communities and wizarding families of Muggle descent. According to insiders, the Dark Lord's emotions seem exceedingly unstable, and his actions have become more erratic than ever. Sirius leaned in for a closer look, his gray eyes darkening. It seems the destruction of the Horcruxes has sent him into a complete frenzy. Elia bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the newspaper. I wonder if Regulus is safe. Ever since he returned to the Black family as a spy, we haven't heard from him in ages. Sirius gently squeezed her shoulder, offering silent comfort. They sat in silence for a moment until a ruckus broke the heavy atmosphere. James strode into the great hall, his arm around Lily's shoulders, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. Spotting Elia and Sirius, he ambled over. What are you two looking so serious about? Before Elia could respond, James snatched the Daily Prophet from her hands. The air thickened with tension. Feeling guilty, Elia tugged at Sirius's robe, and he immediately understood, mouthing, "Run." Elia quickly stuffed a piece of toast into her mouth, crouching low in preparation to flee. "Elia Potter!" James's furious shout reverberated through the great hall, making the candles on the ceiling tremble. He shook the newspaper, pointing at the entertainment section. His face flushed. "You actually wrote all my embarrassing moments, and included illustrations?" James Potter hit on the back of the head by a potion brewed by Lily Evans due to excessive self-absorption. James Potter fell into the black lake from his broom to catch Lily's attention. His voice rose higher. "Are you really my sister?" Elia had already made it to the doorway, turning back to stick her tongue out at him. "Art mirrors life. Besides, everyone loves a good story. You stop right there," James shouted, bolting after her, his robes billowing behind him. Lily sighed, face-palming, while Sirius laughed so hard he nearly fell off the bench. The entire student body witnessed the spectacle. Gryffindor's seeker, James Potter, was chasing his sister around the hall, while the latest edition of the Daily Prophet lay discarded on the floor, featuring a photo of James striking an exaggerated heart gesture towards Lily, captioned, "Hogwarts' most devoted suitor." Truly a brotherly affair. Elia, breathless, collapsed onto a bench in the great hall, her chest heaving, tendrils of hair damp with sweat. James continued to circle her, brandishing the incriminating evidence, the illustration of him making a dramatic heart gesture in the newspaper. "Stop, stop, stop." Elia raised her hands in surrender, her throat dry. "I'm going to die if I don't take a break." Sirius timely offered her a glass of chilled pumpkin juice, even kindly rubbing her back. "Drink slowly. Don't choke." Elia gulped down nearly half the cup, finally catching her breath, and glared at James. "Can you be reasonable for once? If it weren't for me, would you have danced with Lily at the Christmas ball? Would you have had a moment alone with her in Diagon Alley? Would you have?" James paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully for a few seconds, then suddenly exclaimed, "You might have a point there? Of course I do." Elia pressed on, springing to her feet, her finger jabbing at James's chest. "I am your chief supporter. Without me, you'd still be up in the Astronomy Tower misspelling Lily's name with a Lumos charm." James scratched his head, then broke into a wide grin, pulling Elia into an embrace. "All right, in light of your hard work, I forgive you." Elia was about to exhale in relief when James continued, however. "Of course. There had to be a catch. Next time you write an article," James raised a finger, his expression serious, "it must feature a handsome illustration of me. It has to highlight my prowess as Hogwarts' greatest seeker." Elia's lips twitched. "Are you serious?" James stood with hands on his hips. "Absolutely serious. Otherwise, I shall inform Mother about your clandestine exchange of her cherished elixir for pumpkin juice last year." The accusation was laced with malice. Elia's eyes widened in disbelief. That was her mother's prized limited edition potion. "Fine," she retorted through gritted teeth, her mind already concocting a scheme of retribution. That very night, Elia found herself ensnared in the common room, laboring through the night. Before her lay a pristine roll of parchment, a quill dipped in ink. As she begrudgingly penned, "The King of Quidditch," an exposition on James Potter's unparalleled grace. Sirius lounged on the couch, munching on an apple while observing her humiliating endeavor, occasionally offering unsolicited advice. You could add a line about how his broomstick maneuvering leaves all opponents in the dust. This description lacks grandeur. Perhaps a few more adjectives could amplify it? Like as swift as lightning? Elia shot him a venomous glare, nearly piercing the parchment with her quill. If you utter another word, I shall compose Sirius black. The mystery of his shedding animagus form next. Sirius immediately raised his hands in surrender, though the mirth in his grey eyes remained undiminished. At last, as dawn broke, Elia completed this insincere piece. It brimmed with ostentatious praise for James. From his godlike maneuvers on the Quidditch pitch, to his unwavering devotion to Lily. She even appended a dashing illustration of James on his broomstick, a contribution begrudgingly provided by Sirius after Elia threatened to include the embarrassing incident of him being chased by garden gnomes in his childhood. Yet, in a hidden corner of the parchment, Elia discreetly inscribed in the smallest font, Author's Note. This report was completed under the duress of James Potter's coercive threats. Swiftly, the article graced the front page of the Hogwarts Daily. Students, upon reading, gasped in awe. They had not anticipated James Potter's prowess. Lily, clutching the newspaper, arched an eyebrow at James. Did you compel Elia to write this? James feigned innocence. How could I? It is all factual. He pointed to the passage detailing his astonishing 720-degree turn to evade a bludger during last year's match against Slytherin while simultaneously capturing the Golden Snitch, exclaiming, "What an objective and truthful narrative." Sirius, struggling to suppress laughter, coughed to cover his amusement. Meanwhile, Elia nestled in a corner of the great hall, observing James as he was besieged by a throng of younger students clamoring for his autograph, while she silently gnawed on a piece of bread, viciously biting into it as if it were James's head. Oh well, considering he is my brother, she mused. Not a chance. Elia jotted down another note in her mental ledger. Next time. She vowed to write James Potter caught sneaking snacks from the kitchen while being chased by house elves as her revenge. Sirius, having stealthily approached, whispered in her ear, "Have you decided on the title for your next piece?" Elia grinned ominously, her eyes glinting with mischief. The 10 most mortifying moments of the Marauder leader. Sirius erupted in laughter, ruffling her hair. Just remember to exclude me. I can provide material. Elia huffed but could not suppress a smile. Sibling affection? No. This was merely the routine of mutual sabotage. Yet amidst such tumultuous times, possessing the ability to engage in such mundane bickering and laughter was, indeed, a stroke of fortune. Chapter 144. The Wolfsbane Potion Initiative. Sunlight streamed through the towering windows of the library, casting a golden hue upon the ancient tomes. Elia entered, cradling a hefty stack of books, with advanced potion-making and properties of rare herbs precariously atop the pile. Whistling a cheerful tune, she waved her wand, causing the books to levitate and follow her. With idle time at hand, she resolved to delve into something productive, initially intending to locate a quiet nook. Elia soon discovered the library nearly filled to capacity. Exam week truly was daunting. First-year students huddled together, their faces etched with anxiety. Seventh years wore grave expressions, their tables cluttered with notes. Even Madame Pants appeared more vigilant than usual, her sharp gaze scanning every nook for potential disturbances. Just as she contemplated leaving, her gaze fell upon a table by the window where Remus sat alone, engrossed in a hefty tome. Remus. Elia approached enthusiastically, her books aligning obediently behind her. Do you mind if I sit here? Remus looked up, his eyes warm under the sunlight. He smiled gently, revealing fine lines at the corners of his eyes. Not at all. He reached out to assist her in placing the books on the table. Elia pulled out advanced potion-making from her bag, swiftly flipping to the page on the Wolfsbane potion. She positioned the book on her lap, feigning to peruse her notes on history of magic, as she hastily jotted down the recipe and precautions on the parchment, occasionally furrowing her brow in contemplation. Damn that Snape, she muttered. Promised to help me refine the calming draft since first year. Yet here we are, and nothing has transpired. I must research it myself. Chewing on the quill's tip, she pondered how to mitigate the side effects of the Wolfsbane potion. Remus's post-full moon fragility tugged at her heart. Just as she immersed herself in the world of potion-making, Remus inquired softly, Elia, what are you writing? Ah. Elia's hand trembled, the quill leaving a long ink streak on the parchment. Oh, it's nothing. Instinctively, she attempted to conceal the book beneath the table, but inadvertently bumped her knee, causing advanced potion-making to thud to the floor, opening right to the Wolfsbane potion page. Remus bent to retrieve it, his gaze unavoidably landing on that very page. His movement stilled momentarily before he calmly returned the book to her. Your book. Elia accepted it, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Remus offered a gentle smile, his voice soothing. Elia, did you know that when you're feeling guilty, you become rather flustered? Your right hand unconsciously touches your left earlobe. Elia instinctively released her grip on her earlobe, forcing a chuckle. Do I? Remus closed his own book, fixing her with a serious gaze. If you do not wish to share, you need not tell me. I respect a friend's privacy. His tone was soft yet imbued with undeniable sincerity. Elia felt a surge of emotion, nearly throwing herself at him for an embrace. Remus was truly an angel. Unlike her gossiping brother James, or the sardonic Snape, and certainly not like that overly curious large black dog. With a sigh, she nudged the parchment toward Remus. It's not a big deal, just this. Remus glanced down, his pupils dilating as he beheld the parchment densely filled with the Wolfsbane potions, improvement formulas and alternative herb solutions, with little question marks drawn in certain areas, indicating her uncertainties. He abruptly looked up, his voice trembling. Why are you researching this? Elia shrugged, casual as if discussing what to have for breakfast. Just trying to keep myself occupied. While you have James and the others with you now, you'll still suffer during the full moon. She pointed to the highlighted sections on the parchment. If this succeeds, it will spare you the agony. I've researched, and the current Wolfsbane potion's side effects are too severe, and the taste is revolting. Merlin, why must it include wormwood? Remus's eyes glistened slightly, his fingers unconsciously tracing the parchment's edges, where a small ink blot resembled a crescent moon. Elia, his voice caught in his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing. Elia, oblivious to the gravity of the moment, interjected. Don't get too sentimental. I do have my own selfish motives. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Should her research prove successful, she could submit it to the Daily Prophet and earn a handsome fee. Just days ago, she had secured an award for her gossip on James. And if she were to clinch the potion invention award this time, she might even earn herself a Merlin's medal. Remus couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as the fine lines around his eyes softened. You are already remarkable. His gaze fell upon the neatly penned words of Aaliyah on the parchment, and he mused that her ideas were indeed quite innovative. Aaliyah blinked, suddenly lowering her voice. Wait a moment. She drew her wand and with a gentle flourish, cast a silent spell. A blue luminescence radiated from the tip of her wand, forming a translucent barrier that enveloped their vicinity. Remus watched in astonishment as the ambient sounds of the library faded away. Even the rustle of Madame Pants arranging books was rendered inaudible. All right, Aaliyah said with satisfaction as she stowed her wand, the barrier shimmering softly in the sunlight. Now they could converse freely. She leaned closer to Remus, her voice still a hushed whisper. What if you joined in? Your potion grades are quite commendable. Last time Slughorn praised your perfect brew of the draught of living death. Her excitement was palpable as she gestured animatedly. Not only could we create an improved version of the Wolfsbane potion, but we could also share the fee. It's a win-win. Remus was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Really, is that possible? He murmured, his voice nearly inaudible. I mean, this is for... Of course, Aaliyah exclaimed, seizing his hand and thrusting a quill into it. Come on, let us start analyzing the basic formula. She flipped open advanced potion making, pointing to a section. Look here, isn't the silver content a bit too high? I've researched that excessive intake of silver compounds can lead to neurological damage and skin discoloration. Remus naturally continued, his fingers lightly brushing the page. But silver is a crucial component in suppressing the characteristics of werewolves. We can't reduce it indiscriminately. Aaliyah bit the end of her quill, pondering, what if we added a bit of unicorn hair? It's said to neutralize toxins. Remus frowned in contemplation. That might weaken the potion's efficacy, and it's prohibitively expensive. One strand costs 15 galleons. Then how about substituting with moonflower? It only blooms during a full moon. Perhaps it could enhance the potion's connection to lunar phases. Aaliyah's eyes brightened. The collection of moonflower is exceedingly challenging, and it must be used within an hour of blooming. Remus shook his head, though a smile tugged at his lips. But that's an excellent idea. Perhaps we could experiment with powdered moonstone instead? They immersed themselves in research for the entirety of the day, the parchment densely covered with notes. Aaliyah occasionally proposed whimsical ideas, while Remus utilized his solid potion knowledge to assess their feasibility. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, transitioning from a dazzling gold to a warm orange-red, the light illuminated their intertwined quills. I believe the bitterness can be mitigated with peppermint syrup. Aaliyah circled a section on the parchment. After all, it wouldn't affect the potion's efficacy. Remus chuckled softly. You simply dislike bitter flavors, don't you? Busted. Aaliyah stuck out her tongue, recalling how she almost lost her senses after tasting a revitalizing draught from Madame Pomfrey. As the sun set, the library began to empty. When Madame Pants came to urge them to leave, they realized they had been engrossed in study for an entire day. Aaliyah stretched, her spine cracking slightly, and carefully folded the parchment, tucking it into the most concealed compartment of her bag. Shall we continue tomorrow? She inquired, her eyes slightly red from prolonged reading. Remus nodded, a rare, relaxed smile gracing his lips. Tomorrow then. He helped Aaliyah gather her books, his movements gentle and practiced. Upon exiting the library, the castle corridors were lit by flickering torches. Remus suddenly halted, softly saying, "Aaliyah, thank you." His voice was barely above a whisper, but Aaliyah heard him clearly. She waved her hand dismissively, feigning exaggeration. "Don't thank me yet. Just promise me a honeyduke's treat if we succeed. I want the biggest chocolate frog." With that, she dashed away, her red hair trailing behind her like a comet, while Remus stood rooted, watching her figure vanish around the corner, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable light. On her way back to Gryffindor Tower, Aaliyah touched the parchment in her bag, an involuntary smile curling her lips. Perhaps, just perhaps, she could alleviate some of Remus's pain. This thought filled her heart with warmth, brighter than any spell. Unbeknownst to her, from the shadows emerged Severus Snape, his dark eyes glinting with a complex light. He had witnessed everything, including the detailed notes on the improved wolfsbane potion. His lips pressed into a thin line as he turned to disappear down the corridor. Chapter 145. Veritaserum and Transactions. Aaliyah turned the corner of the corridor, her arms laden with heavy tomes teetering precariously. She was lost in thoughts of Remus's expression upon seeing the improved wolfsbane potion. When she nearly collided with a dark figure, she skidded to a halt, books slipping from her grasp as advanced potion making and properties of rare herbs thudded to the floor with a dull sound. "Watch where you're going, Potter," a familiar cold voice intoned. Aaliyah looked up to see Snape's pale visage. His black eyes, in the dim corridor light, resembled stagnant pools, while his sharp nose cast a shadow, and his thin lips were pressed into a taut line. "Apologies, Snape," Aaliyah replied, bending to pick up her books, deliberately slowing her movements to buy time for thought. She had just concluded her discussion with Remus in the library about the full moon plan, and now she was face to face with the last person she wished to see. As her fingers brushed the spine of advanced potion making, Snape suddenly grasped her wrist with a grip that made her wince. "We need to talk," he said, lowering his voice, a faint scent of absinthe lingering in his breath. "About your previous comments regarding your position." Before she could respond, Snape yanked her into an adjacent empty classroom. The door clicked shut, and in an instant, he expertly waved his wand, casting a silencing charm that was utterly soundless. A blue curtain of light expanded from the tip of his wand, isolating the classroom from the outside world. Sixth-year students were not supposed to master such advanced spells. "Whatever the terms, I accept," Snape stated bluntly, his voice tenser than usual, as if he were suppressing some intense emotion. Aaliyah cautiously stepped back, her back against the cold stone wall. She noted the pronounced dark circles under Snape's eyes. His lips cracked and peeling, as if he hadn't rested well for days. "Have you suddenly changed your mind?" She narrowed her eyes, her fingers stealthily inching towards her wand concealed in her sleeve. "What reason do I have to trust you?" Snape scoffed coldly, retrieving a crystal vial from his inner pocket, the transparent liquid swirling inside. "Veritaserum." He tossed the vial to Aaliyah, his move rough yet precise. "Check it." Aaliyah caught the vial, raising an eyebrow. Skillfully, she uncorked it and inhaled. It bore no scent. Then she let a drop fall onto her fingertip, rubbing it between her fingers, the sensation cool as water. It was indeed Veritaserum. She watched in astonishment as Snape reclaimed the vial, and downed its contents in one swift motion, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. "Now you may ask," he said, his facial muscles twitching unnaturally under the potion's influence, his dark eyes fixed intently on her. "Before I change my mind." Aaliyah's eyes gleamed with mischief. "What do you like most about Lily?" "Her eyes and hell." Snape glared at her furiously, sparks flying from the tip of his wand. "Don't waste time. Why were you lurking outside the girls' restroom last week? To follow that idiot James." "Enough." Snape's wand sparked dangerously, illuminating the dim classroom with a fierce glare. "Ask something relevant." Aaliyah finally retracted her playful demeanor, her emerald eyes turning serious. "I need you to continue feigning loyalty to Voldemort," she stated, locking her gaze onto Snape's, her voice low and resolute, conveying an urgent message at a pivotal moment. "Is that all?" The Veritaserum rendered Snape incapable of concealing his astonishment, his brows arching high. And Aaliyah added, revealing a mischievous smile and raising a finger. "Did you complete the calming potion I entrusted to you in first year?" "Yes," Snape replied begrudgingly, each word seemingly extricated from between clenched teeth. "It's an improved version, with valerian root added." "What about the formula?" "In the third notebook on my nightstand," Snape gritted, the veins on his temples visibly pronounced. "You despicable." "Deal," Aaliyah cheerfully interrupted, turning to pull open the door, the soundproofing charm shattering like bubbles with her movement. The clamor of the corridor surged in instantly. "See you in the Great Hall tonight, and don't forget to bring your materials." She skipped away, hearing Snape's furious footsteps and a muttered, "Damn Potter," trailing behind. At dinner, The Gryffindor table buzzed with excitement. Sirius was sculpting a volcano of mashed potatoes, while James poured gravy at the summit, feigning an eruption. Remus quietly perused Advanced Transfiguration, occasionally glancing towards the entrance. "He*s here," Remus suddenly whispered, his fingers instinctively tightening on the page. Elia turned to see Snape entering the Great Hall with a brooding expression. He strode directly to the Gryffindor table, causing an immediate hush to fall. Several younger students, even holding their breath. "Take this." Snape slammed a small linen pouch down before Elia, his eyes fixed on Lily at the far end of the table. Sharing a slice of lemon cake with Mary, her red hair glowing like flames in the candlelight, utterly oblivious to the stir. Elia felt a flicker of sympathy for him. As Snape turned to leave, she softly called, "Hey Snape," hastily adding before his anger could surface, "Even if we can't be lovers, we can still be friends. It's worth considering." Snape froze, the flow of his black robes halting abruptly. He turned his head, a fleeting, elusive emotion flickering in his eyes. Perhaps anger. Perhaps pain. Ultimately, he said nothing, striding away, his robe swirling behind him like an unyielding cloud. Sirius immediately leaned in, curiosity gleaming in his gray eyes. "Since when are you so chummy with the Snavellis?" His arm casually draped over Elia's shoulder. Elia smiled mysteriously, opening the pouch to inspect its contents. 2 vials of shimmering silver potions, and a parchment densely scrawled with notes. She pushed the items toward Remus. "An improved version," she explained. "He said he added valerian root, and have the initial dosage for a trial." Remus's fingers trembled slightly as he accepted the vials, nearly spilling pumpkin juice. His eyes glistened with moisture in the candlelight. "Merlin, you really did it," he choked out. Sirius snatched one vial, examining it against the light. "Wait, is this the Wolfsbane potion? Did you manage to get this from Snavellis?" His astonishment directed at Elia was palpable. "What did you threaten him with? His hair care secrets?" Elia merely blinked, spearing a piece of meat pie. "A secret. But he's more or less on our side now." James leaned over from the opposite end of the table, his brown eyes behind glasses wide with disbelief. "What? Snavellis? On our side?" He exaggeratedly felt Elia's forehead. "Are you feverish? Or under a confusion charm?" Remus carefully stowed the potions and formula in an inner pocket, his fingers pressing gently over his chest as if safeguarding a rare treasure. His voice quivered. "Elia, I truly don't know how to thank you for this. It could change everything." "Oh." Elia suddenly sighed dramatically, propping her forehead with one hand in mock despair. "Now that we have the formula, we could brew together." But she paused theatrically. "We won't be able to make a fortune. Merlin's stinky socks. Our plan for wealth is dashed." After saying this, she pretended to wipe non-existent tears with her sleeve, her shoulders shaking like a first year who had lost their candy. Sirius sputtered out the pumpkin juice he had just gulped, while James hastily cast a waterproof charm on himself, coughing and laughing. "Wait, what wealth?" Sirius questioned, still catching his breath, incredulity shining in his gray eyes. "Were you two planning to sell Wolfsbane?" "Of course." Elia perked up, counting on her fingers. "Think about it. The werewolf market across all of Britain. We could undercut Street Mungo's by 30%, and bulk production would reduce costs even more. Remus can test the potions, I'll handle the publicity, and you too." She pointed at James and Sirius, "can be the models, standing on billboards with your shiny white teeth on display." Remus could no longer suppress his laughter, shaking his head as the fine lines around his eyes smoothed. "I can't believe I've become your potion testing guinea pig." "Don't put it so harshly," Elia teased, poking his arm. "You're the Chief Product Experience Officer. What a trendy title." Suddenly, James slammed his fist on the table, sending a sausage flying onto Sirius's plate. "I've got it. Our slogan could be, Moonface approved." Then in smaller print, Sirius interjected disdainfully as he nudged the sausage to the edge of his plate. "Moonface assumes no responsibility for transformation success. Consult St. Mungo's Magical Creatures Injuries Department if you grow an extra tail." The four erupted into laughter, drawing curious glances from several tables nearby. Lily cast a curious glance from across the long table, and Elia seized the opportunity to wink at her, receiving a gentle smile in return. As the laughter subsided, Remus lowered his voice, his expression turning earnest. "If this potion is indeed as effective as Snape claims, we could truly help so many people." Elia nodded, uncharacteristically serious. "I know. Those earlier jokes were rooted in reality. The Ministry's policies regarding werewolves are absolutely abysmal." Her fingers gently tapped on the table. "If we can improve the potion, even if it merely alleviates the pain of the full moon." Her voice trailed off, a shadow passing through her eyes. After a brief silence, Sirius suddenly snapped his fingers. "Then it's settled. Not only will we develop the potion, but we'll also establish an anti-werewolf discrimination association or something. I'll fund it, James can brainstorm ideas, Remus can provide the intellect, and Elia, I'll contribute beauty and wisdom. Elia chimed in, tossing her long, red hair, which shimmered like flowing copper in the candlelight. You'll contribute your audacity, James corrected, deftly dodging a napkin thrown her way. Remus observed the playful banter among the trio, a smile creeping onto his face. His hand unconsciously brushed over the potion vials, softly murmuring, "Thank you truly." Elia halted her napkin skirmish with James, suddenly leaning toward Remus, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "If you really want to thank me, how about you try my improved formula next full moon? I'm adding some jumping bean powder. Perhaps it'll make you tap dance in your transformed state." "Elia!" Remus exclaimed, wide-eyed in horror, while Sirius and James were already doubled over with laughter, prompting Professor McGonagall to cast a warning glance from the teacher's table. At the far end of the Slytherin table, Severus Snape sat alone, his dark eyes occasionally glancing toward the Gryffindor table. His expression remained somber, yet when Lily inadvertently cast her gaze upon him, a fleeting glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes before extinguishing swiftly, akin to a candle snuffed out by the wind. Chapter 146, Anomalies and Truth. On a particular evening a few weeks later, Elia sat alone by the window of the Gryffindor common room, her fingers unconsciously tapping against the cover of Advanced Potion Making. "Have you seen Peter?" James's voice accompanied the sound of the common room door being flung open. Elia looked up to see her brother sprawled across the adjacent armchair, his glasses askew, and his hair more disheveled than usual. Sirius followed closely behind, grabbing a bottle of pumpkin juice from the coffee table and gulping it down, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. The mingling sense of sweat and earth, combined with his unique pine fragrance, wafted over to Elia, causing her fingers to momentarily falter. "We agreed to study the Marauders map together." Sirius wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and casually perched himself on the windowsill beside Elia, his long legs brushing against her knee. "That bloke has been rather elusive lately." The humor in his gray eyes dimmed slightly. "He was late for potions yesterday, and left Transfiguration early the day before. I bet he's been sneaking off to the kitchens again. Fat Lady mentioned he returned to the dormitory with 3 bags of frosted cakes this week." Elia's fingers suddenly stiffened. She lifted her head, acutely sensing something amiss. "Has Peter been acting strangely lately?" "Indeed," James replied nonchalantly, "always sneaking off, without a clue as to what he's up to. We asked him a few times, but he stuttered and couldn't articulate anything, so we eventually stopped bothering." Elia felt her heart plummet, as if someone had lodged a block of ice in her stomach. She closed her book and cast her gaze towards the corner of the common room, where a faded carpet lay, Peter's favorite nook for curling up with snacks, now desolate and empty. "Don't you find it peculiar?" she whispered, striving to regulate her pace of speech. Peter, despite his voracious appetite, would never absent himself from training without reason. Sirius raised an eyebrow, the setting sun casting a golden hue upon his profile. "Are you suspecting Wormtail of something nefarious?" His tone was light, yet his gray eyes had sharpened, reflecting a familiar predatory gaze that Elia recognized. She hesitated to respond, her thoughts drifting to the ominous prophecy. If the narrative unfolded as it should, Peter Pettigrew would become the traitor, leading to the demise of James and Lily. But now that Voldemort's Horcruxes had been obliterated, the Dark Lord would surely perceive her as his foremost adversary. This notion caused her fingers to instinctively clench the hem of her robe. "Elia?" James waved a hand in front of her face. "You look rather pale." Sirius's hand enveloped hers, his warm and dry palm contrasting with her cool fingertips. "Why are your hands so cold?" He frowned, his voice soft enough for only her to hear. "I'm merely," Elia bit her lip, weighing her words. "I was wondering whether Peter might be in some sort of trouble, given how tense things are outside." Sirius abruptly straightened, stirring up dust from the windowsill that danced in the evening light. "Are you implying Death Eaters?" The trio's gazes intersected, the laughter of the common room suddenly retreating into the background. "Impossible," James asserted firmly, though Elia detected a hint of uncertainty in his voice that she had never encountered before. "Peter is one of our closest friends, he would never." "I have an idea." Elia abruptly stood, retrieving a neatly folded piece of parchment from her pocket. "May I borrow the Marauders map?" James hesitated momentarily before handing it over. "I solemnly swear I mean no harm." Ink lines immediately spread across the parchment, delineating every corner of Hogwarts. Elia's fingers searched eagerly, her heart racing within her chest, nearly bursting from the confines of her ribs. At last, she discovered Peter's name in an unexpected location. He was with little Barty Crouch, appearing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. "This doesn't seem right." Elia's fingertips trembled slightly, her voice sounding as if it emanated from a great distance. Crouch dropped out last year. How could he possibly? Sirius snatched the map from her, his complexion paling drastically. Elia noticed the tension in his jaw, a sign of him striving to control his emotions. I'm going to find him. He turned to leave, his robe billowing in his wake. Wait. Elia grasped Sirius's arm, feeling the taut muscles beneath the fabric. If Peter is indeed, we need evidence and a plan. James's expression turned unusually grave as he removed his glasses to clean them, the gesture rendering him unexpectedly youthful and vulnerable. Elia, what exactly are you suspecting? Elia inhaled deeply, her eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions. She looked at Sirius, finding unwavering trust in his gray gaze, which fortified her resolve. James, there's something I've been meaning to. The door to the common room swung open once more. Peter Pettigrew stood breathless at the threshold, his round face flushed unnaturally, his robe smeared with dirt and leaves, as if he had just crawled out from beneath the whomping willow. Sorry I'm late, he stammered, his small eyes darting nervously over the tense faces of the trio. I was helping Professor Sprout with the mandrakes in the greenhouse. Elia's gaze fell upon Peter's fidgeting hands, where dark red stains lingered beneath his nails, reminiscent of dried blood. Her stomach twisted once more, yet a sweet smile graced her lips. Is that so? She said, stealthily slipping the Marauders map back into her pocket. That must have been quite fascinating. Peter gave a sheepish smile, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Why, yeah, especially interesting. He scurried like a startled mouse to the corner carpet, pulling out a bag of sweets and devouring them, the crinkling of the wrappers sounding jarringly loud in the suddenly silent common room. Noticing Elia's unfinished remark, Sirius gently squeezed her hand, murmuring, 8 o'clock in the room of requirement. With that, he turned and departed. Elia watched his retreating figure, suddenly resolved. She hastened to catch up with Sirius, seizing his wrist around the hallway corner. No need to wait until tonight, she whispered, her voice trembling with anxiety. Let us go now. Bring James, Remus, and Lily. We'll go together. She paused briefly, adding, except for Peter. Sirius turned to face her, the moonlight streaming through the corridor windows, casting a silvery sheen upon his handsome features. He cradled Elia's face, his thumb gently brushing against her taut jawline. Are you finally going to share that secret with me? Elia nodded, her throat constricting. For James, for Lily, for you, and for myself. She rose onto her toes, placing a feather-light kiss upon Sirius's lips. Trust me, will you? Sirius gazed intently at her, his gray eyes reflecting starlight and her silhouette. After a long moment, he nodded. Always. When they found Lily at the doorway of the Transfiguration classroom, the red-haired girl was clutching a stack of books, poised to head to the library. We need to talk, she said directly to Lily. The surprise on Lily's face swiftly morphed into seriousness as she set down her books. What has happened? Remus approached from the direction of the library, raising an eyebrow at their huddle. Did I miss something? Perfect timing, Sirius replied, his voice taut in a manner Elia had never heard before. We need to go to the room of requirement, now. As they traversed the moving staircase, Elia felt Sirius's hand subtly grasp hers. His palm was warm and dry, granting her the courage to continue speaking. She knew that in mere moments, she would have to unveil her greatest secret, a soul from another world, a known tragic future, and a solitary warrior striving to alter fate. The room of requirement had transformed into a cozy living room, with the crackling flames of the fireplace casting a warm glow, while several comfortable sofas encircled the space. Lily anxiously grasped Elia's hand, inquiring, what has happened? Remus sat quietly by the window, the moonlight illuminating his gentle features with a silvery sheen. Has Peter not arrived? Sirius casually cast a few soundproofing charms before settling naturally beside Elia, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. He thinks we have sneaked off to the kitchen for a treat. Elia inhaled deeply, savoring the warmth of her boyfriend's embrace. She glanced at James, Lily, and Remus, finally steeling herself. I must share with you a secret, a very significant secret. Her voice trembled slightly, yet her gaze remained resolute. I hail from the 21st century. The room fell silent, save for the sound of the flames dancing in the hearth. The 21st century? Is that the future? James blinked, his eyes behind his glasses filled with bewilderment. Yes and no. We inhabit two distinct timelines, Elia explained, her fingers unconsciously stroking Sirius's sleeve. In my world, you are merely characters from a book. Lily's eyes widened in shock, her emerald pupils constricting slightly. A book? Harry Potter, Elia whispered, the name both familiar and strange on her tongue. A tale of the magical realm. The protagonist is a boy named Harry Potter, who discovers on his 11th birthday that he is a wizard. Sirius frowned, his handsome features sharply defined in the firelight. So you mean we do not exist? We are mere figments of imagination? No. Elia hastily shook her head, her chestnut hair swaying on her shoulders. You most certainly exist. It's just that in my world, someone has penned your story. She bit her lip, tasting a hint of iron, but when I awakened, I found myself truly here, in a baby's body, yet with memories of the future. Remus nodded thoughtfully. No wonder you seem to foresee many things, like Horcruxes, like Wolfsbane, like Peter. Elia's voice dwindled. James's complexion paled. So Peter will truly betray us? In the original story, yes, Elia lamented, he revealed your whereabouts to Voldemort, leading to your demise. Lily gasped, her fingers clenching tightly around her robe. But now it is different. Elia asserted, all of Voldemort's Horcruxes have been destroyed. His power is significantly diminished. However, Peter may still betray us, Sirius interjected coldly, a glint of frost passing through his gray eyes. We need evidence, Remus murmured. If he is in contact with the Death Eaters. We observed him meeting with Barty Crouch on the Marauders map, Elia mentioned. And there were traces of blood under his fingernails. I suspect he may have made some sort of oath. James suddenly stood up, pacing back and forth. So what do we do now? Should we confront him directly? No, Elia shook her head. We need to ascertain what he has divulged. Lily took a deep breath. We should inform Dumbledore. No, Elia quickly replied. If Peter discovers we know, he may flee to Voldemort, and we would lose our lead. Sirius's fingers gently caressed the back of Elia's hand, his voice low and resolute. Then we shall keep him under surveillance. Yes, Remus nodded. We will observe from the shadows, gathering evidence. James abruptly halted, gazing at his sister with a complex expression. So in your world, we are merely stories. Elia's heart ached. She stood, approached her brother, and embraced him gently. No, James. In my heart, you have always been real. Her voice caught in her throat. You are my dearest ones. Sirius stepped closer, enveloping her shoulders, his tone tender yet steadfast. Regardless of whether this world is real or fictional, we are together now. Lily and Remus joined them. The five of them huddled closely before the comforting fire. We shall face this together, Lily softly declared. A conviction in her voice that Elia had never heard before. No matter what Peter intends to do, Remus added, we will not allow him to succeed. As Elia gazed upon those she cherished most, warmth surged within her. Perhaps in her world, this story was merely a book, but now, it was her reality. Chapter 147. Fate and Embrace. After James, Lily, and Remus exited the room of requirement, Elia was about to follow when Sirius suddenly grasped her wrist. His fingers were warm and strong. With a gentle flick of his other hand, the door clicked shut, sealing out the sounds of the outside world. Outside, James paused briefly. Through the heavy wooden door, Elia heard him chuckle knowingly, followed by the sound of his footsteps as he wrapped an arm around Lily's shoulders, saying, let us go. They may have something to discuss. Lily blinked her bright green eyes, glancing back at the closed door, her red hair shimmering warmly under the torchlight in the corridor. She nodded, not asking further questions. Remus smiled slightly, moonlight streaming through the corridor window, casting a gentle light on his kind face. Let them have a moment alone, he suggested softly, his voice imbued with undeniable understanding. As their footsteps faded into the distance, the room of requirement fell into silence, punctuated only by the faint crackling of the fire. Sirius did not speak immediately, instead quietly observing Elia, his gray eyes appearing particularly profound in the dim light, like the surface of the sea before a storm. His fingers remained lightly gripping her wrist, gently caressing her skin, as if to confirm her presence. Elia's heart raced under his gaze, her chest feeling as though it housed a restless little bird. Sirius seldom displayed such silence or seriousness. Unable to restrain herself, she softly inquired, what is it? Her voice resonated distinctly in the stillness of the room. Sirius inhaled deeply, his chest visibly rising and falling. Finally, he spoke, his tone grave and earnest, each word seemingly weighed with contemplation. What is my fate in your world? Elia's breath hitched. She had anticipated he might ask this question, but when faced with it, her heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Her throat constricted, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. What could she say? That he spent 12 years in Azkaban? That he ultimately fell into that frigid veil? That in the original narrative he never witnessed Harry grow up? Sirius did not rush her. He simply waited quietly, his gaze unwavering, as if seeking the answer within her expression. The firelight flickered across his handsome features, accentuating their sharp contours while illuminating a trace of vulnerability in his eyes. At last, Elia lowered her lashes, unable to meet his gaze. She focused on their clasped hands, whispering, you were imprisoned in Azkaban due to Peter's betrayal. Her voice was soft, yet it sliced through the tranquility between them like a dull knife. 12 years. Sirius's fingers tightened slightly, but he did not interrupt her. His breathing grew heavier, yet his expression remained composed, as though he were listening to a tale that had nothing to do with him. Eventually you escaped and found Harry, Elia continued, her voice dwindling further, almost as if afraid to disturb some fragile dream. But in the Department of Mysteries, you fell into the veil. The last word slipped from her lips like a whisper. After speaking, Elia summoned her courage to meet Sirius's gaze, only to find his eyes glistening with unshed tears. His throat bobbing as he struggled to suppress a surge of emotion. His gray eyes shimmered in the firelight, yet he stubbornly withheld his tears. Then, he suddenly extended his arm, pulling Elia into his embrace, holding her tightly. His chest pressed against her ear. The sound of his heartbeat resonated heavily and distinctly, reverberating like a drum against her eardrum. Elia sensed a slight tremor in his breath, the warmth of his exhalation brushing against her hair, as if he were suppressing a tumultuous emotion. "Sirius?" she softly called, her fingers cautiously climbing up his back, feeling the taut muscles beneath the fabric. He did not respond, merely tightened his grip, burying his face in her hair. Elia could feel the bridge of his prominent nose resting against her neck, his warm breath cascading over her skin. After a long while, she felt a faint coolness and dampness at her neck. He was crying. This realization sent a shiver through Elia's heart. Sirius Black, the ever-irreverent, beaming boy, was silently shedding tears in her arms. She wrapped her arms around his waist, her fingers gently patting his back, as if soothing an injured great dog. "It's all right," she whispered, her voice soft enough to avoid startling anything. "It's different now. You won't." "What about Regulus?" He suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable, yet stubbornly pressing on. "What happened to him in that story?" Elia closed her eyes, resting her forehead against his shoulder. She had known he would ask this, but when the words were finally uttered, her heart felt as if it had been pierced. She replied softly, "In that story, Regulus was the bravest hero." Sirius's body stiffened suddenly, his breath catching for a moment. He discovered the secret of Voldemort's Horcruxes, and went to retrieve it alone. She paused, her voice dwindling to a whisper, as if afraid to disturb something. "He sacrificed himself." Sirius's breath became labored, his arms unconsciously tightening around her, as if he wished to melt her into his very being. Elia could feel his tremors, a vibration resonating from the depths of his soul. She gently caressed his back, tracing the contours of his spine, again and again, in an attempt to convey some unspoken comfort. "But this time it's different," she continued, her voice gaining some firmness. "We changed the ending. Regulus survived, and you two reconciled." Sirius remained silent for a long time, long enough for Elia to think he might never speak again. The flames in the fireplace gradually dwindled, leaving only the intertwined sounds of their breathing in the room. Finally he took a deep breath, loosening his grip slightly, and cradled her face in his hands. His palms were large and warm, the fingertips a bit rough, calloused from years of wielding a wand. He pressed his forehead against hers, his gray eyes still glistening with unshed tears, shimmering with a fragile yet resolute light in the firelight. "Thank you." His voice was low and tremulous, imbued with an indescribable emotion. "If it weren't for you, I would never have known how brave Regulus was." His voice caught, his throat moving as he swallowed. "I might never have seen him again." Elia's heart felt as if it had been struck by something. She gazed at the boy who was always playful, now revealing such a vulnerable side. She wanted to say something, but found that all words seemed pale and powerless. Sirius bowed his head, kissing her deeply. This kiss was unlike those before, absent of teasing or fervor. It was imbued with a near-reverent tenderness, as if he sought to pour all the emotions he could not articulate into it. His lips were slightly dry yet warm and firm, gently caressing hers. Like a silent vow, Elia closed her eyes, responding to him, her fingers tightening around his collar. She could taste the faint saltiness on his lips, remnants of unshed tears. This time, fate had been rewritten, and they would never tread the same path again. When they finally parted, Sirius's expression had regained some of its previous brightness, though his eyes still glimmered with redness. He reached up to brush the stray hair from Elia's forehead, a familiar, slightly roguish smile tugging at his lips. "So, what we need to do now is ensure that Traitor Peter never has a chance to meddle again, right?" Elia nodded, unable to suppress her smile. "Yes, and we must protect James and Lily, ensuring that." She paused, ensuring that they can watch Harry grow up. Sirius's eyes brightened, as if a thought had suddenly struck him. "Will they name the child Harry?" "Yes," Elia laughed and nodded. "Harry James Potter." Sirius's expression softened, warmth flickering in his gray eyes. "A splendid name." He paused, suddenly raising an eyebrow, But I must say, if it were up to me, I might consider Sirius as a middle name or something. Elia couldn't help but laugh aloud, lightly punching his shoulder. Narcissist. Sirius seized her hand, kissing it. His expression suddenly turning serious. We will change everything, won't we? Elia gazed into his eyes, nodding with conviction. We are already changing it. Sirius took a deep breath, standing upright, extending his hand toward her. So, Miss Potter, are you ready to save the world? Elia placed her hand in his, feeling the warmth and strength of his fingers. Always ready, Mr. Black. They exchanged smiles, pushing open the door to the room of requirement. Stepping into the illuminated corridor. Ahead lay countless challenges and dangers, but at that moment, they held only one steadfast belief. This time, no one would become the protagonist of a tragedy. Chapter 148. The Conspiracy of Quidditch. On the eve of the 6th-year Quidditch match, the corridors of Hogwarts buzzed with an atmosphere of tension and excitement. Red and green decorations intertwined upon the stone walls, as Gryffindor and Slytherin students exchanged challenging glances. This inter-house rivalry had always been the fiercest, and this time, Elia, as the Seeker, found herself in the spotlight. In the Gryffindor Tower on the night before the match, the flames in the fireplace crackled energetically. Elia sat in an armchair, meticulously inspecting her Nimbus 1501, her fingers gliding over every inch of the ashwood handle. Sirius squatted beside her, his long fingers gently tracing the patterns on the broomstick handle, his gray eyes focused as if confronting some intricate device. There's a small crack here, he frowned, his fingertip resting on an almost imperceptible dent. We need to have Madame Hooch check it again before tomorrow's match. Elia leaned in to take a closer look, her red hair cascading from her shoulder. It might be from the last practice collision. It shouldn't affect. Before she could finish, the portrait hole to the common room swung open. Remus entered, looking more fatigued than usual due to the phases of the moon. Yet his eyes sparkled with unusual brightness. Elia, Sirius, someone is looking for you. He paused, a slight smile gracing his lips. It's your brother, Sirius. Yes, at the door. Sirius sprang to his feet, nearly toppling the coffee table. Regulus? His voice brimmed with disbelief. Elia immediately tugged at Sirius's sleeve. Let us go see. The two made their way to the fat lady's portrait, where Regulus stood at the entrance. His silver and green scarf loosely draped over his shoulders, visibly stiffening upon seeing Sirius. Real, what brings you to us? Sirius's face was alight with uncontainable joy. This was the first time his brother had come to Gryffindor Tower since their reconciliation over the holidays. His voice instinctively rose an octave, drawing the attention of several surrounding Gryffindors. Regulus took a deep breath, striding quickly toward them. Can we talk privately? He lowered his voice, glancing between Sirius and Elia, his fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the cuff of his sleeve. The three moved to a secluded staircase landing, and Regulus immediately waved his wand. Muffliato. A cerulean light emanated from the tip of the wand, enveloping the three individuals within its luminous embrace. Tomorrow's match. Regulus spoke with a voice as parched as one who had not sipped water in ages, while Avery and Wilkes received their instructions. Sirius's expression darkened instantaneously, his gray eyes turning as frigid as steel. What instructions? They were to orchestrate an accident during the game. Regulus's gaze fell upon Elia, his voice strained, as if forced through clenched teeth, revealing the intention to severely injure the Gryffindor Seeker, forcing him from the field. What? Sirius's voice escalated sharply, his wand slipping into his palm, the tip sparking with dangerous embers. Regulus restrained his brother's wrist. Calm down. He turned to Elia, his words tumbling out in haste. While training with them, I overheard their plans. They tampered with the bludgers, casting some dark magic that enables the balls to track specific targets. Sirius's fist collided with the stone wall, blood seeping from his knuckles. I'll kill those bastards. Sirius. Elia grasped his wrist, the silver light of a healing spell pouring forth from her wand, mending the minor wounds. Her voice remained remarkably composed, despite her heart racing. Let Regulus finish. From his pocket, Regulus produced a small vial, its liquid shimmering with an eerie silver glow in the dim light. This is a Veritaserum. If they truly act tomorrow, you can expose them on the spot. He paused, lowering his voice further. I swapped the two bludgers they prepared, but I'm uncertain if they have a backup plan. Suddenly, Sirius pulled his younger brother into an embrace, affectionately ruffling his dark hair. You cunning little serpent. His voice brimmed with pride, even as his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Regulus's ears flushed crimson, awkwardly disentangling himself, smoothing out his disheveled robes. I simply don't want to see a Quidditch match turn into a murder scene. His gaze evaded his brother's, unable to meet the intensity of Sirius's eyes. Elia looked at him sincerely. Thank you, Regulus. She hesitated, adding, "It's perilous if they discover this." "They won't." Regulus shook his head. A faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. "I am a loyal Slytherin, remember?" He glanced at his pocket watch. "I must return before curfew." Farewell. Watching his brother's hurried retreat, Sirius's eyes sparkled with pride. "My brother," he murmured softly, his tone laced with tenderness, "the bravest Slytherin." Elijah chuckled quietly at Sirius's proud expression, gently squeezing his palm. "Come on, we need to inform James to be extra cautious tomorrow." On the day of the match, the sun shone with a brightness almost blinding, yet the air was thick with tension. The stands brimmed with students, cheers and shouts echoing in a cacophony. Gryffindor students waved their crimson banners, while Slytherin's section transformed into a sea of silver and green. Two enormous banners unfurling overhead, proclaiming "Tear the Lion Apart" and "Victory for Venom." Elijah perched on her broom, inhaling deeply to steady her racing heart. Madame Hooch had confirmed that the small crack would not impair her flight. She looked across the pitch, where Regulus floated serenely, his demeanor as tranquil as a placid lake as Slytherin's seeker. Their eyes locked in the air. Regulus imperceptibly nodded. "Let us proceed as planned," he murmured, his broom tilting slightly as he feigned adjusting his gloves, the words reaching only Elijah's ears. With Madame Hooch's whistle piercing the air, 15 brooms soared aloft. The match officially commencing. The quaffle was thrown into the sky, and both teams' chasers immediately engaged in fierce competition. Elijah remained ever vigilant, her focus fixated on the bludger's movements. As Regulus had predicted, the Slytherin beaters relentlessly targeted her with the bludgers, each strike imbued with ferocity. Yet, through her exceptional flying skills and foresight, Elijah deftly evaded their assaults, much to the chagrin of the Slytherin players. "You're dodging quite well, Potter," Avery sneered during a near miss. "Let us see how long you can keep it up." Elijah ignored him, intent on tracking the elusive Golden Snitch. She noticed Regulus also appeared to be searching for the snitch, yet he maintained a safe distance, seemingly guarding her in the shadows. However, halfway through the match, Elijah abruptly sensed a shift in Slytherin's target. They no longer aimed at her, but rather directed the bludgers towards other Gryffindor players. This unusual maneuver sent a jolt of alarm through Elijah. She swiftly scanned the field, suddenly spotting Wilkes subtly adjusting his angle, preparing to launch a bludger at Gryffindor's chaser James. "James!" Elijah shouted, her voice nearly drowned out by the raucous crowd. James, engrossed in passing the quaffle to a teammate, turned in alarm at the sound, but it was too late. The bludger hurtled towards the back of his head with a velocity that left a trailing shadow. In the stands, Lily leapt to her feet, her complexion pale as a ghost. "Watch out!" In a split second, Elijah borrowed a bat from the nearby Gryffindor beater. As fate would have it, a bludger soared towards her. Gripping the bat with both hands, she channeled her strength into a perfect swing, the bat colliding with the bludger, producing a deafening crack as the ball shot like a cannonball towards the oncoming threat to James. Bang! The two bludgers collided mid-air, erupting in a thunderous explosion. Metal shards scattering. Gasps erupted from the stands, some spectators even covering their ears. The shockwave from the blast still impacted James, causing his broom to lurch violently, his balance faltering as he plummeted from the heights. James, Sirius and Remus simultaneously leapt from the stands, wands clenched tightly in their hands. Lily dashed down the steps, her emerald eyes filled with terror, her robe caught on the stairs, forgotten in her haste. Just as James was about to hit the ground, a golden beam shot from the referee's stand as Dumbledore raised his hand, the tip of his wand glowing softly. James's descent abruptly slowed, and he gently landed on the grass, as light as a feather. Lily rushed to his side, trembling hands checking his head and limbs. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt anywhere?" Her voice carried an urgency Elijah had never heard before. James blinked, his glasses askew, yet he grinned cheekily. "I'm fine. Just lost my balance, thanks to Professor Dumbledore." He attempted to sit up, but was promptly pushed back down by Lily. "Don't move," she commanded, her wand pointed at his temple, a diagnostic spell illuminating the air. "You might have a mild concussion." Remus and Sirius rushed to his side, Sirius kneeling, concern etched in his gray eyes. "You're all right, aren't you, Prongs?" James shrugged off Lily's hand, springing to his feet with agility, even spinning around. "See? I'm perfectly fine." He glanced upward, squinting against the sun. The match is still ongoing indeed. After confirming James was unharmed, Elijah re-entered the fray. Madame Hooch replaced the two bludgers with new ones, firmly admonishing both teams to compete fairly. Regulus hovered nearby, casting Elijah an inquiring glance, to which she subtly nodded, indicating her well-being. In the ensuing match, Elijah's focus sharpened. She not only searched for the Golden Snitch, but also remained acutely aware of the Slytherin players' movements. Finally, As the match reached 1 hour and 17 minutes, she caught sight of a glimmer of gold near the Slytherin goalposts. Alicia immediately dove down, the wind howling past her ears. Regulus almost simultaneously spotted the elusive snitch, and the two raced side by side. Just as Alicia was about to seize the snitch, an intense gust of wind surged from behind her. Avery, disregarding the rules, was charging directly at her. In a split second, Regulus abruptly changed direction, positioning his broom between Alicia and Avery. "Catch it!" he called out to Alicia. She reached forward, firmly grasping the struggling Golden Snitch. Madame Hooch's whistle echoed across the pitch. Gryffindor wins. The crowd erupted in jubilation, Gryffindor students flooding down from the stands, their cheers resonating to the heavens. Alicia raised the snitch high, but her gaze was fixed on the Slytherin beater, Wilkes, who was attempting to slink away in embarrassment, while Avery found himself being reprimanded by Madame Hooch. Alicia landed beside James, thrusting the Golden Snitch into his hands. "How was that?" James grinned, albeit somewhat pale. "I'm fine. Thanks to you." He rubbed the back of his head, recalling the impressive hit. "I had no idea you were such a skilled beater." Alicia narrowed her eyes, her expression sharp as a blade. "Since you're fine, it's time to settle the score." Her gaze pierced through the jubilant crowd, directly targeting the Slytherin beaters. Sirius stood beside her, a cold fire blazing in his gray eyes. "Count me in." His fingers brushed lightly over his wand, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Remus sighed, yet his gaze remained resolute. "It seems we have some work to do." Lily linked her arm with James's, her red hair glowing like flames in the sunlight. "You all be careful." She turned to Alicia, gratitude radiating from her green eyes. "Alicia, thank goodness you intervened, otherwise James." Alicia shook her head, grasping Lily's hand. "We are family." She glanced at Regulus, now surrounded by teammates, who pretended to adjust his broom while casting a furtive glance their way. "All of us are family." Sirius followed her gaze, a slight smile emerging on his lips. He raised his hand, signaling his brother with a gesture known only to them. Regulus paused for a moment, then subtly nodded before disappearing into the silver-green throng. Chapter 149, The Raiders' Revenge Plan. In the ensuing days, a peculiar air of joy permeated the corridors of Hogwarts. Wherever Avery and Wilkes went, they were met with stifled laughter, as the raiders employed their expertise in mischievous magic, turning the two Slytherins into the butt of every joke. Round 1, the Nose-Hair Rhapsody. In the Great Hall that morning, sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating the long tables. Avery was slathering raspberry jam onto his bread, when he suddenly felt an itch in his nose. Frowning, he barely had time to reach for a handkerchief before unleashing a thunderous sneeze. Achoo! 2 nose hairs, each a good 30 centimeters long, erupted from his nostrils like colorful streamers, curling elegantly in the air, their tips glimmering like decorations on a Muggle Christmas tree. Merlin's beard. A gasp erupted from the Ravenclaw table as a second-year girl pointed at Avery, her eyes wide as golden snitches. Just as Wilkes was about to mock his companion, he suddenly felt an odd sensation in his own nose. In horror he reached up, discovering 2 thick nose hairs visibly growing, swiftly weaving themselves into delicate braids, their ends adorned with charming silver bows that swayed gently with his breath. "Is this a new trend for you too?" Sirius lounged against the Gryffindor table, mischief glinting in his gray eyes. James feigned astonishment, adjusting his glasses, his eyes sparkling with mockery. "Wow, Slytherin finally has taste." He turned to Lily. "Darling, do you think I should sport nose hair braids too?" Lily suppressed a laugh, her fiery hair glowing in the morning light. "No, James. Your bird's nest of a hairstyle is already attention-grabbing enough." Peter hid behind James, avoiding detection by Avery and Wilkes, his small eyes gleaming with mischief, his fingers nervously rubbing the edge of his robe. Round 2, the Rainbow Show in Potions class. In Potions class, Professor Slughorn faced away from the students, explaining the properties of Mandrake, his rotund belly nearly bursting from his embroidered waistcoat. Suddenly, Avery's hair began to change colors like a neon sign: red, green, blue, purple, finally settling on a blinding fluorescent pink, particularly conspicuous in the dimly lit underground classroom. "Professor!" Wilkes raised his hand to complain, but was horrified to find his voice had transformed into a high-pitched squeal, reminiscent of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "What happened to my voice?" His exclamation incited laughter throughout the class. Professor Slughorn turned slowly, blinking at the commotion. "Oh dear children, voice changes during puberty are quite normal." He feigned ignorance of Avery's fluorescent hair, despite its brightness capable of serving as a lighthouse. "But Professor," Avery pointed at his shimmering head, the nose hair braids bobbing comically with his gestures, "this is clearly a fashion pioneer." Alicia interrupted loudly, winking at Lily. Today, she had intricately braided her long red hair, resembling an elegant lady, contrasting sharply with her current mischievous demeanor. Lily cleared her throat, her green eyes serious, though her lips twitched with amusement. Very creative, she commented gravely, perhaps which weekly would be interested. Sirius shook with laughter in his seat, stifling it with a cough for disguise. James exaggeratedly applauded, Slytherin setting the trend. I won't read the fashion section of the Daily Prophet without you. Round 3, the Corridor Symphony. The grand finale occurred on Thursday afternoon during Transfiguration class in the corridor. Avery and Wilkes were subjected to the sticky feet charm, each step producing a loud farting noise, varying in pitch, creating a bizarre symphony of flatulent sounds. Damn you, Black! Avery shouted. His face flushed as he attempted a silencing charm, only to amplify the farting noises, creating a more rhythmic cacophony. Wilkes tried to walk on tiptoes but slipped, producing a series of deep, bass-like thuds. Just as they were furiously chasing after Sirius, Professor McGonagall's stern figure appeared around the corner. Today she donned her standard emerald robes, her hair pulled back tighter than usual, her lips pressed into a thin line. Professor! Avery dashed forward, as if seeing a savior, his fluorescent hair glaring in the torchlight. Black and the others. The weather is quite lovely today, Professor McGonagall remarked, glancing up at the non-existent sky, her steps light as she bypassed them. Perfect for a stroll. Her tone was calm, as if discussing afternoon tea options. Sirius dramatically clutched his chest. Professor, you've broken my heart. Completely ignoring our meticulously prepared performance art. McGonagall's back paused momentarily, her shoulders quivering slightly, but she continued without looking back, the swish of her robes seemingly lighter than usual. Every evening, the 5 members of the Raiders gathered in the far corner of the common room. The Marauders map spread across a low table. On the surface, they appeared to be discussing the prank plans for the next day, but in reality, Avery will return from the library to the dungeon tonight. James pointed at the small dot on the map, his voice barely above a whisper. When he passes that suit of armor that sprays water, I'll cast Soak Chicken. Peter exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, his small eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Recently, he had been excessively enthusiastic about pranks, though his gaze occasionally drifted toward the door. The other 4 exchanged knowing looks. Whenever Peter departed, his name would surreptitiously slip on the map towards a deserted classroom on the 5th floor, lingering there for approximately 20 minutes before returning to the dormitory. Whom was he informing? Remus inquired softly, feigning concentration on his potion essay, the quill scratching against the parchment. Sirius let out a derisive snort. Why don't we feed him some false intelligence? The next day, Peter happened to overhear James in the corridor mention a quest to the Forbidden Forest at midnight in search of a magical mushroom that could transform one into an animal. His small eyes immediately lit up, only for him to feign disinterest and walk away. That evening, Filch and Mrs. Norris lay in wait at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, but they only captured the stealthy young Barty Crouch, who was clutching a wand and a bottle of suspicious purple potion. A perfect double-cross, Regulus quietly remarked to Sirius during breakfast the following day. He was unusually seated near Gryffindor, his silver-green scarf draped loosely over his shoulders. The brothers exchanged a knowing smile, raising their pumpkin juice cups to clink gently. This simple act had been unimaginable mere months prior, yet now felt entirely natural. It was not until the stillness of the night that the true meeting of the Marauders commenced. Peter had once again ventured to that classroom, and Remus pointed to the map, his voice barely above a whisper. Wait, who is this? The name is obscured. Sirius narrowed his eyes, his gray irises appearing particularly sharp in the dim light. A concealment charm. It seems our rat friend has associated with someone important. James toyed with the golden snitch in his hand, suddenly squeezing it tightly. Let us continue the charade. We need him to lead us to the mastermind. Elias slipped down from the girls' dormitory to join them. Regulus mentioned that the Slytherin common room is abuzz with rumors of someone offering a handsome price for inside informants at Hogwarts. Her voice was soft, yet each word bore the weight of gravity. The 4 exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. They rearranged the scene, pretending to be merely up late, discussing Quidditch tactics. The Marauder-s map lay casually spread on the table, revealing Filch's patrol route for the next day, a secluded path leading to the Forbidden Forest. When Peter returned, he found 4 friends sprawled in disarray, fast asleep. James slouched in an armchair, his glasses perched precariously at the tip of his nose. Sirius lay directly on the carpet, one arm draped over his forehead. Remus rested his head on the table, his face buried in his Transfiguration textbook. Elia curled up in the corner of the sofa, resembling a drowsy kitten. A strange smile crept across Peter's lips. his small eyes gleaming with avarice in the dim light. He tiptoed to the table, scrutinizing the Marauders map, then silently exited the common room. Boys, he murmured to the empty corridor, his voice laced with a chill they had never before heard. The real show is just beginning. Chapter 150. Undercurrents of Christmas. The castle of Hogwarts lay blanketed in thick snow, resembling a confectionery palace from a fairy tale. The corridors were adorned with holly and mistletoe, shimmering with warm golden light. And every few steps there stood a magically enhanced Christmas tree, its ornaments swaying gently with the laughter of passing students. Most sixth-year students had packed their bags in preparation for the festive holiday. The Gryffindor common room was cluttered with half-packed suitcases. Scarves and gloves of various hues scattered across the sofas and floor. James was attempting to cram a set of Quidditch gear into an already bulging suitcase, while Sirius lounged lazily on the carpet in front of the fireplace, occasionally tossing a magical candy that erupted into colorful sparks into the flames. Elia sat on a sofa by the window, the Marauders map spread across her lap. Suddenly she furrowed her brow, her finger pausing at a particular corner of the map. Sirius, she tugged at her boyfriend, who was carelessly stuffing clothes into his suitcase. Regulus hasn't returned home. The sweater in Sirius's hands fell to the floor, his gray eyes sharpening instantly. What? I just saw on the Marauders map that his name is still in the dormitory. Elia lowered her voice, her chestnut hair cascading over the parchment. This doesn't make sense. How could Mrs. Black allow him to remain at Hogwarts over Christmas? Sirius's expression grew grave. He snatched the invisibility cloak draped over a chair, deftly shaking it open. Let us go find out. The two slipped into the cellar, waiting outside the deserted Slytherin common room for what felt like an eternity, until finally, a younger student emerged, providing Elia and Sirius the opportunity to sneak inside. Within the Slytherin common room, Regulus sat alone by the fireplace, engrossed in a copy of Advanced Potion Making, his luggage neatly stacked at his feet, showing no signs of intending to return home. Not going home for Christmas? Sirius suddenly materialized, startling Regulus to the point he nearly tossed the book into the fire. Regulus's head shot up, a flicker of panic flashing in his gray-blue eyes. He quickly scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was present before he exhaled in relief. Have you lost your mind? Bursting in here like that? His voice was barely above a whisper, fingers tightly gripping the spine of the book. Explain. Sirius crossed his arms, looking down at his brother with an air of authority, his gray eyes resolute and unyielding. Regulus took a deep breath, his fingers unconsciously tracing the pages. This Christmas, they're planning something big. His voice was almost inaudible, lips barely moving. What kind of big plan? Elia emerged from beneath the invisibility cloak, her eyes filled with vigilance. I don't know the specifics. Regulus's gaze drifted towards the door. But Avery and the others left 5 behind, all specially selected. I'm pretending to have received orders from home. Sirius's pupils constricted slightly. The Death Eaters are going to make a move at school? Shoo. Regulus glanced nervously at the door. I only know it involves the basement. You all should head back. Impossible, Sirius stated firmly, his voice imbued with undeniable resolve. If there's danger, I certainly won't leave you here alone. Regulus was taken aback, a complex emotion flickering in his gray-blue eyes. He opened his mouth as if to say something, yet swallowed the words. At that moment, Elia stepped forward, resolutely declaring, We'll stay with you. You two. Regulus appeared torn between gratitude and anger, his fingers gripping the armrest tightly. This is too dangerous. Which is why we absolutely cannot leave. Elia's eyes sparkled with stubborn determination. We couldn't protect you at Grindelwald Place. Now at school. There's no discussion. Regulus opened his mouth, ultimately only managing to utter a soft thank you. This simple word, spoken from his lips, felt extraordinarily precious. He quickly lowered his head, feigning to organize the pages, yet Elia caught a glimpse of the glimmer of tears in his eyes. Back in Gryffindor Tower, Sirius immediately summoned the Marauders, including a bewildered Peter. We've decided to stay at school for Christmas, Sirius announced, his gray eyes sparkling with excitement, as if merely discussing an amusing adventure. What? Peter's small eyes widened in disbelief, his fingers instinctively twisting the hem of his shirt. Why? James threw an arm around Peter's shoulders, his eyes behind the glasses blinking. Of course, to develop new prank products. Just imagine, we could turn the entire castle into singing Christmas stockings. Lily suddenly chimed in, winking at the others from a vantage point Peter couldn't see. Remus nodded in agreement, a rare playful expression gracing his moonlight-like gentle face. Besides, the underground classroom won't have any interruptions, perfect for our experiments. Peter looked skeptical, a flicker of unease crossing his round face, but soon recovered his sycophantic smile. That sounds amazing. I want to help. His voice was imbued with an excessive enthusiasm, his small eyes darting repeatedly towards the entrance. Once Peter had departed to gather his belongings, the true meeting commenced. The 5 of them were seated in a circle before the fireplace, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows upon their faces. Rail spoke of the Death Eater's plans, while Sirius lowered his voice, his gray eyes sharp in the firelight, hinting at something related to the basement. James whistled, his tousled black hair resembling a flickering flame in the glow. So, we are to become Hogwarts Santa Claus? Delivering some gifts to the naughty children? Lily furrowed her brow with concern, her fingers unconsciously twisting around her red locks. Should we inform Dumbledore? Without concrete evidence, Elia shook her head, her fingers gently tapping her knee, adding that if they acted hastily, Regulus could be in danger. Remus stroked his chin thoughtfully. So we shall pretend to develop prank products, while in reality, monitoring the basement, and keeping a close watch on Peter. Sirius concluded, his voice low and resolute. As evening fell, the Marauders made their way towards the Ollery, preparing to send home their letters for staying at school. Peter trailed behind, nervously rubbing his hands together. Are we really staying? My mother might. Oh, come on, Peter. James interjected, throwing his arm around his shoulder, his smile radiant as if he were merely anticipating an enjoyable holiday. You are a Marauder. Your mother will understand. Lily feigned innocence, adding, and we can decorate the Christmas tree together. How delightful. Peter managed a strained smile, the curve of his lips stiff. In the Ollery, everyone busily wrote their excuses for staying. Elia noticed Peter deliberately standing in the darkest corner, shielding his letter with his body. She pretended to tie her shoelaces and discreetly glanced at the recipient on his letter, noting it was not Mrs. Pettigrew's name, but rather one altered with ink. Done. James proclaimed loudly, interrupting Elia's thoughts. He waved his letter to his parents, adorned with exaggerated exclamation marks and doodles. Now, who wants to have a snowball fight? On their way back to the castle, snowflakes drifted down gently. Sirius quietly grasped Elia's hand, whispering in her ear. We'll start taking turns for the night watch tonight. I've arranged with Rail, he'll keep an eye on Slytherin. Elia nodded, looking up at Sirius. His gray eyes were intensely focused on her, as if she were the only person of consequence in the world. We will protect everyone, Elia murmured softly, intertwining her fingers with his. This Christmas, we shall not let anyone ruin it. Sirius smiled faintly, lowering his head to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. In the name of the Blacks and the Potters. James suddenly turned around, pretending to dramatically shield his eyes. Ouch! My eyes! Lily laughed, giving him a playful shove, her red hair dusted with snowflakes, resembling a sparkling crown. Chapter 151, The Christmas Trap. On the morning of Christmas, the Gryffindor common room was resplendently adorned. Glittering ribbons cascaded from the ceiling, refracting multicolored light in the morning glow. A towering Christmas tree stood in the corner, festooned with little golden bells that sang cheerful carols whenever someone passed by. The crackling flames in the fireplace reflected the joyous faces of everyone, save for Peter. Elia stood on her tiptoes, hanging the final star ornament on the tree, the golden star glistening at her fingertips, illuminating her contemplative expression. Out of the corner of her eye, she observed Peter sitting in the farthest corner armchair, his fingers nervously twisting the hem of his shirt, his gaze darting towards the staircase leading to the basement like a mouse awaiting a chance to steal food. Hey Peter! James suddenly shouted, his voice ringing out brightly in the merry common room, startling Peter nearly out of his chair. James held up a small bottle emitting pink smoke, his face alight with the excitement of mischief. How about trying this new Santa beard charm? I guarantee it'll give you the fluffiest, whitest beard in all of Hogwarts. Peter forced a smile, the curve of his lips rigid as if frozen. Well, of course. Sirius lounged against the fireplace, playfully fiddling with a box of buzzing bee candies. Speaking of which, his tone deliberately casual, shouldn't we bring up those prank products we left in the basement? A Christmas party wouldn't be complete without them. Suddenly, Peter's eyes brightened. Yes, I can go fetch them. He sprang to his feet, only to abruptly realize his eagerness was too conspicuous, and slowed his movements. His small eyes turned to Elia, his voice dripping with an unnatural sweetness. Elia, could you accompany me? The basement is a bit dark. The atmosphere in the common room momentarily thickened with tension. Lily paused in her decoration of the fireplace, and Remus's page-turning stilled for a moment. Only the little golden bells on the Christmas tree continued their oblivious song. James stepped in between them swiftly, his eyes glinting with vigilance. Why does Elia have to go? I'll go with you. His tone was light, yet his stance transformed into a protective one. Sirius straightened up as well, a flicker of danger flashing in his gray eyes. Yeah, you're not exactly familiar with Elia. Peter's face flushed crimson, as if he were being choked. B because Elia is exceptionally skilled with spells. What if there's danger down there? His voice dwindled, becoming almost a whisper. That's fine. Let us go. Elia suddenly interrupted, a guileless smile adorning her face. She winked at James and Sirius, signaling them to relax. The hallway was dim and damp, with only a few candles providing faint illumination. Peter walked ahead, his pace quickening to nearly a sprint. I seem to have forgotten my wand. Elia feigned panic while patting her pockets, her voice tinged with just the right amount of urgency. We need to hurry. Forgotten? Oh no. Peter mumbled under his breath, quickly realizing he had blurted out, and promptly corrected himself, raising his voice an octave. I mean, it's fine, we'll be quick. His footsteps grew even faster, nearly leaving Elia behind. Turning a corner, Peter suddenly clutched his stomach, bending over dramatically. Oh no, my stomach suddenly hurts. His expression twisted. Yet there was no trace of pain in his eyes, only impatient excitement. Elia, could you help me grab something from the classroom up ahead? It's the third door on the left. I need to go to the restroom. Elia's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Of course. She strode purposefully towards the door, her ears catching Peter's hurried breaths and the rustling of his footsteps as he began to retreat, clearly preparing to flee. With no intention of visiting the restroom at all, the door was flung open with a loud creak. Inside the classroom, Avery and 4 Slytherin students were huddled in a circle, the tips of their wands glowing ominously red, glaringly bright in the dim room. Regulus stood in a corner, his face pale, and upon seeing Elia, a flicker of concern flashed in his gray-blue eyes, quickly replaced by the characteristic indifference of a Slytherin. Look who's here. Avery sneered, turning to her with a wicked grin. Perfect practice target. His wand pointed directly at Elia, the red glow illuminating his twisted smile. Elia sauntered into the classroom, seemingly oblivious to the 5 wands aimed at her. She plopped down in the teacher's chair, her feet boldly resting on the desk, her crimson hair cascading over her shoulder. Wow, are you all practicing the Cruciatus curse? How adorable. Her tone was so casual, as if discussing the weather. You. Avery was incensed by her demeanor, his facial muscles twitching. Who do you think you are? Alia feigned fear as she drew her neck in, pretentiously stroking her robe. Oh dear, it seems I have forgotten my wand. Should I make a run for it? Yet. The expression on her face was unmistakably one of disdain. The Slytherins erupted in laughter, their mirth echoing through the empty classroom like the cawing of crows. They raised their wands, red light gathering at the tips, illuminating their grotesque visages. Alia caught a glimpse of Regulus's hand subtly reaching towards Avery's wand. The movement deft and swift. She imperceptibly shook her head at Regulus, signaling that it was not yet the right moment. Turning her gaze to Avery and his companions, she suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. I recently learned a spell that requires no wand. Would you care to experience it? Ha ha ha. Avery laughed uproariously, nearly losing his grip on his wand. Listen to the nonsense she speaks. Alia leisurely raised her hand, and began to count down 3. The Slytherins continued to guffaw, some even slapping their thighs in mirth. 2. Avery had already lifted his wand, his lips beginning to move as he prepared to utter the unforgivable curse. Oh dear. Counting to 2 will suffice. Alia abruptly lowered her hand, her smile widening. 2 beams of red light suddenly shot forth from the air behind Alia, striking Avery and another Slytherin with precision. Following swiftly were several more spells, sending the remaining Death Eater recruits sprawling to the ground in agony. Regulus reacted with remarkable speed, feigning injury as he fell, winking at Alia and sporting a barely perceptible smile. Alia stood tall, surveying the rolling Slytherins beneath her. I warned you long ago. Her voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable strength. You tricked us. Avery curled up in pain, his hair matted with dust, appearing both comical and disheveled. Oh. Alia tilted her head. Did I not caution you? She kicked Avery's leg. The force neither too harsh nor too gentle. If you wish to live, then scram. The Slytherins clumsily scrambled to their feet, gathering their wands as they stumbled away, resembling a flock of startled beetles. As Regulus passed by Alia, the 2 exchanged a knowing glance. Silence finally enveloped the classroom, punctuated only by the faint crackle of burning candles. Alia returned to her desk, swinging her legs and humming a Christmas carol. Come forth, have you had enough of the show? The air shimmered, and James and Sirius emerged from beneath the invisibility cloak. The cloak fell to the ground, revealing their exhilarated faces. Merlin's beard, James exclaimed, flailing his arms in excitement. That was exhilarating. But Alia, how did you know we were here? Alia jumped down from the desk, striding over to Sirius, wrapping her arms around his waist and burying her face in his chest to take a deep breath. Because I could smell you from afar, Sirius. Her voice was muffled in Sirius's sweater, laced with uncontainable joy. Sirius proudly embraced his girlfriend, leaning down to plant a kiss atop her head, his dark locks mingling with her crimson hair. It's the new Dragon's Blood shampoo from Honey Dukes. Do you like it? His gray eyes radiated tenderness, a stark contrast to the fierceness displayed moments before. Hey. James shielded his eyes, peeking through his fingers. I'm going to find Lily for comfort. My wounded heart has been mended. Sirius chuckled as he watched James scamper away, his expression turning serious, the softness in his gray eyes replaced by sharpness. What about Peter? He must have gone to spill the news. His fingers lightly tapped his wand, as if contemplating something. Alia shook her head, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her eyes. Let us keep it from him for now. I still have use for him. Her voice lowered, carrying the calm of a strategist, for after all, one must use the right bait when fishing. She turned to Sirius, suddenly sporting a mischievous grin. Now watch me perform. Sirius bent down to peck her lips lightly, his voice brimming with pride. Very well, my leading lady. Chapter 152. The Retribution of the Rat. In the Gryffindor common room, golden Christmas ribbons shimmered in the candlelight, resembling flowing rivers of gold. Sirius and Alia stood on tiptoe, attempting to hang a star atop the Christmas tree, their fingers occasionally brushing against one another, eliciting soft laughter. A bit to the left, Alia directed, squinting her eyes. No, wait, right. Sirius pretended to slip, nearly dropping the star. Which is it, left or right? His gray eyes sparkled with mischief. James sprawled across Lily's lap like a spoiled child. Lily, they're all picking on me, his glasses askew. His unruly black hair crumpled Lily's skirt. Lily sighed, poking his forehead. Get up, James, you're heavier than a mountain. Alia rolled her eyes, about to speak when the common room door burst open. Peter rushed in, his robes soaked with snow, a panicked flush on his round face. Upon seeing Alia standing unharmed by the Christmas tree, he visibly froze, his small eyes widening. Alia? What are you doing here? How did I end up here? Alia smiled sweetly. I came to retrieve your prank products. Didn't I? She pointed to a beautifully wrapped box in the corner. Shall we check the inventory? Peter's fingers trembled as he rifled through the package, his movements frantic as if disarming a bomb. I think a few are missing. Should I go retrieve them? Alia feigned rising from her seat, her red hair cascading over her shoulder with the motion. No. Peter squeaked, retreating in a panic, his voice shrill and piercing. I'll go myself. He bolted out like a startled rat, nearly tripping over his own robes. As soon as the door closed, James sprang up, unfurling the Marauders map onto the coffee table. 5 heads immediately huddled together, hair intertwining, breaths mingling. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The inked lines swiftly spread, outlining every corner of Hogwarts. A dot labeled Peter Pettigrew stealthily made its way towards the Slytherin dungeon, the route winding and convoluted, resembling a true rat. I bet a chocolate frog that Avery will beat him into a real rat, Sirius drawled, casually hanging a Christmas ornament on Remus's head. Remus removed the ornament with a resigned smile gracing his lips. I wager too that he will return in tears. Hush, Alia raised a finger, a cunning glint in her eyes. The show is about to begin. On the map, Peter's dot coincided with Avery's group. Even through the parchment and stone walls, they seemed to hear Peter's high-pitched excuses and Avery's furious roars. Within the Slytherin common room, the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. The flames in the fireplace blazed brightly, yet failed to dispel the bone-chilling cold. You useless waste. Avery slammed his fist against the stone wall, blood seeping from his knuckles. Wasn't it supposed to be foolproof? Peter cowered in the corner, his small eyes darting in terror. I didn't know Alia would discover it. But they still trust me. Killing me would do you no good. Wilkes seized Peter by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Trust you? Look at the good news you've brought. We almost got caught practicing dark magic. His voice grew hoarse with rage, spittle flying onto Peter's face. Wait. A Slytherin girl with short black hair suddenly interjected, her voice as cold as ice. He is right. Keeping him is more beneficial. Her eyes glimmered in the dim light, an eerie shade of gray-green, reminiscent of 2 bottomless pools of stagnant water. Avery wore a grim expression, suddenly delivering a punch to Peter's abdomen. But a price must be paid, don't you think, little mouse? The cruel curve of his mouth surfaced as his fist rose once more. For the next 5 minutes, Peter endured what could only be described as a Slytherin-style Christmas greeting. As he staggered out of the common room, blood trickling from his nose, his left eye swollen shut, and a split at the corner of his mouth. Each step felt as though he were treading upon shards of glass. Regulus stood shrouded in shadow, coldly observing the scene unfold. His expression was unnervingly calm, with only a slight tightening of his jaw betraying any emotion. As Peter clumsily passed by him, Regulus imperceptibly shook his head, a flicker of disdain flashing in his slate-blue eyes. In the Gryffindor common room, the dot representing Peter on the Marauders map finally began to retreat. James swiftly stowed the map away, while Sirius leapt up to resume decorating the Christmas tree. Lily feigned engagement in knitting, and Remus held a book upside down. Oblivious to the irony, Elia gracefully settled back onto the sofa, taking a sip of hot cocoa, a dollop of cream adorning her lips. Mischief sparkled in her eyes, reminiscent of a kitten that had just pilfered a fish. When the door swung open, the sight of Peter left everyone astounded. By Merlin's beard! Remus was the first to exclaim, his acting impeccable, eyebrows raised in mock astonishment. Where have you been for so long? His book remained upside down in hand. But no one noticed this detail. Elia, quick-eyed, caught sight of Peter's bruised eye and crooked nose, suppressing a laugh as she inquired, "What happened to you, Peter?" Her voice was laced with just the right amount of concern, her eyes wide with feigned innocence. "I fell," Peter mumbled, blood still seeping from his lip, his small eyes darting away, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Lily stood up, worry etched on her face. "It's Christmas, and Mrs. Pomfrey isn't at the school." Her voice held genuine concern, though the recipient may not have warranted such care. Elia suddenly produced a bottle filled with a peculiar violet potion from her robe, her face a mask of concern. "This is a healing potion. It works wonders." She shook the bottle, the viscous liquid sloshing ominously. Gratefully, Peter accepted the vial, oblivious to the subtle shake of Sirius's shoulders as he turned away. "Thank you," he stammered, his voice thick with emotion, as if on the verge of tears. He then limped towards the boys' dormitory, his retreat a pitiable sight. At the moment the door closed behind him, pfft, ha ha ha. James was the first to collapse in laughter, pounding the carpet, his glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. He said he fell. Sirius roared with laughter, unable to stand upright, ribbons tangled around him. "I bet Avery used at least 30% of his strength." Lily's cheeks flushed as she stifled a laugh, her fingers pressed tightly against her mouth. "Elia, what on earth was in that bottle?" Her green eyes sparkled with curiosity. "An improved version of bone regrowth potion." Elia replied innocently, licking the cream from her lips. "It will make the wound itch terribly as it heals." Her voice was sweet as honey, yet the content was spine-chilling. Remus choked on his tea. "By Merlin, Peter will probably cry himself to sleep tonight." "Serves him right." Sirius emerged from the tangle of ribbons, his gray eyes sparkling. "Those who betray their friends deserve to taste this kind of medicine." He strode over to Elia, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "How is my girlfriend so adorable?" James made an exaggerated retching face, turning to bury his face in Lily's neck. "Lily, we also." The red-haired girl calmly pushed his head away, a smile she could not suppress playing on her lips. "Not a chance." Chapter 153, The Love Potion. As the red and green decorations of Christmas were hastily removed, the corridors of Hogwarts could hardly contain their excitement, donning a vibrant pink attire. Floating heart-shaped balloons drifted throughout the castle, while singing cherubic statues occasionally emerged around corners, serenading passing students with melodramatic love poems. Elia rubbed her temples. These decorations were even more exasperating than Peeves. Standing before the mirror in the girls' dormitory, she tied her long hair into a high ponytail, meticulously checking the textbooks she would need for the day. "Are you ready?" Lily emerged from the bathroom, her red hair still damp. "If we don't hurry, we'll be late." Almost, Elia stuffed the last book into her bag. "What ridiculous antics do you think those two fools will get up to today?" Lily rolled her eyes. With James's creativity, I'd rather not know. As they descended the spiral staircase, they were taken aback by the sight before them. At the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, James and Sirius stood like two peacocks displaying their feathers. James's perpetually tousled black hair was adorned with sparkling pink heart-shaped clips. A bright red scarf draped around his neck, embroidered with Lily's boy in golden thread. Sirius was even more extravagant, his black robe festooned with singing magical roses. Holding up a glimmering sign that read, "Happy 1666th day anniversary, Elia. Will you be my girlfriend?" The other students in the common room either struggled to suppress their laughter, faces flushed, or pulled out cameras to capture the moment. "By Merlin's beard." Elia covered her eyes. "Can't they go a single day without embarrassing themselves?" Lily took a deep breath, pulling Elia back as they turned to leave. "Wait." James dashed forward, blocking their path, the heart clips on his hair flashing wildly with his movement. "Lily, I prepared." "Stop." Lily raised her hand, her green eyes glinting with a dangerous light. "You two right now immediately, go change out of those ridiculous outfits, or you won't be speaking to us the entire day." Elia nodded in agreement. "It's humiliating. You've tarnished the Gryffindor name. Sirius, what are those roses singing? You are my little pumpkin? Seriously? Sirius pouted, tugging at one of the roses on his robe. But they cost me 3 galleons. Remove them, Elia commanded coldly. Meet us in the Great Hall in 10 minutes. Or you can spend today with James. With that, the 2 girls strolled away, leaving the 2 peacocks in disarray. Behind them, James called out in frustration. But today is our first Valentine's Day together. Shut it, Pitchfork, Sirius grumbled. First, think about how to get these damned roses off. When James and Sirius finally appeared in the Great Hall, restored to their usual attire, breakfast was already halfway through. Elia scrutinized them, nodding in satisfaction, while Lily continued to eat gracefully, seemingly oblivious to James's arrival, though Elia noticed the slight upward curve of her lips. James, undeterred, leaned closer to Lily, adopting an exaggeratedly earnest tone. Lily, my sunshine, my rose, my... James Potter, Lily interrupted, her expression flat as she pointed her fork threateningly at him. If you continue with that nauseating tone, I'll dunk your head into pumpkin juice. Elia stifled a laugh, her shoulders shaking, while Sirius seized the opportunity to lean closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear. What mischief are you plotting? I was contemplating, Elia whispered, her eyes sparkling. How much galleons we could earn by sketching James's morning outfit and selling it to the Daily Prophet's gossip column. Sirius chuckled softly. I'll hold him down while you draw. It could also include an illustration of him attempting to use the levitation charm to deliver a love letter to Lily in his first year, only to end up slapping the parchment onto Snape's face. The hushed whispers of the 2 individuals drew a warning glance from Lily, yet they merely blinked innocently and continued to savor their breakfast. At that moment, a gray forest owl swooped down, dropping an exquisitely wrapped pink box that landed perfectly before Lily. Adorned with a silver ribbon and lacking a signature, the box bore only a tiny heart-shaped sticker. Curiously, Lily untied the ribbon, revealing chocolates within, but no indication of the sender. Suddenly, Elia's alertness peaked as she took the box, scrutinizing the wrapping paper before cautiously sniffing the chocolates, her expression shifting dramatically. Don't touch it, she exclaimed, slamming the box shut. There's an aphrodisiac inside. What? James erupted, his voice echoing through the hall and causing the candles in the ceiling to tremble. Who did this? I'll have their head. A profound silence enveloped the hall as all eyes turned toward the Gryffindor table. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow from the staff table, while Dumbledore merely cast an intrigued glance over his half-moon spectacles, his lemon drop sparkling between his fingers. Elia calmly scanned the surroundings, knowing that the truly guilty would instinctively avoid eye contact. Indeed, she quickly zeroed in on a 4th-year Slytherin boy, who upon meeting her gaze, knocked over his pumpkin juice, his face as pale as a sheet. Calm down, James, Elia said, her demeanor serene as she lightly tapped the dangerous box. I already know who did it. Who? James shouted in fury, brandishing his wand. I'll make him taste the bat bogey hex. Let him be covered in boils. Let him switch his nose and ears. We need not lift a finger, Elia smiled slightly, nodding towards the Slytherin table. Look, there, Severus Snape approached the trembling 4th-year boy, seizing him by the collar and speaking in a voice as cold as the frost in a cellar. Come with me. Those simple words seemed to lower the temperature in the vicinity by several degrees. The boy, frightened, wobbled as he was half dragged out of the hall by Snape. As they passed the Gryffindor table, Snape's gaze briefly met Lily's before swiftly diverting. I guess, Elia said, leisurely sipping her orange juice as she observed their departing figures. We won't see him for at least a week. Lily remained silent, quietly eating her scrambled eggs. But Elia noticed her gaze linger for a moment in the direction from which Snape had left, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with her napkin. Sirius leaned close to Elia's ear. My girlfriend is truly remarkable. Elia raised an eyebrow in pride, her eyes glimmering in the morning light. Of course. Suddenly, she recalled something and pulled a small box from her pocket. Oh, this is for you. Sirius opened the box to reveal a silver cufflink shaped like a motorcycle, exquisitely crafted to glint in the sunlight. His gray eyes sparkled immediately. This is from a muggle shop. Elia feigned nonchalance, though the slight flush of her ears betrayed her. You've always wanted a motorcycle, right? Consider this a placeholder. Without warning, Sirius stood up and enveloped Elia in a tight embrace in front of everyone, eliciting a chorus of whistles and cheers. I love you, he whispered in her ear, his voice thick with emotion. Truly. Elia patted his back, her smile brighter than all the Valentine's decorations in the hall. I know. You fool. Meanwhile, James continued to poke at the sausages on his plate, indignant. No, I still need to find a chance to beat that kid up. How dare he drug Lily? Finally, Lily looked up and tapped her fork against James's plate, producing a clear sound. James, sit down and eat. Instantly, James complied, resembling a tamed lion dog. All right, Lily. He obediently returned to his seat, even adjusting his crooked glasses. Remus raised his head from his advanced transfiguration textbook. His gentle eyes filled with mirth. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. His gaze swept over the two couples before landing on his own plate piled with chocolates. Evidently, many girls were drawn to the gentle werewolf, though he mused that they seemed quite happy already. Chapter 154. Double Sweetness Beneath the Mistletoe. Lily set down her silver fork and wiped her mouth, turning to Elia, her emerald eyes sparkling with curiosity. Elia, I have some thoughts to discuss regarding the role of Moonstone in our potion essay. Before she could finish, Sirius shot a knowing glance across the table at James. James understood immediately, bounding over to wrap an arm around Lily's shoulders, his eyes glinting with mischief. Darling, this is our first Valentine's Day. We can't let a third wheel interrupt us. He pulled her toward the corridor with just the right amount of force, enough to prevent her from escaping without hurting her. James Potter, what are you? Lily's protests faded as they moved away. Sirius turned to Elia with a satisfied expression, his gray eyes gleaming with the triumph of his scheme. However, he found Elia gazing at him with wide, sparkling eyes, tugging at his sleeve gently, her red hair cascading over her shoulder like a cat begging for treats. Sirius. Elia elongated her tone, her voice sweet enough to drip honey. Shall we sneak after them to see what happens? Just for a moment. Sirius face-bombed, his dark hair slipping from his shoulder. Merlin. He sighed helplessly. Yet couldn't he resist ruffling her hair? Your expression is utterly unfair. 2 minutes later, the two stealthy pursuers crouched around a dimly lit corridor corner. Elia clung to the wall, excitedly tugging on Sirius's sleeve, her voice a hushed whisper, barely containing her glee. Look. 5 meters ahead. James was clumsily brushing non-existent dust from Lily's shoulders, causing her to stifle laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Above them, a cluster of silver-green mistletoe shimmered in the moonlight, its berries plump and seemingly ready to drop. It's happening. It's happening. Elia exclaimed, practically bouncing on her feet, only to be silenced by Sirius covering her mouth. James slowly leaned down, and to Lily's surprise, she closed her eyes. Ugh. Elia muffled her excitement, her eyes sparkling as if they could illuminate the darkness. When James finally kissed Lily, she nearly jumped, frantically attempting to cover Sirius's eyes. Not suitable for children. Sirius, bemused, caught her flailing wrist, his gray eyes filled with affection. This young lady, who is peeking at others kissing while covering her boyfriend's eyes. Are you not being a tad hypocritical? His voice was low, laced with barely concealed amusement. Shoo. The second round is starting. Elia completely disregarded him, half her body peeking around the corner. Sirius gazed at her excited profile, noticing that, unbeknownst to them, another sprig of mistletoe was swaying above their heads. My dear, he murmured softly, his voice as gentle as a feather falling. Uh-huh. Elia replied without turning, her eyes glued to the couple ahead, completely oblivious to Sirius leaning closer. Elia. He called again, his voice even softer, infused with the sweetness of honeyed candy, his lips nearly brushing against her earlobe. What's up? She turned impatiently, just as he sealed her lips with his. His hand cradled the back of her head, while the other encircled her waist, gently pushing her against the wall. His kiss was tender yet firm, infused with the refreshing scent of chocolate and mint. Elia's eyes widened as she caught sight of the mistletoe above them, and suddenly, everything clicked into place. She let out a light chuckle, wrapping her arms around Sirius's neck, and closed her eyes to deepen the kiss. Moonlight filtered through the stained glass, casting the silhouettes of the two nestled figures upon the ancient stone wall. In the distance, the mischievous screech of Peeves echoed, while whispers emanated from nearby portraits. Yet, in this moment, they were undisturbed. Until ahem. Professor McGonagall's stern cough suddenly pierced the air. Dressed in her standard emerald green robes, her hair was pulled back even more tightly than usual, yet the corners of her mouth twitched suspiciously. Mr. Black, Miss Potter, while the tradition of mistletoe is commendable, the corridors of Hogwarts are not your private parlor. The two sprang apart as if shocked by electricity, with Elia's ears flushed crimson. However, Sirius, with a cheeky grin, draped an arm around her shoulder. Professor, look how lush this mistletoe is. It would be a shame not to take advantage of it. Before he could finish, Elia stepped on his foot with considerable force. The corners of Professor McGonagall's mouth twitched again, this time more pronounced. 5 points from Gryffindor for your behavior of stalking fellow students. As she turned, the hem of her robe revealed a pair of socks embroidered with golden snitches. And she added, Happy Valentine's Day. Watching the professor's retreating figure, Elia buried her flushed face into Sirius's chest. We're doomed, The entire school will know by tomorrow. What? That the Marauders are nearly all single no more? Sirius raised an eyebrow smugly. Suddenly, he pointed behind her with exaggerated expression. Look. It's Professor Dumbledore. Elia whipped around only to find the corridor empty. When she turned back, Sirius was already on one knee, holding up a ring fashioned from a chocolate frog card. His gray eyes shimmering with moonlight and tenderness. Dear Elia Potter, his voice was deep and solemn, yet laced with barely concealed mirth. Will you continue to break the rules with me? From sneaking into the kitchens to nighttime escapades, from infuriating peeves to... I will. Elia laughed as she leaped into his arms, both tumbling onto the plush carpet. Her red locks intertwined with his dark hair, as inseparable as their fates. At the opposite end of the corridor, James and Lily approached hand in hand, raising their eyebrows upon seeing the couple on the ground. It seems we are not the only victims of mistletoe tonight, Lily remarked with a smile, happiness sparkling in her green eyes. James adjusted his glasses, feigning seriousness. You big oaf, you stole my idea. Sirius lifted his head from the carpet, a smudge of Elia's lip gloss on his lips. Shut it, Pointy, I'm the original. Elia and Lily exchanged knowing smiles, shaking their heads at the two boys who never seemed to grow up. Meanwhile, in a corner unseen by them, Peeves was stealthily capturing this sweet scene, preparing to plaster it all over the school come morning. Thus, the Valentine's night at Hogwarts gracefully drew to a close amidst laughter and affection. Chapter 155, The Conspiracy of Plans, Part 1. In the final week of their 6th year, Hogwarts Castle was enveloped in the busyness of final exams and the joy of impending holidays. Sunlight streamed through the windows of Gryffindor Tower, illuminating the suitcase that Elia was packing. She stuffed the last copy of Advanced Potion Making into her bag, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. Finally finished, she sighed in relief, grateful to be free of Professor Slughorn's incessant tales of my illustrious former students. Lily was folding her robes into her suitcase when she chuckled at Elia's remark. At least he hasn't tried to invite you to join his slug club again. That's because I told him that if I had to join a club, I would prefer to enroll in a dark wizard training course. Elia made a face, mimicking his expression as though he had swallowed a whole toad. Just as Lily was about to respond, a silvery light suddenly flitted in from outside, tracing an elegant arc through the dormitory. The two girls gasped as a silver phoenix Patronus landed at Elia's bedside, and Dumbledore's voice emanated from it. Elia, please bring your friends to the headmaster's office. The tone was gentle yet unmistakable, and as soon as he finished speaking, the Patronus dissolved into shimmering specks in the air. Lily set down her clothes, a flicker of concern in her emerald eyes. What could Professor Dumbledore want? Elia pondered for a moment. I don't know. But the mention of friends. She glanced at Lily. I suspect it is related to Voldemort. 10 minutes later, Elia, Lily, James, Sirius, and Remus stood at the door of the headmaster's office. The fat lady's portrait had just informed them that the new password was Lemon Drop. Why does the headmaster's office have to use sweets as a password? James scratched his perpetually messy black hair. Last time it was Chocolate Frog, and the time before that Birdie Bots every flavor beans. Because Dumbledore has a sweet tooth, Elia rolled her eyes. All right, no more complaining. Lemon Drop. The stone door slowly revolved open, revealing the circular headmaster's office. However, what was more surprising than Dumbledore seated behind his grand oak desk was the sight of Gellert Grindelwald. The blond man lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, idly toying with a peculiarly shaped wand. As soon as Elia stepped inside, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Oh, isn't this Gellert Grindelwald, the not a teacher of the year? What, is retirement too dull, so you came back for a visit? James and Sirius gasped. Remus's hand had stealthily reached for his wand, while Lily's eyes widened in shock. Grindelwald squinted, and in an instant, he had teleported in front of Elia, gripping her ear. You little rascal, your tongue still needs a good lesson. His voice was deep and dangerous, yet his eyes sparkled with an almost imperceptible mirth. Ouch. Ouch. The Dark Lord is bullying a student. Elia exaggeratedly wailed, trying to break free but unable to shake off his iron grip. Dumbledore merely sat to the side, the blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles gleaming with amusement as he leisurely sipped his tea. The other four stood frozen in place, dumbfounded as they witnessed the legendary Dark Lord engaging in banter with Elia, like an ordinary elder. All right, Gellert, Dumbledore finally spoke, his tone laced with clear amusement. I believe Elia has learned her lesson. Grindelwald huffed, releasing his grip and returning to the sofa. Let us hope so. Elia rubbed her reddened ear, and stuck her tongue out at Grindelwald before turning to Dumbledore. Professor, what did you summon us for? Dumbledore set down his teacup, his expression growing serious. He waved his wand, and the door to the office closed silently, the curtains at the windows drew tight. and the portraits of past headmasters pretended to doze off. We have received reliable intelligence. Dumbledore's voice lowered. Voldemort will convene a Death Eater meeting at Malfoy Manor 1 week after the holiday, and he plans. He paused, scanning each face in the room. To target someone. Elia interjected without surprise, to target me. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Sirius immediately clenched his fists, fury igniting in his gray eyes. Then Elia will be in grave danger. We must do something. Grindelwald scoffed. Precisely because it is dangerous that I called you lot here. Elia glanced around at her friends, suddenly breaking into a mischievous smile, the kind that made Sirius both love and hate her, which usually signaled a wild plan was brewing. I have an idea, she said. Spit it out. Don't keep us in suspense, Grindelwald urged impatiently, though a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. Elia spoke slowly. We could use Peter Pettigrew. James frowned, adjusting his glasses. Peter? What can he do? Deliver false information. Elia elucidated the plan, suggesting that he accidentally disclosed to the Death Eaters that she would be venturing into the forest of Dartmoor during her holiday to complete the special transfiguration study program assigned to her by Professor McGonagall. Remus pondered, his fingers unconsciously tapping against his knee. However, Voldemort would not simply take Peter's word for it. He was far too suspicious. Thus, we require a second informant. Elia cast her gaze toward Sirius, who instantly comprehended her implication. Real, are you suggesting that he should also unintentionally divulge this information? Sirius inquired softly. Elia nodded affirmatively. Precisely. Although Voldemort is distrustful, if two unrelated informants converge on the same information, he will be utterly convinced, especially she paused significantly. If one of them is a new member he trusts implicitly. James furrowed his brow in concern. But what if you truly appear in Dartmoor Forest? What will you do if Voldemort brings his followers to kill you? It's desolate there with nowhere to seek help. Elia mischievously winked. I shall indeed be there. But not alone. She glanced at Grindelwald. I will have company. Dumbledore intended to express his willingness to accompany her, but Elia shook her head in refusal. Professor, you have a more pressing task to ambush at Malfoy Manor. Once Voldemort departs, you must deal with the remaining Death Eaters. This is an excellent opportunity to diminish his power. Remus frowned, his werewolf-like instincts stirring unease within him. But how can you ensure that Voldemort will come alone to find you? If he brings everyone, won't Professor Dumbledore be left with nothing? Elia smiled mysteriously. Because Voldemort would not want anyone else to claim the credit for killing me. She paused, adding, moreover, he will be convinced that I possess the very thing he covets. Grindelwald retrieved an ancient ring embedded with a black gemstone from his pocket. Glinting ominously in the light, the resurrection stone of the Gaunts. He would go to any lengths to retrieve it himself. Grindelwald's voice was as cold as ice. Especially when he accidentally learned that Dumbledore had entrusted this heirloom to his most favored student. Sirius stared at the ring, his complexion paling. Is that a Horcrux? Dumbledore nodded slightly. It once was. Now it is merely an ordinary ring. Of course, Voldemort is unaware of this. The meeting lasted a full 2 hours, culminating in a comprehensive operational plan. Elia and Grindelwald would set a trap in Dartmoor Forest to lure Voldemort into revealing himself alone. Dumbledore would lead the members of the Order of the Phoenix to raid Malfoy Manor, purging the remaining Death Eaters. James, Lily, and Remus volunteered to accompany Dumbledore. Sirius was tasked with ensuring Regulus's safe extraction after the mission. When Dumbledore concluded the plan, Sirius abruptly stood, his gray eyes ablaze with restless fervor. May I accompany Elia? His voice was nearly pleading. Elia gently but firmly shook her head. No, Sirius. You must go to assist Regulus. He is risking his life to relay false information for us. Once Voldemort grows suspicious, he will be in grave danger. She reached out to grasp his tense fingers. Your brother needs you. Sirius opened his mouth, his throat working as he wrestled with an internal struggle. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply and nodded reluctantly. But you must promise to return unscathed. Grindelwald scoffed, ruffling Elia's hair. With me around, what could possibly go wrong for this little one? Elia swatted his hand away disdainfully. Don't mess with my hair. It's a disaster now. Yet gratitude sparkled in her eyes. Dumbledore watched them with a smile, his eyes gleaming with wisdom behind his half-moon spectacles. Then it is settled. He rose, his robes billowing behind him. Ah, Elia, your third informant is waiting just outside. With that, he winked at Elia. The group was left in confusion, yet they followed Dumbledore out of the headmaster's office. Chapter 156. The Conspiracy of the Plan, Part 2. The group emerged from the headmaster's office, still baffled, into an empty corridor, where the flickering torchlight danced upon the stone walls, casting wavering shadows. The third informant? Lily queried. Glancing around, where? Her voice still lingered in the air when a tall, lean figure emerged from around the corner. Severus Snape, clutching several hefty potions tomes, visibly froze upon seeing them, his dark eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Good evening, Snivellus," Sirius mocked reflexively, only to be promptly silenced by a sharp stomp from Elia. "Ouch. Merlin's socks, Elia," Sirius yelped, hopping on one foot. Elia disregarded his complaints and cheerfully waved at Snape. "Severus. Just the person I need." Snape's lip twitched. "I presume you intend to involve me in yet another perilous scheme?" His gaze swept over Lily before swiftly averting. "Severus," Elia suddenly grew serious, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper only audible to those nearby. "Do you remember my request for your assistance in relaying a message? That special moment?" Snape's cloak swayed slightly. He looked down at this unpredictable girl, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his dark eyes. "I remember. Now is that critical moment," Elia declared, producing a ring set with a black gemstone from her pocket, its eerie glow illuminating the dim corridor. The gemstone appeared almost alive, swirling with ominous radiance in the firelight. "Tell him I found this in Dartmoor Forest." Snape's pupils dilated, his pale fingers instinctively tightening around the books. "Have you lost your mind? This is the Gaunt family's resurrection stone," Elia whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. She rotated the ring, allowing the gemstone to catch the light at various angles. "Of course. It's a replica. The real one was destroyed long ago." Snape's black eyes widened slightly, darting between Elia and the ring. "This means... It means you are inviting the Dark Lord to seek me out personally?" "Indeed," Elia replied with a radiant smile, as if discussing breakfast plans rather than a potentially fatal scheme. "By the way, Regulus will also mention this. So your testimony is crucial. It must be double verified to reel him in." Snape's gaze drifted past Elia's shoulder towards Lily, who stood a short distance away, her red hair framing her worried expression and her green eyes filled with questions. Finally, Snape stiffly nodded. "The Death Eater gathering in a week?" "Precisely." Elia pocketed the ring, lowering her voice to a volume only he could hear. "And thank you, Severus, for everything." Snape's mouth twitched as he turned, his black cloak swirling with a sharp arc. "Don't expect me to assist you again, Potter." He deliberately used her surname, though his tone lacked the usual malice. As he walked away, Sirius emerged from the shadows, pulling Elia into an embrace. His gray eyes were filled with concern. "Are you sure about this? Involving Snape?" Elia leaned against him, listening to his strong heartbeat. The familiar rhythm always reassured her. "He is the most suitable candidate. Voldemort trusts him at least more than anyone else." "Is that old Dark Lord really trustworthy?" Sirius muttered under his breath, resting his chin atop Elia's head. "Hey." The voice of Grindelwald resonated from the headmaster's office, tinged with unmistakable discontent, and I could hear it. Elia let out a soft chuckle, tilting her head to gaze into Sirius's worried gray eyes. "Fear not. We have prepared thoroughly this time. Your sole responsibility is to ensure Regulus's safe withdrawal, for the risks he takes are no less than ours." Sirius enveloped her in his embrace, his voice deep and resonant, as if emanating from the very depths of his chest. "You must return unscathed, or I shall." "Or what?" Elia teased, playfully blinking, attempting to alleviate the tension. "Will you don that singing rose robe and venture into hell to find me?" "Merlin, no," Sirius lamented, burying his face in the crook of her neck, his warm breath causing her to involuntarily draw back slightly. "Can we not revisit that incident? I swear my mind was trampled by a troll at the time." At the other end of the corridor, Grindelwald leaned against the window, observing the scene with a faint elusive smile, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his mismatched eyes. "Ah, youth is truly splendid, is it not, Albus?" Albus Dumbledore's voice drifted through the air, seemingly omnipresent. "Indeed, but eavesdropping is hardly a commendable habit, Gellert." The elder's tone bore a gentle admonition. "Who could blame me for being your worst choice?" The golden-haired dark wizard languidly turned away. "Come, old bee. We have a multitude of foolish members of the Order of the Phoenix to organize. Let us hope they prove more reliable than this motley crew of youngsters." Moonlight streamed through the stained glass, casting elongated shadows of the two old men, while behind them, the laughter of several young souls echoed through the ancient corridors of Hogwarts. A week hence, the war would reach its climax, but for this night, let them remain carefree students a while longer. Chapter 157. The Promise by the Black Lake. The Black Lake shimmered with fragmented silver light beneath the moon, as Elia's dragonhide boots crunched softly upon the damp grass. She tugged at James's sleeve, drawing him into the shadow of an ancient beech tree. "What is so mysteriously urgent?" James yawned, adjusting his glasses, the lenses still smeared with frosting from the chocolate frogs he'd devoured in the common room earlier. His dark hair was more disheveled than usual, clearly a result of being forcibly yanked from the warmth of his bed. If Filch catches us sneaking out at this hour, he'll surely jump to conclusions. Elia inhaled deeply, her wand tip igniting with a faint glow. In that light, her eyes sparkled with intensity. Brother, once the operation commences tomorrow, if Snape finds himself in peril. Wait, James suddenly stood upright, his unruly hair nearly brushing against the low-hanging branches, his voice raised in surprise. You dragged me out in the dead of night just to discuss that sniveling git? The night breeze caressed the lake's surface, carrying with it the scent of dampness. In the distance, the branches of the whomping willow swayed slowly in the darkness, producing a rustling sound. He is taking a risk by helping us relay false information. Should he be discovered? Elia's voice was so soft it was nearly lost to the wind. He's doing it for Lily, James exclaimed, raising his voice, startling a nearby cluster of gnomes. The tiny creatures emitted disgruntled squeaks as they hastily scurried into their burrows. Do you think I'm unaware? That sniveling git has always been infatuated with Lily. Elia placed her hand gently on her brother's trembling arm. Through his shirt, she could feel the tension in James's muscles. I understand the history between you two, but in tomorrow's battle, we need everyone to return alive. She paused, including Snape. James abruptly turned away, moonlight casting dappled shadows across his face. The lenses of his glasses reflected a cold light, obscuring his expression. Do you know what he said to Lily by the Black Lake in 5th year? He called her. I know, Elia gently interrupted. But you also know he stood vigil by the Black Lake all night just to await Lily's apology. The surface of the lake suddenly rippled unnaturally, a tentacle of a colossal squid becoming discernible. James, irritated, kicked a stone, startling a Grindelwald into a bubbling frenzy. He removed his glasses, wiping them haphazardly with the hem of his shirt, a gesture that reminded Elia of their father. Why must it be me? James's voice lowered unexpectedly, imbued with a weariness Elia had never heard before. Because you are James Potter. Elia suddenly smiled, revealing 2 small dimples, the finest seeker Gryffindor has seen in a century, who has saved his falling teammates 3 times from a height of 50 feet. She stood on her tiptoes, adjusting James's crooked glasses with a tenderness befitting something fragile. Or rather, the only brother capable of lifting me and spinning me 3 times without breaking a sweat. The night breeze tousled the strands of hair falling across James's forehead, his expression gradually softening. Elia sensed her success drawing near. Throughout their lives, invoking this topic had always softened James's heart. Just this once, James finally relented, but immediately adopted a serious demeanor. And I warn you, if he dares to. He wouldn't he dare. Elia suddenly lunged forward, embracing James, inhaling the familiar scent of citrus shampoo, the woodsy aroma of a broomstick, and a hint of honeydew sweets. The embrace came unexpectedly, and though James fumbled for a moment in surprise, he carefully refrained from pushing his sister away. Hey, your hair is poking my eyes, James complained. Yet Elia could feel his arms gently encircling her shoulders. Merlin, if Filch sees us. Oh, and one more thing. Elia suddenly lowered her voice, leaning closer to James, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Be particularly cautious of Peter. James frowned. Wormtail? What threat could he possibly pose? He can become an animagus. Elia's fingers tightened around her wand. What if he transforms into a rat and scurries away during the fight? Ha! James burst into laughter, the sound jarring against the tranquil night. Peter? Escape? That guy would scream at the sight of a spider. But the laughter quickly dissipated in the night breeze as he noticed the unusual seriousness in his sister's gaze. Elia retrieved a small pouch of silver powder from her pocket, the powder glimmering with an eerie blue light in the moonlight. This is modified tracking powder. Just a sprinkle on the target, and we can track him even if he turns into a rat. As James took the pouch, a slight sting tingled at his fingertips, akin to a faint electric shock. He examined the powder closely, noticing tiny specks moving within. When did you concoct this? From lessons with Grindelwald, Elia winked, her tone light as if discussing the weather. James tucked the powder into an inner pocket, then suddenly ruffled Elia's hair. Got it. You've been rather chatty lately, just like Mum. James. Elia huffed, swatting his hand away. But her attention was suddenly drawn to a commotion at the edge of the forbidden forest, where a small figure was stealthily moving along the wall. Both of them held their breath. By the light of the moon, they clearly saw Peter glancing nervously around, before suddenly curling up into a ball. In the next moment, a pile of clothes lay abandoned on the ground as a gray rat scurried out from the collar, swiftly vanishing into the crevices of the stones. James's pupils dilated in shock. He instinctively reached for his wand, only to have Elia restrain his hand. Not yet. Let us not alert the prey. Tomorrow. Elia whispered, her voice as soft as a feather yet imbued with ironclad resolve. "We shall uncover the truth." In the distance, the castle bell tolled 12 times. Elia released his hand and began retreating towards the castle. "Remember our promise. See you tomorrow, the best brother in the world." James stood rooted to the spot, watching his sister's silhouette fade into the shadows of the castle. He suddenly noticed something shimmering on his sleeve. Sparkles of the luminous hair powder that had fallen from Elia's hair. This reminded him of her childhood, when she would delight in scattering glitter in her hair and racing through the house, leaving a trail of sparkles that exasperated her mother to no end. He shook his head at the memory of the little girl, yet his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Raising his gaze towards the forbidden forest, his expression gradually hardened with resolve. Tomorrow, perhaps, many things would change. Chapter 158. The Downfall of Voldemort. The early morning in Dartmoor Forest was always imbued with an air of mystery. A delicate mist enveloped the entire woodland like a gossamer veil, while morning dew clung to the spider webs, forming glistening beads that shimmered faintly in the weak light of dawn. Elia treaded softly on the mossy ground, idly toying with a pliant willow branch in her hand, while Grindelwald surveyed the surroundings with a look of discontent. "Old man, your fishing skills leave much to be desired," Elia teased, shaking the makeshift fishing rod in her hand, which bore not even a blade of waterweed. She deliberately elongated her tone. "It's been half an hour. Where are the fish?" Grindelwald scoffed, his long fingers caressing his wand, which twirled elegantly at his fingertips. "What does the little girl know? True fishing demands patience, and then the audacity to blow up the whole lake." Elia winked mischievously. "I recall that incident near my home. That was because that blasted salmon was far too unruly." Grindelwald's wand emitted a few sparks, his voice rising suddenly. "How dare it bite off my favorite?" He abruptly halted, his pupils contracting sharply. A cold gust swept over the lake, startling several slumbering waterfowl. "It's here," Grindelwald murmured, his tone laced with the excitement of a hunter spotting prey, tinged with a familiar, perilous thrill that Elia recognized. Elia immediately understood. Grindelwald reached out to ruffle her hair, the gesture surprisingly gentle, a stark contrast to his usual stern demeanor. "Don't die, little imp," he whispered, his voice barely audible, before his form dissipated like mist in the morning light. Taking a deep breath, Elia resumed her fade of concentration, fixating on the placid surface of the lake. She could sense the familiar, nauseating dark magic encroaching, coiling around her back like a venomous serpent. Her fingers stealthily glided towards the wand concealed in her sleeve, her heartbeat steady. Grindelwald's training had long accustomed her to facing danger. "Elia Potter." A hoarse voice slithered from behind, reminiscent of a serpent gliding over dry leaves. Elia spun around sharply, her wand poised, its tip directed at the source of the voice. Voldemort gradually emerged from the morning mist, his pallid face appearing even more ghastly in the hazy light, his crimson eyes glinting like droplets of blood. "Wow," Elia exclaimed dramatically, inhaling sharply, intentionally making her voice sound frivolous. "Isn't this the infamous Dark Lord himself? Here to seek me out? I'm truly flattered." She tilted her head, a provocative smile curving her lips. "What's wrong? Are your Death Eaters too busy having breakfast?" Voldemort's lips twisted into a grotesque smile, reminiscent of the venomous spiders she had encountered in the Forbidden Forest. "Hand over the resurrection stone." His voice grated like nails on a chalkboard. "And I can grant you a more merciful death, and if I refuse?" Elia countered, her head tilted, her eyes glimmering with defiance, though her fingers tightened around her wand. She sensed Grindelwald's presence nearby, a realization that imbued her with immense courage. "Then do not blame me, Avada Kedavra." A blinding green light pierced through the morning mist, the aura of death rushing towards her. Elia nimbly rolled to the side, the spell grazing her hair and striking the tree behind her, scorching its bark and releasing a pungent smoke. With a swift motion, she cast a disarming charm, a red beam shooting towards Voldemort like an arrow. Their spells collided midair, erupting into dazzling sparks. Elia's onslaught was relentless, each incantation sharp and precise, freezing charm, stunning spell, and even several defensive dark arts Grindelwald had taught her. Yet Voldemort, seasoned in battle, wielded his dark magic with insidious cunning, each spell targeting her vulnerabilities. Pierce and rend. A blinding red light struck Elia's left arm, a surge of agony coursing through her body like electricity. She stifled a groan, collapsing to the ground, her wand nearly slipping from her grasp as cold sweat drenched her back. Voldemort advanced slowly, his serpentine gaze glinting with cruel delight. "Last chance. Where is the resurrection stone?" With great effort, Elia lifted her gaze, a cold smile curling her lips, blood trickling from her bitten lip. "In a place you shall never find." She paused deliberately. "Perhaps Professor Dumbledore knows?" Voldemort's face contorted with rage, the tip of his wand coalescing with green light. Then you shall. A slow, mocking applause suddenly echoed from the depths of the forest, shattering the tense atmosphere. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Voldemort whirled around. A golden-haired man leaned languidly against an oak tree, his long fingers rhythmically tapping. Morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on his handsome face. Who are you? Voldemort inquired warily. His wand trained on the unexpected intruder, a flicker of unease crossing his crimson eyes. Grindelwald sighed dramatically, disappointment evident in his voice. Merlin. Have the younger generation become so rude? He straightened gracefully, his black robe flowing like liquid, each step imbued with regal poise. I am Gellert Grindelwald, remember that, Mr. Caramel, or whatever your name is. It's Voldemort. The Dark Lord hissed in fury, but then suddenly realized something, his voice shifting to cautious tones. You are Lord Grindelwald? Grindelwald raised his chin arrogantly, his eyes sparkling in the morning light. At last, someone with discernment. Voldemort quickly adopted a sycophantic tone, his obsequious demeanor almost causing Alia to burst into laughter. What a surprise to encounter you here. In that case, the resurrection stone is yours. I only desire the girl's life. How does that sound? Grindelwald stroked his chin thoughtfully, a chilling smile spreading across his face, causing the temperature around them to plummet several degrees. Not quite what I said. Grindelwald's wand had, unbeknownst to anyone, already pointed at Voldemort, the motion swift as lightning. I want both the resurrection stone and the girl. Before the words had fully left his lips, a blinding red light shot forth. Voldemort hastily defended himself, their spells clashing in midair, unleashing a deafening roar. The birds in the forest took flight, the lake's surface rippling unnaturally. Devoid of his Horcruxes, Voldemort was no match for Grindelwald. After a few exchanges, a silvery spell pierced through his defenses like a sword, sending him crashing to the ground. Voldemort struggled to rise, his robes muddied and moss-stained, his serpentine face twisted in fear. Wait. For the first time, a tremor laced Voldemort's voice. I can serve you. I have a legion of loyal followers. The entire magical community of Britain is under my control. Grindelwald tilted his head, regarding him like an intriguing insect, contempt gleaming in his eyes. You're too late. What? I have no interest in ruling the world, his gaze inadvertently sweeping towards Hogwarts, a gentle smile gracing his lips, so contrasting with his earlier coldness. I'm not interested anymore. Avada Kedavra. The green light flashed, and Voldemort's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed onto the damp moss. His wand clattered to the ground, producing a faint sound. Grindelwald elegantly stowed away his wand, and turned to extend his hand towards Alia. Well done. You're still alive. Alia grasped his hand and stood up, rubbing her aching left arm while intentionally adopting an exaggerated expression of pain. You could have come a bit earlier. I nearly met my end, she exclaimed. Such a splendid opportunity for practical combat. Of course, one must ascertain whether you have made any progress. Grindelwald regarded her disheveled appearance with disdain. Yet Alia did not overlook the fleeting concern that flashed in his eyes. Clearly, she remained vulnerable and needed to intensify her training. Please, master. Alia wailed, her voice echoing through the woods and startling several birds that had just returned to their perches. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes dangerously. What did you just call me? Alia mischievously blinked, her face still marred by the remnants of battle, yet her demeanor had transformed back to one of playful mischief. Since you no longer wish to dominate the world, you must be planning to enjoy retirement with Professor Dumbledore. She lowered her voice theatrically, feigning a detective's demeanor. He is my professor, and since you two are together, naturally I shall call you master. She paused, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. Or should I say mistress? Grindelwald's expression froze instantly, his typically composed visage revealing a rare crack. Alia, already bursting with laughter, dashed away, her long hair trailing behind her. Farewell, mistress. I'm off to find Sirius. You little rascal. Grindelwald's roar startled every bird in the forest, and he raised his wand only to lower it in resignation. Come back. I intend to increase your training until next year. But Elia's figure had already vanished into the morning mist. Grindelwald stood rooted to the spot, grinding his teeth in anger. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the corners of his mouth turned upward. He glanced down at Voldemort's lifeless body, and with a flick of his wand, the corpse disintegrated into dust, carried away by the morning breeze. In the distance, the bells of Hogwarts chimed gently, heralding the dawn of a new era. Grindelwald turned his gaze toward the castle, a hint of tenderness flickering in his golden eyes before he vanished with a disillusionment charm. Chapter 159. The Battle of Malfoy Manor. As Voldemort's figure dissipated outside the gates of Malfoy Manor, Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes glinted with a sharpness behind his crescent-shaped glasses. His wand-raising gesture was as elegant as conducting a symphony, a brilliant silver spark streaking across the sky like a meteor, exploding in the dawn's soft light and transforming into a soaring phoenix, a signal of attack. Remember, the old wizard turned to the young ones behind him, his voice low and resolute, the tip of his wand beginning to gather golden light. Do not be reckless. Look out for one another. His gaze lingered on James and Lily for a moment longer, the corners of his white-bearded mouth lifting slightly. Return alive. Before his words could fully escape, his white robes billowed as he surged into the fray like a whirlwind. The 3 Death Eaters charging toward him barely had time to raise their wands before being struck by 3 precise stunning spells, sent hurtling backward like rag dolls into the opulent marble columns of Malfoy Manor. Sirius's dark hair billowed in the morning breeze, his long fingers gripping the 14-inch oak wand gifted by James, its dragon heartstring core perfectly complementing his untamed spirit. His gray eyes burned with fierce battle intent. I'm going after Regulus, he shouted, his voice laced with long-buried concern for his brother. In a heartbeat, he transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the depths of the corridor, leaving a trail of shattered stone in his wake as he blasted a shortcut through the wall with a shattering curse, a method entirely befitting his boisterous style. Stay close, James called out to Lily and Remus, the 3 forming a solid triangular formation with their backs against one another, a tactic honed during their intensive training. James's glasses reflected the incoming spells, and he could feel Lily's steady breaths and Remus's taut muscles behind him. Death Eaters surged from all directions, vibrant beams of magic weaving a deadly net throughout the opulent hall. A green light zipped past James's ear, singeing a tuft of his black hair, and releasing a noxious odor. He nimbly sidestepped, simultaneously wielding his wand with the fluidity of dodging a bludger on the Quidditch pitch. Expelliarmus! The red light struck the wrist of the ambusher, sending the U-wand spiraling into the air, where Remus expertly caught it with a well-timed levitation charm. Lily's fiery red hair blazed in battle, her stunning spells executed with astonishing precision. Sleep now. Another Death Eater clad in a silver mask crumpled to the ground, his heavy body crashing through an antique tea table, crystal shards raining down like confetti. Her green eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor. In her peripheral vision, a tall Death Eater stealthily raised his wand, lips moving to utter an unforgivable curse. Stupefy. An invisible blade surged from the shadows, severing the ambusher's wrist with pinpoint accuracy, blood spattering across the Death Eater's silver mask. Lily turned in shock, only to glimpse Snape's dark cloak fluttering away like a bat behind a Gothic column, the air still carrying the distinct scent of potions, wormwood, mint, and an indescribable bitterness. Simultaneously, Bellatrix's maniacal laughter echoed through the hall, her scarlet lips twisted, black hair writhing like serpents as she unleashed a barrage of lethal purple spells. Come on, my darlings, she screeched, her voice piercing like shattering glass. Let Aunt Bella shower you with affection. Suddenly, her sharp gaze locked onto Snape, lurking in the shadows. Traitor! She shrieked, her wand tip glowing ominously with green light. Avada. James, having just felled a Death Eater, caught sight of this unfolding scene out of the corner of his eye. Time seemed to slow as he recalled Elia's earnest gaze by the Black Lake the previous night, the promise he had made under the moonlight. His body reacted before his mind could catch up. Protego. James's shield charm sprang forth just in time, the semi-transparent golden barrier intercepting Bella's killing curse. The 2 forces collided, erupting into a dazzling display of sparks that illuminated the entire hall. The shockwave sent James staggering back a few steps, his glasses slipping to the tip of his nose. He deftly rolled beside Snape, the 2 of them pressed against a marble statue that had been blasted to rubble, once a magnificent likeness of a Malfoy ancestor, now reduced to merely a pair of elegantly booted feet. Be careful, James gasped, eyes still fixed on Bellatrix's direction, while casting a barrier curse to fend off another incoming Death Eater. If it weren't for Elia, who would want to save you? Despite the dire circumstances, he couldn't resist adding that touch of sarcasm. Snape's dark eyes widened slightly, disbelief flickering across his pale face. Yet he quickly regained his customary sardonic expression, his thin lips twisting into a cold smile. I don't recall needing Potter's protection. As he spoke, his wand precisely unleashed a Stupefy, repelling a Death Eater aiming to ambush Lupin, his black cloak billowing in the airflow. Shut up, you greasy git, James grinned, suddenly pivoting. Expelliarmus. The 2 red beams shot forth from their wands simultaneously, as if choreographed, sending 2 advancing Death Eaters sprawling. Who could have anticipated that this pair of rivals would find such synergy in the heat of battle? Back to back they stood, their spells weaving an impenetrable web as Death Eaters fell one after another. Amidst the fervor of battle, James keenly noticed a furtive figure darting behind the drapery in the corner of the hall. That diminutive outline, that cringing posture. Who else could it be but Peter? James's pupils constricted. Feigning being struck by a dark curse, he staggered back behind a stone column, his fingers delving into his inner pocket, grasping the pouch of silver powder Elia had given him. The powder warmed slightly in the palm of his hand, as if yearning for revenge. James, are you all right? Lily's anxious voice drifted from afar. I'm fine, he called out loudly, while silently moving towards the drapery. Peter was concealed behind the heavy velvet curtain, his pudgy fingers tightly gripping his wand, his eyes darting towards the exit, clearly seeking an opportunity to flee. James's heart sank. Was this truly their friend of 6 years? A member of the Marauders? Anger surged through his veins like molten lava, but he forced himself to remain composed. Elia's plan was paramount. Peter. James suddenly leaped from behind the stone pillar, feigning surprise. Merlin, I finally found you. Hurry, we need help over by the big foot. Peter trembled in fear, nearly dropping his wand. His small eyes darted anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. James, I was just about to find you. Excellent, James exclaimed warmly, wrapping his arm around Peter's shoulders, seizing the opportunity to sprinkle silver powder inside his collar. The moment the powder touched the fabric, it became invisible, only revealing a faint blue glimmer in the moonlight. Follow me, Bellatrix is hunting Snape. Peter's face turned ashen. As Snape? His gaze drifted back to the exit. I think we should, no time. James pretended to tug him forward urgently, suddenly veering around the corner, and pushing Peter towards the battling Bellatrix. Go. I'll find Lily. Peter's terrified scream was drowned out by the sounds of explosions. James took refuge behind a toppled statue, watching the traitor scurry away to another corner, trembling as he raised his wand, not to fight, but to prepare for transformation and escape. Sure enough, mere seconds later, a gray mouse emerged from a pile of clothing, swiftly scuttling along the base of the wall towards the exit. This time, however, its gray fur shimmered with silver dots only revealed by the enhanced tracking powder, standing out in the darkness like a beacon. A cold smile crept across James's lips. He gently touched the communicator in his pocket. A treasure once used for nocturnal correspondence among Marauders, now transformed into a tool for exposing treachery. Elia, the mouse has emerged, silver markings, heading towards the eastern garden. The surface of the mirror rippled, and Elia's calm voice responded. Received. I've already stationed Professor McGonagall by the wall. He won't escape. James pocketed the mirror, took a deep breath, and re-entered the fray. This time, his stunning spells were more precise and powerful than ever. Each fallen Death Eater felt like a sacrificial offering for the impending reckoning. Meanwhile, Sirius raced through the labyrinthine corridors, the sound of his boots echoing sharply against the marble floor. The corridors of Malfoy Manor were intricate, yet he seemed guided by instinct. The Black family estate bore a similar layout. 3 Death Eaters adorned with silver masks barred his path, and without hesitation he wielded his wand, Shatter. The explosion of the wall provided him with the perfect cover, the flying debris striking like bullets against his foes. Sirius nimbly maneuvered through the scattered rubble, his movements graceful as though dancing a deadly waltz. 1 Death Eater lunged from the side. Sirius sidestepped just in time, flicking his wand. Legs freeze. The opponent immediately toppled like a marionette, rigid legs still posed as if in flight. A second Death Eater's killing curse grazed his shoulder, singeing a lock of hair. Sirius retaliated with a stunning spell, the red light piercing through the opponent's defenses. Finally, he found Regulus in a dimly lit library, the young black valiantly defending against 2 towering Death Eaters. His dark robes were slashed, blood seeping from his forehead, yet the steadfast light in his gray-blue eyes remained undiminished. A green light shot towards him. Regulus deftly ducked, simultaneously tracing an arc with his wand. Armor protection. Looks like I arrived just in time. Sirius laughed as he crashed through the window, the glass shards scattering like diamonds. A well-aimed stunning spell dispatched 1 foe, the wand twirling in dazzling arcs, an art he had honed while toying with Snape in the corridors of Hogwarts. Let us see whose spell is mightier. Regulus's lips curled into a slight smile as he traced a graceful arc with his wand. His spellcasting style was always more restrained and precise than Sirius's. Sleep now. Now's not the time for competition, brother, he softly remarked, a flicker of a long-lost smile crossing his features, an expression Sirius had not seen in years. Ha! Still so serious. Sirius positioned himself protectively in front of his brother, both standing back to back, wands raised in unison. At that moment, the bond of blood transcended all barriers. Their spells harmonized as if rehearsed over many years. One focused on defense, the other on offense, driving the remaining Death Eaters into a corner. The battle persisted for hours. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the stained glass of Malfoy Manor, amidst the mottled light, the last Death Eater finally fell. Dumbledore stood in the center of the hall, his white robe stained with dust and blood, yet his gaze remained clear and resolute. The Elder Wand in his hand glimmered faintly, the air still charged with residual magical energy. "It is over," he murmured, weariness and relief lacing his voice. Just then, a silver tabby Patronus gracefully leaped into the hall, Ilia's joyful voice resonating like a clear spring. "We did it! That noseless fiend is finished!" Cheers erupted like a tidal wave throughout Malfoy Manor. Sunlight streamed through the shattered windows, illuminating every weary yet joyous face. Wands were raised high, their tips bursting forth with colorful sparks, weaving vibrant patterns in the morning light. Amidst the jubilations, it was unclear who initiated it, but one by one, the survivors embraced. Tears mingling with laughter, even Snape for once did not reject the hand extended by Remus. On the other side, by the wall of the Eastern Garden, Professor McGonagall stood like a statue in the morning light. Her emerald robe bore the scars of battle, yet her graying hair remained impeccably arranged. Her keen cat eyes scrutinized every crevice beneath the wall, her fingers gently stroking her wand, its tip shimmering with latent energy. Suddenly, a silver-gray shadow burst forth from the rubble. It was a plump mouse, its green pea-like eyes brimming with terror, frantically darting towards the drainage outlet beneath the wall. Its gray fur shimmered with faint silver, nearly invisible in the morning light. "Peter Pettigrew." Professor McGonagall's voice sliced through the air like a steel needle, her wand drawing a sharp arc. "I believe we covered in Transfiguration class that an animagus form is not meant for cowardly escapes." A beam of golden light shot from her wand, striking the gray mouse with precision. With a piercing shriek, Peter twisted back into human form, his rotund body crashing heavily onto the cobbled ground. He looked up in terror, meeting McGonagall's frigid gaze, more chilling than any curse. "Professor," Peter stammered, his voice trembling, fingers unconsciously tugging at his collar, where traces of James's tracking powder glimmered faintly in the morning light. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. "I witnessed you flee the battlefield, Pettigrew. More disgraceful still, you exploited the very transfiguration I taught you to be a coward." Her wand was steadily aimed at Peter's throat. "Now stand up and walk back like a Gryffindor." Peter's small eyes darted around, and suddenly he lunged towards McGonagall's feet. "You don't understand. I was forced. They threatened me. Spare me, Peter." A voice emerged from behind the thicket of roses, and Leah stepped forth, her wand tip emanating a chilling azure glow. "Who did you encounter by the Forbidden Forest last night? Do I need to remind you?" Peter's face turned ashen, for he recognized the swirling silver mist within the memory vial in Leah's hand, revealing a vivid image of himself conversing furtively with a Death Eater clad in a silver mask. "This is a fabrication," Peter shrieked, retreating until his back met the cold stone wall. "It must be a Confundus charm. James, Sirius. They will surely believe me." "Believe you?" Sirius's voice was as frigid as ice, for he and James had appeared at the garden entrance, once trained upon their former companion. Fury burned in Sirius's gray eyes. "Akin to believing you would not betray Lily and James's whereabouts?" James stepped forward in silence, the cold light reflecting off his glasses. Desperation engulfed Peter as he scanned his surroundings, suddenly unleashing a piercing scream. "They forced my hand. You cannot possibly understand the Dark Lord's power. Animagus reversal." Professor McGonagall suddenly brandished her wand, and with a howl of anguish, Peter's left sleeve tore open, revealing the ghastly skull and snake of the dark mark writhing upon his pale skin, a testament to his allegiance to the forces of darkness. The garden fell into an eerie silence, as if even the morning breeze had been stilled. James crouched down to meet Peter's gaze, the weight of 6 years of friendship encapsulated in the simplicity of one question. "Why?" Peter dared not meet James's eyes, fixating instead on his trembling hands, his face smeared with tears and snot. "You have always been so brilliant, the stars of the Marauders, and I am merely a coward." Leah interjected coldly. "The Order of the Phoenix possesses all the evidence of your betrayal to Voldemort." Suddenly, McGonagall cast a silvery lasso that bound Peter tightly. "Enough. Save your justifications for the Wisengamot." She turned to the 3 young men. "You have done well. Now return to assist the injured. I shall take care of this." As McGonagall escorted the sobbing Peter away, the morning light cascaded over the entire garden. Sirius suddenly slammed his fist against the stone wall, blood seeping from his knuckles. 6 years. We shared meals and a home with this traitor." James gazed towards the path where Peter had vanished, his voice hoarse. "Do you remember that time in 3rd year? He was cornered by Slytherins, and the 3 of us rushed into the cellar to save him." His voice choked, the eyes behind his glasses glistening with unshed tears. Leah gently grasped her brother's trembling hand. "It is not your fault. Some individuals' courage ultimately succumbs to their inner cowardice. It is over. Sirius exhaled deeply, tucking his wand back into his belt. He wrapped an arm around James's shoulder. Let us go, pointy fork. Lily must be waiting anxiously. James cast one last glance down the path where Peter had disappeared, and as he turned, the morning light crowned him with a golden halo. The three figures strode side by side towards the manor. The pain wrought by betrayal may never fully heal, but at least they had each other, and the long years ahead to mend their wounds. Chapter 160. Rebirth in the Morning Light. Morning light streamed through the shattered stained-glass windows of Malfoy Manor, casting the marble floor into a vibrant mosaic. Fragments of glass and crystal sparkled in the sunlight, resembling scattered stars. Sirius, James, and Leah walked amidst the debris, their boots crunching over the shards, producing a crisp sound. James! Lily's exclamation shattered the tranquility of the hall. Her crimson hair glowed like a burning flame in the morning light, her emerald eyes brimming with concern. Taking 2 steps at once, she dashed into James's embrace, causing him to stagger back half a step. Ow! James feigned a dramatic cry but held her tighter, resting his chin atop her head. Easy now, my dear Lily. Your boyfriend just emerged from a fierce battle, you insufferable egotist. Lily lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as her fingers tenderly brushed against the fresh wound on James's cheek. Did you know my heart nearly stopped when I saw Bellatrix cast the killing curse at you? James clasped her hand, pressing a kiss into her palm, his voice low and resolute. It's nothing. Besides, he winked, leaning closer to Lily's ear. With you waiting for me, how could I let anything happen? Sirius, standing nearby, feigned a dramatic gag. Could you two find a more private place to indulge in your mushiness? There are others present. James grinned widely. What? This time you finally understand how we endure you and Leah? Sirius rolled his eyes but couldn't help glancing towards Regulus in the distance, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. In the shadow of the pillars, Snape quietly observed the scene. His long fingers gripped his wand tightly, his black robe stained with blood and dirt, yet he maintained an upright posture. When Lily suddenly turned to face him, he instinctively retreated deeper into the shadows. Severus! Lily's voice froze him in place. She broke free from James's embrace, taking 2 steps towards Snape, sunlight cascading onto her shoulder, gilding her in golden light. Thank you for saving me today. Snape's throat constricted, his voice dry as sandpaper. No need, I mean it, Lily responded earnestly. Your timing with that stunning spell was impeccable. James approached and wrapped an arm around Lily's shoulders, unusually refraining from sarcasm, merely extending a hand. Thanks, Snape. He paused, adding for Lily's sake. For her, Snape stared at the outstretched hand for 2 seconds, ultimately offering a slight nod. Take care of her, Potter. With that, he turned and departed, his robes billowing behind him like a bat's wings, vanishing into the corridor where the morning light could not reach. By the fountain, Regulus was tending to a wound on his arm with his wand, clear water gushing from the broken angel statue, washing away the blood from his injury. Need assistance? Young master? Sirius's voice startled Regulus, who looked up abruptly. His brother leaned against a crumbling marble column, his disheveled black hair cascading over his shoulders, a rare gentle smile illuminating his gray eyes. I can manage, Regulus instinctively replied, but hesitated to add. Thank you. Sirius strode forward, unceremoniously snatching the wand from Regulus's grasp. Come on, your healing charm technique is still something I taught you. He deftly waved his wand, silver light enveloping the wound like flowing water. That silent spell you used was quite good. It seems my book on advanced silent spells wasn't in vain. Regulus pressed his lips together. That book was sent by you? Who else? Would Mother allow books other than dark magic into number 12, Grimmauld Place? Sirius grinned, ruffling his brother's hair. Well done, Raw. Today you saved at least 3 oars. A blush crept onto Regulus's pale cheeks. Don't call me that, brother. The last 2 words were barely a whisper. Sirius paused briefly, his smile broadening as he pulled Regulus closer. Come on, we should head back. In the center of the hall, Leah approached Dumbledore, who was examining the injured. The old headmaster's blue robes were dusted with grime, yet the eyes behind his crescent-shaped spectacles remained as bright as stars. Professor, Leah called softly. Ah, our little hero. Dumbledore turned, his eyes sparkling with warmth. I must express my gratitude once more, dear. Had it not been for your timely warning, today's casualty list would have been extensive. Alia shook her head, her gaze sweeping across the hall. Sirius was engaged in conversation with Regulus, uncharacteristically displaying a sincere smile. James was embracing Lily, their foreheads touching. Remus was tending to an injured Hufflepuff student. In the distance, Professor McGonagall's resolute silhouette led Peter away, standing tall and unwavering. I merely did what was right, Alia softly declared, for my friends, my family. She stood on tiptoe, leaning closer to Dumbledore's ear, lowering her voice. Professor Grindelwald is awaiting you in the backyard. He mentioned you promised to play chess with him after the war. Dumbledore's eyes instantly sparkled, his white beard twitching with delight. Ah, indeed, he replied playfully. We all need a proper rest during this holiday. Perhaps Gellert will finally get to taste my collection of lemon sherbets. Alia smiled as she watched the headmaster depart, turning just as sunlight cascaded upon her friends. My dear, Sirius exclaimed, opening his arms wide to embrace his valiant boyfriend. James rolled his eyes beside them. Valiant? Who was the one chased around the house by 3 Death Eaters? That was a tactical retreat, Sirius retorted, tightening his hold on Alia. Besides, wasn't it I who dealt with them in the end? Lily handed each of them a vial of revitalizing potion. Enough of that, boys. Once you drink this, we need to assist Madame Pomfrey with the injured. Alia accepted the potion, her gaze traversing each familiar face. The sunlight danced upon them, etching this moment into an eternal tableau. The distant cry of a phoenix echoed, Fox tracing a golden-red arc through the sky, as if singing for rebirth. It is all over, she whispered. No, Sirius insisted, tightening his grip on her shoulder, his smile unabashedly exuberant. It is a new beginning. Chapter 161, The Train Home. The Hogwarts Express sped beneath the setting sun, golden rays filtering through the carriage windows. James sprawled across his seat, his head resting on Lily's lap, mouth stuffed with chocolate frogs, cheeks bulging like a hamster. Did you see Professor McGonagall's expression when she escorted Peter away? Sirius mused, reclining with his legs crossed, the silver buckles on his black leather boots glinting with the movement of the train, resembling someone who had devoured a whole fox. Alia sat beside Sirius, pressing a cream biscuit into his mouth. The war is finally over. We ought to have some fun this holiday. Her eyes suddenly sparkled. How about we visit the amusement park and ride the roller coasters? James and Sirius shivered in unison, their faces blanching instantly. Absolutely not, they chorused, fear evident in their voices. I spent the entire last day vomiting after that ride, James lamented, clutching his stomach, his glasses askew. That feeling was worse than being hit with a curse. Lily chimed in, chuckling as she ran her fingers through James's tousled black hair. Why don't we go see a movie? A Muggle one. That sounds splendid, Remus interjected, setting aside his book on advanced charms, his eyes shimmering with interest. I've never been to a cinema. Just as they were animatedly discussing, Sirius suddenly noticed a familiar figure at the carriage door. Regulus stood awkwardly in the corridor, his slender fingers nervously twisting the hem of his robe, his pale face betraying hesitation. Real. Sirius dashed forward, pulling his brother inside with the swiftness of a gust of wind. What are you doing standing at the door? Gomain. Regulus nearly stumbled as he was drawn into the compartment, a blush creeping to his ears beneath his dark hair. I was just passing by. Spare me that, Sirius urged, pressing him into the seat beside himself with enough force to elicit a soft gasp from Regulus. Allow me to introduce, this is my brother Regulus. Rich. These are Lily, James, and Remus. The atmosphere in the compartment grew momentarily tense. Regulus stiffly nodded in acknowledgement, his fingers unconsciously grazing the silver buckle on his sleeve, the emblem of the Black family. James suddenly leaned forward, exaggeratedly scrutinizing Regulus, his eyes widening behind his glasses. Merlin. You two truly resemble each other, though you look like the version struck by lightning. James. Lily chastised, turning to Regulus with a friendly smile. Don't mind him. I heard you saved 3 Aurors during the final battle? Quite impressive. Regulus looked up in surprise, his gray-blue eyes widening slightly. Why, you know? Of course. Remus replied gently, his voice warm like a cup of tea. Moody has been praising your silent spell work. He said if it weren't for your timely shield charm, those Aurors would have been crushed by the collapsing walls. Under James's social prowess, the compartment soon buzzed with lively conversation. Although Regulus spoke little, his tense shoulders gradually relaxed, and he occasionally stifled a smile at James's exaggerated imitations of Snape's walk. Alia quietly observed this scene, compelled to admire her brother's social skills. He had an uncanny ability to make everyone feel at ease, as effortlessly as sunlight melts away snow. Lily, would you accompany me to the restroom? Alia stood, adjusting her red checkered dress. Sure, Lily replied, carefully moving James's head from her lap, grumbling softly, don't eat my chocolate, James. The two girls clasped hands as they traversed the swaying carriage, and just as they exited the restroom, they encountered Snape standing by the window, lost in thought as he gazed at the passing scenery, his black robes billowing slightly in the draft. Severus, Lily exclaimed with delight, her voice ringing clear in the empty carriage. Snape abruptly turned, a flicker of panic flashing in his dark eyes before he resumed his customary aloofness. Lily, we were just discussing going to the movies this holiday. Would you like to join us? Lily stepped closer, her invitation warm and inviting. Snape's pupils dilated slightly, his gaze hesitantly drifting toward Alia. Alia immediately understood, offering a friendly smile. Indeed, it would be more lively with everyone together. Snape's throat constricted, his voice dry as if he hadn't spoken in ages. I am afraid. Lily suddenly fixed her gaze upon his, her green eyes imbued with an unyielding determination. Severus, are we still friends? Snape appeared momentarily petrified, stuttering after a lengthy pause. Of course. Then it's settled. Lily clapped her hands joyfully, no refusals. With that, she tugged Alia back toward their compartment, leaving Snape standing alone, incredulity flickering in his dark eyes. Upon returning, Lily announced, "Good news. Severus has also agreed to go to the movies." What? James, having just swallowed pumpkin juice, sprayed it across the air, creating an orange arc, some droplets even splattering onto Remus's book. "Snape is going to watch a movie with us?" Sirius raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in his gray eyes. "Are you certain he hasn't been hit with a soul-sucking curse? I personally invited him." "It's absolutely true," Lily declared proudly, raising her chin, "and he said yes." Remus chuckled gently, closing his dampened book. "This is going to be quite the event." Regulus suddenly spoke up softly. "Snape? The potion's genius?" His fingers absently rubbed the silver buckle on his sleeve, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. His improved wolfsbane potion recipe saved many lives. The compartment fell silent, all eyes now turned toward the former Slytherin, as if seeing him for the first time. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows across Regulus's pale face, adding a hint of vitality to his demeanor. Indeed. Lily clapped her hands in excitement, her eyes shimmering with delight, acknowledging the impressive mastery Severus displayed in potion-making. Her words were abruptly interrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the door. A splendid silver owl squeezed through the crack, landing haughtily on Regulus's shoulder, a letter bearing the Black family crest tied to its talons. Regulus's expression shifted to one of intricate complexity in an instant. He cautiously detached the letter, and the owl promptly flapped its wings and took flight, leaving a glimmering feather to drift down onto Sirius's knee. It was a letter from their mother. Regulus's voice was barely audible, trembling fingers unrolling the parchment, which emitted a crisp rustling sound. Sirius instinctively tensed, while Elia silently grasped his hand, feeling the dampness and chill of his palm. The entire compartment seemed to be under a silencing charm. Even James held his breath. Regulus quickly skimmed the letter, his slate-blue eyes widening with each passing moment. Suddenly he looked up sharply at Sirius, his lips quivering. They. Just say it. Sirius feigned nonchalance with a shrug, yet Elia could sense the tautness of his muscles, as if pulled back like a drawn bow, wondering what nonsense about purebloods this could be. "No," Regulus exclaimed, rising in agitation, nearly toppling the teacup that Remus had placed on the table. "Mother," they said. "They finally understand." His voice caught in his throat. "They said they were foolish to have been deceived by that man's lies." Sirius stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Regulus continued, "We have reinstated Sirius's name in the family tree." He paused, hesitantly glancing at Elia before quickly averting his gaze. "And hope he can bring Miss Potter back to Black Manor as a guest." This statement detonated within the compartment like a bomb. James's glasses slipped to the tip of his nose. Remus's book fell to the floor with a thud, and Lily gasped, covering her mouth. Elia felt Sirius's fingers tremble violently in her palm. She turned to him and noticed the slight redness around his eyes. His jawline taut as if he were striving to suppress a torrent of emotions. "Sirius," Elia softly called, gently stroking the back of his hand with her thumb. Suddenly, Sirius stood and strode to the window, turning his back to everyone. His shoulders heaved with each breath, sunlight outlining his poised silhouette. Regulus stood awkwardly in place. "Bro. I know this is sudden. Did they really write this?" Sirius's voice was hoarse, sounding foreign to him. "Is this not under the Imperious curse? Is someone impersonating them?" "I've confirmed it," Regulus insisted eagerly. "It's Father's handwriting, and Mother's signature sent. They regret it." A protracted silence ensued. Elia moved to stand beside Sirius, gently resting her head against his arm. She could feel the tumultuous emotions roiling within him, akin to a storm on the verge of eruption. Finally Sirius turned, a tremulous smile gracing his lips. "Well, since they have sincerely apologized." He inhaled deeply, the complex glimmer in his gray eyes illuminating. "Elia, would you care to join me in exploring the most sinister ancient manor in all of Britain? They say the house elves there are even more terrifying than Dementors." Elia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exaggeratedly inquired, "Are there fire-breathing silverware?" "Plenty. And they can be customized." "Then I simply must go." She playfully winked, attempting to lighten the tense atmosphere, while also teasing, "And ask your mother how her son turned into this rogue." Laughter erupted within the compartment. Even Regulus couldn't suppress a smile. Suddenly, Sirius enveloped his brother in a tight embrace, crumpling Regulus's neatly pressed robes in the process. "Thank you, Reg," Sirius whispered in his ear, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible quaver. "Thank you for not giving up on them, or on me." Regulus's face flushed crimson, awkwardly patting his brother's back. At some point, James had produced a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, loudly proclaiming, to celebrate the reunion of the Black family and the comical sight of Sirius in formal attire. "Cheers! Cheers!" Everyone raised their drinks. Even the bashful Regulus accepted a bottle of butterbeer. Sunlight streamed through the glass, gilding their smiles with a golden hue. The train's whistle sounded, and the silhouette of Hogwarts faded into the distance. For Sirius, something far more significant than school awaited him ahead. A place he could finally call home.